Haotian from Earth traversed to a primordial planet, where he transformed into a young dragon. The lengthy existence of a dragon left him in profound solitude, ultimately leading him to choose the path of slumber. 500 million years later, Haotian awoke to discover that this planet had come under human dominion, and one of its continents was named Douluos continent. The memories that had lain dormant for eons began to resurface, revealing a world filled with intrigue. The Spirit Hall, the Haotian Sect Bibi Dong, Tang San, Shao Nana, refrain from calling me Ancestor instead. Refer to me as Brother Tian, he said. In the past, whispers spoke of the dragon god, the mightiest of deities in the divine realm, who had transformed into a dragon by inadvertently absorbing a trace of dragon energy, while I lay in slumber, only to be slain thereafter. What gods, what deities? They could be vanquished with a mere swipe of a claw. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Giant Dragon. Douluos Star. This vibrant planet brims with countless humans and soul beasts. Deep within the planet's core lies an expansive magma chamber. The molten rock churns, radiating extreme heat so intense that even the Title Douluos on the surface would be reduced to ashes within a breath's time. Amidst the swirling crimson magma, an immense golden form occasionally became visible. Each scale on this golden body was of a fearsome diameter. Suddenly, the magma erupted violently, and a colossal dragon head emerged, resembling a house in size, its hundreds of meters long whiskers akin to small dragons gliding through the molten sea. As the golden form stretched, it revealed itself to be an astonishingly lengthy golden dragon. In that moment, as the great dragon stirred, the entirety of Douluos Star began to tremble. Countless volcanoes erupted, spewing forth scorching magma in torrents. The ocean roared, generating towering tsunamis that threatened to engulf the two continents upon this planet. The land quaked, teetering on the brink of disintegration. At that moment, all beings on Douluos Star trembled in fear, prostrating themselves upon the ground. Whether common folk or the apex Title Douluos, the ancient soul beasts, or the myriad ferocious creatures, all quaked in terror, as if the end of days had arrived. "Oh, angel god, please reveal your divine presence and save your devout followers." An aged and fervent voice emanated from within the Elder Hall of Spirit City. "Great sea god, please descend to the mortal realm and rescue your millions of subjects," prayed a voluptuous woman in royal garb, kneeling before an altar on Sea God Island. In the divine realm, countless formidable deities sensed the upheaval. Within the Divine Realm Council, the 5 foremost deities concentrated their divine senses, solemnly attuned to the tumult on Douluos continent. The evil god king proclaimed, "Azura, you and the god of goodness and the goddess of life, proceed to Douluos Star, save as many as you can. Leave it to us." Azura was poised to descend alongside the god of goodness and the goddess of life for salvation. However, in the next heartbeat, all calamities on Douluos Star vanished without a trace. The spewing magma disappeared, the roaring seas fell silent, and the chasms and collapsed structures on the continents restored to their former states. All life remained in the precise condition it had been in just before the disaster. What had transpired was like a fleeting dream, as if it had never occurred. No, it was not an illusion. Every being on Douluos Star retained the memory of that soul-trembling experience. The 5 deities were equally convinced that everything had indeed transpired. Yet, they were baffled as to how such apocalyptic calamities could vanish so suddenly. Azura questioned. The entire Douluos Star was on the brink of disintegration, yet it instantaneously restored itself. What power could have caused this? The 5 deities were unprecedentedly shaken. The nature of such power instilled fear within them. The evil god king spoke gravely. "The universe harbors countless unknown mysteries. Azura, I must trouble you to venture to the mortal realm and uncover the truth behind the Douluos Star incident." Understood. In the magma chamber, the colossal golden dragon swiftly diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a boy of 6 or 7 years, suspended above the molten sea. Around him, the earth elements stirred, and a stone platform with a 5-meter diameter emerged from the magma, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen. The boy gently descended, his smooth, jade-like feet touching the pedestal. His skin radiated a golden light akin to white jade, shimmering brilliantly. His long black hair cascaded down his back, eyebrows sharp as blades, and his eyes deep and starry, occasionally flickering with golden lightning. Though appearing to be a mere child, his visage was nothing short of celestial perfection. With a breath, The space before him trembled and shattered under the force of his aura, revealing a vast abyss of darkness. This planet remains as fragile as ever, he murmured, waving his hand to restore the space to its original state. Sensing several powerful divine presences sweeping across the surface, a faint smile graced his lips. After an interminable slumber, some intriguing little ones have finally appeared, he noted, a glimmer of joy surfacing in his profound gaze. Humans have finally emerged. A world with humanity is bound to be entertaining. How long have I been asleep? The boy closed his eyes in contemplation, and after a moment, opened them again. I have been in slumber for 500 million years, rounding it off. Let us say 500 million years. 500 million years. In the blink of an eye, it has passed. He reflected, his thoughts drifting back to countless years past. His name was Haotian, hailing from Earth, his soul reborn in this world as a young dragon. After an eternity of cultivation, he became the most powerful being on this planet, ruling over myriad primordial creatures. Yet, possessing a human soul, he remained forever alone, tormented by profound emptiness and solitude, compelling him to choose slumber. With the emergence of humanity after 500 million years, Haotian's once vacant heart began to stir with restlessness. Then let us enjoy this to the fullest. Mysterious energies rippled across Haotian's form. An attire resonant with the essence of Douluos continent adorned him. With a single step, he vanished into thin air. Upon the surface, there was no ripple in space, and Haotian's figure reappeared. He found himself in Spirit City, having discerned that this city contained a greater number of strong individuals compared to other locales. In his eyes, these so-called strong ones were merely slightly more robust ants. Pathetic, far too pathetic. Haotian shook his head repeatedly. He gazed skyward, murmuring, when did another world appear above? That divine sense originates from there. Perceiving the intensity of the divine senses that swept past, Haotian smirked, his interest waning significantly. Pathetic, still far too pathetic. Spirit City was the seat of the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall. Although it was not as grand as the capitals of the Tian Empire and the Xinhua Empire, its facilities and power surpassed those of both empires' capitals by a considerable margin. At that moment, fervent cheers erupted from the sacred mountain in the heart of Spirit City, instantly resonating throughout the entire city. Long live the Pope! Long live the Pope! Long live the Pope! Spirit City's populace was enraptured, fervently shouting in the direction of the sacred mountain, their faces flushed and voices hoarse. Haotian lifted his gaze, and the buildings and obstacles along his path appeared inconsequential in his eyes, his focus fixed on the sacred mountain. There stood a resplendent hall, gilded in brilliance, before which a throng of people gathered. At the forefront stood a man clad in a resplendent golden robe, appearing to be in his 30s, tall and strikingly handsome, his eyes exuding an air of arrogance and dominance. As he spoke, his authoritative voice resonated throughout the entirety of the Spirit City. What transpired moments ago was a manifestation of divine miracles by the angelic deity of our Spirit Hall. There is no need for fear. The angelic deity is the most powerful, illuminating the world with divine radiance, alleviating calamities and eradicating ailments. The populace of the city grew increasingly fervent, yet Tian found himself unable to comprehend the incessant chatter. His spiritual consciousness descended upon the Pope, effortlessly breaching the defenses of the man's mental fortitude. Soul-searching, the Pope continued his relentless rhetoric, brainwashing the ordinary citizens and even the soul masters below, entirely unaware that his soul had been invaded and all his secrets laid bare before Tian's keen perception. Douluos continent, Spirit Hall, Qian Shirenji. In an instant, Tian discerned the identity of the Pope. Memories long sealed within him were unlocked, for he had once read the novel set in the Douluos continent. A flicker of disturbance crossed his tranquil, starry eyes as he realized he had stepped into the world of the book. One book, one world indeed. This realm harbors countless enigmatic secrets, which even Tian, with his current prowess, could not fully fathom. His formidable spiritual powers swiftly assimilated the information gleaned from Qian Shirenji's soul. Qian Shirenji intends to forcibly claim Bibidong tonight. Tian's gaze fell upon a stunningly beautiful girl standing behind Qian Shirenji. Her countenance was nearly flawless, her eyes sparkling with life, radiating charm and youthful allure. This was the youthful Bibidong, resplendent in her glory. Stars ignited in Tian's eyes. The Bibi Dong of Douluos continent had always been a lingering regret in his heart from his reading days. Now, by a twist of fate, he found himself in the world before her impending tragedy. He believed he knew what course of action to take. Chapter 2. The beast in human clothing. In close proximity to Bibi Dong stood a young man who appeared to be around 20 years of age. With a buzz cut, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, his appearance was rather unremarkable. He held himself upright, yet his gaze occasionally betrayed a hint of insecurity. Especially when Bibi Dong turned to smile at him, he instinctively lowered his head, feeling insignificant and unworthy of someone as ethereal as Bibi Dong. When Bibi Dong cast her smile toward this young man, Tian's attention also shifted to him. From Qian Xuanji's memories, Tian recognized the young man as Yu Shaojiang, later known as the Master. When Bibi Dong looked at Yu Shaojiang, there was a noticeable glimmer of affection in her lively eyes, which displeased Tian. The Dragon Clan was proud and domineering, having existed for 500 million years. Such arrogance and dominance were ingrained in Tian's very being. In that moment, he resolved to rescue Bibi Dong, not only to prevent her from being sullied by Qian Xuanji, but also to address the issue of Yu Shaojiang. In his eyes, Bibi Dong was a majestic swan, while Yu Shaojiang was a mere toad. He was utterly unworthy of her. Shortly thereafter, Qian Xuanji returned to the Pope's Hall. Having completed his brainwashing, Bibi Dong approached Yu Shaojiang with joy, exclaiming, "Brother Shaojiang, I heard you've recently developed a theory on the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Could you share it with me?" Yu Shaojiang looked at the enchanting young woman before him, his eyes filled with deep admiration and profound self-doubt. How could the astute Bibi Dong not perceive his insecurity? She beamed, saying, "Let us go to your office. I want to hear all about your theory in detail." Without waiting for Yu Shaojiang's response, she strode toward his office with a light step. Helpless, Yu Shaojiang followed suit. From the shadows, a figure emerged. It was Qian Xuanji. Watching Bibi Dong and Yu Shaojiang depart, his expression darkened, and he clenched his fists in frustration. "Yu Shaojiang, you worthless fool. Do not dare to lay a hand on Dong. She is mine. Her body and heart should belong to me." At that moment, the street where Tian stood became utterly congested. The reason for the throng was none other than him, for he was simply too handsome. His appearance was perfection incarnate, adorned in resplendent garments, exuding an aura of solitary melancholy that captivated countless hearts. The innate human desire for beauty was undeniable. Even though he was just a boy, his allure was irresistible to all, regardless of age or gender, leading them to succumb to his charm. Shallow humans, Tian mused with a slight smirk, instantly illuminating the eyes of many. Several girls and young women swooned, overwhelmed by excitement. Tian shook his head in resignation, his form dissipating into a wisp of smoke. The crowd, as if awakening from a dream, was left bewildered, unsure of what had transpired or why they had gathered. Tian's figure reappeared in Yu Shaojiang's research office, where Yu Shaojiang was animatedly discussing his research findings, the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls, with Bibi Dong. She sat at the desk, resting her chin on her hand, utterly engrossed. Tian stood beside them, a subtle energy resonating in the space, rendering him invisible to both. "Saintus, what do you think of my theory?" Yu Shaojiang eagerly inquired, his previous self-doubt vanishing as he spoke of his work, radiating newfound confidence. "Shaojiang, you are so talented," Bibi Dong exclaimed with admiration, reaching out as if to grasp Yu Shaojiang's hand. Startled, he recoiled, rising to his feet in alarm. "Saintus, you are pure and pristine. I wouldn't want to tarnish your hands." Bibi Dong, with a hint of melancholy, replied, "Shaojiang, we understand each other's feelings. Your talent is something I truly admire. Although your cultivation talent may be lacking, in my eyes, you are the most exceptional." Yu Shaojiang bowed his head, speechless. To him, Bibi Dong was like a snow lotus, pure and untouchable, and he lacked the courage to reach out and pluck her, burdened by his insecurities. Observing this interaction, Tian felt a surge of irritation. How could Bibi Dong harbor affections for such a useless individual, someone who would inevitably cause her heartache? He contemplated that to make Bibi Dong indifferent to Yu Shaojiang, he must strike at the latter. Regardless, even without his intervention, Yu Shaojiang would eventually be expelled from the Martial Soul Hall. He might as well be the catalyst for that outcome. He softly blew toward Yu Shaojiang, causing him to tremble abruptly raising his head and sneering, "BB Dong, do you think I like you? How naive. My intention in approaching you was merely to capture your heart, so that I could access the invaluable resources of the martial soul hall. Now, with my theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls unveiled, I will revolutionize the realm of soul masters. I am no longer a waste. I shall become the greatest mentor in human history." Yu Xiaojiang spoke with fervor, his expression wild. After he finished, he cast a disdainful glance at BB Dong, saying, "At this point, you hold no further value to me." BB Dong felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. She could not accept this reality. Rushing to grasp Yu Xiaojiang, she implored, "Xiaojiang, what are you saying? You were just deceiving me, weren't you? Deceiving you? BB Dong, you are indeed foolish. Your body is quite appealing. Since you admire me, why not submit to me?" Yu Xiaojiang's eyes reddened, his face flushed, and his breath quickened, his gaze turning predatory as he greedily eyed BB Dong. "Xiaojiang, please don't frighten me," BB Dong gasped. On the brink of despair, Yu Xiaojiang stood tall, his soul power surging as he violently tore off his shirt, baring his torso as he lunged toward her with a manic laugh. "BB Dong, I am about to become the greatest mentor of soul masters. Being my woman is not a loss for you." BB Dong was taken aback, witnessing the frenzied Yu Xiaojiang. She let out a scream, her delicate hand waving in front of her. At this moment, BB Dong had reached the rank of Soul Emperor, far surpassing Yu Xiaojiang. Her overwhelming soul power erupted, crashing into Yu Xiaojiang's chest. Poof! Yu Xiaojiang spat out a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward into the bookshelf behind him. "I want you. I must have you." Yu Xiaojiang struggled to rise, charging at BB Dong once more. BB Dong's disbelief transformed into sorrow as she struck him away again, tears streaming down her face as she fled. Despite BB Dong holding back her attacks, Yu Xiaojiang, who had not even reached the rank of Grand Soul Master, could not withstand her power. After taking her second blow, he fainted on the spot. Tian nodded in satisfaction, knowing that BB Dong would not suffer a lifetime of heartache over Yu Xiaojiang as in the original narrative. As for Yu Xiaojiang, he had merely lost BB Dong's heart, a minor consequence compared to the original plot. In BB Dong's boudoir, Tian's figure materialized. The room, adorned in soft pink, was suffused with a youthful fragrance that stirred something within him. He gazed at his own form, feeling a touch of helplessness. The 9-turn celestial dragon technique he practiced caused him to regress to a youthful state with each breakthrough. Having just reached the 9th turn, his human guise was that of a mere child. As he pondered how to assist BB Dong, the door was suddenly thrust open and she rushed in, collapsing onto the bed, weeping sorrowfully. She had always believed that Yu Xiaojiang was extraordinary, yet she never anticipated that he was merely a beast in human guise, approaching her solely to exploit her, desiring her body, much like those sordid men. Heartbroken, BB Dong buried her face in the bed and sobbed incessantly. Tian contemplated for a moment before revealing himself. He circled around, transforming into his adult form, a visage that was equally flawless and impeccable. Gently, he approached the bed, raising his hand to rest on BB Dong's shoulder, offering 2 soft pats. Startled like a frightened rabbit, she jolted and turned to face him. "Who are you?" she demanded, her eyes wide. Upon seeing Tian's countenance, the flicker of wariness that had crossed her face dissipated, replaced by astonishment at the sight of such an extraordinarily handsome man. Tian's smile was as warm as jade as he reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm." Chapter 3. The madman Qian Xuanji observing the tear-streaked visage of BB Dong. Tian was suddenly flooded with compassion, reaching out to wipe her tears away. What man could remain unmoved by a sorrowful beauty? However, as he extended his hand, BB Dong, jolted from a reverie of allure, instinctively recoiled into the corner of the bed, warily scrutinizing the unfamiliar man before her. "Who exactly are you?" she asked, her tone growing colder. Her soul power surging as a glint of cold light flashed in her hand, revealing a sharp dagger. Tian endeavored to maintain a gentle tone, saying, "Trust me, you are about to face danger, and only I can save you." BB Dong immediately concluded that this astonishingly handsome man was deranged. As a saintess of the Spirit Hall, situated within the Pope's palace, surrounded by numerous Title Douluos elders and even more powerful and mysterious offerings, who could possibly threaten her? She felt no malice emanating from Tian. Otherwise, she would have acted long before. The Pope's palace is the safest place on the Douluos continent. My safety is not your concern. I care not who you are. Leave at once, or I shall summon help. The moment the words left her lips, Bibi Dong found herself somewhat astonished. In the past, had an unfamiliar man intruded upon her chamber, she would have acted without hesitation. Yet now, she chose to let Tian depart. Tian remained unperturbed, smiling as he replied, I am Tian. In times of peril, simply call my name, and I shall appear by your side. With that, his figure vanished before her eyes. Bibi Dong stood momentarily dazed. Rising from the bed to the spot where Tian had just stood, her lovely face adorned with confusion. Was that a teleportation soul skill? But why did he not exhibit any soul power fluctuations? Moreover, without releasing his martial soul and soul rings, how could he manifest a soul skill? Bibi Dong pondered, utterly bewildered by how such a substantial figure could simply vanish. Suddenly, her delicate nose twitched, and she could not resist inhaling deeply. An unfamiliar fragrance filled her nostrils, invigorating her spirit and lifting her into euphoric bliss. In that moment, all her troubles faded, and the vile Yu Xiaojing was forgotten, leaving only joy in her heart. After several minutes, she regained her composure. That scent belongs to that man, she exclaimed, spitting and stamping her foot, her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Yet soon, she found herself inhaling deeply once more. How fragrant, she murmured, the image of Tian's stunning face flashing through her mind, making her cheeks burn even more. What a peculiar man, Bibi Dong mused, hesitating for a moment before hastening to the door, opening it, and scanning the surroundings, only to find no trace of Tian, which unexpectedly left her feeling a tad disappointed. What is happening to me? She wondered, vigorously rubbing her slightly heated cheeks. After Tian's visit, her sorrow had notably dissipated. Yet in the stillness that followed, memories of Yu Xiaojing's earlier intentions to violate her resurfaced, and the greedy glint in his eyes sent chills coursing through her. Saintus, Yu Xiaojing's anxious voice called out. Bibi Dong looked up to see him barred from entering her palace. Given his status, he was not permitted within. Expel him, she commanded coldly. Though her heart ached, she steeled herself to order the palace knights to drive Yu Xiaojing away. In a luxurious private room of the finest tavern in Spirit City, Tian indulged in sumptuous food and drink, relishing every bite. Since his transmigration, he had not had the pleasure of tasting such delicacies. Maintaining his youthful appearance, this form was not his true body, but rather a manifestation of divine prowess. He reached down, summoning gold from deep within the earth, and with an open palm, molded the gold into several golden soul coins. To eat, drink, and be merry. This long dragon life should be lived with ease and joy, Tian mused, reflecting on the solitude he had endured for billions of years, finally grasping a fragment of enjoyment. After dining, he strolled leisurely through Spirit City, causing significant commotion wherever he went. Every woman and girl he encountered blushed, casting aside their modesty, eager to make his acquaintance. Reluctantly, Tian diminished his striking beauty to avoid overwhelming those around him. He wandered from afternoon until evening before returning to his lodgings, patiently awaiting Bibi Dong's call for help. From Qian Xuanji's soul memories, he understood that Qian Xuanji would employ despicable means to possess Bibi Dong that night. Tian would not stand idly by as such a tragedy unfolded. As night descended, Tian, who had been in a light slumber, opened his eyes. He sensed that Bibi Dong had been summoned to a secret chamber by Qian Xuanji. This chamber lay beneath Qian Xuanji's quarters and served as his usual retreat for meditation. Bibi Dong, not unfamiliar with this place, inquired, Teacher, why have you brought me here at such a late hour? Qian Xuanji wore a gentle smile, concealing the greed that lurked beneath. I heard that Yu Xiaojing bullied you today, he stated. Bibi Dong nodded, then shook her head. With a sigh, Qian Xuanji asked, Do you have feelings for Yu Xiaojing? Bibi Dong firmly shook her head, declaring, I do not like him. Qian Xuanji hesitated for a moment. He had summoned Bibi Dong with two objectives: to separate her from Yu Xiaojing and to claim her for himself. Since you do not harbor feelings for him, that simplifies matters. I shall have him expelled from Spirit City and removed from the Spirit Hall tomorrow, he assured her. Bibi Dong remained silent for a few seconds before slowly nodding. She was utterly disillusioned with Yu Xiaojing and wished never to lay eyes on the filthy-minded man again. What does talent matter? He only disgusts me, she thought, her expression forlorn. Teacher, if there is nothing else, I shall return to my training, she stated. Do not rush off. I have some heartfelt words to share with you, Qin Xuanji replied, his gaze lingering on Bibi Dong's youthful and alluring figure, gradually igniting a fiery desire within him. Such gazes were all too familiar to Bibi Dong, and she instantly detected the shift in atmosphere. Donger, you no longer child. It's time to find yourself a man, Qin Xuanji declared without hesitation, his gaze brazenly fixed upon the youthful and charming Bibi Dong before him. He took several steps closer, inhaling deeply with a perverse delight, utterly intoxicated by the alluring fragrance of his beautiful disciple, a scent that acted like a catalyst, igniting the flames of desire within him. What do you mean, master? Bibi Dong's heartbeat quickened, and she instinctively retreated a few steps. Qin Xuanji advanced further, his voice low. I've raised you all these years, trained you in cultivation. Have you never considered how to repay me? Master, what exactly are you trying to say? Bibi Dong's unease grew as she observed the increasingly sinister expression on Qin Xuanji's face. Licking his lips, Qin Xuanji murmured, Donger, you are perfection itself. Only I am worthy of you. I want you to be my woman, to bear my child. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in shock. With a predatory grin, Qin Xuanji took a sudden step forward, appearing behind her in an instant. His hand struck like a blade toward the back of her neck. Chapter 4. Bibi Dong. Such shame. Qin Xuanji's power had long surpassed the Title Douluos realm, far beyond what Bibi Dong could resist. She didn't even have time to react before his attack landed. Even if she had, unleashing her full strength would not have allowed her to escape his grasp. Had fate not intervened, Bibi Dong would have met the same tragic fate as written, knocked unconscious, violated, and forced to bear child. As she sensed the impending strike, terror and despair consumed her. How could the master who once doted on me turn into such a monster? She couldn't accept this reality. Qin Xuanji's face twisted with cruelty as his palm descended upon her neck. He was determined to claim her, not just for her beauty, but for her extraordinary cultivation talent. Their union would surely produce an unparalleled heir. Yet, the moment his hand made contact, a faint golden shield shimmered into existence over Bibi Dong's skin. Thud! His hand was violently repelled. Seizing the moment, Bibi Dong lunged forward, putting distance between them. What kind of ability is this? Qin Xuanji frowned, scrutinizing her. She hadn't activated any soul skills or released soul power. How had this shield manifested? His gaze lingered on the fading golden glow at her nape before it vanished entirely. Bibi Dong was equally bewildered. Though she couldn't see it, her spiritual sense had detected something shielding her. Now stripped of all pretense, Qin Xuanji no longer concealed his intentions. Whatever that was, you won't escape me today, he sneered. Donger, haven't I always treated you well? Don't you feel anything for me? Bibi Dong shook her head, retreating further. Master, please let me go. I swear I won't speak of this. Let you go? He smirked darkly. Impossible. You won't escape. Hope withered within her. The exit lay behind Qin Xuanji, and she knew all too well the futility of resisting his strength. Resolve hardened her delicate features. Master, I thank you for your years of guidance, but from this moment, I owe you nothing. She raised a slender hand, soul power gathering at her palm, and struck toward her own forehead. This is how you repay me? Qin Xuanji's laughter was icy as an overwhelming aura erupted from him, locking her in place. His angel domain, a force of absolute control, rendered her immobile. If you insist on defiance, then I'll take you while you're awake, he murmured, his voice devoid of humanity. Don't worry. I'll be gentle. Golden light flooded the underground chamber, illuminating Bibi Dong's despair. As he advanced, she shut her eyes, tears tracing her flawless cheeks. In that moment, an image surfaced in her mind, Tian, that impossibly handsome man. In his words, when danger finds you, call my name, and I will come. Instinct urged her to cry out, yet doubt held her tongue. He's so young. Could he truly save me? Her master was a Title Douluos, wielder of the angel spirit. If he comes, he'll only die. She couldn't bear to drag an innocent, especially one so breathtaking, into her ruin. Besides, how could calling a name summon someone? Does he think himself a god? Her internal struggle ended in silence. Just as Qin Xuanji lunged, a sigh whispered in her ear. Didn't I tell you to call for me when in danger? The voice materialized alongside Tian's figure beside her. Bibi Dong trembled, eyes flying open to meet that unforgettable face. This time, she resisted his allure, shoving at him in panic. It's dangerous. Run. But it was too late. Qin Xuanji roared. This intruder, appearing without warning, impossibly handsome, and seemingly close to Bibi Dong, filled him with fury. Channeling his full soul power, he struck without mercy. Even without invoking his spirit or skills, the force behind his palm was devastating. Tian didn't spare him a glance, instead clasping Bibi Dong's delicate hand. "With me here, fear nothing." His other hand flicked outward, as though swatting a fly. Yet Qian Xuanji's face contorted in horror. An unfathomable pressure crushed down, crack. His jaw shattered, teeth spraying as he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Bibi Dong stood frozen, lips parted in shock. Tian chuckled, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. Only then did she snap back to reality, cheeks flushing crimson. She tried to pull away, but his grip was unyielding. "Let us go," he said softly. He paid no heed to Qian Xuanji's fate and, accompanied by Bibi Dong, instantly appeared in his hotel room. Bibi Dong felt a flash before her eyes and found herself in an unfamiliar chamber. The hand of this strange man gripped hers tightly. "Could you please let go of me?" Bibi Dong's face flushed crimson, her voice barely above a whisper as she lowered her gaze, fixating on her toes with unease. "All right," Tian replied, releasing her hand. The graceful maiden, a paragon of virtue, was not a stranger to Tian, who had admired her in his previous life. Now that he had the opportunity to engage with Bibi Dong, he felt compelled to pursue her, for his heart was already drawn to her. Bibi Dong stole a glance at Tian, her mind wondering about the identity of this enigmatic man. The secrets he held had ensnared her with a fatal allure. "Do not move," Tian commanded, his eyes intently studying her face as he drew closer. Bibi Dong's heart raced like a frenzied deer. As she gazed at the increasingly near visage, her long lashes fluttered, and she slowly closed her eyes, tilting her delicate face upward. "There is a hair on your face," Tian remarked, and she felt his hand brush against her cheek. How embarrassing. Chapter 5, Bibi Dong's Intentions. At that moment, Bibi Dong wished desperately to vanish into the earth. It was utterly mortifying. She had merely intended to assist by removing a stray hair, yet she had closed her eyes, misinterpreting his gesture. "What are you doing with your eyes closed?" Tian suppressed a laugh, his gaze lingering on her slightly pouting, rosy lips stirring his heart. However, he understood that such matters could not be rushed. Feelings required nurturing, and he preferred a natural progression, allowing things to unfold organically. To his surprise, he found it astonishing that even a proud and noble woman like Bibi Dong would be inclined to offer a kiss. Hearing Tian's words made Bibi Dong blush even deeper, her body trembling slightly, a rosy hue adorning her fair skin, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. "What is happening to me? I am the holy maiden of the spirit hall, endowed with unparalleled talent. How could I feel this way toward a stranger?" Bibi Dong snapped back to reality, forcefully withdrawing her hand from Tian's grasp and stepping back, eyeing him warily. In a single day, she had been wounded by the two closest men in her life, leading her to harbor an intense hatred for men. Yet, she had inadvertently fallen prey to Tian's allure. "Who are you?" This was the third time Bibi Dong had inquired about Tian's identity. However, given that he had just rescued her, her tone remained relatively gentle. Tian settled himself beside the table, flipped his teacup, and poured 2 cups of tea, pushing one towards Bibi Dong. "Drink." Bibi Dong hesitated as she observed the tea before her. Only after witnessing Tian sip from his cup did she dare take a small sip. "I am merely a passerby who intervened in a moment of injustice," Tian said with a smile. Bibi Dong did not believe his words, for there were many mysteries surrounding him. "How could you have known I was in danger?" Her gaze sharpened as she scrutinized the man before her. "Suspecting it might be part of a plot. I possess certain abilities to foresee the future," Tian replied. Bibi Dong clearly disbelieved him, her lips curling into a slight smirk. "Then pray, foresee what I am thinking right now." Tian beamed, his ethereal beauty captivating her very essence. "At this moment, you are undoubtedly contemplating how such an attractive man could exist in this world." Bibi Dong's face flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze, as if he had truly seen into her thoughts. Summoning her courage, she pressed on. "What is your strength? How could you so easily defeat Qian Xuanji?" Tian pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "My strength should surpass that of a deity." Bibi Dong could not help but roll her eyes, her expression adorably naive. She found it absurd that such a handsome man would resort to deception. She knew that deities existed in this world, far surpassing even the mightiest Title Douluos. Moreover, she harbored a secret connected to the divine, making her acutely aware of their power. Yet, this man, named Tian, dared to claim superiority over the gods. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. Out of gratitude for his rescue, Bibi Dong refrained from exposing Tian's boastful claims. In truth, she had already formed a conjecture regarding his strength. To incapacitate the 95th level Qian Xuanji with a single blow suggested that his power was likely nearing the pinnacle of Title Douluos. However, reaching the level of a peerless Title Douluos seemed improbable, as Tian appeared to be only slightly older than her. It was already astonishing for someone of his youth to possess strength approaching that level. Reflecting on this, Bibi Dong suddenly felt that all the accolades she had accumulated over the years paled in comparison to Tian. She had been praised as a prodigy since childhood, diligently practicing, yet she had barely approached the spirit sage realm. Meanwhile, this man was on the brink of the 99th level. I wonder how he trains? Bibi Dong mused, given that the spirit hall was well informed, yet she had never heard of such a formidable figure in the Douluos continent. What are your plans for the future? Haotian Sect. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, falling silent. After a moment, she spoke. Qian Xuanji is no longer my teacher. I have always regarded him as a mentor, respecting and honoring him. Yet, as she spoke, her eyes reddened. Having spent years in close companionship, her feelings for Qian Xuanji ran deep. She had come to view him as a father figure. Yet all of that had crumbled today, leaving her in disbelief. If you wish for him dead, I could go and kill him right now, Tian stated casually, making the act of slaying a pope sound trivial. Upon seeing Tian rise, Bibi Dong hastily interjected, No. What? After the way he treated you, you still harbor feelings for him? Tian regarded her with curiosity. He was once my teacher, who raised me and taught me. Please spare his life. Tian gazed at Bibi Dong in astonishment. He had always perceived her as strong-willed and decisive, yet now she appeared overly compassionate. However, he quickly realized that the Bibi Dong depicted in the literature had become resolute due to enduring countless hardships. The current Bibi Dong, before being hurt by two men today, was still an innocent girl. Very well, Tian conceded. Since you have severed ties with him, where do you plan to go? Bibi Dong froze, pondering where she could possibly go after her fallout with Qian Xuanji. If he wished to pursue her, given the Spirit Hall's extensive influence across the continent, there might be no refuge for her. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she turned to Tian. May I accompany you? Though she constantly reminded herself to remain cautious around this handsome man, she felt an inexplicable trust towards him. Tian smiled, of course. I shall take you on a journey across the continent, and after a few years, you can return. Return for what? Bibi Dong asked, puzzled. To become your pope. Tian harbored a flicker of hope within his heart, believing that Bibi Dong, as the pope, would embody her most exquisite form. Bibi Dong shook her head, expressing her reluctance to ascend to the papacy, questioning how Qian Xuanji would permit her to take on such a role. After all, he had an elderly father who was already a 99th level unparalleled Douluos and would never allow an outsider like her to become a pope. Tian assured her, rest assured, if I say you can be pope, then you shall be. Let us discuss that later, Bibi Dong replied, her gaze scanning the room. Where exactly are we? This is a hotel within Wuhuan City, Tian informed her. Where'll I sleep tonight? Bibi Dong inquired, her heart racing as she nervously tugged at the hem of her clothing beneath the table. Tian pointed to the large bed and smiled. You'll sleep there. And you? Bibi Dong blurted out. Tian shrugged nonchalantly. You can take the bed. I don't particularly enjoy sleeping. In the Pope's palace, Qian Xuanji had returned to his chamber. His face was swollen, resembling a purplish-black ball, and he spat blood, his teeth nearly all gone. Someone, he shouted, his words slurred. A demure maid entered, trembling with fear. Qian Xuanji's bloodshot eyes transformed the fragile maid into an image of Bibi Dong in his mind. A piercing scream echoed as he threw the girl onto the bed. Ripping sounds followed by her pleas for mercy ensued. Chapter 6. 16 years later, though Tian possessed formidable spiritual power, it did not constantly radiate an awareness of his surroundings. When he felt the urge to check on Qian Xuanji, he discovered that Qian Xuanji had already preyed upon another woman. A bold hypothesis flashed through Tian's mind. Could it be that even if he saved Bibi Dong, the plot would still unfold as originally intended? Would Qiang Sunji truly conjure another Qian Ringshu? If that were the case, it might not be too bad. He found himself looking forward to that angelic girl. Aotian smiled. If one were to ask him who his favorite female character was in the first installment of Douluos Continent, it would undoubtedly be Bibi Dong and Qian Ringshu. Although there were other commendable characters, they ranked lower in his esteem. He had previously felt a sense of regret, thinking that saving Bibi Dong would mean losing Qian Ringshu. Yet now, it seemed quite likely that Qian Ringshu would still appear. On the soft, expansive bed, Bibi Dong lay, unconsciously toying with the hem of her garment. Her gaze fixed on the ceiling, unable to sleep. It was not merely the sorrow of the day's events that kept her awake, but rather thoughts of Aotian. Despite her burgeoning fondness for this man, who appeared harmless, she could not let her guard down. Having learned a lesson from the perverse behaviors of Yu Xiaojiang and Qiang Sunji, she understood. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Often, unless a person sheds their disguise, it is challenging to discern their true nature. Thus, she felt it necessary to remain vigilant against Aotian, wary of any sudden outbursts of aggression. In her heart, she believed that following Aotian was merely a last resort. Had she possessed sufficient strength, she would not have troubled him. Lost in her musings, she occasionally turned her head to steal glances at Aotian, who sat on the distant sofa. From her perspective, she could only see his chiseled profile. Aotian swirled his wine glass, the crimson liquid sloshing within, his gaze drifting out the window, exuding an air of lonely distinction. Bibi Dong found herself captivated by Aotian's appearance and unique aura, her eyes unable to look away. What manner of person is he? She pondered silently. Suddenly, Aotian turned his head, their eyes locking, and he flashed a brilliant smile. Were you watching me? Bibi Dong's heart raced, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hastily pulled the blanket up to her chest, burying her head beneath it. Her heart pounded in her chest, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance at Aotian for putting her in such a position. Aotian chuckled softly. You're tired today. Sleep well. We shall leave Wuhuan City early tomorrow. Bibi Dong felt her eyelids grow heavier, and before long, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Aotian approached and gently pulled down the blanket, revealing her head. Her delicate, oval face was adorned with exquisite features. Long, curled lashes, a petite, smooth nose, and alluring, cherry-red lips. Aotian smiled, finding the somewhat naive Bibi Dong rather charming. Morning dawned. Bibi Dong's eyelashes fluttered open, and she quickly became alarmed, realizing she had fallen asleep. Hastily, she reached for her clothing to ensure her condition was proper. Upon confirming that her attire was intact and feeling no discomfort, she sighed with relief. Since she was awake, there was no reason to linger in bed. She needed a wash-up. After a hearty breakfast, they would set out on their journey. Hearing Aotian's voice, Bibi Dong turned to see him watching her with a bemused expression. Her cheeks flushed once more. Reminded of her earlier suspicions, she felt a surge of embarrassment. The table was already laid out with fragrant, steaming breakfast prepared by the hotel. Aotian sat there, leisurely enjoying his meal, exuding a unique air of nobility and elegance that left Bibi Dong entranced once again. As the saintess of a spirit hall, she had undergone years of noble etiquette training, yet no one she had encountered could rival the elegance and grace of Aotian. Unbeknownst to her, such nobility was an innate trait of the dragon lineage, with some dragons rejecting it, while Aotian relished it fully. Is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring? Aotian asked warmly, his smile disarming. Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed, and she quickly jumped out of bed. I'll go wash up. An hour later, both were prepared to depart. In truth, there was little to pack. Bibi Dong had a plethora of clothing stored in her soul guide, and Aotian, with his wealth, required no preparation. Where are we headed? Bibi Dong inquired. Aotian gazed northward, responding, First, we shall go to the Heaven Do Empire, then the Star Luo Empire. I intend to treat you to the culinary delights of this continent. Hearing Aotian's grand aspirations, Bibi Dong felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, her head lowered. Cheeks flushed as she softly acknowledged him. The two spent a decade traversing the continent, indulging in adventures and savoring its culinary offerings. Aotian introduced Bibi Dong to the world's delicacies, even leading her into the Slaughter City, where she acquired a domain of the god of slaughter. As for Aotian, such trifles as the god of slaughter domain held no allure for him. After a decade of exploration, they returned to Wuhuan City. The reason for their return was the reliable news they had received. The Pope had passed away. Bibi Dong reached out to a female elder with whom she had shared a good rapport, learning that Qiang Sunji had recently led several elders to ambush Tang Hao, a young talent from the Haotian Sect. Tang Hao's wife was a 100,000-year-old soul beast who had transformed, and upon learning of this, the domineering Qiang Sunji would not let the opportunity slip by. However, as fate would have it, he encountered unexpected misfortune. The 100,000-year-old soul beast was sacrificed to Tang Hao, significantly enhancing his power, while Qiang Sunji was left gravely injured. Years ago, Qiang Sunji had a servant girl who bore him a daughter, and over the past decade, he had treated that servant with utmost cruelty, instilling resentment within her. Seizing the opportunity while Qiang Sunji was severely wounded, she poisoned him, leading to his demise. The Pope has passed away, leaving behind a 9-year-old daughter and an impending chaos within the Spirit Hall. This return was at Tian's behest. He wished for Bibi Dong to succeed the Pope's position and become a powerful empress. Over the span of 10 years, Bibi Dong had already ascended to the rank of Title Douluos, and with Tian's covert assistance, she effortlessly became the new Pope of the Spirit Hall. Thus, the lives of Tian and Bibi Dong settled into a semblance of stability. 6 years later, it has been 16 years since Tian's awakening. Bibi Dong has transformed from a youthful girl of 17 or 18 into a mature woman in her 30s. In her bedroom, Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed, her breath quickened. "Stop it." She swatted away Tian's restless hands and tugged at his ear. "Return to your original form." Tian's figure shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, he reverted to the appearance of a 6 or 7-year-old boy. Bibi Dong playfully struck his forehead and, glancing at him with a teasing smile, remarked, "You little brat. Still lacking in maturity, and you wish to engage in adult affairs? Do you possess the capability?" Tian pouted, saying, "Is it not permissible to indulge in a bit of fun? Besides, my cultivation is on the verge of a breakthrough. In a few years, I will regain my youthful form." He gazed at Bibi Dong's alluring figure, unable to suppress a gulp. The 30-something Bibi Dong had shed all remnants of youthful innocence, blossoming into a ripe peach. Her curvaceous physique, coupled with an exceptionally exquisite face, was utterly enchanting. She wore a magnificent Pope's robe, exuding both allure and an air of authority, effortlessly igniting the desires of men. Tian frowned, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He had often heard of the innate nature of dragons, and while he had merely smiled in response, now he genuinely felt the intensity of such desires, magnified countless times beyond that of a human. The torment of being in proximity to an unparalleled beauty, unable to indulge, was an exquisite cruelty. Shaking his head, he summoned immense willpower to suppress his urges. "I shall depart tomorrow for Nodding City." "Tomorrow? So soon?" Bibi Dong suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. After spending 16 years with Tian, she had come to know his identity as a member of the Dragon Clan and had hopelessly fallen in love with him. Although Tian still appeared as a child, in her heart, he remained a towering figure, her eternal support. Tian transformed into his adult form, enveloping Bibi Dong in his embrace, reassuring her, "Did I not tell you before? A destined child will emerge on the Douluos continent. If I do not intervene, the Spirit Hall will be obliterated by this child." Nestled in Tian's arms, Bibi Dong replied, "Then why not find him and eliminate him directly? Why must you attend a remote academy?" Tian tenderly stroked her hair, akin to caressing a gentle kitten, and said, "I simply wish to discern what this so-called destiny entails and what capabilities it possesses." "All right, but you must visit me often," Bibi Dong pouted playfully. The iron-willed and ruthless Pope, who had nearly brought the continent's foremost sect, the Haotian Sect, to ruin, displayed a delicate demeanor only in Tian's presence. Tian planted a gentle kiss on her luscious lips and assured her, "Rest assured, I will never forget you." Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed crimson. "By the way, I had someone investigate, and it turns out Yu Xiaojiang is also at the Nodding City Soul Master Academy," she suddenly remarked. "You still remember him?" Tian cast a glance at her. Bibi Dong's heart raced, and she quickly added, "Do not misunderstand. After that incident years ago, I have long given up on him. I heard that after being expelled from the Spirit Hall, he traveled the continent and met a woman named Lu Erlong. When they were set to marry, Yu Xiaojiang discovered that Lu Erlong was his cousin, so he abandoned her, hiding in Nodding City for over a decade." "I am aware," Tian replied. If he does not love her, he should have made it clear to her face and parted ways amicably. His avoidance, which has caused her years of suffering, makes him less than a man. Bibi Dong nodded, agreeing you are right. I heard he could not accept the fact that his beloved was his cousin. But such matters are not taboo on the Douluos continent. Many powerful factions strive to preserve the purity of their martial spirit bloodlines, and some royals and nobles, for the sake of noble lineage, are not overly strict as long as they are not direct siblings. It is unfortunate for Liu Erlong, who has spent years searching for Yu Xiaojiang. A.O. Tian commented, thus Yu Xiaojiang is rather selfish, only considering his own feelings. If he truly loved Liu Erlong, he would not have allowed her to suffer for years. His indecisiveness and fear of love make him less than a man. Changing the subject, Bibi Dong inquired, are you entering the Nodding Soul Master Academy? Do you possess a martial spirit? She had been with A.O. Tian for so many years and had never seen him unleash his martial spirit. That is simple, A.O. Tian chuckled, setting Bibi Dong down and standing at the foot of the bed. Divine energy surged within him, coalescing behind him into a golden divine dragon. The dragon was not large, yet each of its claws bore 9 fingers, emanating a terrifying pressure that made Bibi Dong's soul tremble. So powerful, Bibi Dong exclaimed wide-eyed. If you were to use such a martial spirit in a junior Soul Master Academy, you would surely frighten the teachers to death. Then I shall weaken it. A.O. Tian laughed, and with a mere thought, the dragon behind him gradually faded, its pressure diminishing significantly. Bibi Dong stepped down from the bed, curiously reaching out to touch the ethereal dragon behind A.O. Tian, finding its texture unreal due to its illusory nature. Is this truly your martial spirit? She asked with intrigue. A.O. Tian shook his head. I am not human. I lack a martial spirit. This is merely a manifestation created from my divine power. As he spoke, soul rings appeared around him. First 1, then 2, 3, until he was surrounded by 10 golden rings. Bibi Dong's eyes widened in astonishment, observing her reaction. A.O. Tian could not help but smile. These are mere illusions. I can conjure as many as I desire. With that, the number of soul rings around him surged into the hundreds, becoming a dizzying array that was nearly impossible to count. Put them away, put them away, Bibi Dong urged, her head spinning from the blinding golden light radiating from the multitude of soul rings. The two returned to sit at the bedside. By the way, it has been a while since I last saw Xiao Shui. When you have time, do visit her, Bibi Dong suggested. Rest assured, I will bring her back on her birthday, A.O. Tian assured her. For him, bringing someone back from Tiando City was merely a matter of a blink. Over the years, whenever it was her birthday, A.O. Tian would always take her back to celebrate. Suddenly, Bibi Dong poked A.O. Tian and said, that little girl is 15 now. The last time you brought her back, her gaze toward you was different. Do you think she might have developed feelings for you? She used to see you as her brother. As she spoke, Bibi Dong's lips pouted playfully. She had admired Haotian since her youth. Thus, the moment Qian Rinxue exhibited even a hint of affection, she sensed it. Haotian found it amusing and playfully tapped his finger on Bibi Dong's lips, teasingly remarking, she can hang a bottle on it. Which girl does not harbor a crush? With my looks, it is no wonder she fancies me. Are you jealous? Oomph. Am I to be envious of a little girl? Bibi Dong retorted, time for bed. The two changed into their nightwear and lay together. Haotian reverted to his true form, resting his head comfortably on Bibi Dong's chest. She remarked, when you grow up a bit, we shall engage in that. Haotian nuzzled against her like a kitten, his eyes half closed in bliss as he softly responded with a hum. In the early morning, a luxurious carriage departed from Wuhuan City, heading westward. Although Haotian possessed the ability to fly and teleport, he relished the experience of traveling by carriage, savoring the essence of human life. The carriage bore only him, devoid of any attendants. At the pace of the carriage, it would take merely 5 or 6 days to reach the small town of Nodding, located on the southwestern fringes of the Tiando Empire. Haotian was well versed in the narrative of Douluos continent and possessed the capability to avert any misfortune that might befall Bibi Dong. Yet, he wished to observe the true capabilities of the destined child Tang San and ascertain whether he was indeed the one fated. He recalled how, in his past life, while reading the book on Douluos continent, he had not held a favorable opinion of Tang San. Thus, he seized this opportunity to engage in an unfair contest with Tang San. The carriage journeyed through jolts and bumps, and on the 5th day, they finally arrived at Nodding City. Bibi Dong had already sent word ahead, and the master of the Nodding City branch of the Wuhuan Temple, personally came to greet Haotian, receiving him with utmost reverence and ushering him into the branch. By Bibi Dong's decree, Haotian, who appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, had already become a figure of authority within the Notting City branch. Chapter 8. Su Yuntao is quite impressive inside the office of the branch master in the Notting City branch. Haotian reclined in the master's plush office chair, observing a plump and graceful woman standing respectfully across the desk. This woman was the master of the Notting City branch, appearing to be around 40 years of age. Adorned with a pair of black-rimmed glasses and dressed in a fitted professional suit that accentuated her astute demeanor. She poured Haotian a cup of tea and retrieved a soul awakening certificate along with an admission notice from Notting Academy, stating, "Young Master Haotian. This is the certificate issued by our Notting City branch." Haotian maintained a calm expression, nodding slightly. He first examined the soul awakening certificate, which bore his name, stating that his martial soul was a golden dragon with innate full soul power, identified as a child from the nearby Shushui village. This martial soul type and innate soul power were indeed as he had requested. Although he preferred not to be ostentatious, he also disliked being overly modest. In his view, an innate level 10 soul power was just right. As for his identity, it was fabricated. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable for him to attend school in such a place under the guise of a genius from the Wuhuan Temple. To attend the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, one must possess a soul awakening certificate issued by the Notting City Wuhuan branch. With this certificate and the admission notice, Haotian would be able to enter the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy without hindrance. While Haotian perused the documents, the middle-aged woman scrutinized him with astonishment. Despite his youthful appearance of merely 6 or 7 years, his presence exerted a pressure upon her akin to a heavy mountain. Initially, she had intended to treat Haotian as an ordinary child, but the unspoken authority he exuded compelled her to abandon that notion. Truly, a genius from the Pope's palace. Such demeanor is beyond even my own soul sect's reach, she mused internally. She resolved to cultivate a good rapport with Haotian, as it might lead to her own rise in fortune. Haotian set the documents aside and stated, "Thank you, Masterly. Please arrange a room for me to rest." "You are too kind, young Master Haotian. His Holiness has instructed me to fulfill any of your needs." The Lady Master promptly replied, "Please follow me." The petite Haotian trailed behind Master Li, his height barely reaching her waist, drawing the attention of numerous attendants within the branch. Though the Notting City Wuhuan branch was modest in size, it boasted a dozen or more attendants. These individuals had witnessed the Master's solemn reception of Haotian and were curious about his identity. Suddenly, Master Li halted and beckoned to the crowd, calling out, "CC, come here." "Oh," a girl responded, hastening toward Haotian. She appeared to be around 20, with a tall and voluptuous figure that made the Wuhuan Temple uniform stretch taut, capturing the ardent gazes of many male attendants. "Is this CC, the woman who has captivated Su Yuntao?" Haotian's gaze fell upon her, and then he scanned the male attendants, silently pondering, "I wonder which one is Su Yuntao?" CC quickly caught up to Master Li, glancing back at Haotian, her gaze lingering on his face, unable to look away. "Master, who is he?" she asked softly. "A genius from the Pope's palace," Master Li replied. CC's eyes sparkled as she turned back to gaze at Haotian once more. A genius from the Pope's palace, such a significant figure. The people of Notting City would likely spend their lives confined to this small corner. Yet if they could forge a connection with a genius from the Pope's palace. As this thought crossed her mind, CC cast a grateful glance at the master. Moments later, they arrived at a well-prepared guest room. "Young Master Haotian, Notting Academy commences tomorrow, so you may rest here tonight," she informed him. Haotian nodded and replied, "You may leave now." "Young Master Haotian, this is CC from our Notting City branch. Should you require anything, feel free to approach her," Master Li added, turning to CC. "CC, please take care of young Master Haotian." CC smiled, her demeanor somewhat invigorated as she said, "Rest assured, I will ensure young Master Haotian is well taken care of." As she spoke, her hand reached toward Haotian's head, gently stating, "Little brother, you're truly handsome." Master Li gasped, intending to intervene, but it was too late. Haotian tilted his head, gazing up at the nearly 6-foot-tall woman, and let out a cold snort. The temperature in the room plummeted, a chilling aura enveloping the two women, penetrating their very bones and souls. They found themselves immobilized, an overwhelming terror surging within them, as if a ferocious dragon were poised to rend them apart at any moment. One should not touch a tiger's backside, nor should one lay a hand upon the head of a dragon. This frigid sensation persisted for merely half a minute. Yet both women felt on the brink of collapse, teetering toward unconsciousness before Haotian finally retracted his murderous intent. Gasping, the two women fell to the ground, panting heavily, their eyes wide with shock as they regarded Haotian as though he were a demon. "Do you harbor feelings for Su Yuntao?" Haotian inquired, casting a sidelong glance at CC. She was bewildered by his question, and as she pondered her response, her mouth betrayed her, stating, "No, I do not like him. That guy is so persistent in pursuing me. I find him somewhat useful, so I've kept him around. Otherwise, I would have rejected him long ago." "You may leave now," Haotian decreed. The two women felt their bodies relax, only to realize that their clothes were already damp with cold sweat. Masterly, the leader of the Soul Sect, managed to stand up with some difficulty, her legs still somewhat weak. She pulled CC along and forced a smile, saying, "Young Master Ao, please rest. We shall not disturb you. By the way, Su Yuntao is quite capable. Have him escort me to the Nodding Academy for enrollment tomorrow." Haotian nodded. Masterly was taken aback, but maintained her smile, replying, "Very well, I will make the arrangements." After the two women departed, Ao Tian finally sat down. The reason he specifically requested Su Yuntao to escort him was due to a slight sympathy he felt for the young man. Whether in his past life, while reading, or in the present, he found the young lad to be quite admirable. With this mention, Su Yuntao's status in the Nodding City Soul Hall would surely improve significantly. The feeling of returning to school is indeed quite nostalgic. "Master, that child, silence." Masterly scolded softly. "That is a distinguished guest from the Hall of the Pope. Remember, do not offend him. Address him as young Master Ao or Sir." She hurriedly took CC away and only relaxed after they had distanced themselves from Ao Tian's room. "That gentleman's strength far surpasses mine," Masterly said, her face filled with astonishment. "How is that possible? He is so young," CC exclaimed. "Nothing is impossible," Masterly replied coldly. "Do you realize that your foolish actions almost cost us our lives?" Cold sweat broke out anew on CC, and she felt a wave of fear. "Master, I acknowledge my mistake," CC said, lowering her head. "It's good that you understand. Go inform Su Yuntao to bring young Master Ao to Nodding Academy tomorrow morning. Or shall I inform him myself? You return now, and remember, do not divulge young Master Ao's identity." With that, Masterly hurried away. In the blink of an eye, CC perceived Su Yuntao, who had been by her side all day, as remarkably handsome. The following morning, as Ao Tian stepped out of his room, Su Yuntao was already waiting respectfully at the door. "Good morning, young Master Ao," he called out. Ao Tian gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. He observed the young man before him, appearing to be in his 20s, standing approximately 6 feet tall, robustly built, and somewhat handsome. "Are you Su Yuntao?" Ao Tian inquired, his tone reminiscent of a superior addressing a subordinate. Su Yuntao had mentally prepared himself for this moment, and replied respectfully, "Yes, young Master Ao. Last night, Masterly had personally summoned Su Yuntao to escort a distinguished figure from the Hall of the Pope to Nodding Academy today. Moreover, Masterly speculated that young Master Ao's true age may not be 6 years, and his strength was unfathomable, warning Su Yuntao to avoid offending him. Thus, Su Yuntao dared not relax in Ao Tian's presence and exhibited utmost respect. "Young Master Ao, I shall first take you for breakfast before proceeding to Nodding Academy. Please follow me," he said. "Very well," Ao Tian replied. After breakfast, Su Yuntao called for a carriage, personally driving it toward the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. "Su Yuntao, I hear you are pursuing CC?" Ao Tian's voice emanated from within the carriage. Su Yuntao hesitated before responding, "Yes." He was uncertain why young Master Ao posed this question, but answered honestly. It was no secret. Everyone in the Nodding City branch was aware of it. "I asked CC last night, and she does not harbor feelings for you. She merely sees some value in you, which is why she has not outright rejected you." Haotian started. "Young Master Ao, you must be jesting." Su Yuntao forced a smile, his expression turning somewhat grim. "Masterly was present last night. You may verify with her," Ao Tian continued. Su Yuntao's smile vanished, and he fell silent, feeling a heavy weight in his chest. Suddenly, a delicate hand emerged from the carriage, holding a white orb the size of a thumb. "This is a spirit chi pearl. Keep it with you." and it will enhance your cultivation speed. With your aptitude, it would be exceedingly challenging to reach the soul sovereign level in this lifetime. With this pearl, you could at least attain the rank of a soul king above level 50. Su Yuntao was taken aback and quickly responded, "Young Master Ao, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." He instinctively pushed Ao Tan's hand back, though his eyes lingered on the pearl, enchanted by its aura of spiritual energy. "Take it." Haotian Sect. Su Yuntao found himself unable to resist, and the pearl fell into his palm. "This is my reward for your escorting me to Notting Academy. With it, you will no longer endure disdain from others in the Soul Hall. You have every opportunity to become a branch hall master, or perhaps even ascend to a higher position." Haotian explained it. Su Yuntao grasped the spirit chi pearl tightly, inhaling deeply to suppress his excitement, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Ao. Should you ever require assistance, I, Su Yuntao, am willing to face any peril for you." Ao Tian acknowledged with a sound of approval, recognizing Su Yuntao's commendable nature, which prompted him to offer this small reward. The place where he had previously slumbered was known to be the most spiritually enriched area on this planet, rendering the spirit chi pearl trivial in his eyes. Some women possess limited ability, yet harbor great ambition. "Take heed," Ao Tian advised once more. "Young Master Ao, I understand." Su Yuntao replied. The two fell into silence, and after half an hour, they finally arrived at the entrance of Notting Academy. "Young Master Ao, we have arrived," Su Yuntao announced as he halted the carriage and drew back the curtain. Haotian Sect. The grand entrance of Notting Academy was impressively constructed, with a 20-meter wide and over 10-meter tall archway made of solid stone. Above the arch, the words Notting Academy were inscribed in large characters. Beneath the archway stood two massive black iron doors, beside which a young man was dozing in a corner. "Shall we enter?" Su Yuntao suggested. Ao Tian nodded and followed him forward. Just a few steps in, he suddenly felt a stir in his heart and said, "Su Yuntao, I can enter alone. You may return to the Soul Hall. I will seek you out if I require anything." Su Yuntao halted and turned, saying, "Young Master Ao, I graduated from here and was an exemplary student. I have good relationships with many of the teachers. I can help you make introductions." "No need." Ao Tian raised his hand to stop him. "I can enter alone. You should head back." "Very well. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call on me, so that I may repay your great kindness," Su Yuntao earnestly stated. Ao Tian waved dismissively, saying, "Go now." Without lingering, Su Yuntao drove the carriage away from Notting Academy. Ao Tian did not enter the academy immediately, but instead stood at the edge of the open space in front of the entrance, gazing down the street. There, an elderly man and a young boy were approaching. It was their conversation that had prompted Ao Tian to send Su Yuntao away. The elder had a head of white hair and a snowy beard, leaning on a cane, dressed in fresh attire, yet looking quite well. The younger boy appeared to be around 6 years old, slender with a somewhat sallow complexion, yet his eyes were exceptionally bright, and he moved with remarkable poise. In contrast to the elder, the boy's clothing appeared rather shabby, nearly faded white with several large patches. The child's keen eyesight allowed him to spot the words Notting Academy from several hundred meters away. The two figures were none other than Old Jack from Holy Soul Village and Tang San. How could Ao Tian miss the opportunity to meet the protagonist from the original story? He stood inconspicuously at the edge, his gaze scrutinizing Tang San. He knew that soon a spectacle would unfold. "Grandpa Jack, we've arrived. Ahead lies Notting Academy," Tang San declared, pointing towards the institution. "Oh, really? We have finally made it," Old Jack chuckled. Before long, the two reached the entrance of Notting Academy, only to be halted by a young gatekeeper. The young man, upon seeing the rustic appearance of Old Jack and Tang San, perceived them as easy targets and sought to exploit them. Little did Old Jack, a simple countryman, comprehend the complexities of urban life. Especially when a young man mockingly derided Holy Soul Village, Old Jack's temper flared. The gatekeeper, incited by Old Jack's lack of decorum, pushed him. At that moment, Tang San intervened decisively. In his previous life, as a disciple of the Tang Sect's outer court, he had clandestinely mastered numerous inter-sect techniques, each one belonging to the pinnacle of martial arts. Dealing with a mere gatekeeper was child's play. With just a few movements, the towering youth was sent sprawling. "You little brat, you're asking for death." The young man, enraged and humiliated, charged at Tang San. his fury blinding his judgment as he sought to teach Tang San a harsh lesson. Tang San's eyes grew cold. He raised his left hand slightly. The safety of the silent sleeve arrows concealed within his garment had been disengaged. A mere twitch of his arm would send a short arrow piercing the young man's throat. Article 3 of the Tang Sect's Xiantian treasure record states that once an adversary is confirmed, if they pose a threat to one's life, one must show no mercy. Otherwise, it will only invite unnecessary troubles. To Tang San, this young man's vicious nature, coupled with his disrespect towards old Jack, warranted a severe punishment. What a ruthless little brat, Tian mused quietly, observing the scene with a smile, already forming a preliminary impression of Tang San. Chapter 10. The shock of Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San as old Jack and the gatekeeper exchanged heated words. A middle-aged man stood nearby, furrowed brow and silent, observing the altercation. This man was Yu Xiaojiang, sporting short hair and an ordinary appearance that had changed little over the years, though he bore the marks of time's passage. A hint of lethargy and despondency clung to him. When he witnessed the gatekeeper rise and charge at Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang finally spoke. Enough, cease this at once. The young man, hearing the voice, halted mid-charge and glared angrily at the interrupter. He was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he recognized the newcomer as a master. Instantly, his fury dissipated, replaced by a fawning smile. Master, it's you. In the presence of the master, the gatekeeper dared not act further. Tang San shot a cold glare at the young man before lowering his arm. Had the master not arrived, that young man would have already met his demise. Tang San turned to regard the newcomer in silence. If this middle-aged man were to behave like the gatekeeper, he would not hesitate to send him to the afterlife. The master cast a glance at the gatekeeper, snorted softly, then turned to old Jack, saying, "Good sir, may I see the proof of your martial soul?" Old Jack promptly handed over Tang San's awakening certificate. The master examined the document, casting several scrutinizing glances at Tang San, his expression shifting from uncertainty to a glimmer of delight. Tang San frowned. The master's gaze made him uncomfortable. The master inclined his head, stating, "The certificate is genuine, good sir. I apologize for the gatekeeper's rudeness on your behalf. Please allow me to take this child in for registration." Old Jack quickly replied, "No need for apologies. We too have erred." After offering a few words of guidance to Tang San, he departed. The master shot a fleeting glance at the gatekeeper, coolly remarking, "Should this happen again, consider yourself dismissed." The young man, trembling in fear, stammered his compliance and stepped aside. The master then looked down at Tang San, forcing a smile onto his rigid face, as if he hadn't smiled in ages. "Please wait a moment," he instructed. He then turned to the distance, beckoning Tian, "Child, come here." The strikingly handsome boy had caught the master's attention the moment he approached. Tian's appearance and demeanor were so captivating that even the battle-hardened master was taken aback. He speculated that this child must also be here to enroll. With such remarkable looks and presence, he was curious about the child's martial soul. Hearing the master's call, Tian felt a flicker of confusion, but nonetheless approached. The master, still wearing a stiff smile, looked at Tian and inquired, "You two are here to enroll?" Tian nodded silently. "May I see your martial soul awakening certificate?" the master asked. Tian presented his document, curious about what Yu Xiaojiang intended to do, perhaps to offer him some guidance. Throughout Tian's approach, Tang San's gaze remained fixed on the boy. He had noticed this child earlier and was genuinely impressed. Now, observing Tian up close, Tang San unexpectedly felt a twinge of inferiority. The boy's splendid attire and extraordinary looks made Tang San feel like a mere shadow beside him. When did I start to care about mere appearances? True strength is the foundation of everything. Beauty alone is worthless, Tang San admonished himself, shaken. Upon seeing Tian's certificate, the master was taken aback. Another innate, full soul power, he exclaimed involuntarily. Having been astonished by Tang San's certificate moments ago, discovering yet another with innate, full soul power rendered him nearly unable to maintain his composure. According to his research, in the past century, only 19 individuals with innate full soul power had emerged in the Heaven Do Empire and Star Luo Empire combined. Yet today, he encountered 2 in a single day. With the continent's population unimaginable, to meet 2 children with innate full soul power simultaneously was akin to 1,000,000,000 to 1 chance. Could this be fate? A sign of divine mercy for my unjust destiny? The master couldn't help but gaze skyward. He silently resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, he must take these two children under his wing. Such exceptional talent must not be squandered. As the master marveled, Tang San too stared in shock at Tian. The boy before him not only possessed striking looks, but matched his own talent. At that moment, Tang San felt a sense of defeat wash over him. Compared to this handsome child, he felt unremarkable. When did I start to compare myself to a mere child? I possess other advantages. My second martial soul. The Tang Sect's unique skills. I, Tang San, am not inferior to anyone. He roused himself, just as the master's astonishment subsided. His brow furrowed again as he scrutinized Tian's martial soul, puzzled. Golden Dragon, he muttered. This martial soul was something he had never encountered before. Having worked at the Martial Soul Hall for many years, his modest strength and lack of cultivation talent had destined him for a lowly position. However, chance encounters with Bibi Dong had allowed him to gain her favor through his unique insights into martial souls. Later, he capitalized on Bibi Dong's influence to access a plethora of research materials from the Spirit Hall, enabling him to derive his theory on the 10 core competencies of martial souls from the vast data collected. He was acquainted with countless martial souls, yet had never heard of one like the Golden Dragon. The pinnacle of dragon-type martial souls was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the strongest beast martial soul. Yu Xiaojiang speculated that this Golden Dragon martial soul could not possibly rival the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Your name is Tian, child. May I have a glimpse of your martial soul? The master inquired eagerly, gazing at Tian, devoted to research throughout his life. The emergence of a new martial soul filled him with excitement. I'm afraid I cannot show my martial soul so casually, Tian replied, resolute in his refusal. He had no intention of learning from Yu Xiaojiang. Why should he acquiesce to him? It was likely that Yu Xiaojiang harbored intentions of taking him as a disciple. The master was momentarily taken aback, creating an awkward atmosphere. Do not worry. I reside within Nodding Academy, where others call me master, he hurriedly clarified, sensing the child's heightened wariness. I care not for your title of master. I shall not show you. Not even if the Pope himself came, Tian retorted bluntly. You insolent child, where is your courtesy? This man is a teacher at the academy, and you'll be studying here, Tang San interjected, unable to restrain himself. All right. I shall not press for a view. The master hastily responded. There would be ample opportunities to see Tian's martial soul in the future. There is no need to rush and risk an unpleasant encounter. Let me guide you inside, he proposed, extending a hand towards Tang San. His other hand reached out to Tian, who, however, did not reciprocate. The master, undeterred, withdrew his hand and led Tang San ahead, with Tian trailing behind, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Soon, he anticipated witnessing Tang San kneeling to pay his respects as a disciple. Chapter 11. The Master's Ambition Suddenly. Tian halted and turned to glance back. In the distance, at the street corner, a towering figure cloaked in black gazed intently towards Nodding Academy. Tian could sense an aura of spirit power emanating from this figure, a presence unmistakably belonging to a Title Douluos sweeping through the academy. He averted his gaze and continued to follow the master and Tang San. He recognized that the person observing them was Tang Hao, the most gifted genius of the Haotian clan in a century, known as the Haotian Douluos. Thank you, Master, Tang San expressed gratefully. The master chuckled. You are mistaken. I'm not a teacher at Nodding Academy. Were you not just claiming to represent the academy? Tang San queried, puzzled. The master shook his head with a smile. Those who represent the academy are not necessarily teachers. I am merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality, and others call me master. Then why are you addressed as such? Because I have devoted decades to the study of martial souls. In terms of understanding martial souls on the Douluos continent, I claim the second position, and none dare to claim the first. The master's voice rose slightly, and he discreetly glanced back, noticing Tian in tow, which brought him some satisfaction. Typically, he would not boast in such a manner, but today was different. He had resolved to take these two children as his disciples. The only challenge was the more reticent child, hence he aimed to display his vast knowledge. Children are easily enamored by formidable figures. If he presented himself as impressive, perhaps they would willingly accept him as their teacher. Such exceptional talent, if squandered under another teacher's guidance, would be a disservice, wasting their extraordinary gifts. Only he possessed the qualifications to cultivate these children into unparalleled powerhouses. The master instinctively clenched his fist, while others referred to him as master. He understood it was merely a jest. Aside from that woman from years past, no one acknowledged his theories, often making him the subject of ridicule. He had harbored this resentment for over a decade, but today he finally glimpsed the hope of vindication. If he could take these two children as disciples and nurture them into superlative beings through his theories, those who mocked him would be left speechless, consumed by shame. Bibi Dong, you once denied me the chance to explain myself. One day, I shall stand before you with honor. Tang San furrowed his brow. The Master's words struck him as boastful. To claim supremacy in understanding martial souls was an audacious assertion. Although Tang San's soul bore the wisdom of a man in his 30s, he was not a naive 6-year-old easily deceived. Consequently, the fleeting admiration he felt for the master evaporated. Tian observed the unfolding drama, quietly amused. The trio reached the shade of a tree by the roadside. Noticing Tang San and Tian's silence, the master grew curious. Do you not believe me? He inquired. Tang San withdrew his hand from the master's grasp and said, Master, I appreciate your assistance earlier and for bringing me here, but I believe it is time for me to register. The master was taken aback. This reaction was not typical of a 6-year-old child. Shouldn't he be in awe? He turned to Tian, only to find a faint smile on his face, laced with a hint of mockery. As Tang San prepared to depart, the master quickly implored, Tang San, you are the third individual in a century to possess twin martial souls. Without proper guidance, you may take many missteps and squander your remarkable gifts. Tang San, about to take a step away, halted and turned, uncertainty etched on his face, his left hand discreetly raised, ready to strike if necessary. The master remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger he was in. Seeing Tang San drawn back by his words, he beamed. Are you curious how I know your secret of possessing twin martial souls? Tang San remained silent, his gaze fixed on the master. A hidden malice in his eyes that only Tian could perceive. Should the master exhibit even a hint of malevolence, Tang San would not hesitate to act. For his father had cautioned him that the secret of the Haotian hammer must never be revealed. Tang San had positioned himself cleverly, utilizing the master to obscure Tian's view. Even if the master were to be harmed, no one would suspect him. How could a mere 6-year-old child slay an adult, especially one who was a sole master? Noticing Tang San's silence, the master, self-assured, declared, I have asserted that in terms of understanding martial souls, none can rival me. Based solely on your proof, I can deduce the secret of your twin martial souls. Otherwise, I would hardly deserve the title of master. I have investigated. The master proceeded to expound upon his theories with a wealth of specialized knowledge, articulating his deductions with clarity. Tang San lowered his arms, his expression returning to calm. Every rule has its exceptions. Perhaps I am the exception that defies your theory? The master shook his head. Impossible. Over the past century, there have been 19 individuals with innate full spirit power, all of whom I have meticulously studied. None possessed anything less than a formidable martial soul. Your blue-silver grass martial soul is exceedingly ordinary, utterly incapable of fulfilling the criteria for innate full spirit power. Thus I conclude that you must possess another, more powerful martial soul. Tang San gazed at the master with growing respect. Suddenly, he took a step back and, with a resounding thud, knelt on both knees, bowing deeply 3 times. The master was taken aback, perplexed by Tang San's sudden display of homage. What are you doing? He exclaimed, attempting to assist Tang San to his feet. With unwavering determination, Tang San respectfully declared, Master, I wish to learn from you. Please accept me as your disciple. Over the past few minutes, he had been utterly captivated by the master's extensive theoretical knowledge. While he possessed an innate talent, he lacked the wisdom of cultivation. Having such a sage as his mentor would undoubtedly spare him from many detours. The master, filled with satisfaction, helped Tang San rise and said, Bowing is a gesture reserved for kings and parents. A simple bow will suffice. Yet, Tang San maintained a serious demeanor and replied, Once a disciple, always a son. I must show you this great respect. The master was moved, laughing heartily. Excellent. I have indeed gained a remarkable disciple. Tang San smiled as well. feeling a newfound clarity regarding his upcoming life at the academy. Suddenly, the master recalled another prodigy, turning expectantly toward Tian. Tang San furrowed his brow, uncertain whether it was due to Tian's previous refusal to show his martial soul, but he felt a slight aversion toward this handsome boy. He could sense the master's intention to take Tian as a disciple. Tian met the master's gaze with a smile. The master said, Tian, if you wish to become a powerful soul master, join Tang San in learning from me. Tian shook his head with a smile, replying, I'm sorry, but I must decline. Chapter 12. I bet the master's smile faltered, and after several seconds, he asked why. He was puzzled. Had his impressive theories failed to inspire even a shred of admiration in the boy? Tian's expression suddenly turned serious as he stated, in this world, no one is worthy to be my teacher. Arrogant, Tang San could not help but think. The master's brow furrowed deeply. Young one, cultivating as a soul master is no easy feat with a wise mentor to guide you. Your efforts will yield greater results. A soul master can only have one teacher in their lifetime. Otherwise, they will be shunned by society. In terms of teaching, no one surpasses me. Tian gazed at the master with a smile, asking, how can you prove that your theories are infallible? The master replied, as you just witnessed. I deduced the existence of Tang San's twin martial souls based solely on a single certificate. Is that not sufficient evidence of the accuracy of my theories? Tian shook his head, responding, the path of cultivation is filled with endless possibilities. Your theories are only suited for those of mediocre talent, and they are of no use to me. Such hubris. Tang San could not help but interject. Tian cast a sidelong glance at Tang San, coolly stating, even with my innate, full soul power, defeating you would be effortless. Is that so? Care to test that? Tang San retorted, unwilling to back down. He had long been irritated by Tian's arrogance, and now, as a disciple of the master, he felt a responsibility to seek justice for his mentor. Tian shook his head and said, I'll give you 100 years. You will never be my match. Enough of this bickering. You will be classmates going forward. The master interjected to diffuse the tension. He looked at Tian and proposed, how about a wager? If you lose, you will willingly become my disciple. Tian's interest piqued. And if you lose, you must acknowledge that your theories have shortcomings. Agreed. It's a deal, the master replied with a smile. What are the terms of the wager? Tian inquired. The master explained, both you and Tang San possess innate level 10 soul power, with 1 year as the limit. After a year of my guidance, if either your soul power or combat ability surpasses Tang San's, you win, otherwise I win. The master felt fully confident, having already considered the development direction for Tang San's blue silvergrass. In a one-on-one scenario, control-type soul masters were the strongest, leading him to believe his theories would ensure his victory. He even thought that perhaps this was somewhat unfair. However, he reasoned that it would ultimately benefit the prideful boy, allowing him to rest easy. This wager is intriguing. Tian accept it. Prepared to concede, Tian declared. Tang San scoffed quietly. This boy was consistently disrespectful and boasted excessively. He could not fathom what kind of upbringing could yield such a rude child. The master was in high spirits, feeling that today was one of the happiest days of his life, having not only gained a talented disciple in Tang San, but also securing another prodigious talent in Tian. Come, let me take you both to the administrative office for registration, the master said with a grin, taking Tang San's hand. Tian leisurely followed behind, his gaze sweeping across the academy where students frolicked and played, stirring nostalgic emotions within him. How many years had it been? He never anticipated returning to campus once more. Notting Academy was not particularly large. Its primary areas consisted of the teaching buildings, playground, and dormitories, with other areas being relatively small. The academy mandated that all students live on campus, regardless of how close their homes were, to ensure uniform management. Before long, the master led Tang San and Tian to the front of the teaching building. The administrative office was located on the first floor of the teaching building, where a teacher was already present to receive this year's new students. The master was acquainted with the reception staff and handed Tang San's certificate to a seemingly 60-year-old teacher, stating, Director Su, please assist this child with his registration. Tang San, I have other matters to attend to. I will seek you out later, the master said. All right, master. Tang San nodded. Once the master departed, Director Su cautioned, "Child, that is not a teacher from our academy. You must refrain from addressing him as such in the future." Tang San replied, "I've already taken him as my mentor." Director Su and two other teachers in their 20s exchanged curious glances, seemingly stifling laughter. "You actually took the master as your teacher?" Director Su could not help but inquire. "Is there a problem?" Tang San retorted. No, as long as you're happy. I will assist you with the paperwork," Director Su assured him. One of the younger teachers could not resist adding, "Tang San, I must advise you. Each student can only have one mentor. The master is not a teacher at our academy and has never instructed students. I believe you should reconsider." "I have made my decision," Tang San replied calmly, having witnessed the master's vast knowledge and not willing to be swayed by their words. Director Su shot a glare at the young teacher who had spoken, saying, "Your martial soul is blue silvergrass. Being the master's disciple is quite fitting. Here is your item. You may go to your dormitory now, where a teacher will assist you." "Thank you," Tang San replied, taking the new student items before turning to leave. Tian had not entered, standing at the door watching. Tang San cast a fleeting glance at Tian before preparing to depart, but the faint sounds coming from the administrative office halted his steps. Who would have thought the master could take on disciples? Haha, how amusing. That child must have been deceived, right? Who cares? That child is simply a waste of a martial soul. He is perfectly matched with the master, whose theories are invincible. Ha! The master's so-called 10 core competencies of martial souls make me laugh. Who does he think he is? Just a clown. Director Su reprimanded. "Enough. The master is a friend of the principal, and you are not in a position to judge him." Instantly, silence enveloped the room. Tang San's lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of derision and disdain. In his eyes, those inside were the true jesters. Was it so simple for the master to unveil the secret of his twin martial souls merely with a certificate? Tang San cast a faint glance at Tian, preparing to depart, his demeanor clearly indicating he held Tian in contempt. Tian, amused, spoke up, "Tang San, the master's theories are not necessarily infallible. I've heard that he once worked at the Spirit Hall, but was expelled for attempting to tarnish the reputation of the saintess. Who is now the current pope?" Tang San halted abruptly, whirling around with a fierce glare, his eyes flashing with purple light. A subtle yet palpable pressure emanating towards Tian. "Apologize." Tang San stepped forward, his imposing aura thick with command. "I am merely stating the truth." "Why should I apologize?" Tian regarded Tang San with keen interest. To insult a teacher is akin to slandering one's parents. "If you do not apologize, I shall compel you to do so, teaching you a lesson for your parents about your lack of civility." Tang San's intensity surged, his eyes like piercing swords, exuding a formidable intimidation. Any ordinary child would likely tremble in fear. Unfazed, Tian chuckled, "Then try to make a move." Chapter 13. The first encounter with Xiao, what is going on? The 60-something Director Su emerged. Tang San and Tian had spoken without lowering their voices intentionally. Director Su, possessing considerable strength, had overheard their earlier tense exchange. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Tang San conversing with a child who had his back turned to him. "Tang San, it's your first day at school, and you already intend to breach the rules? Do you want me to call your father?" Director Su's tone was stern. Tang San abandoned the notion of reprimanding Tian, casting a deep glance at him before turning away. "This child is exceedingly rude," Director Su muttered under his breath. He bent down, looking at Tian's small figure, reaching out to pat his head, saying, "You're here to register, aren't you? Come in." Tian seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, deftly avoiding the outstretched hand and turning around. Director Su was momentarily speechless, utterly captivated by Tian's stunning appearance. In his 60-plus years, he had never encountered such an exquisitely beautiful child. It was only after Tian entered the office that Director Su regained his composure and hurried in after him. The two young teachers, previously engaged in conversation, fell silent upon seeing Tian, their gaze fixated on him in awe. How can a child be so remarkably beautiful? One of them couldn't help but exclaim. Director Su bent down, a warm smile gracing his face. "Little friend, may I have your certificate, please?" His demeanor was noticeably more welcoming than when he had received Tang San. Tian presented his martial soul awakening certificate. Director Su accepted it, returned to his seat, and focused his attention on the document. The other two young teachers, intrigued by Tian, also leaned in closer. As they discerned Tian's innate soul power, all three couldn't suppress a gasp, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Innate full soul power, yet another with innate full soul power. Moreover, his martial soul was of a type called the Golden Dragon. They were unaware of what the Golden Dragon martial soul entailed, but the association with dragons suggested it was extraordinary. The most powerful dragon martial soul was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, renowned as the apex beast martial soul. Other dragon martial souls, while not on par with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, were nonetheless formidable. The teachers were familiar with several dragon martial souls on the Douluos continent, but had never heard of the Golden Dragon martial soul. They conjectured that it must be a previously unseen variant. With this thought, the three educators could not contain their excitement. Tian, could you show us your martial soul? Director Su inquired. Tian nodded, channeling his divine energy to materialize an illusory golden dragon behind him. The teacher's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, their bodies trembling slightly. Indeed, it is a powerful beast martial soul. I never imagined I would witness such strength, one young man exclaimed. In the small town of Notting, where powerful souls were rare, this was their first encounter with such an impressive martial soul. The ethereal golden dragon exuded a faint pressure, leaving them in awe. Suddenly, one teacher questioned, Director Su, why does this so-called golden dragon martial soul not resemble a dragon at all, but rather like a clawed serpent? Indeed, it doesn't resemble a dragon, another young teacher chimed in. Though they had never seen a dragon martial soul in person, they were generally aware of their characteristics, which typically included wings and a lizard-like appearance. Director Su replied, since the certificate from the Spirit Hall states it is a golden dragon, it should be a dragon martial soul. I suspect it is likely a variant, which is why its appearance leans more towards that of a serpent. Tian felt somewhat speechless. He was the true divine dragon, and those winged lizards were hardly worthy of comparison. Upon his arrival on this planet, he had risen from insignificance to supremacy, never having encountered those winged lizards. They must have emerged only after his slumber. The three teachers gazed at Tian with glimmering eyes, especially Director Su, who nearly drooled with anticipation. Tian, you do not yet have a teacher, do you? Why not take me as your master? Director Su proposed eagerly. If he could take Tian as a disciple, when Tian gained fame, his own name would shine alongside his. Moreover, should Tian attain renown, Director Su would reap significant benefits. Such a tempting prospect was irresistible. Tian shook his head. I am sorry, but I do not intend to take a master at Notting Academy. Why not? Director Su pressed, begrudgingly. You just mentioned that a soul master can only have one teacher in their lifetime. Given my talents, I will surely advance to the intermediate and advanced academies. Why not wait until I reach the advanced academy to take a master? A formidable teacher would greatly aid my future cultivation. Tian had no intention of taking a master, nor did anyone possess the qualifications to be his mentor. Thus, he fabricated a rationale to deflect the conversation. He believed that after stating this, no further teachers would bother him. Director Su sighed. You are right. I was selfish. He handed Tian the new student materials and uniform, saying, here are your belongings. You will reside in dormitory room 7. Go on. A teacher will assist you there and arrange your work-study duties. Tian accepted the items, expressing his gratitude. At that moment, a sweet and melodious voice floated in from outside. Excuse me, is this the registration area? Tian turned to see a lovely little girl standing at the door, peering curiously inside. She appeared to be of a similar age to Tang San, but was slightly shorter than Tian. Her fair face flushed like a peeled egg, delicate and tender. A long braid cascaded down her waist, her large eyes sparkling. Although her attire was simple, it was impeccably tidy. The 4 individuals in the administrative office, including Tian, were taken aback by the girl's cuteness. Little girl, this is indeed the registration area. You are here to register, aren't you? Director Su said kindly. Haotian's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light as he discerned that the young girl before him was not human, or at least, not truly human. Under his gaze, her spirit beast aura was laid bare. Xiao Wu, Haotian thought to himself, surprised to encounter her here. He decided to linger, stepping aside to observe. Yes, Grandpa. I am here to register as well, Xiao Wu cheerfully announced as she entered. Director Su chuckled, saying, please hand me your proof. Xiao Wu obediently presented her martial soul certificate, the origin of which remained a mystery. Upon examining her proof, the three teachers could not suppress their astonishment. Another innate, full spirit power. They gasped in disbelief. After a lengthy pause, one of the younger instructors exclaimed, what on earth is happening today? 3 innate, full spirit powers in a row. Are we dreaming? Director Su lamented. It's a pity her martial soul is a rabbit. While it's stronger than that blue silver grass, rabbit martial souls generally possess mediocre offensive capabilities. Xiao Wu, unfazed by the teacher's discussions, blinked her large, watery eyes around the office. When her gaze landed on Tian, who stood clutching his school uniform, her eyes sparkled with recognition, and she hurried over to him. Chapter 14. Xiao Wu. I'll help you beat Tang San. Standing before Tian, Xiao Wu placed her hands behind her back, tilting her head as she stared intently at his face. Unable to resist, Tian touched his own cheek and inquired, is there something on my face? Xiao Wu giggled. You're quite amusing and handsome. You are the most attractive human I have ever seen. With a teasing tone, Tian replied, are you implying that you are not human? Taken aback momentarily, Xiao Wu stuck out her little pink tongue and retorted, you are the one who isn't human. She then asked, are you a new student here to register as well? Tian nodded. I just completed my registration and am heading to the dormitory. Just then, Director Su finished processing Xiao Wu's paperwork, saying, Xiao Wu, come collect your items. She turned and hopped over to Director Su, receiving her school uniform. Perfect. You both are work-study students residing in Dormitory 7. You can head there together. You will be classmates from now on, so remember to help each other out. Understood? Understood. Grandpa, Xiao Wu replied sweetly, while Tian merely nodded. As he turned to leave, Director Su's voice rang out once more. Oh, Tian, please refrain from fighting with Tang San. Otherwise, you will face disciplinary action and your parents will be notified. Tian paused. Not looking back, I will not initiate any conflict. With that, he exited the administrative office while Xiao Wu hurriedly followed. This child truly has a distinctive personality, Director Su chuckled, shaking his head. Hey, wait for me. Xiao Wu called out, catching up to Tian. He did not slow his pace, but cast a fleeting glance at her. Though clad in simple attire, she resembled a delicate porcelain doll, exuding an undeniable charm, especially with her long braids swaying as she walked. Your name is Tian? Xiao Wu turned her head to observe Tian's profile, having heard Director Su call him by name. She noted that his side profile was also quite handsome, bringing her a sense of aesthetic pleasure. Tian acknowledged. Since we're in the same dormitory, shall we walk together? Xiao Wu suggested. Tian nodded again. Do you know the way to the dormitory? She inquired. Yes. The campus was small enough that Tian did not require any mental focus. His gaze effortlessly traversed obstacles to spot the dormitory, Dormitory 7, along with Tang San, who was embroiled in a scuffle with his roommates. Tian recalled the unspoken rule in work-study dormitories. The strongest student would naturally assume the role of leader, often using force to settle disputes on behalf of all work-study students. Noticing Tian's aloofness, Xiao Wu could not help but ask, haven't you had breakfast? Why are you speaking in such short sentences? I've eaten, Tian replied. Xiao Wu, ever lively, soon asked, who is Tang San? Why are you fighting with him? He is also a new student this year, residing in our dormitory. We had a minor disagreement earlier, Tian explained. Don't worry, Xiao Wu said, raising a hand and thumping her chest confidently. In exchange for you taking me to the dormitory, I'll help you deal with him. That won't be necessary. Tian glanced at her, shaking his head. Do you look down on me? Xiao Wu glared at him. Don't listen to that old man. My rabbit martial soul is not weak. I can hold my own in a fight. You might not even be able to defeat me. All right, I'll leave it to you then, Tian conceded. Then it's settled. We are friends now, and you are my first friend, Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. For reasons she could not quite explain, she felt an instant connection with Tian from the moment she laid eyes on him. At that moment, the academy was bustling with returning students, all eyes drawn to Tian and Xiao Wu, who were the subject of whispers and curious glances. What are they discussing about us? Xiao Wu asked, noticing the attention. They're talking about me, Tian replied. Why? Xiao Wu inquired. Because I am handsome, Tian stated matter-of-factly. Xiao Wu feigned realization. I think you're handsome too. But I'm not bad-looking either. Why isn't anyone discussing me? Some are. It's just not as much as for me, Haotian replied. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory building. Haotian, without needing to ask for directions, headed straight for dormitory 7. Hey, Haotian, have you been here before? Xiao asked curiously. I have not. Then how do you know your way around so well? Haotian did not respond to her question, instead pointing toward a room at the end of the hall, that S dormitory 7. I'll check it out first. I'll go ahead, Xiao said, dashing towards the room with her school uniform in hand. Haotian chuckled softly, pondering whether Xiao would attempt to recruit Tang San for a shared bunk. He felt as if he had unintentionally secured Xiao Wu's friendship. Perhaps she would choose him over Tang San. This could be entertaining. It filled him with a sense of anticipation. Haotian smiled confidently and quickened his pace to catch up. Upon reaching the dormitory door, Xiao Wu politely asked, "Excuse me, is this dormitory 7? The group of boys inside the dormitory turned to look, their expressions turning slack-jawed at the sight of the beautiful girl before them. Several older students, captivated by Xiao Wu's enchanting appearance, struggled to suppress their salivation. It had been a long time since any girl, let alone such a stunning one, had graced their work-study group, and it was no wonder they lost their composure. The eldest among them, Wang Sheng, quickly replied, yes, this is dormitory 7. Many boys, including him, began to stir with excitement. Hello, I'm Xiao Wu. As in dancing, she introduced with a sweet smile. Hello, hi. The boys responded eagerly. Even the more mature Tang San could not help but steal a few glances at Xiao Wu, acknowledging her undeniable charm. At that moment, Haotian arrived behind Xiao Wu, causing the attention of the group to shift towards him. A sharp intake of breath echoed within the room. How could he be so handsome? Someone couldn't help but exclaim, their voice laced with profound envy and jealousy. Just moments ago, they had been contemplating how to draw closer to Xiao Wu, but upon seeing Tian, their confidence evaporated. A faint smile graced Tang San's face. Tian had been fortunate earlier, aided by a teacher's intervention. However, now that they were here, such luck would not accompany him. This presented a perfect opportunity to utilize the rules of the 7th dormitory to teach Tian a lesson. A child so arrogant and self-assured needed a stern reprimand. Otherwise, he might grow into a menace in the future. Before Tian and Xiao Wu arrived, Tang San had already defeated the original strongest, Wang Sheng, establishing himself as the dorm leader. Wang Sheng discreetly prodded Tang San, saying, "Boss, it's your time to shine. Show them who's in charge." Tang San nodded and strode forward confidently. Chapter 15. Tang San's challenge. Tang San stepped forward, positioning himself before everyone, facing Xiao Wu directly. Hello, my name is Tang San. Having devoted over 20 years of his past life to the study of hidden weapons, he had never interacted with girls before, and now, confronted with such a beautiful Xiao Wu, he felt a twinge of nervousness. What is your martial soul? He inquired further. Xiao Wu glanced at Tian beside her before responding. My martial soul is a rabbit. Tang San smiled. What a coincidence. My martial soul is blue silvergrass, which happens to be the food for your martial soul. Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle. You and Tian are quite amusing in your speech. Tang San then turned his gaze toward Tian, stating, Tian, our previous matter I sent resolved. You still owe my teacher an apology. Leaning casually against the doorframe, Tian replied languidly, what if I refuse to apologize? Then I shall make you apologize, for in our 7th dormitory, there's a tradition. Newcomers must accept a challenge from the dorm leader. Having recently defeated Wang Sheng to become the leader, I now issue you a challenge. Tang San declared. His eyes filled with provocation as he assessed Tian's proud and arrogant nature, knowing he would not decline. His challenge to Tian was not solely for an apology. There was another reason. The master wished to take Tian as a disciple and had already established a bet with him. Tang San believed that with his Tian skill and the master's guidance, victory was assured. Thus, Tian would undoubtedly become the master's second disciple. And as a senior brother, Tang San felt it his duty to correct this future junior. Winning means I can become the leader? That sounds quite exciting. I accept your challenge, Xiao Wu exclaimed. She then turned to Tian, winking at him, her cheeks adorably dimpled. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. I am challenging Tian, but you just said that it's a tradition for newcomers to accept challenges. I am also a newcomer. Why can't I accept your challenge? Xiao Wu insisted. I do not fight against girls. Tang San stated, feeling a sense of chivalry. It wouldn't be right to see such a beautiful girl end up in tears from defeat. Are you looking down on girls? Xiao Wu retorted angrily, her brows furrowing in indignation. She tossed her school uniform into Tian's arms, placed her hands on her hips, and glared at Tang San. That is not what I meant to imply, Tang San began to explain, but Xiao Wu had already charged at him. Since you look down on girls, let me show you my prowess. As her words fell, Xiao Wu was already in front of Tang San, executing a high kick aimed at his chin. The fluidity of her movement showcased her remarkable flexibility, and the speed of her strike caught Tang San off guard, causing his expression to shift to seriousness. He realized that this girl was no ordinary opponent. As Xiao Wu's kick approached, Tang San swiftly grabbed her leg, pulling it towards him while simultaneously using his right shoulder to thrust toward her chest, employing the technique of borrowing force in close-range combat. He was confident that with his strength, which was honed through years of training and months of rigorous practice with his father, he would easily overpower her. However, as he grasped at her leg, he found that it slipped from his grasp, her skin impossibly smooth. Reacting quickly, he turned his head, narrowly avoiding her kick. A sly smile crept onto Xiao Wu's lips as her right foot landed on his left shoulder, and her left leg shot up, ensnaring his neck. The contact of her soft skin against his neck stirred a fleeting distraction within him, causing him to falter in his response. Utilizing her unique flexibility, Xiao Wu leveraged her position to hurl Tang San away, sending him crashing a few meters back onto the ground, landing in a rather ungraceful manner. I can't believe I lost, Tang San lamented, acknowledging that Xiao Wu had shown him mercy. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, he admitted, I concede. You are now the leader of our dormitory. The other male students stood in complete astonishment, particularly Wang Sheng, who had experienced Tang San's formidable combat prowess firsthand. Yet, this seemingly invincible Tang San had succumbed without resistance to a mere girl, leaving them in awe and a hint of fear directed toward Xiao Wu. See, this is what happens when you underestimate girls, Xiao Wu teased, sticking her tongue out at Tang San before turning to Tian, lifting her chin in triumph. As if claiming credit. How about that? I said I would help you deal with Tang San. Tian smiled and gave her thumbs up. Well done. Tang San's gaze fell on Tian, frowning. Tian, are you not embarrassed to have a girl fight your battles for you? Tian touched his cheek, replying nonchalantly. Not all. Tang San was left speechless, realizing that Tian was not only arrogant, but also shameless. The other boys now looked at Tian with disdain. They had once envied him, but now they saw him as nothing more than a pretty boy relying on a girl. Wang Sheng's eyes flickered as he approached Xiao Wu, stating, Boss, according to the rules, Tian must accept your challenge. Oh, is that so? Xiao Wu turned her gaze toward the 11 or 12-year-old boy. Wang Sheng scratched his head, affirming, Yes, it is our dormitory tradition. The other boys nodded in agreement, echoing, Indeed. Xiao Wu cast an innocent look at Tian, as if to say, I'm sorry, this ISN team I doing. Just as she was about to challenge Tian, Tang San interjected. Xiao Wu, if you prefer not to fight, allow me to take your place. He then looked at Wang Sheng, asking, that would be in accordance with the rules, correct? Having grasped the tension between Tang San and Tian, and feeling a bit irked by Tian's demeanor, Wang Sheng nodded. Yes, if Tian loses to you, there will be no need for the boss to intervene. Then I shall take action, Xiao Wu declared. She could afford to show mercy if she were to engage in combat with Tian. If it were to be Tang San facing Tian, the outcome would be uncertain. Just moments ago, she sensed Tang San's formidable strength, and her concern for Tian's ability to cope lingered. Boss, let Tang San take the lead. You need not trouble yourself, the others chimed in agreement. Xiao Wu cast a helpless glance at Tian. With a shrug, Tian stepped forward, handing his school uniform to Xiao Wu, stating, Then I shall have a bout with Tang San. Are you sure? Xiao Wu whispered, leaning closer to Tian. Haha, do not worry, Tian replied, finding Xiao Wu endearing as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Her cheeks flushed, she recoiled slightly, giving him a playful glare. Tian smiled and positioned himself before Tang San. Did you not wish to teach me a lesson? Then let us begin. Tang San replied. Tian, you may believe your innate full soul power and beast martial soul are impressive, but one must not be arrogant. Remember, there are always greater heights and superior beings. Your disposition may one day lead to your downfall. Unfazed, Tian retorted, my pride is justified by my capabilities. Tang San shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. You are destined to lose the bet with the teacher and to become his disciple. Therefore, it is my responsibility to discipline you. Frustrated Tian snapped, stop the rambling, let's fight. Chapter 16. Tang San's defeat before Tang San could finish his sentence. His words were caught in his throat. Fine, he responded gravely. Today he was determined to make Tian taste the bitterness of defeat and bring that proud head low. You may strike first, Tang San said, observing Tian calmly. Having just battled Xiao Wu, whose peculiar agility caught him off guard. He felt prepared to face Tian without the same trepidation. If he could not defeat a mere 6-year-old, he would be unworthy of his lineage in the Tang clan. Without further ado, Tian closed the distance between them with a few strides and unleashed a direct punch aimed at Tang San's face. He refrained from tapping into the cataclysmic energy within him, restraining his physical power and speed to the bare minimum. Nevertheless, the force he wielded far surpassed that of any child his age. His physicality was akin to the hardest metal known to man, and he carefully controlled his strength, intent on not obliterating Tang San with a single blow. Tang San's lips curled into a slight smirk. He had never feared a contest of strength. Though diminutive in stature, he had trained tirelessly over the past 3 months, swinging a forging hammer thousands of times, his power now remarkable. Thus, he chose not to employ any other techniques against Tian's punch, but met it with a strike of his own. He believed that only by overcoming Tian with equal measures could he deliver a crushing blow to Tian's pride. The onlooking boys clenched their fists in anticipation, hoping to witness Tang San's triumph over Tian. With Tian's striking good looks and Tang San's average appearance, the crowd unconsciously sided with a more relatable Tang San. Xiao Wu's large eyes were fixated on the two, worry creeping into her heart for a newfound friend. With unwavering confidence, Tang San's fist collided with Tian's. The impact resonated with a resounding thud as Tang San's serene smile froze, his body propelling backward. In stark contrast, Tian remained steadfast, his posture unchanged, akin to an immovable mountain. Everyone, including Xiao Wu, was left in stunned silence. Wang Sheng, the oldest among them, gasped in disbelief. He was acutely aware of Tang San's strength, having previously battled him while utilizing his martial soul. Even with the might of a battle tiger, he had been bested by Tang San. Now, witnessing Tang San being sent sprawling by Tian's punch left him aghast, contemplating what fate would befall him had he faced such a strike. Not only is he exceptionally handsome, but his strength is unmatched. I worry for nothing, Xiao Wu thought. Yet among all, it was Tang San who was most astounded. As he soared through the air, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him, his arm nearly numb. With a crash, he landed on a bed, jolting him back to reality. He quickly regained his composure, sitting upright and gazing in astonishment at Tian, who stood unfazed. At the moment of their collision, Tang San had sensed Tian's terrifying strength, an ability far beyond that of a mere 6-year-old. He surmised that even fully grown men might not possess such power. Furthermore, Tian's punch felt akin to striking the hardest steel, the hardness of his fist exceeding Tang San's imagination. It was then that he comprehended the legitimacy of Tian's pride. The tingling numbness in his right arm compelled Tang San to channel all his energy into the Xiantian skill, gradually restoring sensation. How about it? Do you wish to continue? Tian asked, his gaze fixed playfully on Tang San. Tang San's face flushed with embarrassment, recalling his earlier bravado about teaching Tian a lesson. Yet, having been so easily dispatched with a single move, he realized he had been completely outmatched in strength. He rose from the bed, stating, "You merely hold a slight advantage in strength. Victory in battle is not solely reliant on brute force." Tian nodded in agreement. "You are correct. Battles cannot rely solely on strength. So, are you planning to defeat me with technique?" Tang San shook out his arm. "That was merely a warm-up. The real battle has only just begun." Despite his earlier setback, confidence surged through him. Having lived more than 20 years in his previous life within the elite Tang clan, his combat skills were undoubtedly beyond those of a 6-year-old. No matter how great Ao Tian's strength, in Tang San's eyes, it was merely raw power. He had faced such opponents before. Let us proceed. I do not have all day to play with you, Ao Tian remarked nonchalantly. Tang San ceased any further dialogue, adopting an unconventional gait, weaving unpredictably rather than advancing in a straight line. This was his unique footwork technique, ghostly shadow steps. While not excelling in linear acceleration, it thrived on unpredictability, rendering it highly effective in close combat and leaving opponents bewildered. In the blink of an eye, Tang San closed the distance to Ao Tian's side. Instead of attacking head-on, he circled around Ao Tian. Tang San's speed was remarkable. Even I found it hard to discern when he would strike or from which direction. Wang Sheng marveled. He finally understood that Tang San had concealed so much strength during their previous encounter. Why is Ao Tian not initiating an attack? Another inquired. You are overthinking it, Wang Sheng replied. Ao Tian cannot even perceive Tang San's point of attack. How could he possibly land a hit? As soon as Wang Sheng finished speaking, a resounding crash echoed through the air. In the battleground, Ao Tian maintained his striking posture, while Tang San was sent crashing onto a bed. The impact had left his chest throbbing painfully from Ao Tian's strike, causing him to cough violently. Bewildered, he struggled to comprehend how Ao Tian had anticipated his movements. After a moment of coughing, Tang San regained his breath, propping himself up with his hands and lunging once more toward Ao Tian. His hands had transformed into a hue reminiscent of white jade, exhibiting the exquisite technique of the Tang Sect, known as the Xianyu hand. When the Xianyu hand was unleashed, Tang San's hands became impervious to fire and water, possessing a hardness comparable to that of gold and iron. A grave expression adorned Tang San's face, having been thrown back by Ao Tian twice. His pride could no longer withstand the humiliation. The internal energy of his Xian Tian Gong began to circulate surreptitiously, and he resolved to give his all. This time, he was determined to bring Ao Tian to his knees. With the augmentation of the Xian Tian Gong's energy, Tang San's speed surged dramatically, rendering him nearly a phantom in motion. How swift! An astonished voice exclaimed. Xiao Wu's expression turned serious, given Tang San's current velocity and his enigmatic movement. Even she felt uncertain of landing a strike on him. Is this truly your full strength, Tang San? Ao Tian's voice resonated. Tang San remained silent. As he once again positioned himself behind Ao Tian, all his internal energy and physical power coalesced into his right hand, which he aimed at Ao Tian's shoulder. His focus sharpened. He braced himself against any potential counterattack from Ao Tian. With a resounding thud, his palm struck Ao Tian's shoulder, yet Ao Tian's body remained unmoved. This marked the first time Tang San had made contact with Ao Tian, delivering a full-force blow that failed to affect Ao Tian in the slightest. Alarmed, Tang San attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Ao Tian seized the hand that had struck his shoulder and, with a powerful tug, propelled Tang San forward. In full view of the onlookers, Tang San was thrown to the ground by Ao Tian's shoulder throw. Despite the protection of the Xian Tian Gong, Tang San felt as though his entire skeletal structure was on the verge of collapse. Will you continue to fight? Ao Tian inquired with a smile. Tang San, disoriented from the fall, felt utterly bewildered. How could Ao Tian possess such monstrous strength, speed, and defense? Each aspect far surpassed his own. Even if he stood idle, he could not land a blow. The more he contemplated, the more despondent he became, realizing that Ao Tian's prowess stemmed solely from raw strength and speed, rendering him utterly defenseless. He had always presumed Ao Tian to be an arrogant individual, relying on a modicum of talent while lacking true strength. Yet, reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. As Ao Tian had stated, pride derives from genuine confidence. Tang San's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He had intended to teach Ao Tian a lesson, only to find himself the subject of one. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, he regarded Ao Tian with a complex gaze. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Ao Tian, I concede this round. Ao Tian, observing the ashamed Tang San, replied with a grin. You were right earlier. There are always greater heights beyond the heavens and superior individuals beyond mere mortals. I now return that saying to you. Tang San's face reddened further, almost to the point of humiliation. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Wang Sheng interjected hastily. Tian, since you have bested Tang San. Perhaps you can now face off against Xiao Wu. Tian turned his gaze toward Xiao Wu, stating, "No need, let Xiao Wu take the lead." He had little interest in assuming any leadership role, preferring to allow Xiao Wu, who seemed quite eager for the position, to take the reins. Is that really appropriate? Wang Sheng questioned, feeling conflicted. What could possibly be wrong with that? Xiao Wu responded, glancing at Wang Sheng. Is there a rule against conceding? Well, no, there isn't. Wang Sheng admitted. Then let us make this decision with joy. From now on, I shall be the leader of the 7th dormitory, Xiao Wu announced proudly. However, henceforth, you shall refer to me as Sister Xiao Wu. Being called leader makes me feel old. The group exchanged glances before gradually calling her Sister Xiao Wu. At that moment, a teacher in his 30s appeared at the doorway, calling out, "New work-study students, please step forward." Tian, Xiao Wu, and Tang San presented themselves. The teacher, holding 2 betting sets, scanned the trio before being momentarily taken aback by the sight of Tian and Xiao Wu. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Which of you is Tang San and Tian?" Tang San raised his hand, saying, "Teacher, I am Tang San." "I am Tian," came the reply from Tian. The teacher continued, "You may call me Teacher Tang San, Tian. This bedding is provided for you by the master." Tang San accepted the bedding, feeling touched that the master had prepared such items for him. However, Tian remained motionless, having no connection to the master and not wishing to accept anything from him. Noticing Tian's refusal, Teacher Mo frowned and said, "Tian, this bedding is yours." "I appreciate it, Teacher Mo, but please return the bedding to the master." "I do not require it," Tian replied. "Do you already have bedding?" Teacher Mo asked. "I have a means. I will purchase some shortly." "Very well," Teacher Mo nodded. "Let me explain the daily tasks you will need to complete." With that, he turned to Wang Sheng, instructing, "Wang Sheng, you are the veteran here. Please inform them of the academy's rules, and remember, do not bully the newcomers." Wang Sheng nodded vigorously in agreement. Teacher Mo departed with the remaining bedding. Tang San glanced at Tian, but said nothing, instead spreading out his bedding on his own bed. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San's bedding with envy. Suddenly, the other boys' eyes lit up as they rushed over, each offering their bedding. "Leader, use mine. Leader, take mine." Xiao Wu surveyed the shabby bedding, which emitted strange odors, sour, fishy, and musty, and shook her head in refusal, feeling goosebumps rise on her skin. Her gaze fell upon Tian, who had settled onto an empty bed, 2 sets of uniforms beside him. Xiao Wu quickly approached, sitting beside Tian, her hands propped on either side, her slender legs swinging playfully. She gazed at Tian's perfect profile, saying, "Tian, I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Tian turned to regard the petite girl. "Earlier, you mentioned you had money. Could you lend me a little? I wish to buy bedding as well." "Don't worry. Teacher Mo said we will earn 10 copper soul coins daily, and I'll repay you swiftly." Xiao Wu blinked her big, watery eyes, looking at Tian with anticipation. The weather had turned autumnal, and the nights were quite chilly. Without bedding, it would be uncomfortable. "I was joking. I actually have no money," Tian admitted. Xiao Wu gasped, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Then why didn't you accept the bedding the master offered?" Tang San, who was arranging his bed, perked up his ears, eager to hear Tian's explanation. Tian shrugged and replied, "As you heard from Tang San, the master wished to take me as his disciple. But I have no desire to accept him as my mentor. Therefore, how could I accept his gifts?" Xiao Wu nodded, finding his reasoning sound. However, she pouted. "But what will we do without bedding? It's very cold at night." Tian glanced at Xiao Wu's delicate form and teased, "Perhaps we could share warmth by cuddling at night." Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed red as she jumped down from the bed. "You scoundrel!" she exclaimed, stamping her foot before clutching her uniform and fleeing to the adjacent bed. Occasionally, her gaze darted to Tang San, who was preparing his bed, filled with a tinge of envy. Tian, with a slight smile, stood up and waved his hand over the bed. A soft, luxurious mattress appeared, prompting gasps of astonishment from onlookers. All eyes were once again drawn to Tian. Xiao Wu leaped energetically from her bed onto Tian's mattress. "Where did you get this mattress, Tian? It's so comfortable." Unable to resist, she lay down, rolling back and forth while emitting excited squeals. Tang San, who was tidying up the bedding, stood there in a daze, frozen in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had glanced over and witnessed Tian conjuring a mattress as if by magic. This was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. He had always slept directly on a straw mat laid over wooden boards, having heard that mattresses were luxuries reserved for the affluent. Wang Sheng and the others swallowed hard, gazing at the splendid mattress, their minds racing to speculate on Tian's true identity. Such an item was far beyond their means as work-study students. Qian, did you use a soul-guiding device just now? Wang Sheng ventured to ask. Tian's effortless summoning of the mattress led Wang Sheng to believe it must be the legendary soul-guiding device. Soul-guiding device? What is that? A huge question mark appeared in Tang San's mind, yet he refrained from voicing it, deciding to inquire with his master later. If you say so, then it must be. Tian replied with a subtle smirk. He would never stoop to using such a rudimentary tool. Upon hearing Tian's words, the dormitory filled with gasps of astonishment. Storage soul-guiding devices were exorbitantly priced, often unattainable even for the wealthy. At least in Notting City, there was no place to purchase storage soul-guiding devices. Wang Sheng hesitated before asking, Tian, your family must be quite wealthy then? Why would you choose to be a work-study student? I simply enjoy it, that's all. Tian replied. The others exchanged glances, their expressions complex. It turned out that Tian was indeed a privileged heir. Good-looking, powerful, and affluent. This sudden realization stirred feelings of deep imbalance within them. Why? Chapter 18, Sharing a Bed. Everyone is human. Why do some people start their lives on Easy Street? Initially, they had hoped to forge a closer bond with Tian due to his strength. However, upon learning of his privileged background, they quickly abandoned that notion. They were not strangers to wealthy science, as many affluent students attended Notting Academy, and they had often suffered bullying and oppression at their hands. Tang San stared blankly at Xiao Wu, who was bouncing on the mattress, and then at the smiling Tian by the bed. And a flicker of discontent crossed his mind, remembering his own impoverished upbringing, ragged clothing, subsisting on porridge, and rarely seeing meat throughout the year. Tang San could not suppress a sense of melancholy. Why? He pondered. Tian now seemed superior in every regard. And for the first time, Tang San felt a sense of defeat in front of another child. Clenching his fists, his gaze turned resolute as he thought, no, I still have hidden weapons. In a true confrontation, Tian would never be my match. Wealth and appearance are but fleeting illusions. True strength is paramount. Comforting himself, Tang San gradually dispelled the discontent within and returned to organizing his belongings. Have you jumped enough? Get down, Tian commanded. It's too comfortable. I don't want to get down. Xiao Wu lazily replied, sprawled atop the mattress. Tian showed no leniency, delivering a playful slap to her rear. With a yelp, Xiao Wu bounced back on her own bed, her big eyes looking at Tian with a hint of grievance. Ignoring her, Tian retrieved a brand new quilt from his storage space, swiftly arranging it. This was prepared for him by Bibi Dong back in Wuhan City, as she was concerned he might not adapt to the accommodations here. Though Tian was indifferent to sleep, he still appreciated comfort. Xiao Donger is indeed a thoughtful partner. Considering every detail for me, he mused with satisfaction. Upon seeing Tian's soft, luxurious bed, Xiao Wu's earlier dismay vanished, her eyes sparkling with delight. She jumped over once more, clutching Tian's quilt tightly, exclaiming, so soft, so fragrant, so comfortable. This is a top-grade silk quilt. Of course it's comfortable. Tian replied. Xiao Wu glanced at her bare bed, and a mischievous idea struck her. With a pitiful look, she asked Tian, can I discuss something with you? Are you hoping to use my quilt? Tian discerned her intentions immediately. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed as she replied, our beds can be pushed together. Your quilt is so large that one person can't cover it alone. We are friends, after all, and Director Su mentioned that we should help each other. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of murmurs erupted in the dormitory. The male students gazed at Tian with envy, wishing they could take his place. Although Xiao Wu was still young, she was undeniably a beauty, and students in Dou continent matured early, possessing a wealth of thoughts. Despite her youth, many envisioned her blossoming into an exquisite beauty in a few years. While some were intimidated by the strength she had displayed, they still harbored a glimmer of hope. However, their dreams were shattered at that moment. The girl they fantasized about was seeking to share a bed with another boy, albeit a combined one, but they felt it amounted to the same thing. Indeed, they lamented, how could they possibly compete with someone as handsome, wealthy, and powerful? Tang San, who had never interacted with girls before, suddenly found himself feeling a hint of disappointment upon hearing Xiao Wu's desire to share a bed with Tian. What am I thinking? She's just a little girl? He chided himself. Xiao Wu, sitting cross-legged in a duck-like posture, slowly scooted to the edge of the bed, gazing at Tian with pleading eyes. Tian, can we? Tian stroked his chin, appraising Xiao Wu, then glancing at Tang San nearby, before finally saying, having a little girl to warm the bed does sound appealing. For Tian, who was aware of the plot and the characters involved, watching the story unfold from a godlike perspective and occasionally intervening brought him great amusement. Having already reached an invincible status, his desires were minimal. He simply wished to enjoy life in Douluos continent. Oh yes, Tian, I declare that from now on. You are Xiao Wu's best friend. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, rolling around on the bed. Having lived for so many years, she had never experienced such a soft and comfortable bed before. The sensation was akin to lying in her mother's embrace. After celebrating for a while, Xiao Wu returned to her side and made a determined effort to push her bed closer. Unfortunately, the wooden bed was still too heavy for her. Tian gently nudged his bed closer, creating a distance from the other beds and positioning theirs in the innermost part of the room. Wang Sheng and the others watched, feeling a sense of unease. With the beds now pushed together, the width increased significantly, and Tian casually laid the mattress and quilt across, ensuring they had ample coverage for their height. Xiao Wu placed her belongings in the center, declaring, from now on, this will be the boundary. You must not cross it while sleeping. After some contemplation, she shyly suggested, since this is your blanket, I can assist you with the work of the student laborers. That sounds agreeable, Tian nodded. It seemed there were indeed benefits in aiding this little girl. Having her around as a helper was quite advantageous. Upon seeing Xiao Wu and Tian finish their tasks, Wang Sheng cleared his throat and remarked, Sister Xiao Wu, it's almost noon. Shall we head to the cafeteria for a meal? At the mention of food, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled as she sprang from the bed. What delicious food do they have? She quickly slipped on her shoes. Wang Sheng smiled wryly. We're all children from impoverished families. How could we expect to eat anything lavish? We can only afford the cheapest meals in the cafeteria. Does eating require money too? Is it that soul currency? Xiao Wu asked cautiously. Everyone, including Tang San, looked at her in surprise. Wang Sheng patiently explained, of course, meals require money, big sister. Once you start working in a couple of days, you'll earn a salary. But I don't have any money right now. Xiao Wu fretted, her stomach already grumbling. Wang Sheng intended to offer to treat her, but upon noticing Tian behind Xiao Wu, he refrained. With that wealthy young master present, it was not his place to treat her, and it would save him some money. Wang Sheng gestured for Xiao Wu to look behind her. Xiao Wu paused, turned around, and understood Wang Sheng's implication. Qian, could you lend me some money? I promise to pay you back once I earn some. Sure, Tian nodded, flipping his palm to reveal a gleaming gold soul coin. Chapter 19. The campus bully, Xiao Lauda, seeking recommendations. Wang Sheng and the others stared at the shimmering gold coin, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had never even touched a gold soul coin. Typically, they only encountered copper coins, and encountering silver coins was a rarity. Truly, a wealthy young master, making such a generous display. Initially, they had felt some resentment towards Tian upon learning of his affluent background, but now, as they marveled at his extravagance, they began to consider the benefits of befriending him. Xiao Wu, still naive about many aspects of the human world and money, remained unfazed. Tian intended to give the gold coin to Xiao Wu, but reconsidered and tucked it away. Never mind, I'll join you for the meal, he said as he got off the bed. Wang Sheng smiled at Tian and said, Perfect, let's go together. He then turned to Tang San. Tang San, would you like to join us? Tang San shook his head, replying, You all go ahead. I had breakfast not long ago and am not hungry yet. In truth, he was already feeling hungry, but he had no money. All of it had been taken by his alcoholic father to buy liquor, leaving him with nothing. Fortunately, he had prepared some coarse pancakes before coming, which should last him 2 or 3 days. Once they started working the day after tomorrow, he would receive his salary. Wang Xing noticed the numerous patches on Tang San's clothes and understood his plight. They were all from poor families, and he had encountered similar situations before. As the dormitory leader, he felt some responsibility and offered, "You Haven Tea started working yet? I'll cover your meals for these 2 days, and you can pay me back when you receive your salary." Xiao Wu finally grasped the situation and asked, "Tang San, you don't have money either?" Tang San nodded helplessly. "Then let us all go together," Xiao Wu declared, feeling a sense of responsibility as the dorm leader to take care of everyone. Tang San hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly nodded and stood up. Wang Sheng beamed, exclaiming, "Let us go." All 12 of them, including Ao Tian, exited the dormitory and headed towards the cafeteria. As lunchtime approached, the campus buzzed with excitement as many students made their way to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was spacious, divided into 2 floors. The first floor offered simple meals, ready-made and affordable, making it the choice for many financially strapped students. The second floor featured freshly made dishes at a premium price, accessible only to the school's teachers and affluent students. Most students at Notting Academy could only afford to eat on the first floor. By now, a long queue had formed on the first floor, with Wang Sheng leading and standing at the end. He turned back, exclaiming, "Sister Xiao Wu, we've arrived late. We'll have to wait." Xiao Wu rubbed her stomach and smiled. "It's fine. I'm not too hungry yet." Meanwhile, Ao Tian gazed up at the second floor, contemplating whether to ascend and whether to take Xiao Wu with him. This little girl seemed pleasant enough. At least she didn't irritate him. Ao Tian had casually glanced around and noticed that the food on the first floor was exceedingly mundane, and the cook skills were average, hardly meeting his discerning palate. As he pondered, a voice rang out above the din of the cafeteria. "Oh, aren't you all just a bunch of poor kids from Wang Sheng's group? Why suffer to eat here?" Ao Tian looked up to see a group of well-dressed students standing on the stairs between the first and second floors, looking down at them with disdain. It was only the first day of school, and classes hadn't yet commenced. The academy hadn't enforced a uniform code. From their attire, it was evident they were a group of privileged youths. The leader, a boy who appeared to be around Wang Sheng's age and somewhat handsome, leaned against the railing, a mocking grin on his face as he gazed at Wang Sheng. Poor kids will always be poor kids. They'll never be able to eat on the second floor. With that, he scoffed and ascended the stairs, his companions erupting into laughter, their derisive chuckles piercingly grating to Wang Sheng and the other student laborers. Wang Sheng's face turned pale as he clenched his fists tightly. Yet he dared not voice his anger. Those above were not to be trifled with. While he could swallow his pride, Xiao Wu could not, as the dorm leader. Encountering such disrespect on the very first day ignited her fiery spirit. "What are you? Is the second floor so grand?" she shouted, her clear voice cutting through the now quiet first floor, reaching the ears of the group above. The group, poised to ascend to the second floor, halted, and the leader turned back, scanning the student laborers line until he spotted the petite Xiao Wu. "Oh, so there's a pretty little girl among you. I'd love to hold you and play with you," he said, leering at Xiao Wu. The group of boys erupted into lewd laughter at her expense. This was the first time Xiao Wu had been subjected to such a lascivious gaze, sending a wave of unease through her, causing her to instinctively grasp Ao Tian's arm. The boy's attention shifted to Ao Tian. "What a beautiful boy," the leader remarked, unable to suppress his admiration, then continued with a sinister grin. "I wonder if you would cry for a long time if I punched you in the face, haha." After that, he patted his stomach and declared, "I'm off to eat now. We'll settle this next time." He cast one last lingering look at Xiao Wu before stepping onto the second floor. "How dare they?" Xiao Wu fumed, ready to charge up the stairs. "Calm down," Wang Sheng shouted urgently. Xiao Wu halted, turning to Wang Sheng with displeasure. "Can you all tolerate this? Aren't you men?" Wang Sheng sighed. "Sister Xiao Wu, it's not that we want to endure this. It's just that we can't afford to provoke those people." The one who took the lead just now is named Xiao Qinyu, commonly referred to as Big Brother Xiao. His father is the lord of our Notting City. Within the Notting Academy, Big Brother Xiao wields significant influence. We are no match for him. We have engaged in duels with him numerous times, each time suffering devastating defeats. Another person remarked, "Let it go. We are here to dine," Tang San added. With that, he moved to the back of the line to wait. In his eyes, the so-called Big Brother Xiao was merely a child, not worth his effort to compete against. "Tang San, you are the third strongest in our dormitory. Why are you being so cowardly?" Xiao Wu expressed her dissatisfaction. Tang San shook his head, ignoring her. Tang San, what brings you here? Master S' voice suddenly resonated. Tang San turned to see the master accompanied by several teachers entering. Teacher, Tang San hurried over. The master affectionately ruffled Tang San's hair and smiled. Come with me to the second floor for a meal. The food there is significantly better. Tang San glanced back at Tian and the others, shook his head, and replied, No, I prefer to stay here and eat with my roommates. The master regarded him with a hint of approval and said, After you finish eating, wait for me at the cafeteria entrance. I will take you to my dormitory. All right, Tang San nodded. The master glanced at Tian, noticing he was not looking at him, but he paid it no mind and ascended the stairs with the teachers. Wang Sheng, with a peculiar expression, asked Tang San, Have you become a disciple of the master? Tang San nodded. Wang Sheng reached out to touch Tang San's forehead, wearing an expression of disbelief, and exclaimed, You haven't been deceived by him, have you? I heard he only remains at the academy due to his connection with the principal, and his cultivation talent is abysmal. At nearly 50, he is still at the great soul master level, constantly indulging in those deceptive theories. I advise you to be cautious. Tang San interrupted Wang Sheng, his expression serious. He is my teacher. If you speak ill of him again, do not expect me to show any leniency. After a pause, he added coolly, I appreciate your concern, but I do not require your invitation. With that, Tang San turned and walked away. Wang Sheng stood there, stunned, and after a few seconds cursed. Damn it, this guy must be out of his mind. Chapter 20. Conflict, Part 4. Tang San left with resolute determination, harboring not a shred of regret. Despite his hunger and the difficulty of chewing the coarse flatbread, since he had taken the master as his teacher, he regarded him as a father figure and would not permit anyone to insult him. Forget it, Shenge, just ignore that kid. He has a strange temper. Let us eat first, someone suggested. Tian took hold of Xiao Wu's hand and headed toward the stairs. Xiao Wu gasped, her face turning crimson, her heart racing. It was the first time a boy had taken her hand like that. She tugged, but could not free herself. Where are you taking me? She could not help but inquire. To the second floor for a meal, Tian replied without looking back. Are we not staying here to eat with them? Xiao Wu asked. Tian halted, turned to Wang Sheng and the others, and said, I'll treat. Anyone who wants to eat can come along. With that, he led Xiao Wu up the stairs. The remaining 9 exchanged glances, unable to suppress their salivation, feeling quite tempted, and finally all turned to Wang Sheng. Shenge, are we going or not? Someone asked. Wang Sheng hesitated for a moment, gazing at the lofty second floor, gritted his teeth, and declared, Since Tian is treating, let us go up and broaden our horizons. He thought to himself that if he did not go up this time, he might not have another opportunity to step onto the second floor and savor the various delicacies. Having made the decision to ascend, Wang Sheng had already prepared himself to owe Tian a favor. The group of youths hurried up the stairs. Tian will be our friend from now on, understood? Wang Sheng instructed in a low voice. Understood. From now on, Tian's matters are our matters. Tian did not look back, but a slight smile curved his lips. With just a small expenditure, he had won their hearts. With a few subordinates at Notting Academy, he would no longer need to handle every matter personally, alleviating many worries. For instance, the task of cleaning the campus could easily be entrusted to Wang Sheng and his companions, if he did not wish to attend class. He could also ask Wang Sheng to help with roll call. Unlike the first floor, which was merely one large hall, the second floor was divided into distinct private dining rooms. Tian, let go of me, Xiao Wu protested shyly, though she found Tian's hand warm and comfortable. She still needed to maintain a girl's modesty. Tian released her delicate hand and led the way into one of the private rooms. Big bad guy, Xiao Wu mumbled, her cheeks flushed as she followed him inside. Look at the boss. He's already gotten close to Tian on the first day. Someone teased from behind. Wang Sheng glanced back at the group and said, Go back and take a good look at yourselves. Don't even think about setting your sights on the boss again. The group did not enter the room immediately, but stood at the doorway, curiously surveying the environment on the second floor. It was not as crowded and noisy as the first floor. It exuded elegance and tranquility. However, Wang Sheng and his companions felt a twinge of apprehension in this high-class establishment, as it was their first time here. Suddenly, Xiao Wu poked her head out from the door and asked, Aren't you coming in? What are you doing just standing there? Wang Sheng and the others hurriedly entered the room. Inside, Tian had mostly selected the dishes, essentially ordering all the signature items available. Although it was his treat, he could not let the others do the ordering. He knew they had never eaten like this before, so relying on them to choose was out of the question. He swiftly selected a dozen dishes and then pushed the menu to Xiao Wu beside him, saying, "Order whatever you like." Xiao Wu shook her head, replying, "I don't know what to choose. Can you help me see if there are any carrots?" Tian was somewhat speechless. Indeed, a rabbit truly liked carrots. He looked through the menu and, to his delight, found there were indeed carrots available, so he added another dish. After finishing the order, he tossed the menu to Wang Sheng across the table, saying, "Take a look, order whatever you want. Don't worry about me." Wang Sheng and the others gathered together, curiously examining the menu, with a diverse array of dish names was accompanied by their prices. Upon seeing the prices, Wang Sheng and the others nearly gasped in shock. A single dish here could cost them several days' worth of meals. "That is quite something," Wang Sheng stammered. Although he was not the one paying, experiencing this for the first time made him inevitably nervous. Just then, a waitress in her 20s entered, her voice sweet. "Hello, have you finished ordering?" Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed the children inside, all dressed simply, with several even sporting patched clothing. She frowned slightly and cautioned, "Are you sure you want to dine here?" Tian, being rather astute, could easily discern the girl's thoughts. He could not be bothered to elaborate. Instead, he tossed a gold soul coin into the air and said, "The dishes have already been ordered. Please prepare them promptly." The waitress, glancing at the gold soul coin in Tian's hand and then at the charming and handsome boy, took over 10 seconds to regain her composure. "Oh, all right. Please wait a moment." She took the menu and exited, realizing that since this group of children could afford the meal, there was no need for her to worry. However, that boy was indeed quite handsome. Before long, dishes began to arrive one after another. Initially, Wang Sheng and his group were somewhat reserved, but upon tasting the delicious food, they could no longer resist the temptation. The appetite of the youth is astonishing. Tian ordered a dozen dishes, which were ultimately devoured entirely, leaving not even a trace of broth. Wang Sheng and the others had round, full bellies, with burps echoing in succession, causing Tian to chuckle softly. Their gazes lingered on the empty plates, and Tian mused that, had he not been present, these fellows might have resorted to licking the plates clean. Next to Wang Sheng lay a box containing food he had packed for Tang San with Tian's consent. Reflecting on his earlier disparagement of Tang San in front of him, he felt it was somewhat excessive and wished to apologize. Xiao Wu wiped her mouth and said, "Tian, thank you for treating me to such delicious food. In my 6 years of life, I have never tasted anything so exquisite." She patted her chest, exhaling a sigh, nearly revealing too much. Wang Sheng stood up, pulling the others along, and declared loudly, "Tian, from now on, let us handle the work-study students' tasks, including those of Sister Xiao Wu. We shall take care of everything." Tian smiled and replied, "Very well. If you wish to dine here again, you may call upon me any time." Wang Sheng quickly insisted it was unnecessary, as he felt greatly satisfied just to have enjoyed such an extravagant meal. At that moment, the door was flung open, and a group of youths, toothpicks in their mouths, swaggered in. "Ah, it's you, Wang Sheng. I heard your voice from outside. When did work-study students gain the privilege to eat here? Isn't that a disgrace to our status?" The leader, Xiao Laoda, looked down his nose at Tian and the others, finally fixating on Xiao Wu. "It seems we must teach them a lesson. Otherwise, how can we enjoy our meals if they continue to come here?" One of Xiao Laoda's subordinates suggested. "Makes sense," Xiao Laoda laughed. "Hand over all your money. Without it, you won't be able to dine on the second floor." Wang Sheng slammed his hand on the table, fuming. "Xiao Chenyu, don't go too far." "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Laoda mocked, smacking Wang Sheng's face with his hand. "What are you going to do about it?" Wang Sheng clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. "Pathetic." Xiao Laoda scoffed. "I now present you with 3 choices. First, surrender all your money. Second, let that little girl accompany me for 2 days. Third, meet me at the hill behind the academy. If you lose, you'll hand over both your money and the little girl." Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson with rage. If not for Tian holding her shoulder, she would have leapt up. "You want me to accompany you?" "No way," Xiao Wu retorted angrily. "Oh, I do enjoy a feisty little pepper like you. Since you refuse to accompany me, I'll just take your money," Xiao Laoda teased. His subordinates sneered openly at Wang Sheng and the others, their expressions dripping with arrogance. No money. Xiao Wu's nostrils flared with fury. So you've chosen the third option? Xiao Laoda cracked his knuckles, eyes gleaming with malice. Perfect. I haven't had you as my punching bag for 2 months during the summer vacation. I'm practically rusty. Tian released his grip, and Xiao Wu stood up, declaring, if it's a fight you want, I'll stand by you to the end. Xiao Laoda clapped his hands, then turned to Wang Sheng, saying, you're becoming quite useless, relying on a little girl to defend you. I am the leader of the 7th dormitory, Xiao Wu asserted. Xiao Chenyu glanced at her in surprise, aware of the rules governing the work-study students' dormitory. If this little girl had become the leader, her strength must surpass Wang Sheng's. Xiao Laoda's interest in Xiao Wu intensified, and he clapped his hands, laughing heartily. Then it settled. Meet at the hill behind the academy. There is no escape for any of you. Wang Sheng, initially furious, suddenly recalled the strength of Xiao Wu and Tian, especially Tian, whose capabilities had clearly surpassed Xiao Chenyu's during his match with Tang San. With this thought, his anger dissipated, replaced by a surge of vengeance and a hint of satisfaction. Soon, they would have their chance for retribution. Tian stood up, tossing a handful of golden soul coins to Wang Sheng, saying, you go settle the bill. Wang Sheng shot a cold glare at Xiao Laoda and his crew, resolutely forging a path to exit. Looking for trouble, one of Xiao Laoda's subordinates exclaimed. Don't fret, they'll get what is coming to them, Xiao Laoda replied. His gaze fell upon Tian, astonished. Due to his work-study status, Tian's formerly extravagant attire had become quite ordinary. Xiao Laoda had assumed Tian was merely a handsome, impoverished boy, only to discover he possessed golden soul coins. Well, kid, you're quite wealthy, he remarked. Indeed, I am very affluent, Tian replied with a smile, sweeping his hand across the table, revealing a pile of glimmering golden soul coins, at least several hundred. At this revelation, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the small mountain of coins. Xiao Laoda and his companions were nearly drooling. Though they had money, they could never amass such a sum. Several hundred golden soul coins represented a significant amount for them. Tian smiled faintly, waving his hand to gather the coins back. Xiao Laoda, filled with greed, scrutinized Tian's face, unable to recall any young master in Nodding City who resembled him so strikingly. Do you recognize him? He asked his subordinates, all of whom shook their heads. Xiao Laoda sneered, feeling reassured. In Nodding City, he was the prince. No one held a status higher than his. Why would someone from another major city come to Nodding City to study, especially a work-study student? Not long after, Wang Sheng returned, clutching a handful of silver soul coins, which he handed to Tian. Tian waved his hand, saying, since you are taking care of my responsibilities, consider this your reward. Wang Sheng glanced at Xiao Laoda and his crew, realizing it was not the time to refuse, and accepted the coins. Let us go, everyone, Xiao Laoda sneered. Turning to leave, Wang Sheng and the others trailed behind Tian and Xiao Wu, already viewing them as their backbone. Xiao Wu expressed her concern. Wang Sheng, will we face any penalties for fighting? Wang Sheng shook his head, replying, not as long as we aren't caught by the teachers. He then inquired, should we inform Tang San? Having him around would greatly increase our odds. As he spoke, he looked at Tian, aware that their relationship was somewhat strained. Tian shook his head with a smile, saying, no need. Just as he finished speaking, a loud cry echoed from the front, followed by a cacophony of crashing and screams. Xiao Laoda and his crew had tumbled down the stairs in a heap. Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and the others stood in stunned silence, their minds momentarily blank. What are you waiting for? Let us go watch the show, Tian urged with a laugh. Xiao Wu and the others snapped back to reality and hurried after Tian to the staircase. At the bottom, 8 people were piled together, with Xiao Laoda trapped beneath them. The sounds of their groans attracted the attention of all the students still dining in the cafeteria. Damn it, you pinned me down, Xiao Laoda shouted from the bottom of the pile. His subordinates hurriedly scrambled to help him up. The sounds of screams and gasps echoed incessantly, as the 8 individuals bore bruised faces with several exaggerated lumps on their foreheads, resembling eggs. Once the epitome of elegance and charm, Xiao Chenyu had now transformed into an unsightly figure. He gasped for breath, the pain etched on his face causing him to question his very existence, his body trembling from the intensity of his agony. In the hall on the first floor, bursts of laughter erupted, with everyone who witnessed the scene unable to contain their mirth. The 8 members of Zhao's gang exchanged glances, fully aware of their disheveled appearances, their faces flushed with embarrassment. "Let's go," he muttered tersely, storming out of the cafeteria, followed closely by his subordinates. Their only desire was to seek treatment from the school nurse, leaving no thought for the likes of Tian and his companions. "Come now, we've eaten enough. Let us return for a refreshing afternoon nap," Tian said with a smile as he descended the stairs. "Look, that boy is so handsome, so adorable," a girl's voice squealed, drawing everyone's attention to the staircase. Tian descended gracefully, a smile gracing his face. Though dressed plainly, his striking appearance and the aura he exuded captivated many. Male onlookers shot glances of envy, while the females continued to cheer in excitement. "How vulgar!" Tian sighed and shook his head. Wang Sheng and the others trailed behind him, wearing wry smiles, finally comprehending the extent of Tian's allure. Even after leaving the cafeteria, several bold girls remained in pursuit. Seeing Xiao get thrown around like that is truly satisfying, a work-study student remarked. "It's karma," Wang Sheng added, his face lit with pleasure as he recalled Zhao's predicament, almost bursting into laughter. However, his expression soon shifted to seriousness. "The school nurse has healing soul masters. They will recover quickly. We must remain vigilant. This battle is likely unavoidable." With that, he glanced at Tian and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu clenched her fist, declaring, "Rest assured when the time comes, I will strike them so hard that their mothers won't recognize them." Tian chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Why waste time on trivial matters? The one known as Xiao would not recover in just a few days, even with the finest healing soul masters from the Douluos continent. Upon returning to their dormitory, they discovered Tang San was absent. Wang Sheng placed the packed food for Tang San on his bed, stating he must have gone to find a master he mentioned earlier. Tian lay down on his bed, closing his eyes to rest, while Xiao Wu, after a moment's thought, also lay down beside him. Wang Sheng shook his head, returning to his own bed to meditate and cultivate. The others followed suit, as their innate talents were average, and they could only hope to excel through diligent practice. As evening approached, with the sun setting lower in the sky, Tang San finally returned. Upon entering the dormitory, he found everyone engaged in their cultivation, except for Tian, who remained asleep. He walked lightly to his bed and noticed the food box beside it. Curiously, he opened it to find several fragrant chicken legs, though they had already cooled. "Tang San, you're back?" Xiao Wu's voice broke the silence. He turned to see her awake, and the others also roused from their training upon noticing his presence. "What is this?" Tang San asked. Wang Sheng approached, saying, "I apologize for this afternoon's events. Tian treated us, and I brought you a pack, but unfortunately it's cold." After some time had passed, Tang San's anger had mostly subsided. "Let bygones be bygones," he replied, glancing at the food. "I already had lunch with the master earlier. I'm still full." Xiao Wu jumped off her bed, rubbing her stomach. "I'm hungry. Wang Sheng, let us go eat. Since Tang San has already eaten, we shouldn't waste the food. Let us take it with us." Wang Sheng nodded in agreement. "All right." Xiao Wu looked at Tian, who was still comfortably curled up in bed, her brow furrowing slightly. Tian had been asleep since finishing lunch and had not engaged in any training. She approached him and gently shook him. "Get up and eat." Tian turned over, mumbling, "You all go ahead. I'm not hungry." To Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng, the cafeteria's food appeared delicious, but Tian found it rather mundane and lacked appetite. Having roamed the continent with Bibi Dong for a decade, he had savored a multitude of delicacies, his palate now exceedingly discerning. Very well then, Xiao Wu conceded, joining Wang Sheng and the others in heading to the cafeteria. Only Tang San and Tian remained in the dormitory. After a moment of observing Tian, Tang San climbed into bed, ready to rest. He had traveled for several hours in the morning and spent more hours learning from the master in the afternoon. He was utterly exhausted, and it wasn't too long before he fell asleep. After more than half an hour, Xiao Wu and the others returned, seeing Tian still asleep. Xiao Wu couldn't help but nudge him again. Tian, is your martial spirit a pig? You sleep from day to night without training." With a sigh of resignation, Tian sat up. He didn't need to consciously train, as the Dragon Clan's legacy technique continuously operated within him. Moreover, at his current level. Cultivating in Douluos continent yielded negligible results. Perhaps even absorbing all the spiritual energy of the entire Douluos star would hardly further his cultivation. To advance more swiftly, he would need to venture into more advanced realms, such as the Divine Realm, or risk adventures across the universe. However, after having slumbered for 500 million years, he now wished to savor life thoroughly, deciding to postpone cultivation until he grew weary of play, for there was no one here who could threaten his existence. Having just finished her meal, Xiao Wu was not inclined to train immediately. Upon seeing Tian awake, she suggested, "Let us go out for a stroll." Suddenly, Tian frowned, sensing a wave of spiritual energy at the level of a Title Douluos approaching from outside, enveloping Xiao Wu. This familiar fluctuation was not lost on him. While Xiao Wu and the others lacked the strength to perceive it, it was evident to Tian. He focused, his gaze piercing through obstacles to spot a figure clad in a dark robe, standing in a shadowy corner not far from the dormitory. "Tang Hao, did you notice?" Tian shot a glance at Xiao Wu. "Quick, put on your shoes and come outside with me." Xiao Wu urged, and Tian smiled. "All right." Wang Sheng and the others looked on with envy. Their average talents meant that after a meal, they had to devote themselves to arduous training, leaving little time for leisure. Tang San suddenly sat up, saying, "Xiao Wu, I need to tell you something." Xiao Wu, who was just about to walk out with Tian, paused, turning to Tang San and asking, "What is it?" Tang San replied, "My soul power has reached level 10. The master is taking me to obtain my first soul ring tomorrow, which may take a few days." Since Xiao Wu was the leader of the 7th dormitory, Tang San felt it necessary to inform her. After all, being a work-study student, he needed to arrange his responsibilities before the school year commenced. Xiao Wu's expression grew complex as she responded, "Is the soul ring truly that significant for you all?" Only Tian could discern the complexity in her expression. Tang San nodded, affirming, "Yes, only by hunting soul beasts to obtain a soul ring can a soul master continue their cultivation." Wang Sheng interjected, "Tang San, are you worried about the work-study students?" "Rest assured, I will take care of everything during your absence." Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you. Upon my return, I shall assist you all in your endeavors." "There's no need for gratitude. After all, you are the first soul master in our dormitory," Wang Sheng remarked with envy. He had been cultivating at Nodding Academy for several years and had yet to reach a soul power level of 10. In contrast, Tang San was set to acquire his first soul ring on the very first day of his enrollment. How could he not feel envious? Besides Tian and Xiao Wu, the others shared in this sentiment. Tang San turned to Tian and said, "Tian, the teacher asked me to inquire if you would like to join us tomorrow to obtain your first soul ring as well." "No need, Haotian declined. Let's go." Xiao Wu, feeling somewhat downcast, pulled Tian outside. At this moment, the sky had darkened completely, illuminated only by the cool moonlight and the twinkling stars. Within the campus, the presence of teachers and students had dwindled significantly. Soul masters typically practiced their skills at night, lending an air of solitude to the surroundings. Xiao Wu led Tian to a smooth stone beside the playground and settled down upon it. "Tian, why must humans hunt soul beasts?" she inquired, gazing at the stars. She repeated her question earnestly. "The cultivation of humans is inextricably linked to soul rings. It is a natural law, and pondering it further is futile." Haotian replied. He recalled that before his slumber, the laws were not as they were now. On Douluos star, there were no soul beasts that produced soul rings upon death. It seemed that soul beasts had emerged later in the world's evolution. "Indeed, nature seems rather unfair to soul beasts," Xiao Wu remarked wistfully. Tian playfully pinched her cheek, saying, "Why dwell on such matters? Are you a soul beast?" Xiao Wu's large eyes flashed with a hint of alarm as she protested. "You're being ridiculous. How could someone as adorable as me be a soul beast?" Tian smiled, choosing not to dwell on the topic further. "Is this the sole purpose of you bringing me out here?" he queried. Xiao Wu jumped down, exclaiming, "Of course not. I actually wanted to challenge you to a duel." "Why? Did I not concede earlier?" Haotian questioned. "That was a matter of necessity during the day. I aspire to be the leader. And if I were to lose to you, how could I claim that title? Conversely, should you lose, I wouldn't want to tarnish your pride. I merely wish to spar with you." "So, you chose to do this when no one else is around?" Xiao Wu nodded enthusiastically. "That way, if I lose, I won't lose my position as leader. And if you lose, your pride will remain intact, right? Come on, let me see how strong you are. She pulled Tian down from the stone. Tian glanced at a shadowy corner nearby and smiled. Very well, let us engage in a proper spar. In chapter 23, titled The Title Douluos Emerges, Tian suddenly found himself intrigued and beckoned Xiao Wu with a flick of his finger. Come, show me what you can do. My abilities are quite formidable. Don't cry if you lose. Xiao Wu replied with a playful grin as she approached him, a sly glint in her eyes. Tian stood still, allowing her to close the distance. He remained unfazed by whatever tricks she might employ. I'm coming, she announced, winking at him. Her cheeks dimpled with a smile as she raised her hands to push against his shoulders. From witnessing the battle between Tian and Tang San earlier, Xiao Wu understood that Tian's strength and speed were exceptional, far surpassing that of Tang San. Therefore, she realized that the only way to defeat Tian was to catch him off guard. As her hands pushed against his shoulders, she anticipated that if he blocked, she would seize the opportunity to ensnare his arms. Conversely, should he choose not to block, she would grasp his shoulders. Simultaneously, she flicked her head, allowing her long braid to arc towards his neck, effectively cutting off his retreat. Tian remained unmoving, letting Xiao Wu's attack land on him. The moment her braid coiled around his neck, he felt a tickling sensation. Xiao Wu's expression gleamed with excitement as she grasped his shoulders, leaping up with her legs curled, then forcefully kicked towards his abdomen. Huh, rabbit kicks eagle, you've lost. Xiao Wu laughed triumphantly, her feet delivering an explosive impact to Tian's midsection. However, as she executed her move, her laughter abruptly ceased, and she found herself suspended in midair. It was not that she wished to remain still, but rather she found herself unable to move. Her feet felt as though they were planted firmly against a mountain, utterly immovable. Her expression shifted as she reacted swiftly, releasing her grip and pushing off with all her might. Yet Tian remained as unyielding as a stone. To her dismay, her body was propelled backward. The long braid still wrapped around Tian's neck left her dangling like a swing. Rabbit kicks eagle, utilizing the momentum of her descent. She aimed another kick at his abdomen. Yet all that met her efforts was a dull thud. Tian's form unwavering. Xiao Wu exerted herself to the utmost. Her face flushed with exertion, yet she could not budge him in the slightest. It appears my strength is somewhat lacking. Tian chuckled, reaching for her legs. Xiao Wu gasped as Tian grasped her knees, causing her rear to collide with him, with her braid still ensnaring his neck and her legs captured. The position was most undignified. As a 100,000-year soul beast, she had been sheltered by her mother since childhood and had never experienced such close contact with another male creature. Feeling a rush of embarrassment and indignation, she exclaimed, "Let me go." Obediently, Tian released her, and she promptly plopped onto the ground, feeling the sting of the fall. Ignoring her discomfort, she sprang to her feet and wrapped her legs around Tian's neck once more. Successfully ensnaring him, she leaned backward, propelling herself into a handstand. Activating her waist bow technique, she channeled strength from her hands to her waist and then to her legs, attempting to fling Tian forward. During the day, she had employed this very move to triumph over Tang San. Yet, despite her fervent efforts, she found herself unable to dislodge Tian. Do you possess any other tricks? Haotian Sect. Xiao Wu, having disengaged from him, wore a look of grievance and said, "You're bullying me. I haven't bullied you at all. I haven't moved a muscle," he replied. Fuming, Xiao Wu stomped her foot in frustration. "I won't talk to you anymore. You are a monster. No wonder Tang San cannot defeat you. May I have a glimpse of your martial soul?" she asked. Her curiosity piqued regarding the nature of his martial soul that granted him such extraordinary prowess. Though beast martial souls could not manifest until one attained soul rings, certain traits of beast martial souls could influence one's physique. She surmised that Tian must possess a powerful beast martial soul to account for his exceptional physical attributes. Having arrived late at the academic office, she had missed the moment Tian unleashed his martial soul. Tian felt a sudden impulse and said, "I need to step out for a moment. You stay here, and I'll inform you upon my return." Without another word, he dashed out of the playground. "Very well." Xiao Wu sighed and leaped back onto the large stone, lying down and gazing up at the starry sky. At that moment, little Dance's ears perked up as she detected faint footsteps. She turned her head and immediately spotted a tall figure cloaked in black robes emerging from a nearby corner. Startled, she instinctively sat up, her gaze fixed warily on the mysterious individual approaching her. An inexplicable wave of anxiety washed over her, as if something undesirable was about to transpire. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt down from the large rock and prepared to flee. Just then, a figure clad in white, as pure as snow, approached from the direction of her escape. Little Dance was intercepted and halted, her eyes narrowing in caution at the sight of the handsome young man in white. To her astonishment, the appearance and demeanor of this man bore a striking resemblance to Tian. Do not be alarmed. I am Tian's elder brother. Leave the black-clad figure to me. A voice resonated directly in Little Dance's mind. For reasons she could not fathom, she felt an immediate trust in the young man in white, her anxious emotions swiftly calming. Tian smiled as he moved past Little Dance, heading towards the concealed Tang Hao in his black cloak. How rare it is to encounter a Title Douluos within this humble nodding academy, Tian mused. Tang Hao came to a halt, his expression shifting slightly beneath the black hood. This young man, appearing to be in his 20s, had managed to perceive his Title Douluos strength. How was that possible? He had not revealed even a hint of his Title Douluos. Only those of similar cultivation could detect his concealed strength. How had this young man discerned it? Little Dance, upon hearing Tian's words, felt a surge of horror, her body trembling involuntarily as she recoiled. As a soul beast, her greatest fear was the Title Douluos, and her deepest hatred was reserved for them. Who are you? A hoarse voice emerged from the black cloak. I am someone you cannot afford to provoke, Tian replied with a smile, his ethereal beauty akin to that of a celestial being untouched by the world's grime. Upon finishing his words, an overwhelming pressure, terrifying enough to leave Tang Hao breathless, bore down upon him. This oppressive force was palpable and solely directed at Tang Hao, causing him to gasp. How is this possible? Faced with Tian's terrifying pressure, Tang Hao felt as though his very soul quivered. This sensation was unprecedented. Surely, the legendary 99th rank could not compare. Realizing the peril, Tang Hao turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. Even though he believed he still had the strength to fight, he had no desire to remain. After all, they were within Nodding Academy, and a battle here could endanger innocence. Most importantly, Tang San was also present. Moreover, facing such a formidable opponent would necessitate revealing his ultimate skills, which would compromise his identity and whereabouts, inevitably attracting the scrutiny of the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao unleashed his formidable power, causing the ground to tremble and crack with each stride, propelling himself dozens of meters with a single leap. Although he could fly, it was too taxing, and his speed was inferior to running. On the ground, he could utilize the cover of buildings. He did not believe the young man in white would recklessly strike, given that there were people within those structures. Tian did not pursue. Yet his imposing presence remained over Tang Hao, making him feel like a thorn in his side, preventing any thought of pause. After running a few steps, Little Dance noticed the black-clad figure had suddenly departed, leaving her puzzled. However, a terrifying thought flashed through her mind. If this handsome young man in white could scare away a Title Douluos, did that not imply he possessed similar strength? Did he not see through her true identity? With that realization, a cold sweat broke out on her brow, engulfing her in an overwhelming sense of dread. Having transformed into a human, she had long since lost her 100,000-year soul beast cultivation, and against a human powerhouse, she was truly but a fragile little rabbit. What are you afraid of? Little rabbit of 100,000 years? Tian inquired, his interest piqued as he gazed at her intently. I don't know what you're talking about. Little Dance stammered, retreating, shaking her head vigorously. 100,000-year soft bone charm rabbit. Am I correct? Haotian Sect. Despair clouded Little Dance's features as she realized that being recognized by a human powerhouse meant her survival was in jeopardy. Regret washed over her as she lamented not heeding her mother's warnings and insistently venturing out into the world. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. She recalled his earlier statement claiming to be Tian's brother. I'm a good friend of Tian, she exclaimed, cupping her hands around her mouth and shouting with all her might. Tian, where are you? Your brother has arrived. Come quickly. She understood that only Tian could save her now. All right, all right. Tian waved his hand, deciding to cease his teasing of little dance. He sensed that under his overwhelming aura, Tang had already fled Nodding City and was swiftly making his escape. He needed to confront this legendary figure of the Haotian Sect, the Title Douluos known as Haotian. Little Dance ceased her cries, staring blankly at Tian as his figure flickered and vanished in a thin air. Has he gone? She murmured. Was that teleportation? But why did I not see his martial soul or spirit rings? With the departure of these two formidable beings, Little Dance no longer felt the urgency to flee. She realized that given her current strength, if she were truly targeted by a Title Douluos, escape would be an impossibility. Contemplating her situation, she returned to sit upon the large rock. Her thoughts were in turmoil as she deliberated whether to remain at Nodding Academy to pursue her studies. After a soul beast transforms into a human, it must approach humanity and experience their essence to grow rapidly. However, before reaching maturity, the residual aura of a soul beast could not be concealed from a Title Douluos. Even some powerful soul Douluos could unearth her identity. Once she matured, she would no longer fear detection. If she left this place, she would have to venture to other human territories. Outside the city, in just a few minutes, Tang had sprinted 5,000 meters away. The immense pressure that had weighed upon him still lingered. Upon exiting Nodding City, he noticed the young man in white had not followed. However, the oppressive aura remained, indicating the young man had no intention of relenting. I have traveled far enough, Tang had declared as he halted and turned to gaze back at the distant Nodding City. Having become a Title Douluos in his 40s, he was hailed as the youngest Title Douluos in the Spirit Master community. Yet now, he found himself in the presence of a young man who appeared to be in his 20s, potentially possessing even more terrifying power. This was utterly inconceivable. How could anyone reach the Title Douluos rank at such a tender age? Tang felt his understanding of reality shatter. A Title Douluos at merely 20-something years of age was unprecedented. Thus, he found himself deeply intrigued by the young man in white. Eager to unravel whether he truly possessed the strength of a Title Douluos, how he had cultivated such power, and what his origins were. Tang stood quietly upon the dark earth, silently adjusting his state, awaiting the arrival of the young man in white. He was certain the individual would come, for the aura that had locked onto him had yet to dissipate. At the same time, he was astounded that the young man could target him from such a distance of 5,000 meters. Tang pondered to himself, realizing that with his current mental strength, he was utterly incapable of covering such an expansive range. His assessment of the white-clad youth's abilities reached an unprecedented level. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. A figure clad in white materialized approximately 50 meters before him. What manner of technique is this? Tang felt a sense of bewilderment. Upon the other's emergence, he sensed not the slightest fluctuation. Even a teleportation would typically elicit a faint ripple in the spatial atmosphere. Furthermore, the absence of a soul ring on the figure left Tang perplexed, engendering a profound wariness within him. Who exactly are you? Tang inquired first. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? The other retorted with a hint of sarcasm. What brings you to my domain, Lord Tang Hao? Tang was taken aback. How do you know my identity? Realizing that the other could call him by name, he understood there was no longer a need for concealment. The figure gestured to his eyes and said, No one can hide their identity from my discerning gaze. Since you have unraveled my identity, it is customary in the world of soul masters for you to introduce yourself, Tang stated. The figure contemplated what name he should adopt. Being a member of the ancient dragon clan, he was a unique entity in this world of Douluos. After a moment's thought, he declared, You may refer to me as the dragon ancestor, the progenitor of all. Such audacity, Tang mused inwardly. If you possess such strength, why have I never heard of your name? He asked. The dragon ancestor replied, I have lived in seclusion for countless years. You are the first to hear my name. A hidden powerhouse, Tang nodded in understanding. The Douluos continent is not solely inhabited by great sects and powerful factions. There are also formidable beings who shun worldly affairs and dedicate themselves to cultivation. He speculated that this powerful entity must have resided in Nodding City, and his indiscriminate probing of mental forces today had inadvertently offended this individual. As long as you are not from the Spear Hall, that is a relief. Tang felt a sense of ease within. Now it is my turn to inquire, the dragon ancestor stepped forward, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, akin to an ancient divine mountain, subduing Tang Hao. Your appearance at Nodding Academy. Is it to covet that little soul beast? The dragon ancestor's voice was cold, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Tang Hao. Feeling the intensifying pressure from the dragon ancestor, Tang Hao was taken aback. His soul power surged within him, allowing him to withstand the formidable force bearing down upon him. No soul master could remain indifferent upon discovering a transformed 100,000-year soul beast, he replied solemnly. You have already achieved the rank of Title Douluos, if I am not mistaken. You either seek her soul bone or intend to imprison her for others to absorb her soul ring, the dragon ancestor stated. Tang Hao gulped. Are you not harboring the same intentions? Who would not desire the soul ring and soul bone of a 100,000-year soul beast? Not all soul beasts harbor malicious intent. Must they all be exterminated? The dragon ancestor countered. It is natural for soul masters to hunt soul beasts for their rings and bones. This has been the way since ancient times. What is wrong with that? Well said, the dragon ancestor clapped, mocking him. If memory serves, a few years ago, you were pursued by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and the reason was your soul beast wife. To claim that it is justifiable for soul masters to kill soul beasts while having a soul beast as a wife is indeed laughable. Tang Hao's expression darkened, his voice booming. Ian is not a soul beast. To me, she is a true human being. She is kind, beautiful, and virtuous. Those from the Spirit Hall deserve death. As for the fate of other soul beasts, it is of no concern to me. Had it been Tang San befriending Xiao Wu instead of me, I doubt you would hold this opinion. The dragon ancestor thought to himself. Tang Hao's aura surged, his robes billowing as he removed his hood, revealing his somber visage. Dragon ancestor, since you covet that soul beast as well, a confrontation between us is inevitable. If I lose, I shall never set foot in Nodding Academy again. If you lose, that soul beast will come with me. What say you? Agreed. The dragon ancestor consented. Tang Hao nodded, summoning the Haotian hammer. A colossal black hammer appeared behind him, suspended in midair. The hammer was adorned with intricate patterns and exuded a terrifying aura of slaughter. Soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. With each ring that appeared, Tang Hao's presence intensified. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The final soul ring on Tang Hao was indeed a 100,000-year soul ring. His aura peaked, and as he opened and closed his eyes, they radiated a fearsome brilliance. With eyes like lightning, he directed his gaze at the dragon ancestor and proclaimed, I am Tang Hao, wielder of the Haotian hammer, a 95th level assault type Title Douluos. I welcome your guidance. Dragon ancestor, my martial soul is the golden dragon. Let us commence. Facing the overwhelming aura of Tang Hao, the dragon ancestor remained unfazed. Tang Hao furrowed his brow and asked, Where is your martial soul? The dragon ancestor replied nonchalantly, You are not worthy of me deploying my martial soul. Arrogance. Tang Hao seethed with rage, perceiving the dragon ancestor's words as a profound insult. Then allow me to demonstrate whether I am truly arrogant. The dragon ancestor chuckled lightly, raising his right hand and clenching his fingers inward with force. Boom! The earth trembled as 5 colossal stone pillars erupted from the ground around Tang Hao, resembling the dragon ancestor's fingers, swiftly converging upon him. How is this possible? Tang Hao's heart raced with disbelief. To conjure such an attack without even utilizing a soul ring. Was this young man truly human? Although deeply astonished, Tang Hao's extensive combat experience allowed him to respond instantly. The 5 stone pillars curved like fingers, swiftly ensnaring him within a cage. Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer furiously, striking the surrounding stone walls. Yet, the cage quaked but did not shatter under the might of his hammer. The more he pondered, the more astonished he became. The opponent could imprison him with but a gesture, a technique far beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. Suddenly, the style of the Haotian hammer shifted. He unleashed the chaotic wind hammer technique, striking the stone walls in rapid succession. Having mastered the chaotic wind hammer technique, he unleashed a flurry of blows, the power escalating dramatically. From an external viewpoint, the cage formed by the 5 stone pillars appeared as a massive cocoon, quaking violently and resonating with thunderous sounds. The dragon ancestor waved his hand, a divine force creating a transparent barrier within a radius of 1,000 meters. The thunderous sounds were entirely contained within the barrier, preventing anyone outside from sensing the fluctuations of their battle. The dragon Ancestor could see clearly within the cage, noting the rapid increase in power from Tang Hao's chaotic wind hammer technique. Within mere breaths, Tang Hao had unleashed 72 strikes. Cracks began to appear on the cage's stone walls, resembling a spider's web, growing increasingly dense. The dragon Ancestor nodded. Not bad, there's still some strength left. The chaotic wind hammer technique is indeed a soul skill that can threaten even the divine. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the rudimentary cage he had conjured was shattered by Tang Hao. Dragon Ancestor, receive my hammer. Tang Hao's aura surged as he propelled himself forward, wielding the Haotian hammer with ferocity. Having executed 76 strikes of the chaotic wind hammer technique, Tang Hao was confident that even a 99th level Title Douluos would not dare to underestimate his 76th strike. At this moment, he held no contempt for the dragon Ancestor. The adversary's methods were astonishingly effective, compelling him to exert his utmost effort. Tang Hao leaped, traversing a distance of over 50 meters, wielding a massive black hammer that descended upon Tian's head. Tian displayed no reaction, allowing the Haotian hammer to strike his skull. With a resounding clang, the formidable Haotian hammer seemed to collide with a piece of celestial gold, inflicting not the slightest damage upon it. The hammer rebounded high, the tremendous recoil numbing Tang Hao's hands, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Your strength is adequate. It can serve as a massage, Tian grinned. Tang Hao was taken aback, his heart racing in terror. He executed a swift rotation, dissipating the immense recoil and transforming it into the force for another strike aimed at Tian's head. The sound reverberated like a grand bell throughout the surrounding kilometer. By the end, Tang Hao was on the brink of numbness from shock. He even questioned whether he was hallucinating, doubting the existence of the dragon Ancestor, feeling as if it were all merely an illusion. Yet, upon reflection, with his formidable mental acuity, how could he be deceived? With the 81st strike, intricate patterns on the Haotian hammer illuminated, revealing the domain of the god of slaughter. The release of this domain augmented his own power while suppressing that of his foe. Achilin auras prédigne forte. You are far too weak, Tian remarked, his interest waning. The legendary figure of Tang Hao from the Douluos continent was, after all, not as formidable as he had assumed. Finally, he made his move. As the Haotian hammer descended, Tian lightly waved his right hand, effortlessly sending both Tang Hao and his weapon soaring away. In the 26th chapter, the Haotian hammer shatters. Tang Hao's body carved a deep trench in the earth, extending for hundreds of meters before coming to a halt. Amidst the overwhelming shock, he forced himself to remain calm. His seventh spirit ring suddenly glowed, causing the Haotian hammer to swell dramatically, transforming into a colossal hammer 100 meters long. The obsidian hammerhead resembled a small mountain, exuding an oppressive aura. Seventh spirit skill, true body of the weapon spirit. Crimson patterns illuminated the hammer's head, and the red spirit ring adorning Tang Hao flickered, enveloping the once black hammer in a radiant red hue. The surrounding void distorted, seemingly unable to withstand the pressure of the Haotian hammer. Dragon Ancestor, receive my final strike. Tang Hao roared, unleashing the 81st blow of the chaotic wind hammer method in the form of the weapon spirit's true body. Although he had been sent flying 100 meters earlier, he sustained minimal damage, aware that his opponent had shown restraint. The chaotic wind hammer method, conceived by the founder of the Haotian Sect, Tang Hao's grandfather Tang Chun, consisted of a complete 81 strikes, worthy of being hailed as one of the world's most supreme spirit skills. Due to certain circumstances, this was the most potent attack Tang Hao could muster at that moment. If this strike failed to vanquish the young man, he would have no choice but to concede. As the fiery red giant hammer descended, resembling a blazing meteor, Tian smiled and raised his right hand. The mountain-like Haotian hammer crashed into Tian's palm, which he effortlessly supported. The earth trembled violently within 100 meters of him, collapsing to form a vast pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Dust billowed, yet Tian, clad in white, remained untainted. He hovered in midair, his right hand holding the Haotian hammer, the scene frozen in time. A bittersweet smile crept onto Tang Hao's lips. He had ultimately been defeated, the depth of his opponent's strength unfathomable. A dreadful thought surfaced in his mind. Perhaps even a 99th level Title Douluos would not possess such power. To engage in battle with me comes at a cost, Tian remarked indifferently. With a tremor of his hand, an irresistible force erupted from his palm, cascading through the entirety of the Haotian hammer. Cracks rapidly spread across the hammer surface, and with a thunderous explosion, the massive hammer shattered like a blooming flower of fireworks. A torrent of destructive energy swept across the ground, causing Tang Hao to expel a mouthful of blood, his body hurled hundreds of meters away by the force. With his martial soul shattered and the explosive energy wreaking havoc on him, Tang Hao was grievously wounded. After the battle with Qian Xuanji years ago, he had already harbored lingering injuries that were difficult to heal. Now, compounded by this new trauma, his strength lay nearly in ruins. Restoring himself to a state capable of contending with Tian would require years, if not decades. His tattered clothing lay strewn about him as he lay on the ground. A look of utter confusion etched on his face. Tian took a step forward, disappearing, only to reappear before Tang Hao. "You have lost," he stated, gazing at him. Tang Hao nodded bitterly, struggling to rise. "Thank you for your mercy. I shall never set foot in Nodding Academy again," he said weakly. "May I boldly inquire if you have attained the fabled level 100? He looked at Tian, his eyes filled with anticipation, awe, and astonishment. 100. A realm spoken of as divine. Years ago, his grandfather Tang Chun, a peerless 99th level Daw, had left the Haotian Sect in pursuit of the legendary 100-level divinity, never to return. Tian regarded Tang Hao, a flicker of pity crossing his gaze. He remained silent, turning to take a step that placed him 1,000 meters away. Then another, his white figure vanishing from Tang Hao's sight. Tian spared Tang Hao's life. First, because the latter posed no threat in his eyes, and second, because Tang Hao might still serve a purpose in the future. Upon returning to the academy, Tian's form rapidly diminished, reverting to the appearance of a 6- or 7-year-old child. In the playground, Xiao Wu still lay atop a large stone, her adorable face displaying a myriad of complex emotions. Upon catching sight of the approaching small figure, Xiao Wu bolted upright, leaping down from the stone, apprehensively regarding Tian. "A big brother appeared here, just now. He said he is your brother," Tian stated solemnly. "I know. He saw me earlier," Tian replied. "What did he say to you?" Xiao Wu inquired, her heart racing. Would Tian's older brother reveal her identity as a soul beast? What would Tian think of her once he learned the truth? Xiao Wu's emotions surged with anxiety, her small fists clenched tightly in anticipation of Tian's response. "My brother told me you are not human, but a transformed 100,000-year soul beast." Xiao Wu's heart raced with turmoil upon hearing Tian's words. So, he truly knew of her identity as a soul beast. Was she truly destined to leave this place? Nodding City had been her first choice to integrate into human society after departing from the Stardew Forest. Now that her classmates were aware of her true nature, there was no possibility of her remaining here. The human world was indeed perilous. At this moment, a sense of desolation washed over her. "Is your brother planning to kill me?" she asked, gazing at Tian. Tian shook his head, saying, "The Title Douluos who sought to harm you has been driven away by my brother. He no longer dares to return. My brother has already attained the rank of Title Douluos, rendering your soul ring ineffective against him. But my soul bones are still useful to him, and my soul ring will also benefit you in the future." Little Wu gazed intently at Tian, eager to discern whether he was truly indifferent to her. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Tian smiled and casually draped his arm around her shoulders, steering her toward the dormitory. Little Wu's body stiffened, as though she were being led along by Tian. "With a brother as powerful as mine, how could I possibly lack a few bones from you? As for your spirit ring, I find it unremarkable," he remarked. Upon hearing Tian dismiss her spirit ring, Little Wu felt a surge of indignation. "But mine is 100,000-year spirit ring," she retorted. 100,000 years. Is that truly impressive? Tian turned to look at her. "I have heard that there are many spirit beasts on Douluos continent that are hundreds of thousands of years old, some even nearing 1,000,000. Impossible." Little Wu rolled her eyes. "My home is within the Stardew Forest, where only 100,000-year spirit beasts reside. I have never encountered one that exceeds that age." Only then did Little Wu realize the slip she had made, inadvertently revealing her background. She promptly sealed her lips, unwilling to speak further. Although Tian appeared unconcerned about her identity, Little Wu could not simply dismiss the gravity of the situation. Humans and spirit beasts had always been sworn enemies, and she harbored lingering doubts regarding Tian's peculiar attitude upon discovering her identity. Undeterred by her reticence, Tian continued, "The Star Do Forest harbors many secrets. If you choose not to believe me, I shan't speak of it any longer. Instead, let me tell you about the ocean. Not far from Douluos continent, there resides a sovereign-level spirit beast, the deep-sea demon whale king, whose cultivation has reached 1,000,000 years, on the verge of breaking through to godhood." 1,000,000-year spirit beast? Little Wu's eyes widened, her curiosity piqued by Tian's words. How could such a creature exist? Achieving 100,000 years requires immense effort. She shook her head in disbelief. Little Wu understood well the arduous journey of spirit beast cultivation. Although the term 100,000 years refers to cultivation level rather than age, attaining such a level requires at least several thousand years of training. The perilous existence of spirit beasts means that each day could result in being devoured by a stronger one, making the path to 100,000-year cultivation exceedingly rare. The challenges of reaching 1,000,000 years are even more daunting. Tian chuckled. "If you don't believe me, one day I shall take you to see for yourself." Little Wu shot him a skeptical glance. If 1,000,000-year spirit beast truly exists, who would dare to see it? It would only end in being devoured. "Then when you return to the Star Do Forest someday, I shall accompany you, letting you witness the forest's true secrets," Tian proposed. "All right," Little Wu instinctively replied, but quickly corrected herself. No way. Her family and friends resided there. How could she possibly bring a human into such a dangerous territory? Especially since Tian had such a formidable brother. What if her family were harmed? She continued, "What other secrets could the Star Do Forest possibly hold? Surely, you cannot know more than I do." Little Wu's face displayed disbelief. An outsider claiming secrets about her home was no jest, and it was far from amusing. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Little Wu swiftly extricated herself from Tian's embrace. She was torn about whether to leave, questioning the trustworthiness of Tian's words. Wang Sheng and Tang San were still engrossed in their training. Upon noticing Tian and Little Wu's return, they merely glanced at them before continuing their practice. Training at night was a tradition among spirit masters, yet meditation drained mental energy, necessitating sleep for replenishment. Thus, Wang Sheng and the others would train for only a few hours before retiring for the night. Tian lay down on his bed, surrendering to sleep. Little Wu hesitated briefly before sitting at the edge of his bed. She sat silently, grappling with her decision to stay or leave, stealing glances at Tian. After a few minutes, she suddenly picked up her belongings and stood. Tian opened his eyes and asked, "Are you leaving because you don't trust me?" "I'm going to the bathhouse," Little Wu replied curtly, clutching her bag as she strode out. Tian's gaze followed her until she definitively headed toward the bathhouse, at which point he returned to rest. A small smile graced his lips as he shut his eyes. If Little Wu truly wished to leave, he would not insist on her staying, feeling only a tinge of regret. After all, having an endearing companion like her was rather pleasant, especially when he could occasionally rely on her. In a drowsy haze, Tian drifted into slumber. It was nearly an hour later when Little Wu returned, rousing him from his sleep. Wang Sheng and the others also awoke from their training, gathering their bathing supplies. Little Wu lay on her bed, pulling the soft, comfortable silk quilt over herself while glancing at Tian. "Aren't you going to bathe?" "I don't need to. My body isn't dirty," Tian replied. His physique had reached a state of purity, free of any impurities. Not even dust could cling to him. Little Wu grimaced and distanced herself from him. Seeing her expression, Tian chuckled. "Don't you find my body fragrant?" Little Wu nodded. "There's indeed a rather unique aroma. Truth be told, I haven't bathed in many years," Tian added. Little Wu froze, recalling the time she had secretly inhaled his scent. Suddenly, she felt a wave of nausea. "I'm ignoring you. I need to train," she declared, sitting cross-legged to commence her daily practice. However, after a few minutes of quiet sitting, she found it impossible to calm her mind. Her thoughts incessantly drifting back to the events of the night. Being discovered was a perilous predicament for her. Although she sensed no danger or malice from Tian and his brother, this was ultimately why she decided to stay. Nonetheless, she remained worried about the correctness of her choice. After attempting to meditate for half an hour without success, she reluctantly abandoned her efforts and lay down. As she reclined on the bed, she discreetly shifted her bag, stealing glances at Tian's sleeping profile. Before long, she too succumbed to slumber. Time passed unnoticed until Tian suddenly opened his eyes, sensing something rolling toward him. He turned to find little Wu, unbeknownst to him, had rolled closer in her sleep. Her sleeping posture was quite ungraceful, and without her bag, she was unable to contain her movements. Tian gently nudged her back to her side. Yet moments later, she rolled toward him again, seeking his warmth. With a sigh of resignation, Tian gave up after several attempts to push her back. Fortunately, the others were asleep. Otherwise, it would likely have caused a stir. As dawn broke, little Wu awoke to hushed whispers. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she wondered why Wang Sheng and the others were casting her peculiar glances and occasionally bursting into laughter. "Where's Tian?" She turned to look. Her mouth fell open in shock as she realized she had somehow ended up on Tian's side. Turning back in haste, she saw her bag had been kicked to the corner of the bed. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and in a flurry of embarrassment, she pulled the quilt over herself. Hiding within, Wang Sheng chuckled a few times and said, "Sister Xiao Wu, it's time to get up for breakfast. The opening ceremony is about to begin." Xiao Wu remained curled up under the blanket, hesitant to emerge. "If you're too shy, we'll head out without you. And you'll have to make your way there on your own," Wang Sheng teased, eliciting laughter from him and the other students. It was only after Wang Sheng and the others left that Xiao Wu finally emerged, gritting her teeth and muttering, Tian." She was completely unaware of her restless sleep, so she attributed everything to Tian. Tian was the first to rise, and shortly thereafter, Tang San awoke as well. He soon noticed Tang San and the master leaving Nodding Academy, purchasing a significant quantity of white radishes and various outdoor supplies within Nodding City. Tian understood that Tang San was heading to the soul-hunting forest with the master. If all went according to plan, Tang San would acquire a nearly 400-year-old mandala snake soul ring in a few days. The expansive playground was bustling with students, gradually forming several areas by class. Just before the opening ceremony commenced, Xiao Wu finally arrived. The principal, an elderly gentleman, delivered a leisurely speech for half an hour, followed by the director, who spoke for nearly an hour. Then, the beautiful host teacher announced loudly, "Next, we invite our outstanding student from last semester, Xiao Chenyu, to the stage to give a speech." Amidst a cacophony of laughter, the renowned Xiao Laoda of Nodding Academy, sporting a bruised face and a few horns atop his forehead, walked onto the stage, his face flushed. Wang Sheng and his friends laughed so hard that their stomachs nearly ached, feeling immensely vindicated. 3 days later, at noon, after class, the nearly recovered Xiao Laoda once again challenged the work-study students. On the small hillside behind the academy, Xiao Wu stood with Wang Sheng and 9 others, facing off against Xiao Laoda and his group of over 20 upperclassmen. Tian lazily stood at the back, intrigued by the spectacle of these young students preparing to fight. In the serene woods atop the hillside, the work-study students and Xiao Laoda's group were in a tense standoff. All the work-study students stood behind Xiao Wu, glaring angrily at Xiao Laoda's team. His group, composed of over 20 formidable upperclassmen, posed a significant threat, while the work-study students had a diverse range of grades. Aside from Xiao Wu and Tian, only Wang Sheng was capable of standing his ground. It was no wonder the work-study students had previously suffered so greatly at the hands of Xiao Laoda. Xiao Laoda, tall for his age at 11 or 12, stood at about 1.7 meters. Despite his once handsome face, bruises marred his appearance, drawing attention. Xiao Wu spoke first. "Xiao Laoda, you still haven't learned your lesson. Did that fall not wake you up? People like you will face retribution." Provoked by Xiao Wu's words, Xiao Laoda retorted, "That incident was caused by you, wasn't it? How else could all 8 of us have tumbled down the stairs? You must have attacked us from behind." Xiao Wu was taken aback and exclaimed, "Don't slander us. We were still a distance away from you at that time. How could we have pushed you down?" Xiao Laoda turned to 2 of his lackeys and asked, "You 2 were at the back that day. Did anyone push you?" The 2 nodded vigorously, stating, "Yes, we felt someone push us hard from behind. It was Wang Sheng and the others." They pointed at Wang Sheng with unwavering certainty. A smug expression crossed Xiao Laoda's face as he declared, "If that's the case, then let's settle old and new scores together. If you lose today, all your gold soul coins will belong to me, and this little girl will become my pet rabbit." Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed, and with one hand on her hip and the other raised, she pointed at Xiao Laoda, tried to appear fierce, but instead looking rather adorable. Xiao Laoda, if you're so shameless, today you'll witness the might of the work-study students. If you lose, you shall avoid us from now on. Agreed, Xiao Laoda readily accepted. I won't bully you. I see you have 11 people, so we'll send out 11 as well. It will be one-on-one combat, and, as long as you win, you can fight the next opponent until one side is completely defeated. Wang Sheng, familiar with Xiao Laoda's cunning, quickly warned Xiao Wu, Sister Xiao Wu, don't agree to that. Their side is full of upperclassmen. Each one can easily overpower everyone except for you, me, and Tian. We will surely be overwhelmed in a wheel battle, which is highly unfavorable for us. A wheel battle? I love those. I will take them all down, Xiao Wu replied, brimming with excitement, and declared, it's settled then. No more hesitation. Let's begin. Xiao Laoda wore a broad grin, clearly pleased with his scheme, and called out, Lu Long, you go first. Yes, boss. A boy named Lu Long stepped forward. Tall and a 6th grade student, he was one of Xiao Laoda's strongest subordinates. Wang Sheng's expression shifted, and through gritted teeth he said, Sister Xiao Wu, let me take him on. Surprised, Xiao Wu asked, do you have a grudge against him? Wang Sheng nodded. Lu Long was in his class, and they had fought numerous times, with Wang Sheng suffering devastating defeats each time. The reason being, Lu Long's martial spirit was a staff, while Wang Sheng's battle tiger martial spirit had yet to manifest, leaving him at a disadvantage against an armed opponent. Xiao Wu nodded. All right, go ahead. If you lose, I will avenge you. Wang Sheng approached the forefront, and Lu Long stepped forward as well. Why humiliate yourself as a defeated foe? Lu Long taunted. Wang Sheng, his face serious and silent, summoned the power of his martial spirit. With a fierce roar, his body glowed with the radiance of soul power, and his aura transformed into that of a ferocious tiger. Seeing that Wang Sheng did not respond, Lu Long felt slighted. His expression hardened as he wielded a 2-meter-long staff. The two ceased their words and engaged in combat. Tian approached and stood beside Xiao Wu, observing the battle. From the onset, Wang Sheng found himself at a disadvantage. Lu Long's staff created an impenetrable defense, preventing Wang Sheng from closing in. Each strike landed heavily, leaving blood and bruises on Wang Sheng's body. He continued to roar like a tiger, fighting back with all his might, but the disparity became increasingly apparent. Vohid, Xiao Wu Eskichi, Ao Qian. Do you think Wang Sheng still has a chance to win? Tian remained unfazed, smiling. Why wouldn't he? As long as you wish for him to win, he can. Xiao Wu shot him an annoyed glance. Were you joking about a time like this? At this rate, Wang Sheng cannot possibly win. Tang San's voice suddenly rang out, and Xiao Wu turned to see him standing on her other side. For Wang Sheng to win, he must break through their defense and attack closely. However, with his current combat skills, he cannot breach their defense. Tang San's words resonated with authority, making his judgment credible. He glanced at Tian, then assessed the opposing lineup, continuing to Xiao Wu, you should not have rushed into this duel today. It would have been better to wait for my return to ensure a greater chance of success. Fortunately, I have returned. Are you suggesting that if you hadn't come back, we would have lost? Ao Qian inquired. Tang San did not look at Tian and said lightly, the possibility of losing is quite high. Although your strength and speed are formidable, the opponent has numerous strong warriors, and Xiao Laoda has already become a soul master. The power of soul skills is beyond your imagination. Being a soul master and not being one are two entirely different worlds. Tian smiled and replied, is that so? To me, soul masters are nothing extraordinary. Wang Sheng may not necessarily lose. Xiao Wu, frustrated, exclaimed, what are you two arguing about at such a critical moment? Ignoring Xiao Wu, Tang San shook his head and said, Tian, in terms of vision, you fall short of me. After his previous defeat to Tian, Tang San had subconsciously sought to reclaim victory over him. Really? I say Wang Sheng will win, and he will. Tian maintained his confident smile. As Wang Sheng appeared on the verge of defeat, Tang San had already produced a small stone in his hand, ready to secretly assist Wang Sheng. However, upon hearing Tian's words, he could not resist engaging in a verbal spar with Tian and retracted the stone. Then I shall wait and see how Wang Sheng wins, Tang San stated indifferently. Tang San, How can you utter such words that elevate others while diminishing your own stature? Someone from behind voiced their discontent. Tang San remained composed, standing firm. If Wang Sheng were to lose, so be it. He and Xiao Wu were still there, and Tian would likely intervene. Ultimately, the victor of this confrontation would still be on their side. He merely wished to dampen Tian's spirits and witness his dismay and defeat. On the battlefield, Wang Sheng was already battered and bruised, increasingly struggling against Lu Long's relentless assaults. Within 5 moves, Wang Sheng is certain to lose, Tang San asserted confidently. Tian replied, within 5 moves? Wang Sheng will surely win, I stand by my word. Initially, Tian had intended to employ minor tricks to ensure Wang Sheng's victory. After all, he found no interest in engaging in such a small-scale fight, nor wished for Xiao Wu to intervene, as her combat style often led to intimate encounters with opponents. Seeing Tang San's unwavering belief that Wang Sheng would lose, Tian found amusement, prompting their exchange of words. Upon hearing Tian's declaration, a trace of disdain appeared on Tang San's lips. Without his assistance, Wang Sheng was destined to fail. What could he possibly use to secure victory? Xiao Wu's expression darkened. She too sensed that Wang Sheng was on the brink of losing. After all, he had been severely beaten, and the opponent's momentum only grew stronger. This situation was irretrievable. In the arena, Lu Long wore a scornful expression. Although Wang Sheng's strength surpassed his own, it was merely brute force, leaving him to be toyed with. It should come to an end, he thought, his eyes glinting coldly as he shouted, "Kneel before me." With that, he swung his staff fiercely towards Wang Sheng's knees. If that strike landed, Wang Sheng would undoubtedly kneel. Lost, Tang San silently recited. However, at that moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Wang Sheng's body. Lu Long's staff, aimed at Wang Sheng's leg, was unexpectedly repelled. With a deafening roar, Wang Sheng unleashed a tiger-like cry, and faint patterns resembling tiger stripes appeared on his skin. Elation surged within him as he felt a tremendous energy coursing through his body, invigorating him with immense strength. If a person with formidable spiritual power were present, they would undoubtedly be astounded by the remarkable aura emanating from Wang Sheng's head. As he continued to roar, the energy within him multiplied, pushing him to the brink of explosion, yearning for an outlet. What was happening? Everyone, except Tian, was left in shock. While they could not perceive the immense spiritual energy flooding into Wang Sheng, they could sense his surging presence. Tang San's eyes widened slowly, his expression turning blank as he recalled his previous prediction of Wang Sheng's imminent defeat within 5 moves. Yet, before 5 moves had passed, the situation had drastically shifted. Feigning power, Lu Long felt humiliated as Wang Sheng deflected his staff, and in a fit of rage, he swung it down towards Wang Sheng's head. Wang Sheng disregarded the strike, enduring the blow and successfully closing the distance to Lu Long. For a soul master wielding a long weapon, being approached by a beast martial soul master spelled inevitable defeat. With a powerful slap, Wang Sheng struck Lu Long's face, sending him flying, and he spun in midair before collapsing unconscious upon landing. Everyone, save for Tian, was left dumbfounded. The tide of battle had turned so rapidly, with Wang Sheng reversing his fate in a single move. Who else? Wang Sheng shouted excitedly toward Xiao Laoda. Xiao Laoda's expression darkened as he summoned another subordinate to the arena. Tang San, are you convinced yet? Tian asked, smiling at Tang San, unashamed of his underhanded tactics. He felt no remorse. At his level, actions were dictated solely by desire. He did as he pleased, seeking freedom and ease. As for fairness, that was not a concern for him. Impossible. He was clearly losing, Tang San murmured, disbelief etched on his face. Suddenly, he turned to Tian and inquired, "How did you know Wang Sheng would win?" "Because your vision is inferior to mine," Tian replied. Tang San felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, leaving him speechless. He had just uttered those very words to Tian, and now they were being returned verbatim. Amid their exchange, a shriek echoed from the battlefield. The newly summoned subordinate of Xiao Laoda was also knocked out by Wang Sheng's slap. What on earth has Wang Sheng consumed today to become so formidable? The excitement erupted among the onlookers. Tang San was in a foul mood, redirecting his attention to Wang Sheng, seeking to uncover the reason behind his sudden surge in strength. His eyes flickered with purple light as he activated his purple extreme demon eye, making every movement of Wang Sheng appear to slow dramatically. At that moment, Xiao Laoda's third challenger had entered the fray, yet Wang Sheng remained fierce. He felt as though he had truly transformed into a mighty tiger, with an unending source of power surging within him. Even when struck, the pain was minimal. My soul power must have reached level 10. Once I absorb a soul ring, I will become a soul master, Wang Sheng thought with excitement. His talent was average, having studied for nearly 6 years at Notting Academy, only managing to cultivate his soul power to level 9. To his astonishment, he had unexpectedly broken through to level 10 during battle. Not all students at Notting Academy would ultimately become soul masters. After 6 years of study, only a few would achieve that rank. If Wang Sheng could attain the soul master realm before graduation, his future would undoubtedly be much brighter. Bring it on! Bring it on! Everyone, except Tian, grew increasingly astonished, nearing a state of numbness. Wang Sheng had single-handedly challenged 10 opponents and remained in high spirits, showing no signs of weakness. How is this possible? Tang San murmured. He had witnessed Wang Sheng's 10 battles, but could not discern the reason behind his sudden strength. Wang Sheng's fighting spirit surged as he turned his gaze towards Xiao Laoda. Laughing heartily, Xiao Laoda, it's your turn. Xiao Chunyu stepped forward with a grim expression. Losing 10 matches today was a tremendous embarrassment. Seeing this, Tang San spoke up. Wang Sheng, Xiao Laoda has already ascended to the rank of Soul Master. You are at a disadvantage. Allow me to handle this. He glanced at Tian and Xiao Wu, noting their lack of opposition, and continued. I too have reached the rank of Soul Master. Astonished, Master Zhao's gaze fell upon Tang San. His appearance was unfamiliar to him. He had not noticed Tang San in the cafeteria during their last encounter. The emergence of a Soul Master among the work-study students was utterly inconceivable. Having spent 6 years at the Notting Academy, he had never witnessed a work-study student successfully ascend to the realm of a Soul Master. Now, with Tang San's breakthrough, a sense of unease washed over him. What could this young man's martial spirit possibly be? Master Xiao pondered silently. To the surprise of many, Wang Sheng shook his head and declared, I can continue fighting. Having endured bullying from Master Xiao for years, Wang Sheng was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. Even if he were to lose, he would harbor no regrets. Master Zhao's attention shifted from Tang San to Wang Sheng, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he remarked, Wang Sheng, you possess quite the audacity, but allow me to handle this. You lack a soul ring and cannot defeat him. Tang San interjected, Wang Sheng, you've done exceptionally well. Leave the rest to us. Wang Sheng's gaze remained resolute. Let me try. I might not lose. Tian chimed in. Tang San was about to refute him, but the memory of Tian's prophetic words silenced him. Are you certain, Tian? Xiao Wu inquired, glancing at him. Trust me, Tian replied succinctly. Xiao Wu nodded, stating, then let Wang Sheng fight once more. Master Xiao cracked his knuckles, sneering. Though you've won 10 matches in a row, your audacity to challenge me is commendable. Enough with the idle talk. Today, I shall reclaim the pain you have inflicted upon us over the years. With that, Wang Sheng roared, the tiger patterns on his body deepening in intensity. How dare you be so arrogant before becoming a soul master? Xiao Qinyu scoffed, unleashing his martial spirit. His martial spirit was a wolf, and he was a level 11 battle soul master. Those with beast martial spirits experienced a significant boost in power upon breaking through to soul master, allowing them to manifest their martial spirits. Master Zhao's physique swelled rapidly. His hands enlarged, gray fur sprouted, claws sharpened, and a white soul ring appeared around him. Typically, battles between soul masters required the exchange of names, martial spirits, and levels. But Master Xiao was too impatient for such formalities and launched an immediate attack. Enhanced by the manifestation of his martial spirit, his speed and strength surged, transforming him into a blur as he charged toward Wang Sheng. Die, worthless fool, he roared. His massive wolf claw aimed at Wang Sheng's chest. In that moment, Wang Sheng's hatred, fury, and strength ignited, coalescing into a single punch. Under the watchful eyes of all, their fists collided, resulting in a cry of agony from Master Xiao as he was sent hurtling backward. His arm twisted at an unnatural angle, and under the excruciating pain, his martial spirit faltered. Boss! A throng of underlings rushed forward, only to find Xiao Chenyu unconscious. Wang Sheng collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, as if he had drained every ounce of his vitality. "Brother Sheng, you won," a group of work-study students exclaimed excitedly. Darkness clouded Wang Sheng's vision, and he too succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao Wu stepped forward, announcing loudly, "In this duel, we work-study students emerge victorious. When Master Xiao awakens, inform him that if he encounters us again without taking a detour, he will face me each time." The 20 or so individuals across from her dared not respond, hurriedly retreating with Master Xiao in tow. Xiao Wu turned to the unconscious Wang Sheng and said, "Quickly, take him to the school infirmary." The work-study students scrambled to lift Wang Sheng and hastily departed. "Ao Tan, wait a moment," Tang San called out, catching up to Ao Tian, who was about to leave with Xiao Wu. "What is it?" Ao Tian asked, turning back. Tang San exuded a spirit of challenge as he declared, "I wish to challenge you once more." Ao Tian chuckled. "You only lost to me a few days ago. Now that you've become a soul master, your confidence has soared?" Tang San felt a flush of embarrassment at his words. Now a soul master, he felt it somewhat dishonorable to propose a battle against Ao Tian, who had yet to reach that stage. Just as Tang San contemplated withdrawing his challenge, Ao Tian said, "I accept your challenge." Tang San nodded without hesitation, distancing himself from Ao Tian as they took their stances. Xiao Wu, intrigued, stood by, believing that if Tang San had not yet acquired a soul ring, victory would undoubtedly belong to Ao Tian. However, with Tang San having gained a new soul skill, the outcome became uncertain. Tang San, martial spirit blue silvergrass. Level 11 one-ringed soul master, he proclaimed, raising his right hand as a sprout of blue silver grass blossomed in his palm, swiftly spreading outward. A yellow soul ring emerged from beneath his feet, significantly enhancing his aura. After a moment's thought, Ao Tian responded, "Ao Tan, martial spirit golden dragon. Level 11 battle, soul master. You have broken through to soul master?" Both Tang San and Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Ao Tian. "Did you venture into the soul-hunting forest as well?" Tang San pressed on, recalling that Xiao Wu had confirmed Ao Tian's presence at the academy in the past days. Xiao Wu answered, "He has been here the entire time." She then turned to Ao Tian, asking, "Ao Tian, were you already a soul master before coming to the academy?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San's expression shifted to one of realization. After awakening his martial spirit, 3 months remained until the end of the school year, and it was entirely plausible for Ao Tian, possessing innate full soul power, to have become a soul master during that period. "No wonder he had been so much stronger than me during our last match," Tang San mused. After pondering for a moment, Ao Tian deemed Xiao Wu's explanation satisfactory and nodded, "Indeed." Tang San felt a weight lift from his heart and said, "Then release your martial spirit." Ao Tian shook his head, replying, "You may attack first. Only then will I reveal my martial spirit." Arrogant. Tang San could not suppress his irritation. Pride surged within him. The pride of being a disciple of the Tang Sect, the pride of being a traveler from another world. Yet repeated defeats at Ao Tian's hands left him feeling disheartened. "Very well, let us battle. Blue silver grass, entangle," Tang San declared, and at his command, several thick strands of blue silver grass erupted from the ground near Ao Tian, striking like venomous serpents as they sought to ensnare him. Ao Tian remained motionless, allowing the blue silver grass to wrap around his body. The tendrils bore numerous sharp barbs, which upon tightening, aimed to pierce his skin. To Tang San's astonishment, they failed to penetrate. He could sense the state of the blue silver grass. It could not break through Ao Tian's skin. With a flick of his left hand, a smooth pebble appeared, and employing the techniques of the hidden weapons, he launched it toward Ao Tian. His palm moved rapidly, unleashing a barrage of pebbles that struck Ao Tian with uncanny precision, targeting vital points and joints designed to incapacitate. Utilizing his Xiantian skill to its fullest, he propelled the hidden weapons with maximum force. However, when the pebbles collided with Ao Tian, they shattered as if hitting solid iron. "This should come to an end," Ao Tian stated, disregarding Tang San's projectiles and the entangling blue silver grass. He advanced towards Tang San with purposeful strides. To Tang San's dismay, the once formidable blue silver grass was effortlessly torn apart by Ao Tian's strength, was taken aback, his feet shifting as he prepared to engage in a guerrilla battle with Haotian. The last encounter left an indelible mark on his memory, as Haotian's strength and speed were formidable. Although he had since advanced to the rank of Soul Master, he still felt uncertain about facing Haotian in close combat, unless he resorted to the Haotian hammer. However, he soon realized that he had underestimated Haotian's agility. Despite the intricacy of his ghostly shadow steps, Haotian caught up to him in mere breaths. Haotian's fist descended, and despite his efforts to defend himself, he was unable to withstand the onslaught. Intense pain surged through Tang San's nerves. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his cries, yet muffled groans escaped him. The relentless barrage left him questioning his very existence. It was not until several minutes had passed that Haotian finally ceased his assault. Tang San collapsed onto the ground, grappling with the disparity between himself and Haotian. How could you be this strong? He thought, his face marred with bruises and throbbing pain. I possess this strength, so if you wish to challenge me in the future, think carefully, Haotian replied. Tang San clenched his fists, vowing, one day, I will defeat you. Haotian merely smiled faintly before turning to depart. Are you all right, Tang San? Xiao Wu inquired with concern. He shook his head and replied, just some superficial injuries, nothing serious. Then hurry back to rest. I'll take my leave now, Xiao Wu stated, before dashing off to catch up with Haotian. Tang San could not help but ponder, will you truly win the bet against Haotian, teacher? Chapter 31. Haotian's martial soul state, despite the explicit prohibition of student fights at the Nodding Soul Master Academy. There were always a few unruly students who caused headaches for both teachers and the principal. Consequently, as long as the fights did not escalate too severely, the authorities often turned a blind eye. Typically, it was the working students who bore the brunt of these altercations, and the academy's infirmary provided free treatment without any serious incidents occurring over the years. Some educators even considered these brawls a form of practical training. However, today marked the most severe incident in many years. Xiao Qinyu, the son of the lord of Nodding City, suffered a fractured arm and fell into a coma. Several students who usually accompanied him were also battered and bruised, some even sustaining internal injuries. Among the working students, however, only one fell unconscious. In the past, when only working students were injured, the academy would simply treat them and consider the matter resolved, without offering any consolation. Yet now, the gravity of the situation was amplified by the fact that the Lord's son had sustained a serious injury. Although the academy's healing soul masters could provide treatment, full recovery would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Some teachers feared the Lord would exert pressure and punish the working student responsible. While the academy was not directly governed by the Lord, his influence still loomed over it. Teachers were apprehensive, but how the academy would handle the situation ultimately depended on the decisions of the higher-ups. After Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu were taken for treatment, they soon regained consciousness. Wang Sheng, feeling somewhat weak, retreated to his dormitory for rest, taking the afternoon off. Outside the infirmary, Xiao Qinyu, still reeling from his awakening, erupted in fury, demanding that Wang Sheng face the consequences of his actions. It was not that he could not accept defeat. Rather, he could not fathom losing to someone he had always regarded as a mere working student, especially one who had yet to reach the rank of Soul Master. The humiliation was unbearable, and he feared becoming a laughingstock. What are you shouting about? Can you not handle the loss? Xiao Wu interjected, blocking Xiao Qinyu's path with a mocking tone. His face darkened, rendering him speechless. Accept the consequences from now on. You'll have to take a detour when you see us. As for Wang Sheng, don't even think about seeking revenge. He has our protection. Xiao Wu raised her chin defiantly, gazing at Xiao Qinyu with authority. What? Are you still unconvinced? She added, releasing her martial soul. A crimson glow enveloped her, transforming her eyes to a deep red. Her ears elongated, sprouting soft white fur, and she grew taller as a yellow soul ring ascended from beneath her. I am Xiao Wu, the leader of the 7th dormitory, a battle soul master of level 12. A century-old soul ring. Xiao Qinyu gasped in astonishment. His first soul ring was merely a decade old, yet the new leader of the working students possessed a century-old soul ring. Observing his stunned expression, Xiao Wu felt a surge of pride, saying, Tang San, show him your martial soul. Having just experienced Haotian's assault and received treatment from the healing soul masters, Tang San had returned to normal. At Xiao Wu's prompting, he released his martial soul and a yellow soul ring emerged, once again leaving Xiao Qinyu in shock. Out Yin, what about yours? Xiao Wu asked, glancing at Out Yin, urging him to reveal his martial soul to further intimidate Xiao Qinyu. She had long been curious to learn about Out Yin's martial soul. Very well, Out Yin replied, focusing his thoughts as his body began to transform. After advancing to Soul Master, his beast martial soul could manifest, so this time he did not summon the golden dragon, but reverted to his true form. 2 miniature silver horns sprouted from his forehead, each about 10 centimeters long, and a golden dragon scale appeared in the center of his forehead. This represented his true appearance in human form. Previously, he had concealed his horns for the sake of modesty. A yellow soul ring materialized around him, yet no other changes occurred. Once transformed, his aura took on an otherworldly quality. Out Yin, why do you have 2 horns? Xiao Wu inquired with fascination, reaching out to touch Out Yin's dragon horns, only to be evaded as Out Yin playfully pinched her ear. Being sensitive, her rabbit ears turned crimson at the contact, prompting her to quickly revert from her martial soul state. Meanwhile, Xiao Qinyu stood utterly dumbfounded. 3 soul masters had emerged from the working student group, all boasting century-old soul rings, almost causing his heart to fail from fright. His father, the Lord of Nodding City, had warned him about the terrifying forces one should not provoke. Encountering extraordinary talents required utmost caution to avoid catastrophic consequences for his family. Are you convinced now? Xiao Wu asked triumphantly, gazing at Xiao Qinyu. He nodded obediently, replying, Xiao Wu, I yield. From now on, you hold sway in Nodding Academy. Xiao Wu feigned seriousness, nodding her head before waving her hand. In that case, hurry back to rest. Thank you, Xiao Wu, for your mercy. Xiao Qinyu quickly retreated with his companions, vowing never to antagonize the working students again. Let's go eat, Xiao Wu said, tugging Out Yin toward the dining hall. Tang San, however, did not follow. Instead, he left the academy to head towards the Hall of Martial Souls. Having just become a Soul Master, he sought to verify his information with the Hall and receive his Soul Master badge and Soul Coin reward. Late at night, Xiao Wu awoke from her training, finding Wang Sheng and the others already asleep. Those with stronger spiritual energy could endure longer training sessions. She glanced across the room, spotting Tang San still immersed in his practice. What a freak. He trains even longer than I do, she muttered. What she was unaware of was that Tang San did not cultivate through meditation. Rather, he practiced the Xiantian Gong, which required minimal consumption of his mental energy, allowing him to engage in prolonged training. Xiao Wu turned her head to glance at Tian, only to discover that he had already succumbed to slumber. A mischievous smile suddenly graced her lips as she leaned over her pack, observing the proximity of Tian. She reached out, pulling her long braid toward her, playfully brushing the soft ends against Tian's face. His nose twitched as he prepared to sneeze, but he suppressed it with remarkable speed. You keep this up, and I might just cut your hair, he threatened. Startled, Xiao Wu quickly retracted her braid, retorting, Who told you to be so wicked? You've been sneakily pulling me over to your side at night. Who knows what unsavory things you might have done to me? Tian rolled his eyes, exasperated. Did you not say you rolled over by yourself? I have no interest in you, little girl. I'm more worried about you tarnishing my reputation. How could that be? Xiao Wu protested with a look of disbelief. I sleep very peacefully. My mother taught me that. Tian scrutinized her, a smirk playing on his lips. Are you pretending to sleep? Rolling over to take advantage of me? Police, as if I would ever do that to you. Xiao Wu exclaimed, feigning a fierce attack on Tian. Xiao Wu, could you keep your playful noises down? We are all suffering here, Wang Sheng interjected suddenly. Exactly. We can't seem to fall asleep, another voice chimed in. Xiao Wu's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she retreated beneath her covers, muttering curses at Tian. A year had passed, and the students of the Nodding Soul Master Academy were once again greeted with an extended holiday. Chapter 32, Journey to the Star Doe Forest. This academic year had been a leisurely one for Tian. When he desired to attend classes, he did. When he did not, he would skip them. Occasionally, he would return to Wuhuan City to check on Bibi Dong. On the day of Qian Rinxue's birthday, he even made a trip to Tiando City to bring her back to the Papal Palace. Xiao had also enjoyed a carefree existence. As a 10,000-year soul beast in human form, her innate talents were beyond ordinary comparison. Even with minimal training, her strength had steadily increased. In the dormitory, The work-study students were busy packing their belongings, and Tang San was also tidying up. With the holiday approaching, they were all eager to return home after nearly a year of study. How could they not miss their families? Especially Tang San, who worried about his father's well-being in his absence. He had even purchased a new forging hammer to bring back as a gift for his father. In the dormitory, only Tian and Xiao Wu remained untouched by the flurry of packing. Leaning comfortably against his bed, Tian had little to pack. Xiao Wu, too, lounged on her bed, watching her roommates bustle about with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Tian glanced at her, intrigued. "Why aren't you packing? Are you not planning to go home?" Xiao Wu replied with a hint of sadness. "I might not go home. I should probably stay at the academy." Hearing her words, all the students turned to look, wondering if something had happened in Xiao Wu's family. "Why not go back? You've been away for so long. Don't you miss your mother?" Ao Qiong asked. He knew that Xiao Wu's mother had not perished. When Bibi Dong had ascended to the rank of Title Douluos, he had personally assisted in selecting a more powerful soul beast for her, allowing that rabbit to escape disaster. Xiao Wu hesitated, then leaned in closer to Tian, whispering, "Returning to the Star Do forest requires several days of travel. I was fortunate not to encounter any malefactors on my way here. But that black-clad individual who intruded into the academy last time truly frightened me. I dare not return." She felt that remaining at the academy was safer. Should her identity be revealed during the journey, it could lead to dire consequences. Yet, she longed for her mother, creating an internal conflict. Tian jested. "Are you suggesting that I should escort you home?" He did not conceal his voice, drawing the attention of everyone in the room once more. Laughter erupted at Tian's remark. "Xiao Wu, are you two meeting the parents so soon?" Someone teased. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Wu retorted angrily, her face turning a deep shade of crimson as she pinched Tian's arm. After a moment, she calmed down and said, "You are merely a soul master. You cannot protect me." Tian laughed. "Did you forget? I have an older brother." Xiao Wu's eyes brightened, her interest piqued. Tian's elder brother could drive away a Title Douluos, indicating immense strength capable of safeguarding her return to the Stardo Forest. "No way." She suddenly shook her head vigorously. "How could I bring such a powerful Title Douluos home? That would endanger my mother and Ming and heir Ming." She believed that Tian's elder brother would show no interest in her soul bone, but might well target other 10,000-year soul beasts. Tian could easily perceive Xiao Wu's concerns and reassured her, "I can instruct my brother not to enter. He will obey my every command." "Really?" Xiao Wu looked at Tian, her heart fluttering. Tian nodded. "Indeed, he does whatever I say." "Then let me think about it," Xiao Wu replied, not immediately committing, as she needed to weigh the risks involved. "All right," Tian said nonchalantly. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly sparkled. "Tian, is your home far from here? Perhaps I could visit you?" "It's about the same distance," Tian responded. Then he lowered his voice. "My home is within Wuhuan City. Would you dare come?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth and shaking her head vigorously. "Then I won't go." Tian chuckled softly and said no more. Wang Sheng suddenly stood up, clapping his hands to capture everyone's attention. "This semester, I have become a soul master. A few days ago, my father wrote to say that when I return, the village will throw a feast to celebrate. Who wants to join? All expenses covered." "I'm going." "Me too." Upon hearing there would be food, several could not resist. "Tang San, will you go?" Wang Sheng inquired. Tang San shook his head. Wang Sheng's village was quite distant from Holy Soul Village, and he did not wish to waste time. With only a few months left before the wager with the master, when school resumed, he would confront Tian. Therefore, he needed to seize every opportunity to train. Tian, what level have you reached? How strong are you now?" Tang San pondered as he glanced at Tian, who was lounging against the bed. Since their match on the hillside, they had not battled again. Throughout the semester, Tang San had not witnessed Tian training or displaying his skills, leaving him uncertain of Tian's current capabilities. "Tian, Xiao Wu, what about you?" Wang Sheng asked, turning to them. Xiao Wu replied, "Let me think about it." Tian shook his head, not going. Tian's response was anticipated by Wang Sheng. A wealthy young master would hardly find interest in a rural feast. That night, Xiao Wu tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her thoughts consumed by the idea of returning home. Could she truly trust Tian? As she pondered, clarity suddenly washed over her. Tian's brother was a Title Douluos. Even without her guidance, he could find his way into the depths of the Star-Do forest. Moreover, Brother Haotian is aware of her soul beast identity. If he truly intends to use her as leverage to coerce her family into surrendering, then irrespective of her choice, she could be captured and returned. Thus, let him take me back. I place my faith in him. Xiao Wu turned her gaze towards Haotian. Over the course of the past year, she had grown accustomed to Haotian sleeping beside her. She mused that if one day Haotian were to suddenly vanish, she would likely feel an overwhelming sense of loneliness for an extended period. She shyly contemplated whether she would still squeeze beside him tonight. Throughout the semester, she had woken up nearly every morning on the side where Haotian lay. The frequency of such occurrences had led her to believe that she had unconsciously rolled over to his side while asleep. This phenomenon was quite peculiar. Whenever she fell asleep, she would not roll in any direction but would gravitate towards Haotian. With these thoughts in mind, she gently closed her eyes, her cheeks tinged with crimson, deciding that perhaps it was worth a little discomfort, considering that he was still quite young and incapable of causing any harm. The following morning, Tang San, Wang Sheng, and the others eagerly departed. Have you made your decision? If you don't need me to accompany you, I shall take my leave, Haotian remarked, gazing at Xiao Wu. With a sweet smile, Xiao Wu replied, Didn't you say long ago that you would take me to see the secrets of the Star-Do forest? Let us go. Chapter 33. The secret of Xiao Wu's mother. Are you not worried? Haotian inquired. I am currently on your territory. What use is worry? Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. You're not entirely foolish. Haotian chuckled, playfully ruffling her hair. Don't mess up my hair. Xiao Wu complained, retaliating by tossing her bag at him. I don't have a soul-guiding device. Can you help me pack? She asked. She had long envied Haotian for not needing to carry a bag on his outings. Unfortunately, there are no storage soul-guiding devices available for purchase in Notting City. Otherwise, she would have borrowed money to acquire one. The ingenuity of humanity was indeed formidable, capable of creating such wondrous items. For soul beasts, it was nothing short of miraculous. Haotian accepted Xiao Wu's bag and, with a mere thought, stored it in his spatial realm. At his level of cultivation, he was capable of creating a personal space through the laws of space, which was also why he looked down upon using those inferior soul-guiding devices. Not only were they small, but they also lacked security. Is there anything else? Haotian inquired. Xiao Wu shook her head. Nothing more. Then let us proceed. Haotian stepped out first, and Xiao Wu hurriedly followed, glancing at Haotian's back, feeling a wave of nervousness at the thought of Haotian meeting her mother. Once outside the academy, Haotian asked, On your first visit to the human world, are you not taking anything back? Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed as she fiddled with her fingers, sheepishly admitting, I've already spent all my money. Upon learning that she would receive a monthly stipend of a gold soul coin once registered as a soul master at the Martial Soul Hall, she had rushed to register. Coupled with her earnings as a work-study student, she should have saved a considerable amount. However, she lacked a proper understanding of finances, often purchasing anything that piqued her interest without considering its utility. Consequently, she not only failed to save any money, but also found herself in significant debt to Haotian. Haotian tossed her a gold soul coin and remarked, This marks the 60th gold soul coin you owe me. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue. You needn't remind me. I'm well aware. So wealthy yet so stingy, she added. An hour later, a luxurious carriage departed from Notting City, heading towards the Star-Do forest. Xiao Wu leaned against the carriage window, watching the swiftly receding scenery, and exclaimed, How fast! At this pace, we should reach the Star-Do forest in 4 or 5 days. It took me 8 days to walk from the Star-Do forest to Notting City. It was utterly exhausting. Why did you run so far? Haotian asked. Xiao Wu replied, It's not like you humans. The areas close to the Star-Do forest are swarming with human soul masters, making it perilously dangerous. My mother said I should venture further away. And where is your mother? Why isn't she accompanying you? Haotian inquired, curious. Logically, how could a mother feel at ease allowing her daughter to enter the human world alone? They were soul beasts, and one misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's mood soured as she responded. My mother once entered the human world to cultivate, but was discovered. Although she managed to escape back to the Star-Do forest, she was gravely injured and has yet to recover. Haotian understood now. It was indeed an injury that prevented Xiao Wu's mother from accompanying her. It appeared that the existence of soul beasts in the human world was fraught with peril. Soul beasts were confined to their territories, and venturing into the human world was akin to courting death. Yet, even while remaining within their domains, they faced the daily threat of being hunted by human soul masters, destined to become soul rings for them. Hearing about Xiao Wu's mother's plight stirred something within Haotian. Perhaps the fate of soul beasts should not be so tragic. Is your mother severely injured? Haotian asked. Xiao Wu nodded. Yes, she was gravely injured. At that time, she had not yet reached maturity in the human world. I missed her, so I chose to transform into a human to find her. But Ming and Air Ming stopped me. Later, when my mother returned to see me and discovered I had transformed, she ventured into the human world again, hoping to quickly cultivate to the rank of Title Douluos and take me with her to train. But unexpectedly, she returned gravely injured shortly after leaving. As she spoke, tears began to shimmer in Xiao Wu's large eyes. Do not worry, your mother will surely recover. Haotian consoled her, revealing, let me share a secret. I can also heal others. Really? Xiao Wu looked at Haotian with tear-filled eyes, but before Haotian could respond, she shook her head. How could that be? You are not a healing soul master, and even if you were still merely at the soul master level. Haotian replied confidently, rest assured, you will see for yourself in due time. Xiao Wu regarded Haotian with a mix of skepticism and a budding sense of hope. Inside the carriage, it was only Haotian and Xiao Wu. They had not hired a coachman, yet the horse seemed to possess intelligence, galloping towards the Star-Do forest. The opulent carriage was equipped with a bed for resting and even a small restroom. Haotian did not require the latter. He consumed food not out of hunger, but merely for pleasure. Any food ingested would be refined into nothingness by the energy within his body, leaving no trace behind. Thus, the restroom was solely for Xiao Wu's use. Haotian, do you really not need to cultivate? Xiao Wu inquired. Since meeting Haotian, she had never witnessed him practicing. As a 100,000-year-soul beast transformed into a human, her talent was already among the finest, yet she still needed to cultivate. Aren't you bound by a wager with the master? If you do not cultivate, how can you compete with Tang San? Xiao Wu pressed. Do not worry. You will understand in time, Haotian replied nonchalantly. The horse's speed was astonishingly swift. In just 3 days, Haotian and Xiao Wu approached the Star-Do forest. There's a small town ahead. We can rest there for the night and enter the forest first thing in the morning, Xiao Wu pointed out. Nightfall in the Star-Do forest was exponentially more dangerous than during the day, and Xiao Wu believed that given their strengths, it would be prudent to enter during daylight. Xiao Wu continued to elucidate. That small town is the nearest human settlement to the Star-Do forest, where many soul masters venturing into the forest rest and resupply. After speaking, she turned to Tian and said, Tian, your elder brother. Oh, Tian chuckled. Rest assured, I will have my brother return tomorrow. Xiao Wu nodded, feeling reassured. No matter how much she trusted Tian, she was still hesitant to bring a Title Douluos home. Surrounding the town were towering city walls, standing over 30 meters high, necessary for defense against potential nighttime assaults by soul beasts. Tian and Xiao Wu dismounted from their carriage not far from the city gate, and the sky had darkened considerably. Thank you for your hard work. Tian raised his hand, and the horse, intelligent enough, lowered its head to allow him to stroke it. It closed its eyes, thoroughly enjoying the affection. This is your reward, Tian said, as a faint essence of dragon blood flowed from his palm into the horse's body. The horse neighed excitedly, its spine rippling as if something was about to emerge from within. Chapter 34. The Mysterious Tian, Part 4. This horse was the same one Tian had used for his journey from Spirit City to Nodding City a year prior. It was entirely snow white, robust, and strong, a steed he had carefully selected in Spirit City. After Tian infused it with the essence of dragon blood, its body began to undergo a rapid transformation. Xiao Wu gasped, Tian, look. It seems something is about to emerge from the horse's back. With a gentle wave of his hand, Tian created an invisible barrier around them, concealing the scene. The horse not only experienced a transformation in its back, but also began shedding its white fur, which was swiftly replaced by a dense layer of scales. With a sudden burst, the flesh on the horse's back tore open, and 2 snow-white wings erupted, stretching nearly 2 meters wide. Tian untied the harness from the horse, which let out an enthusiastic neigh that had taken on a somewhat draconic timbre. Under Xiao Wu's astonished gaze, the horse took flight. Initially wobbling, but soon mastering its balance as it circled gracefully overhead. "Ao Chiam, ping me," Xiao murmured. "Why should I do that? To see if I'm dreaming." Ao Tian pinched her cheek firmly. "Ouch, why are you being so rough?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her cheek reddening from his grip. She regained her composure, astonished. How could this horse transform so suddenly? She was utterly convinced that this horse had been merely ordinary, perhaps a bit stronger than average. Yet now, it exuded the aura of a soul beast. She had witnessed the metamorphosis of a common horse into a soul beast, a phenomenon she had never encountered before. Generally, soul beasts are born from other soul beasts. It is exceedingly rare for ordinary animals to evolve into soul beasts. Ao Tian did not answer her question. Instead, he gazed at the soaring horse, nodding in satisfaction as if admiring a masterpiece of his own creation. The horse descended and approached Ao Tian, bending its limbs and kneeling. Ao Tian caressed its head, saying, "From now on, you shall be called Dragon Horse." The dragon horse let out a few contented sounds, pleased with its new name. "Can you revert to your original form?" Ao Qian inquired. The dragon horse stood up, its imposing figure shrinking slightly as its dragon scales vanished and its wings retracted, leaving no trace behind. "Excellent." Ao Tian nodded in approval, lightly tapping his fingers. Golden characters flew from his fingertips, merging into the dragon horse's body and sealing its soul beast aura. Even a Title Douluos would be unable to detect that this horse was a soul beast. Xiao Wu stared blankly at this spectacle. Had Ao Tian not pinched her moments ago, leaving her cheeks still stinging, she might have thought it all a mere illusion. Moreover, what were those golden characters that had flown from Ao Tian's fingertips? Why had the soul beast aura vanished so suddenly? Xiao Wu, highly sensitive to the aura of soul beasts, found herself unable to detect any trace of it on the dragon horse now. She looked at Ao Tian, her expression one of bewilderment, awaiting his explanation. Ao Tian smiled at her, saying, "I facilitated its evolution into a soul beast, and I concealed its aura as well." "How is that possible? How did you achieve this?" Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. A mere 7-year-old child, possessing only the cultivation of a soul master, could make an ordinary animal evolve into a soul beast and mask its aura. Such claims seemed utterly fantastical, beyond belief. "I won't tell you." Xiao Wu pouted. "You don't consider me a friend. You will know when the time is right, and when it is not, you shall never know," Ao Tian replied. With a thought, he stored the dragon horse and the carriage within his spatial realm. "What about the dragon horse?" Xiao Wu exclaimed. "I have placed it in my space," Ao Tian said with a faint smile as he dispelled the barrier and walked toward the small town ahead. "How can that be? Storage soul tools can only hold inanimate objects." Xiao Wu hurried to catch up. "Who told you that storage soul tools are limited to lifeless items?" Ao Tian glanced at her. He recalled the Rui 100 treasures pouch of Dugabo, which could indeed store living beings. If humans could create such soul tools, it posed no challenge for him. His spatial realm had nearly transformed into a world unto itself, albeit devoid of life. Ao Tian was confident that when his cultivation reached a higher realm, that space might evolve into a true world. Xiao Wu sulked, trailing behind Ao Tian without further words. Her mood visibly dampened. Only now did she realize the depth of Ao Tian's mystery, understanding that her knowledge of him was merely the tip of the iceberg. As they neared the city gate, Xiao Wu pulled Ao Tian aside and whispered, "Could you help me conceal my soul beast aura?" She looked at him with hopeful eyes. If her aura could be hidden, she would no longer fear being discovered by powerful humans. "Very well." Ao Tian paused and helped Xiao Wu seal her soul beast aura. This journey into the Stardoe forest might bring encounters with human powerhouses. If they recognized Xiao Wu's identity, it would undoubtedly lead to bloodshed. Although Ao Tian was not averse to trouble, he preferred to avoid it. "Is this sufficient?" Xiao Wu asked in surprise as the golden characters entered her body, flowing like a warm current, ultimately converging in her mind and vanishing. Ao Tian nodded with a smile. "From this moment on, even a Title Douluos will not discern your identity, though this effect will last only a little over a month." "That's wonderful," Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, suddenly leaning in to give Ao Tian a kiss, only for him to evade her. "What are you doing?" "I merely wish to express my gratitude." As they entered the town, despite the darkness, the streets were bustling with life. Soul masters thronged the area. and A.O. Tian noted with astonishment that many soul saints and though-level soul masters were present. He had visited this place before, but the number of powerful beings had significantly increased since his last visit. With her soul beast aura sealed, Xiao Wu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Her entire demeanor lightened and invigorated. Out Yin, there lies a soul guide device shop. With an excited exclamation, Xiao Wu dashed inside. She had longed to possess a soul guide device of her own, but unfortunately, such a quaint item was not to be found in the small town of Notting. Though this was merely a modest town, it was a hub of soul masters, making the presence of a soul guide device shop rather unsurprising. Out Yin shook his head with a smile and followed her in. Inside, a sweet-faced girl in her 20s was enthusiastically introducing the various products to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu leaned over a glass display case taller than herself, her eyes sparkling as she admired the exquisitely crafted female soul guide devices. Rings, necklaces, bracelets, and belts. Chapter 35. The Town of Converging Strengths. Out Yin entered the shop and stood beside Xiao Wu. The shop assistant's gaze fell upon Out Yin, and her eyes brightened. Although Out Yin's appearance and demeanor had become much more restrained since their first meeting, he remained strikingly rare. After a prolonged gaze, Xiao Wu finally settled on a pair of matching bracelets, one large and one small. "How much were these two?" she inquired. The shop assistant smiled and replied, "Little one, the smaller one costs 200 gold soul coins, while the larger one is 310. If you purchase both, the store can offer you a 95% discount, totaling 475 gold soul coins." The girl showed no sign of underestimating Xiao Wu and Out Yin. Her demeanor was exceptionally warm. Working here, she was also a soul master, albeit of a lower rank. But she could still sense the faint aura of soul power emanating from Xiao Wu. "That's rather expensive," Xiao Wu hesitated, feeling the weight of her empty pockets as a standard member of the Moonlight clan. She had barely spent a recent subsidy. Could Out Yin possibly afford 475 gold soul coins? Unable to resist, she glanced towards Out Yin. She knew he was wealthy and had witnessed him produce a substantial amount of gold soul coins before, yet 475 was still a considerable sum. These soul guide devices had been excavated from ancient ruins. With the current technology available to soul masters, it was impossible to manufacture new ones, thus their exorbitant prices. Soul masters lacking strength or connections to powerful factions could scarcely afford them. "Out Yin," Xiao Wu called softly, "with this many gold soul coins. Selling you as a maid wouldn't cover it," Out Yin teased. "Do you have any?" "I promise I will repay you later," Xiao Wu replied, her tone shifting to one of playful pleading. Out Yin found himself unable to resist her charm. He had a weakness for her endearing antics. "Excuse me, young lady, will you be paying with gold soul coins or silver notes?" the shop assistant asked, a hint of excitement in her expression. This was a significant sale, and she would earn a substantial commission. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone, she thought. When Xiao Wu first entered, the other salespeople had dismissed her, but she had warmly welcomed her and was now reaping the rewards. The other salespeople looked on with envy, while patrons in the shop turned their gazes towards the duo, astonished at the sight of such a young child possessing so much wealth. "Gold soul coins," Out Yin replied. He had little in the way of silver notes, only an abundance of gold soul coins. "Very well." The salesgirl brought a tray. Out Yin pulled out a substantial amount of gold soul coins, precisely the right amount. After counting, the shop assistant carefully wrapped the two bracelets and handed them to Xiao Wu. "Little brother, please be careful. There may be ill-intentioned individuals watching you," the shop assistant kindly warned. "I know," Out Yin nodded. He was well aware of the covetous gazes surrounding them. Xiao Wu also took heed of the warning and became alert, scanning her surroundings. "Let us go," Out Yin said, giving her a gentle pat on the head. After they departed, several customers who had been lingering in the shop hastily set down their items and followed suit. Xiao Wu clutched the two bracelets, trailing behind Out Yin while vigilantly surveying the area. Unfortunately, her inexperience prevented her from noticing the hidden greedy eyes lurking in the shadows. Observing Xiao Wu's anxious demeanor, Out Yin couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you so afraid that others might not notice the treasures you hold?" Xiao Wu paused, feeling a sudden wave of embarrassment. "Isn't this a bit too precious?" she murmured, gradually relaxing and ceasing her frantic glances. "Do you truly think someone is plotting against us?" she whispered as she inched closer to Out Yin. Indeed, Quite a few are following us, Haotian replied with a smile. You still find it amusing? Aren't you concerned about being robbed? Xiaowu retorted, somewhat exasperated. Have you forgotten about my brother? Xiaowu smacked her forehead, her worries dissipating. Let us find a place to stay, Haotian suggested, leading her towards the most luxurious hotel in the town. He had stayed there on his previous visit, and it was quite pleasant. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. There seemed to be an unusual number of high-ranking soul masters in this town. Expanding his consciousness, he detected several auras of Title Douluos nearby. Was something amiss? Listening intently, Haotian discerned snippets of conversation around him, extracting useful information rapidly. A soul beast, not yet mature, had been discovered in the Stardow forest, and it was injured approximately at the level of a soul emperor. The news had spread over the past 2 days, drawing many high-ranking soul masters to the area. However, none dared to enter hastily, for the soul beast was guarded by the formidable Titan giant ape. The group of adventurous soul masters who first discovered the beast had suffered heavy losses at the hands of the Titan giant ape, with only a few managing to escape and relay the news. Now, the town was increasingly populated with powerful individuals, including several Title Douluos. These Title Douluos intended to set out early the next morning to hunt the 10,000-year soul beast. In the past, they would not have dared to provoke the Titan giant ape. However, with the emergence of a mere soul emperor-level soul beast, the situation had changed. They did not need to confront the Titan giant ape directly. They merely had to restrain it and seize the opportunity to eliminate the weaker 10,000-year soul beast. For the Title Douluos, a 10,000-year soul beast of only soul emperor strength was trivial. Thus, a multitude of soul masters were drawn to the prospect. Once the soul beast was slain, those soul masters at the cusp of reaching level 90 could absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring to advance to Title Douluos. Of course, there were few who were precisely at level 90. What truly piqued the interest of most soul masters was the soul bone the beast possessed. Securing even a single soul bone could yield immense wealth, even if not for personal use. Many soul masters could feasibly slay a 10,000-year soul beast of soul emperor strength. It was not merely strength that guaranteed possession of a soul bone. In such chaotic circumstances, anyone had a chance. This was the prevailing sentiment among the majority of soul masters. Could that be Xiaowu's mother? Haotian pondered silently. He glanced at the excitedly scanning Xiaowu, marveling at her fortune. Had he not accompanied her, she might have truly lost her mother. After a brief walk of over 10 minutes, the two arrived at the most opulent hotel in the town. Upon entering, they were greeted by the shout of a server. Last room available, 10 gold soul coins. 10 gold soul coins. Why don't you go and snatch them? One person exclaimed in frustration. Isn't this exorbitant? Is it truly acceptable for you to hike the prices like this? Another added. Originally, the price was less than a single gold soul coin, and now you've inflated it by several times. The attendant smiled politely and replied, I apologize, esteemed guests, but our hotel is the finest in town. If you find it too expensive, you may turn left upon exiting. There are more affordable options over there. Such bad luck. The group grumbled as they departed. Tian approached the counter and tossed down 10 gold soul coins, declaring, I would like this room. Chapter 36. The Secret of the Stardow Forest. Upon seeing the gold soul coins, the attendant's face brightened. Welcome, distinguished guest. I will assist you immediately. In recent days, the number of soul masters in the town had surged, and the merchants were reaping handsome profits. The attendant swiftly processed the paperwork for Tian and Xiaowu. After a short while, the attendant handed the key to Tian, cheerfully stating, Your room is 309. May I assist you with anything else? Tian glanced at Xiaowu and said, Please bring me a serving of your best signature dishes delivered to the room. Certainly. You may head upstairs to rest. Your meal will be ready shortly. Haotian led Xiaowu upstairs. The attendant cast a glance at the greedy onlookers outside, shaking his head with a sigh. How bold they are at such a young age. What a pity indeed. Having worked here for many years, he had witnessed many a tragic fate. Though this place still belonged to the territory of the Tiando Empire, it was frequented mostly by soul masters, with very few ordinary citizens. Even the Tiando Empire had little control here. It was a gray area. In his view, those two children would soon find themselves in dire straits, especially that adorable little girl. Xiaowu followed closely behind Tian, nervously tugging at her clothing. Tian, are we really going to share a room? During their journey, They had always booked 2 rooms while staying overnight in hotels, as they were no longer in the academy dormitory with many others. It was just the two of them now. The thought of being alone together in the dead of night made Xiao Wu feel uneasy. Although her human age was merely a few years, her beastly age was at least several thousand. She had witnessed certain things, albeit only involving soul beasts. Without turning back, Tian replied, "We have been living together in the 7th dormitory for nearly a year, and even shared a bed. What is there to be shy about?" "This is different," Xiao Wu argued. "What is different?" Tian turned to glance at her. "Do you have feelings for me?" "Bah, who would have feelings for you?" Xiao Wu retorted with a look of disdain. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Tian opened the door to their room. The interior was luxuriously decorated and equipped with all manner of amenities. Having accompanied Tian to several upscale hotels over the past few days, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel exhilarated upon entering the room. This experience was something she would surely share with her mother upon returning home. Not long after they sat down, the attendant began serving the dishes, and the speed was quite satisfactory to Tian. An hour later, Xiao Wu lay on the bed, clutching her swollen belly, contentedly murmuring. Living in the finest accommodations and indulging in exquisite cuisine was becoming an intoxicating experience for her. She was acutely aware that all of this was provided by Tian, and it was a debt she would eventually have to repay. "Aren't you going to examine the treasures you purchased?" Tian inquired with a smile. "Oh, right," Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly, pulling out 2 exquisite bracelets from her bosom. The bracelets were made of metal, intricately carved with golden and silver patterns, and felt slightly cool to the touch. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with delight as she held them close. "The larger one is for your mother, isn't it?" Tian asked. Xiao Wu nodded and replied, "My mother has always been cautious in the human world, not even possessing a single soul-guiding device." After toying with the bracelets for a moment, she suddenly looked up and asked, "How do you use this?" "Infuse your soul power into the bracelet, and you will be able to sense the space within," Tian explained. Xiao Wu eagerly nodded and, after a few attempts, had already grasped the technique. However, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of regret. The smaller bracelet only had 6 cubic meters of space, while the larger one had merely 10 cubic meters, yet they were sold at such high prices. Tang San's belt, by contrast, had a capacity of 24 cubic meters. Xiao Wu grimaced at the thought, realizing she now owed Tian over 500 gold soul coins. She wondered how long it would take to repay that debt. Tian had previously studied these storage soul-guiding devices, which relied heavily on a material known as void stone. The larger the device, the greater the space contained within. Conversely, smaller devices contained less. This was also due to the crude techniques of crafting, which relied too heavily on the materials used. "Hand me your bracelet." Tian suddenly expressed an interest in crafting. It struck him that he hadn't engaged in this art for over 500 million years. Back when he was the only one capable of taking human form on this primitive planet, he had pondered many things during his long, solitary existence. Crafting, alchemy, and various cultivation methods were all part of the legacy embedded within the dragon bloodline. The more noble the bloodline, the more profound the heritage it contained. "What are you doing?" Xiao Wu asked, though she still handed over the smaller bracelet. Upon receiving the bracelet, Tian manipulated it with his divine power, causing it to levitate. He did not intend to reforge it or alter its appearance. He merely sought to enhance the space within. The creators of these soul-guiding devices relied on the quantity of materials to determine the size of the space, but he was not bound by such limitations. As Xiao Wu watched Tian make the bracelet float as if performing magic, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in amazement. Tian moved both hands in unison, continuously forming intricate gestures while employing the profound laws of space to expand the interior of the bracelet. After a few minutes, he returned the bracelet to Xiao Wu, saying, "Take another look." With a perplexed expression, Xiao Wu infused her soul power into the bracelet once more. The next moment, her eyes widened in shock. "How can it be this large? Weren't you complaining about its small size?" "I've expanded it to 100 cubic meters," Tian replied with a gentle smile. "How did you accomplish that?" Xiao Wu gazed at Tian in astonishment, realizing she was increasingly baffled by him. Tian did not answer her question, and instead took the larger bracelet to expand its space as well. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiao Wu, and she exclaimed, "If the space increases so much, Wouldn't the price also increase by several times? If we continuously buy soul-guiding devices, expand their spaces, and then sell them, wouldn't we become wealthy in no time? No wonder this fellow was so affluent. He possessed such mysterious methods. Xiao Wu believed she had unraveled the secret behind Tian's wealth. Tian tossed the bracelet back to Xiao Wu, stating, "I'm not lacking in a few gold soul coins. But I am." Xiao Wu started to voice her thoughts, but quickly closed her mouth. This was Tian's skill, not hers. Why should he be obligated to serve her? Tian, who exactly are you? How do you know so many mysterious things? She couldn't help but ask once more. You need not concern yourself with that. Just know that I am all-powerful, Tian replied. How stingy, Xiao Wu complained. Taking out her clothing. I'm going to take a shower. Tian sat quietly on the bed, his consciousness extending towards the Stardow forest. He witnessed many soul beasts active in the night, as well as a small lake deep within the forest, where a lovely woman sat at the entrance of a small cottage. Two enormous soul beasts, like small mountains, obediently crouched in front of her. Delving deeper, he sensed even more powerful, ferocious beasts, most of which were in slumber. A familiar aura enveloped Tian, reminiscent of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 37. The Title the Elder. 17 years prior, shortly after Tian had awakened, he discovered these slumbering, ferocious beasts within the Stardow forest. Having faced countless beasts over the years, he had grown weary of them, and thus paid little heed to these creatures. Moreover, from his perception, those dragons exuding the Dragon Clan's aura possessed insubstantial strength. Accompanying Xiao Wu into the Stardow forest piqued his interest, compelling him to observe what differences existed within the dragon race that emerged after him. Retrieving his consciousness, he surveyed the vicinity of the hotel, noting that the number of lurking individuals had increased to over a dozen. To them, Tian appeared as a plump target, given his ability to casually produce over 400 gold soul coins. Before long, Xiao Wu emerged from her bath, clad in soft pink pajamas. Her cheeks were flushed, and her skin radiated warmth. With the spatial storage soul guide, she stored her discarded clothing within it. I'm done washing, she announced cheerfully, bouncing onto the bed. Suddenly recalling Tian's presence, she halted and inquired, "Shall I sleep on the sofa tonight?" She felt it was rather inappropriate for a young man and woman to share the same bed. Enough nonsense, Tian replied, lightly pressing on her sleep point. Xiao Wu's head tilted, and she instantly fell into slumber. Tian placed her gently on the bed, covered her with a blanket, then exited the room. There were matters he needed to address. Descending to the first floor, the previous attendant remained at the counter. Tian disregarded him entirely and exited the hotel. The attendant, seeing him emerge, opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced as Tian stepped outside. Foolishness, such a pity, whispered the attendant as Tian walked into the dim light of the street. Under the flickering street lamps, a dozen pairs of eyes gleamed with disbelief that their target had emerged at such a time. Initially, they hesitated, unsure of Tian's identity and concerned he might have companions in the town. However, upon discovering he had shared a room with the young girl, it became evident that he was merely two children. Without glancing at the individuals, Tian proceeded toward the spirit hall, which had established a branch in this town. The Title Douluos he had sensed earlier belonged to several within this branch. Clearly, the spirit hall had received news of the transformation of the 100,000-year soul beasts, prompting the dispatch of Title Douluos to investigate. Tian intended to disperse these Title Douluos. After all, who else could eliminate Xiao Wu's mother with him present? After a few minutes, Tian turned into a dark alley. By the time the group arrived, he stood silently, awaiting them. "You are too slow," he remarked coolly. The group exchanged glances, instinctively distancing themselves into three factions. Hearing Tian's words and witnessing his composed demeanor, an unsettling sensation washed over them. They extended their spiritual perception cautiously, scanning for any ambush. After a brief moment, they found no soul masters lurking in wait. "How did this child discover us?" "Fear him not," scoffed a burly man with a beard, stepping forward. His eyes widened as he glared at Tian. "Kid, hand over all your gold soul coins, and I assure you, you may leave unharmed." "Brother, did you not just say this kid was handsome, with delicate skin, and should be played with?" A straightforward subordinate interjected. "Preposterous. Am I that depraved?" The bearded man quickly retorted, denying the revelation. The leaders of the other two factions exchanged disdainful smiles, rushing forward to seize Tian. Only a fool would chatter like that. Both leaders possessed the cultivation of soul emperors, and as they charged forward, they engaged in combat while swiftly closing in on Tian. Their subordinates plunged into chaos as well. Damn it, they beat us to it, the bearded man shouted, unleashing his spirit as he barreled forward. Among the two leaders charging at Tian, one of lesser strength was sent crashing into the alley wall. The remaining leader, grinning maliciously, approached Tian, his fingers poised like talons, ready to crush the child's head. A mere child's skull. I could easily obliterate it and escape with the remains. It's almost too simple. Tian observed their performance with calm amusement, as they truly regarded him as an easy prey. Such scenarios were familiar to him, reminiscent of when he traveled with Bibi Dong, where many sought to exploit her beauty. It ends here, Tian softly declared, his words resonating in the ears of all present. What? The leader, poised to crush Tian's head, was taken aback. As he caught sight of Tian's cold smile, a shiver coursed through him. Tian raised a finger, drawing an X in the air toward the assailant rushing at him. With a splash, blood erupted as the Soul Emperor was seemingly cleaved into 4 pieces by an invisible blade. His severed limbs twitched on the ground, blood spraying onto the second leader, who stood frozen in shock. Unscathed, Tian turned his gaze to the second Soul Emperor, smiling as he raised his finger. Please no, the man screamed, terror gripping him as he swiftly retreated. Tian mercilessly waved his finger, the invisible force slicing the man into several parts. The remaining individuals stood paralyzed with fear. Run, someone shouted. Tian twirled and leaped, his hands seemingly playing a beautiful melody. When he departed, the alley was left with a heap of mangled corpses. Within the spirit hall of the small town, 3 Title Douluos elders, along with several Soul Douluos and Soul Saint powers, convened to discuss the actions for the following day. At that moment, Tian's figure materialized in the grand hall. The group of soul masters shifted in shock, rising abruptly as their spirits manifested. Who are you? Someone demanded loudly. Tian regarded the 2 prominent figures seated at the forefront, Zhu Douluos and Gui Douluos. Both men trembled, hastily standing to greet him, bowing respectfully. Mr. What brings you here? In his youthful visage, Tian was instantly recognized by Zhu Douluos and Gui Douluos. Even with 10-fold courage, they would not dare sit in his presence. Dismiss your spirits. Yadolu commanded loudly. Mr. Ao, please take a seat, he continued, his smile radiant. Nearly bowing at a 90-degree angle, Tian ascended to the main seat and made promptly approach to pour tea. The steaming tea filled the cup as Tian observed the maid's delicate features, seizing her hand. The cup is full, he smiled. The girl gasped, realizing she had been so engrossed in Tian's appearance that she forgot to stop pouring. Her face bloomed with crimson hues, quickly replaced by a look of panic. Please forgive me, my lord, she stammered. The presence of an individual who commands such reverence, even from the elders, speaks volumes of their stature. How could she not feel a sense of trepidation? Tian waved his hand and chuckled. It's fine, you may leave. Thank you, my lord. The maid expressed her gratitude and respectfully exited the room. Tian turned his gaze toward the 3 elders and stated, I have come here to deliver a command to you. Chapter 38. The mightiest of the spirit hall, once Tian took a seat. The likes of Zhu Douluos and the others dared to sit as well. Upon hearing Tian's words, the 3 elders promptly straightened their posture. Yadolu inquired. What instructions do you have, Mr. Ao? Tian replied. You need not concern yourselves with the matter of the 10,000-year-soul beast within the Star Do forest. You may return. Zhu Douluos paused momentarily before responding. Understood. Despite his inner confusion, he did not dare defy Tian's command. In the eyes of all the elders of the spirit hall, Tian's orders held as much weight as those of Bibi Dong. This was indisputable among the elders. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the 3 elders, Tian playfully asked, Are you not curious about the reason? Zhu Douluos replied, If Mr. Ao instructs us to return, there must be a valid reason behind it. Tian nodded and explained, The transformed 10,000-year-soul beast is under my protection, as is the Titan giant ape. Understood. We shall return to Spirit City first thing tomorrow morning, Zhu Douluos affirmed. Tian then asked. Was it the Pope who sent you? No, His Holiness has been secluding himself for recent training. I took the initiative to bring people here. I hope Mr. Ao can forgive me. Title Douluos rose respectfully. Tian gestured for him to sit, saying, please take a seat. Title Douluos, feeling relieved, complied and asked Mr. Ao. There are numerous spirit masters who have come this time, including experts from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Should we drive them away? No niji. Haotian replied. You may return directly. After standing, he added, I shall take my leave now. Title Douluos and the others quickly rose. Bowing respectfully, we bid you farewell, Mr. Ao. Tian nodded slightly, and, with a flicker of his form, disappeared from the hall. The three elders of Title Douluos finally exhaled in relief, lifting their teacups to sip and calm their nerves. Elder Jew, that individual just now was a soul, Douluos? One could not resist asking out of curiosity. That is not a question for you, the figure cloaked in shadows, Ghost reprimanded. Title waved his hand dismissively. It's all right, let me clarify, Mr. Ao is the strongest among us in the spirit hall. From now on, you must treat him with utmost respect. Understood? But isn't the strongest in our spirit hall the grand offering? A surprised soul, Douluos interjected. Title Douluos sighed. The grand offering has been defeated. Mr. Ao vanquished him with but a single finger. A gasp of shock echoed in the hall. Tian returned to the hotel, where Xiao Wu was still in a deep slumber. He chose not to inform her about her mother's situation in advance, fearing she would insist on returning immediately. As dawn broke, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, and Tian awoke, having merely dozed for a moment, while Xiao Wu continued to sleep soundly. Approaching her bedside, he pinched her smooth cheek firmly. Ouch! Xiao Wu cried out, instinctively springing up. That hurt, she gasped, rubbing her face. Her gaze fell upon Tian, seated on the sofa, as she asked, Did you pinch my face? Tian rose with a chuckle. I was too far away to have done that. You must have been having a nightmare. Did I? Xiao Wu replied, perplexed, as she climbed out of bed. Hurry and wash up. After breakfast, we must set off. The Stardew Forest will be bustling today, Tian urged. Bustling? Is something going to happen? Xiao Wu inquired as she walked. You'll find out soon enough, Tian replied. After finishing the breakfast delivered by the attendant, the two left the hotel. The streets brimmed with spirit masters, all marching toward the city gate leading to the Stardew Forest. Why are there so many spirit masters? Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Many powerful spirit masters openly displayed their auras in order to intimidate others. Xiao Wu swallowed nervously and asked, Tian, what on earth is happening? She recalled that the previous evening, the streets had not been so crowded with spirit masters. To her, those projecting their auras seemed overwhelmingly powerful, capable of crushing her with ease. Tian led her forward, explaining, a transformed soul beast has been discovered within the Stardew Forest, possessing the strength of a soul emperor. These individuals are seeking to seize its soul ring and soul bone. Is that truly the case? Xiao Wu rushed in front of Tian, gripping his arm tightly. Indeed, it is true, Tian affirmed. Listen closely. They're discussing the transformed soul beast. Xiao Wu perked up her ears and indeed heard the spirit masters conversing about the transformed soul beast. Her face paled, and she tugged on Tian's arm urgently. We must hurry back. Do not worry. Your mother will be fine. Your friend Taming and Ming are there to protect her. Tian reassured her. How can I not be worried? There are too many spirit masters. I fear Taming and Ming won't be able to hold them off, she replied, panic rising in her voice. Rest assured, with me here, everything will be all right, Tian said, leading Xiao Wu into a secluded alley and releasing Longma. Tian mounted the horse and extended his hand to Xiao Wu. Come up. She took his hand, and he pulled her up to sit before him. Longma. Follow their lead, Tian instructed, giving the horse a gentle pat. Longma neighed excitedly and joined the throng of spirit masters ahead. Can we go faster? Xiao Wu urged anxiously. Then let us speed up, Tian commanded. Longma quickened its pace, swiftly outstripping the other spirit master steeds. Tian comforted her, do not worry. Their horses cannot match Longma's speed. As Longma raced ahead, the other horses were startled, rearing up and whinnying in distress. Wow, what kind of horse are those two kids riding? Someone gasped in astonishment. Longma, entirely snow-white and significantly larger than ordinary horses, exhibited powerful limbs and galloped like the wind. Wherever Llama passed, chaos ensued. "Seize that horse!" someone exclaimed, eyes gleaming with greed. Yet before they could act, they were thrown to the ground by their own steeds. Several powerful spirit masters leaped from their mounts, aiming to pounce on Tian. However, just as they leaped into the air, they felt a tremendous force descending from above, as if a colossal hand were crashing down upon them. Bang, bang, bang. Those who had jumped, 4 or 5 in total, crashed back to the ground, bones shattering, and they cried out in agony. The ones who had intended to strike froze, glancing at Llama as it galloped past. Once outside the city gate, the road widened, and Llama galloped freely, easily surpassing the spirit masters. "Why are there so many spirit masters?" Xiao Wu asked, her face tense, as the line of spirit masters seemed endless. "Some spirit masters set out early and have already entered the forest," Tian replied. "Llama, go even faster," Xiao Wu encouraged, patting Llama's neck. Llama accelerated once more, transforming into a streak of lightning that astonished the spirit masters along the way. In less than half an hour, Tian and Xiao Wu arrived at the outskirts of the Stardew Forest, a journey that would typically take an hour. Outside the forest, numerous steeds lingered, while the soul masters ventured within. The terrain inside the forest was intricate, making it unsuitable for horseback riding. Tian pressed his horse's belly and instructed, "Proceed." Chapter 39. Reunion. Ordinary horses could not penetrate the Stardew Forest, yet the evolved dragon horse was more than capable. The dragon horse carried Tian and Xiao Wu into the forest, gliding effortlessly, its speed scarcely diminished. However, Tian and Xiao Wu could still sense a slight increase in jolting. Soul Masters had already delved deep into the forest, and Tian's spiritual perception revealed that 2 Title Douluos led the way ahead. Once the dragon horse entered the forest, it veered in another direction, distancing itself from the Soul Master teams. "This way is closer," Tian explained. "How do you know?" Xiao Wu inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I can see it," Tian replied, giving the horse a gentle pat on its rear. "Let's take off." The dragon horse, filled with excitement, unfurled its wings and took to the skies, alleviating the bumps they had felt before. Upon returning to the forest, Xiao Wu felt a wave of tension dissipate from her heart. Market. At the pace those individuals are traveling, they won't arrive until nightfall, and it's unwise to engage in battle after dark. Therefore, they will undoubtedly seek a relatively safe place to spend the night, and will act only tomorrow. "You need not worry." Xiao Wu nodded, realizing she had been overly anxious. The atmosphere suddenly shifted into something more intimate, as she felt Tian's warm legs pressed against her, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper crimson. Yet, in such a situation, she found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. Tian, however, was not as burdened by complicated emotions. To him, she was merely a charming young girl. His gaze wandered around, reveling in the fresh experience of flying on horseback through the forest. After all, he was not in a hurry. He could reach Xiao Wu's mother with a mere thought. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and turned to Xiao Wu, asking, "What's wrong? Why are you so warm?" Xiao Wu shifted slightly forward and whispered, I don't know." Tian was somewhat speechless. He could tell the young girl was likely feeling shy. The dragon horse galloped swiftly, and whenever it began to tire, Tian would inject a hint of dragon energy into it, revitalizing its spirit. A wave of pressure emanating from Tian frightened all nearby soul beasts away. And by around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, they approached the small lake where Xiao Wu's mother resided. At the lake's edge, a massive bull-headed figure emerged from the water, its long body undulating beneath the surface. This was the often overlooked ruler of the Stardew Forest, the Titan giant ape. Beside the lake, a titanically sized figure sat on the grass, gazing respectfully at a woman with flowing hair, appearing to be in her 30s, known as Rabbit Baby. "Auntie, I believe we should leave this place. Those detestable human soul masters have entered the forest and could find us at any moment," the Titan giant ape urged, its voice deep like rolling thunder. "Leave? Where can we go?" The Titan blue bull python retorted. "The Stardew Forest is vast. And the greed of those human soul masters. As long as we remain within this forest, they will eventually find us. What should we do then?" The Titan giant ape inquired. The Titan blue bull python coldly declared, prepare for battle. We shall slay as many as they send. If they wish to harm Andy, they must first tread over our corpses. Then we shall fight them. All humans deserve to die." Its eyes glowed with a frenzied, killing intent. Rabbit Baby sighed. "I appreciate your good intentions, but the human forces far outnumber us soul beasts. Should many Title Douluos arrive, not only I, but even you will be in peril. I think it best for me to leave the Stardow Forest to avoid implicating you. Auntie, your injuries have not yet healed. Returning to the human world would be perilous," the Titan Blue Bull Python urged. "You need not persuade me further. I have watched you grow since childhood. You are like my own children, and I could never allow you to fall into danger," Rabbit Baby replied. "Moreover, remaining here will only attract greedy soul masters, who will not rest until they have slain me. No matter how strong you are, you cannot protect me indefinitely. My only chance of survival lies in escaping to the human world." The Titan giant ape, agitated, insisted, "Andy, trust me. My brother, and I can keep you safe. Once you enter the human realm, if you encounter danger and we are not by your side, who will protect you?" "Taming, Andy speaks the truth," the Titan Blue Bull Python said, its voice now notably somber. "No matter how strong we are, we cannot withstand the onslaught of so many red-eyed soul masters. Andy staying here would only increase her danger." Rabbit Baby looked at Taming with gratitude and said, "Let this be our decision. A few days ago, those soul masters fled towards the Heaven Doe Empire, likely from there. You will protect me as we depart from another direction." "Understood." The surface of the lake began to churn, and a bull-headed serpent, measuring over 30 meters in length, emerged, with a head wider than 4 meters. Its body was covered in green scales, exuding an oppressive aura. "Someone is approaching rapidly," Taming announced. As the bull-headed creature turned its gaze towards a specific direction, the direction of the Heaven Doe Empire. This was their territory. Typically, no soul beast would dare enter. So the newcomers must be human soul masters. Taming stood upright, resembling a blend of monkey and a gorilla, its body entirely black save for its yellowish eyes. Upon standing, its robust physique displayed bulging muscles akin to small hills, harboring unimaginable power. "Let us tear them apart," Taming growled. Rabbit Baby quickly positioned herself behind Taming. Due to Tian concealing the soul beast aura of Xiao Wu and the dragon horse, Taming and Taming were oblivious to the approaching soul beasts. Otherwise, they would likely have sensed Xiao Wu's presence shortly after she entered the forest. They widened their eyes, spotting a white silhouette darting through the gaps in the trees. Swiftly approaching, upon this white figure were 2 diminutive forms. "It's Sister Xiao Wu," Taming exclaimed in delight. "Roar! Roar!" Taming bellowed excitedly, pounding its chest with fervor. "Taming! Taming!" Xiao Wu shouted joyfully, standing up as the dragon horse reached the lakeside, leaping forward. Taming lowered its bull head, allowing Xiao Wu to mount atop it. She affectionately patted Taming's head, exclaiming, "Taming, Taming, I missed you so much." Taming leaned closer, inviting her hand to caress its massive head, its enormous eyes squinting in enjoyment. "Xiao Wu, Mommy!" Rabbit Baby emerged from behind Taming. Xiao Wu gasped in surprise, leaping down from Taming's head and landing in her mother's embrace. Taming and Taming's eyes fell upon Tian, puzzled. "Why is there a human boy here?" Taming asked. "This little one is hardly enough to fill my teeth," Taming sneered, leaning closer to Tian, revealing a fearsome grin. Tian instantly held his breath, overwhelmed by the strong odor emanating from Taming's mouth, and swatted at it. With a resounding crash, his palm did not touch the Titan great ape, yet the creature was sent flying into the lake. Chapter 40. The ancient dragon clan, the Azure Bull Python, was instantly filled with dread, its mouth agape as it lunged toward Tian. Simultaneously, a frigid gaze emanated from it, transforming the surrounding space into a hue of azure, causing everything to slow down. This was its domain, possessing a deceleration effect. Once again, Tian could not tolerate the incessant chatter of these creatures, and he delivered another slap. The 30-meter-long Azure Bull Python offered no resistance, akin to a mere snake, as it was sent hurtling into the lake, splashing water everywhere. Xiao Wu and her mother stood there, momentarily stunned, their minds halted. The Titan great ape burst forth from the water, roaring with fury as it charged at Tian. "Stop, Ming!" 2 voices rang out simultaneously, Xiao Wu and the Azure Bull Python. The Titan great ape halted before Tian, its large eyes still glaring with anger. The azure bull python slithered ashore, stating, "He means no harm. He merely sent us flying without causing any injury. Moreover, his strength surpasses ours." The Titan great ape paused, scratching its head in confusion. Is that truly the case? Xiao Wu released her mother and dashed over, skidding to a stop before Tian. Tian, what happened? How did you send a Ming and Air Ming flying? It was quite simple. Tian replied with a smile, waving his hand. That's not what I meant. Xiao Wu retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Did you not only possess the power of a soul master? How could you possibly send a Ming and Air Ming flying? Who said I only possess the strength of a soul master? Tian responded, transforming into a youthful visage. You are Tian, big brother. Xiao Wu gasped, covering her mouth in shock, instinctively stepping back. Her first thought was, disaster, I brought a Title Douluos back with me. But she quickly regained her composure and inquired, are you truly Tian or Tian, big brother? Tian, observing her astonishment, chuckled. I am Tian, and I am also Tian, big brother. How can you possibly be two individuals at once? Xiao Wu remained skeptical, unable to comprehend the notion that a youth and a child could be the same person. Xiao Wu's mother approached, her slender, gentle hand resting on Xiao Wu's head. Xiao Wu, would you not introduce your friend to your mother? Xiao Wu's expression was complex as she replied, Mother, he is a Title Douluos, and the one who just transformed into a child is my classmate from the academy. The child claimed that the elder is his brother. But how can they be the same person? The azure bull python and the Titan great ape positioned themselves on either side of Xiao Wu and her mother, warily observing Tian. Xiao Wu's mother waved her hand dismissively. Let's not be so rude. This gentleman harbors no malice. Turning to Tian, she continued, Mr. Ao, please come inside and have a cup of tea. Tian nodded with a smile. Xiao Wu's mother led her daughter toward the grass hut by the lake, with Tian following behind. The two large creatures could not enter and remained outside, waiting. Brother, what level of strength does this human possess? I had no resistance against that slap, the Titan great ape whispered. I suspect he may very well be a legendary 99th level Title Douluos, the pinnacle of humanity's might. The azure bull python conjectured. That raises a question. What could a 99th level Title Douluos want with Sister Xiao Wu? It scratched its massive head, perplexed. Do not overthink it. Aunt Bao said he means no harm, and thus he means none, the azure bull python reassured. The interior of the grass hut was furnished adequately, albeit somewhat roughly crafted, leading Tian to believe it was the handiwork of Xiao Wu's mother. He gazed at the young woman before him, whose beauty was breathtaking. While her figure was slightly less impressive than Bibi Dong's, her long, straight legs were particularly striking. Her demeanor was exceedingly gentle, always adorned with a soft smile, easily endearing her to others. She adeptly poured tea into a cup and offered it to Tian. Humans enjoy serving tea to guests. I have lived in the human world for a few years and have grown fond of it as well. A few chrysanthemum petals floated in the tea, releasing a delicate fragrance. These are chrysanthemums I cultivated behind the house. Please give them a taste. Tian raised a cup and took a sip, praising delightful. Xiao Wu sat beside her mother, observing Tian with a whirlwind of emotions. She had come to accept that Tian and Tian, big brother, were one and the same. Yet she felt conflicted about how to address him moving forward. After all, he was a Title Douluos. Ao, is this truly your real identity? Xiao Wu inquired. Tian shook his head, diminishing in size to return to the form of a 7-year-old. This is my true bodily form. The previous appearance was merely my... What is that? Xiao Wu questioned, her curiosity piqued. Even her mother appeared puzzled. As 10,000-year-old beasts, they had never encountered such a concept. You may understand it as a body formed from soul power, Tian explained. Then your age is truly only 7? Xiao Wu's confusion deepened. If this was Tian's true form, looking merely 7 years old, how could he possess such formidable strength? Tian shook his head. I'm far older than you. How is that possible? Can humans live for 100,000 years? Xiao Wu expressed disbelief. Xiao Wu's mother jested. As far as I know, powerful Title Douluos can live for several hundred years, and a 99th level peerless Douluos should live for a maximum of around 1,000 years. Mr. Ao, if you claim to be older than us, does that mean you are not human? You are correct. I am indeed not human, Tian replied with a smile. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that you, like us, are a 10,000-year soul beast transformed? With a flicker of thought, 2 dragon horns sprouted from his forehead, and a golden dragon scale appeared in the center. A faint pressure emanated from him, causing Xiao Wu and her mother to pale in an instant. Tian's expression turned serious as he retracted the released aura, stating calmly, I am neither human nor soul beast. I am of the ancient dragon lineage. Xiao Wu and her mother trembled involuntarily, as did the azure bull python and titan great ape outside, unable to withstand Tian's imposing presence. Before him, they felt akin to the lowest tier of soul beasts gazing up at a towering mountain. As Xiao Wu and her mother were about to succumb to the overwhelming pressure, Tian finally withdrew the slight aura he had released. Xiao Wu's eyes remained wide with fear, her body still trembling. The intensity of that pressure was terrifying. It felt as though she were facing a deity. Xiao Wu's mother grasped her hand, rising to her feet and bowing respectfully. We pay our respects, elder. This marked Tian's first revelation of his identity before anyone other than Bibi Dong, extended due to their status as soul beasts. Chapter 41. Dragon, might we pay our respects? Elder, Xiao Wu echoed, her heart a tumult of emotions. She never anticipated that Tian, with whom she had cohabited for nearly a year, was an ancient being older than they. The 2 large creatures outside also heard Tian's words and were equally astonished. The titan great ape suddenly grinned widely, exclaiming, So you are not human. It is no shame to be bested by an elder. The azure bull python added now. Aunt Bao need not flee to the human world. Please, have a seat, Tian gestured with a downward motion of his hand. Little Dance's mother finally pulled her down to sit, yet her heart remained anxious. What brings the senior to the Star Dough Forest? She inquired. Tian glanced at Little Dance and replied, The academy is on break. Little Dance wished to return but was hesitant, so I brought her back. Little Dance's mother stood up again, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for taking care of Little Dance. Has T caused you any trouble, has she? Recalling how Little Dance would snuggle against him while sleeping and often borrow money from him, Tian smiled. No trouble at all, just a bit mischievous. You are the mischievous one, Little Dance murmured, her cheeks flushed as she looked down. You must not speak to the senior like that, her mother admonished. It's fine. I consider her friend now, Tian chuckled. Little Dance looked at Tian, hesitated, and asked Senior, since you're so powerful, why do you still attend a junior soul master academy? Just to experience the life of a human soul master, Tian replied. Little Dance pouted. No wonder you are so wealthy, capable of transforming the dragon horse into a soul beast and masking the soul beast aura on me. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Senior please help my mother as well, and conceal her soul beast aura. Very well, Tian agreed. He formed seals with his hands. Golden characters floated out, entering Little Dance's mother-s body, sealing her soul beast aura. Thank you, Senior. Little Dance's mother expressed her gratitude. With her soul beast aura concealed, she no longer feared being discovered by humans and could safely cultivate in the human world. Tian remarked, The seal I placed within you can only last for a little over a month. Once it dissipates, Title Douluos will still recognize your identity. Little Dance's mother paused, a flicker of struggle crossing her face. Moments later, she knelt down, saying, If the senior does not mind, I wish to follow you. In the world of soul beasts, the law of the jungle is even more pronounced. Many weaker soul beasts follow powerful ones, which is entirely normal. As a century-old soul beast, now transformed into human form, she believed she could eventually cultivate to become a Title Douluos. However, as a powerful ancient dragon, she deemed such a strong figure worthy of her allegiance. Tian raised his palm slightly, and Little Dance's mother stood up involuntarily. There is no need to follow me, for Little Dance's sake. If you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out. Little Dance's mother quickly expressed her thanks. But, Senior there is still a large group of soul masters trying to kill my mother, Little Dance interjected. Tian replied, From now on, just call me Tian or Young Master As for those soul masters, haven't I told you? With me around, they cannot harm your mother. Oh, thank you. Tian, Little Dance's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Tian stood up, saying, Once I resolve your mother's matters, I intend to venture deeper into the Star-Dough Forest to meet those slumbering beings. Are you suggesting that the secret of the Star-Dough Forest is that there are powerful soul beasts still asleep deeper within? Little Dance asked in astonishment. Grasping Haotian's implication. Tian nodded, stating, indeed, the soul masters outside claim that the Titan giant ape is the sovereign of the Star-Dough Forest. But it is merely a gatekeeper. Those deeper within are the true masters of the forest. How can that be? Little Dance found it hard to believe. If there are indeed more powerful soul beasts in the Star-Dough Forest, why do we know nothing of them? Tian shook his head. Because your strength is too weak. You lack the qualifications to even encounter them. Impossible. The Titan giant ape exclaimed, Senior Ao, I do not believe it. Tian's assertion that it was just a gatekeeper displeased it. After all, it was the recognized ruler of the Star-Dough Forest, acknowledged by all soul beasts and human soul masters. How could it be relegated to merely a gatekeeper in Tian's eyes? The sky blue bull python also felt indignant, though it kept its composure and refrained from voicing its thoughts. Tian exited the house, gazing at the Titan giant ape, which stood at the door, blocking much sunlight, and asked, Do you consider your strength formidable? The Titan giant ape glanced at the sky blue bull python and replied, My elder brother is slightly stronger than I am. And Senior Ao, you are stronger than my elder brother. Beyond that, there is no one in the Star-Dough Forest who surpasses me. As the sovereign of the Star-Dough Forest, it naturally held its pride. How could it admit to being merely a gatekeeper? Haotian's millet. Then let me demonstrate the disparity between us. The Titan giant ape, suddenly excited, exclaimed, Does Senior Ao wish to battle me? Tian shook his head, No. I merely wish for you to feel my pressure. The Titan giant ape froze for a moment, about to retort that Tian was underestimating it, when a terrifying pressure enveloped it. This pressure rendered it immobile, forcing its legs to bend downward gradually. The Titan giant ape roared, unleashing all its strength in an attempt to stand upright. Tian raised a finger commanding fall. With a resounding thud, the Titan giant ape's massive body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The sky blue bull python watched, its scalp tingling with fear. Although the pressure emanating from Tian was not directed at it, even a mere hint of his dragon might instill terror within its heart. Tian withdrew his pressure, stating, I have only used 1% of my force, and you're already unable to withstand it. The beings hidden deeper within the Star-Dough Forest, while not surpassing me, are still significantly stronger than you. Little Dance and her mother, standing behind Tian, were rendered speechless. They had previously speculated that Tian's strength was comparable to a 99th level Title Douluos, believing that although he was stronger than the Titan giant ape, the difference was limited. However, now, merely through his pressure, he had rendered the Titan giant ape utterly defenseless, and Tian claimed to have used only 1% of his power. Could he be a deity? In that moment, the thought simultaneously arose in the minds of the four soul beasts. The Titan giant ape stood up, its head bowed, still shaken. It had completely submitted, experiencing the terrifying might of Tian. Tian remarked, Among those hidden deep within, each possesses cultivation spanning tens of thousands of years. If you wish to witness their prowess, I can take you along. Of course, I want to see what those beings are capable of, the Titan giant ape replied. Although it had come to believe Tian's words, its pride as a century-old soul beast kept it from conceding easily. Little Dance's mother pondered, I believe I know where they are. Where? Little Dance looked up at her mother, curiosity etched on her face. Little Dance's mother explained, Have you forgotten? In the very center of the Star-Dough Forest, there is a maze. Once we enter, we cannot proceed further, only able to walk in circles. Little Dance exclaimed, I remember now. I used to play there often as a child. It's in that direction. She pointed in a direction and looked at Tian. Tian nodded, Indeed. It is there. Little Dance continued. Later, when I reached the cultivation level of 100,000 years, I tried to explore that area, but the maze's extent was too vast. We would end up back where we started. The Titan giant ape scratched its head. That place is indeed strange. We thought it was fun when we were young, often visiting it. I never expected it to conceal powerful soul beasts within. I am eager to explore what kinds of soul beasts reside within. Xiaowu exclaimed with excitement. Her mother, pondering deeply, inquired, Senior Ao, since you say those soul beasts are so powerful, why have they never emerged? What purpose do they serve by remaining inside? Tian did not address her question directly, but merely replied, "In due time, you will understand." He turned his gaze towards the Titan giant ape and said, "Little monkey, there are many soul masters who have entered this time, led by 2 Title Douluos. You should take care of them." "Senior Ao, my name is Ming. Not little monkey," the Titan giant ape corrected. "In my presence, you are but a little monkey," Tian retorted. The Titan giant ape stood tall, its massive form towering over 20 meters. "Senior Ao, look, I am not small." As a Titan giant ape, it felt humiliated to be called a little monkey and felt the need to prove itself. Tian smiled slightly, his immense consciousness sweeping through the minds of the 4 soul beasts present. They widened their eyes in awe, for their awareness perceived a colossal golden divine dragon, stretching for thousands of feet, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Compared to the divine dragon, both the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python appeared as mere diminutive soul beasts. The Titan giant ape gulped audibly and stammered, "Senior Ao, that is..." Tian laughed. "That is my true form. Now, do you find it inappropriate for me to call you little monkey?" "No, not at all," it nodded repeatedly, fully convinced. The revelation of his immense power left Xiao Wu utterly astounded once more. "Senior Ao, I will take care of that group of soul masters immediately." With a powerful leap, the Titan giant ape soared into the sky, surpassing even the towering trees around it, and upon descending, its form was obscured by the foliage. After a few bounds, it had already distanced itself, racing outward. "Can Ming handle this alone?" Xiao Wu asked with concern. Tian reassured her. "One of those Title Douluos is at level 96, while the other is merely 92. The sky blue bull python, being well acquainted with Ming's strength, stated. "With Ming's abilities, he should be able to eliminate one. And as for the other soul masters below Title Douluos, they would merely be crushed underfoot." Xiao Wu felt reassured. If neither Tian nor Xiao Wu returned, those 2 Title Douluos, coupled with a large number of high-ranking soul masters, could indeed pose a threat to Taming and Ming, potentially endangering Xiao Wu's mother. Now that Tian had sent the 3 Title Douluos elders from the Spear Hall back, Ming's proactive assault would ensure the soul masters entering the Stardow Forest would only meet with defeat. It is entirely reasonable for human soul masters to seek to slay 10,000-year soul beasts. In Tian's view, there is no fault in that. However, every adventure comes with a price, and sometimes that price is life itself. "I wish to see," Xiao Wu declared. "That is reckless. It is far too dangerous." Her mother admonished. Suddenly, Tian recalled something and smiled. "It's fine. I will accompany her." He gestured to a dragon horse grazing by the lake, which galloped over. Tian mounted the horse, and Xiao Wu leapt up, positioning herself slightly ahead of him this time. The dragon horse unfurled its wings and soared towards the direction where battle had erupted. "Such a horse-like soul beast," Taming exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Wu's mother remarked. Xiao Wu mentioned that this horse became a soul beast because of Senior Ao, and it appears quite formidable. Senior Ao's strength is indeed unfathomable. Tian and Xiao Wu arrived at the battlefield's zenith, looking down upon the chaos below. Trees within a radius of several hundred meters had all been affected, toppling over. Hundreds of soul masters unleashed their soul skills in a frenzy, attacking the Titan giant ape. However, the majority of these assaults failed to breach its defenses, merely tickling its hide. The Titan giant ape grasped a massive tree over 20 meters long, causing those struck by it to spew blood, with many dying on the spot. Among them was a robust elder with white hair and a stout build, his limbs extraordinarily thick, covered in blue-purple scales, with crackling currents of electricity swirling around him. Each of his strikes carried a potent electric charge, capable of briefly paralyzing the Titan giant ape upon impact. Yet, despite the strength of the lightning, the sheer size of the Titan giant ape rendered it incapable of being fully immobilized. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan truly lives up to its reputation as the world's foremost beast martial spirit. Tian chuckled. He speculated that the formidable elder below was likely the old sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Engine, who happened to be the father of Yu Shaojiang. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect had been in decline, losing its former might, and even showing signs of falling from the top 3 sections. No wonder the old sect master, the only Title Douluos remaining, would personally come to bear the weight of the sect. It was somewhat tragic that at such an advanced age, he still had to shoulder the burdens of the entire sect. Another Title Douluos was less fortunate, likely a wild Title Douluos or one from a smaller sect, currently being pursued and battered by the Titan giant ape. While his attacks could inflict damage upon the Titan giant ape, they were insufficient to be fatal given its massive size. The battle of soul beasts was ferocious. The Titan giant ape disregarded its injuries, even ignoring Yu engine, as it relentlessly pursued the level 92 Title Douluos. Finally, with a scream, the Titan giant ape crushed the Title Douluos in its grasp. The ranks of soul masters, including Soul Douluos, Soul Sage, and Soul Emperor, fled in terror, paralyzed with fear. Yu engine, now the target of the Titan giant ape's attention, sighed inwardly and retreated, knowing he could match the Titan giant ape in strength, but his age left him lacking in stamina and defense. In the end, he would be the one to fall. "It is over," Tian declared. All the soul masters fled, and after this lesson, it was unlikely any would dare to target Xiao Wu's mother again. "Ming, you are incredible," Xiao Wu joyfully exclaimed as she leapt from the dragon horse, landing safely in the Titan giant ape's broad palm. Chapter 43. The core area, the Titan giant ape chuckled foolishly, appearing like a little brother before Xiao Wu. Tian recognized that both Taming and Ming were fond of Xiao Wu. However, since Xiao Wu had already taken on a human form, the two of them would never have an opportunity unless they transformed as well. Xiao Wu settled on Ming's shoulder and said, "Let us return. Senior Ao still wishes to take us into that mysterious area." Ming roared with excitement, eager for the adventure. Most soul beasts are inherently combative, and the Titan giant ape is particularly fierce. Yet previously, aside from the sky blue bull python, there had been no other soul beasts in the Stardew forest that could contend with it. The sky blue bull python, being of a more peaceful disposition, left the Titan giant ape feeling quite restless. Now, learning that deeper within the forest resided even more powerful soul beasts, how could it not be thrilled? "Señor, surely I cannot be outmatched by all those soul beasts," Ming thought to himself. Upon returning to the lakeside cottage, Xiao Wu's mother felt a pang of concern upon seeing the wounds on Ming's body. "Bao, it's nothing. I have tough skin and flesh. I will recover swiftly." Ming grinned brutally. Tian observed that the wounds on Ming were slowly healing, with fresh flesh beginning to grow back. This creature possesses remarkable talent. Tian assessed in his mind. "Yin, did you not promise to take us there?" asked Xiao Wu. "Then let us proceed," Yin replied. He sat atop the dragon horse, leading the way deeper into the heart of the Stardew forest. Xiao Wu and her mother perched on Ming's shoulder, closely following behind Yin. Taming, with his massive form, brought up the rear. They had traversed this path numerous times. In their childhood, Xiao Wu and Taming were fascinated by the maze-like formations there, treating it as a playground. Although they seldom visited it as they grew older, they remained well acquainted with the route. After walking for half an hour, Yin suddenly halted. "We are nearing the boundaries of the maze," Xiao Wu remarked. Before them lay a stone forest, where various oddly shaped boulders towered, creating wide pathways that intertwined like a labyrinth. However, the length of this stone forest was relatively short, spanning less than a kilometer, allowing glimpses of the towering trees beyond. Its breadth, however, extended significantly. Yin nudged the horse's belly, urging the dragon horse to advance into the stone forest. Xiao Wu hastily warned from behind, "Yin, this stone forest has already begun to exhibit maze-like effects." Yin did not turn back, responding, "I am aware, just follow me." Xiao Wu's assertion was indeed correct. This stone forest possessed a disorienting quality. Yet, to Yin, the formation appeared rudimentary, merely capable of confounding the unseasoned soul beasts and soul masters, having no effect on him whatsoever. In his previous life on this planet, he had ascended from weakness to invincibility over the course of millennia, eventually succumbing to boredom and dedicating himself to the study of alchemy, artifact forging, and formations, until he could no longer bear the solitude and fell into slumber. His sleep was, in fact, a form of cultivation, and upon awakening, he found his prowess had multiplied beyond measure. "We must hurry," Xiao Wu urged from behind. Ming took his enormous strides, entering the forest. The paths within the stone forest were spacious, accommodating even Ming's substantial physique. Xiao Wu reflected, We could barely navigate this stone forest in our childhood. It felt as if we were walking deeper, yet somehow always emerged back outside. She pointed towards the towering trees at the forest's end, stating, "We were advancing towards those trees, but soon realized the scenery around us was identical in all directions. Look, out Yin." Xiaowu gestured around them. At that moment, the towering trees in all four directions appeared utterly indistinguishable. Xiaowu sighed, stating, "We shall not progress like this. It is likely we will return to the starting point shortly." Out Yin smiled, but offered no response. Xiaowu continued, "I know a method to navigate through this stone forest. When I caught a flying soul beast, it guided me across." Erming chimed in. At that time, both Taming and Erming were already quite large, with no flying soul beast capable of carrying them, leaving only Xiaowu to enter. Xiaowu lamented, "However, beyond this stone forest, we cannot fly over the forest. There exists a peculiar force that even flying soul beasts cannot overcome." Thus, I walked into the forest, but encountered the same situation as in the stone forest. Walking and walking, yet emerging once more. Having said this, she looked at Out Yin and asked, "Out Yin, will we truly succeed in entering?" "Do not worry, just follow my lead," Out Yin reassured. Out Yin's vast experience would surely not falter here, Xiaowu's mother remarked. While Xiaowu and her companions perceived the identical surroundings, Out Yin understood that this was merely the visual obfuscation produced by the formation. In his eyes, it held no sway. Intrigued, he had not expected to find formations existing on the Douluos continent. Though simplistic in his view, it was indeed remarkable for this realm. In the innermost region of the Stardo forest, the trees grew far denser than elsewhere. The lush foliage obscured the sunlight, casting the forest into shadows. Yet at the very center of this thicket lay a clearing devoid of trees, revealing a serene lake. The water was crystal clear, reflecting life's essence, invigorating all who beheld it. At this moment, several individuals of varying appearances stood by the lakeside. In the center stood a man clad in a black robe, appearing to be in his 40s, with a handsome and resolute visage, a strand of golden hair cascading to one side of his face. Flanking him were both men and women, all gazing intently at the lake before them. "Beast God, how much longer must we remain here?" A robust man asked the figure in black. The beast god replied, "Our master is gravely injured. It will take at least 10,000 years for him to awaken." 10,000 years, huh? How many millennia has it been? I feel as though I shall wither away here, the muscular man exclaimed, his emotions running high. The beast god stated, "Safeguarding our master is the essence of our existence. Only he can lead us soul beasts to reclaim our lost glory. Xiong-jun, if you find it unbearable, I can accompany you in a spar. Let us fight then." Xiong-jun's dark golden eyes flashed with ferocity. Suddenly, a woman in a vibrant green dress interjected, "Beast God, someone has entered." The tumultuous aura surrounding Xiong-jun momentarily stilled before surging wildly. "Excellent. This will serve to alleviate my boredom and satisfy my hunger." Chapter 44. An encounter. Xiong-jun, do not act recklessly, the beast god admonished, his voice resonating with authority. Xiong-jun's defiant gaze faltered, yet he remained silent. The collective spiritual energy of the group extended outward, penetrating the dense forest. Reaching the stone forest where Xiaowu and her companions were. "It is that little monkey from years past, and that serpent with a bovine head," the woman in green remarked with a smile. The beast god's stern demeanor softened slightly as he stated, "They have matured into 10,000-year soul beasts, with the potential to become one of us. As soul beasts, we must unite, for humanity is our true adversary." Several among them nodded in agreement with the beast god's sentiments. "Should we allow them to enter?" the woman in green inquired. The beast god shook his head, stating, "Their strength remains insufficient, and keeping them at the periphery will also serve to intimidate those greedy human soul masters. Let them grow stronger before reconsidering." The woman in green nodded in understanding. Beside the beast god, a striking woman clad in purple remarked, "Why are there two humans on that little monkey's shoulders? When did they begin mingling with humans?" A subtle shift in the expressions of those present was evident. The woman in purple continued, "I recall there were two rabbits accompanying them. Why are they not here now? Perhaps they have perished." The beast god sighed, "We have been guarding here, occasionally succumbing to slumber, making it difficult to monitor the outside world. So they are now with humans. Should we take action?" The beast god shook his head. We're still uncertain about their relationship with those two human women. Let us observe for a while. If they have indeed been led astray by humanity, we must guide them back to the right path. They seem to be unaffected by the grand formation and are on the verge of exiting the stone forest. The woman in green remarked, astonished. Merely fortuitous, should they misstep. They will be forever trapped within the stone forest, Xiong-jun scoffed. Had it not been for the beast god restraining him, he would have dashed out long ago, thus harboring a modicum of resentment. As soon as he finished speaking, the beast god remarked, they have passed. His spiritual sense detected that Taming, Ming, and Xiao Wu had successfully navigated the stone forest and appeared before the dense jungle. As for Longma and Tian, it seemed they had not sensed their presence. Xiong-jun stated, that stone forest is merely the periphery of a maze. They were simply fortunate to have passed through. It is utterly impossible to traverse the woods. The others present nodded, slightly in agreement with Xiong-jun's assertion. If one's spiritual power were not extraordinarily potent to withstand the influence of the grand formation, entry into this place would be unfeasible. A strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of mischief, remarked, I had intended to return for a nap, but observing these little ones navigating the maze proves rather entertaining. Upon emerging from the stone forest, Tian paused. Taming and Ming followed closely behind, their astonishment reaching an unparalleled degree. Ming, in awe, exclaimed, Senior Ao, you are truly remarkable. Why not take me as your subordinate? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she chimed. Tian, you are incredible. At this moment, they were entirely convinced of Tian's capability to lead them further inside. Let us proceed, Tian declared, continuing onward. In the core area, the beast god and the others were left in a state of bewilderment. Who is this Senior Ao that the little monkey speaks of? And who is Tian that the girl mentioned? Questioned the young woman in the green dress. The beast god furrowed his brows, stating from their words, it seems that this Senior Ao and Tian are the same individual. And they managed to pass through the stone forest because of him. How is that possible? Why did my spiritual sense not detect this individual? Xiong-jun wore a skeptical expression. The green-dressed woman proposed, it is possible that this person's spiritual power far surpasses that of any of us. Xiong-jun scoffed. That makes it even more implausible. The beast god is already the strongest on the Douluos continent, with strength comparable to that of demigods. Who could possibly be stronger? The beast god cautioned, we must not be careless. This world encompasses more than just one continent. If indeed an unknown, powerful entity arrives, we may be faced with a fierce battle. We cannot allow the secrets of this place to be exposed. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a shiver run down their spines and immediately began to adjust their states, readying themselves for combat. Their spiritual senses remained attuned to Taming and Ming, and from their overheard dialogue, they grew increasingly certain that a formidable presence was covertly guiding Taming and Ming along their path. The beast god's expression turned grave as he instructed, everyone, follow my lead. Do not act recklessly unless absolutely necessary. The others nodded in understanding, aware that should a terrifyingly powerful being truly arrive, a battle here could potentially disrupt the grand formation and expose their location. Thus, it was imperative to ascertain the identity and intentions of the newcomer. It's so dark here, Xiao Wu remarked. They traversed the shadowy depths of the jungle, surrounded by towering trees that dwarfed even the Titan giant ape. The dense foliage obscured the sunlight, allowing only the faintest glimmers to filter through. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of dead branches and leaves, emanating a somewhat putrid scent in the gloom. There are no traces of soul beasts having roamed here, Xiao Wu's mother observed. Not a single soul beast was in sight, not even a botanical variety. The oppressive silence and darkness eventually prompted Xiao Wu to inquire, Tian, how much longer until we can leave this place? Turning back, Tian replied, we shall arrive shortly. The master of this realm is already awaiting us. The group pressed onward, navigating between several towering mountains, their surroundings suddenly opening up as they finally emerged from the damp, dark jungle. Before them stood 7 individuals of varying forms, all eyes fixated upon Tian. Is that a child? They gasped in astonishment. Their previous conjectures had led them to believe that the one guiding Taming and Ming was a formidable being. However, The appearance of this individual certainly belied any association with strength. Some among them could not resist closing their eyes to probe Tian with their spiritual senses. Yet, in their perceptive attempts, they detected no trace of Tian's existence. Yet upon reopening their eyes, Tian stood vividly before them. This only heightened their vigilance and wariness. The beast god broke into a smile, laughing heartily. It has been ages since we welcomed esteemed guests. Welcome. Xiao Wu and the others scanned the figures before them, their expressions tinged with confusion. Did Tian not claim that this place was inhabited by soul beasts? Why then did all these beings appear human? Xiao Wu, her mother, and Taming and Ming dared not speak, as each of the figures radiated a terrifying aura that made their hearts tremble involuntarily. Judging solely by their presence, the power of these individuals was formidable, far surpassing that of a 10,000-year soul beast. Chapter 45. A Trial, 4th Update. All the beast god as companions exuded a powerful aura, their gazes fixed upon Tian. Noticing that Tian was unaffected by their presence, their assessment of him elevated once more. Tian dismounted, transforming into a youthful visage. These individuals before him were not his close acquaintances. He had no habit of looking up to others. While Tian was not particularly imposing, standing at about 180 centimeters, he bore a lithe physique devoid of pronounced muscles. Clad in white, coupled with his flawless features, he was undeniably captivating. He smiled and said, "I hope my uninvited arrival does not inconvenience you." How could it not be inconvenient? The beast god and his companions silently grumbled. Yet out of respect for Tian's strength, they refrained from making any hasty moves until they fully grasped his capabilities. The beast god replied with a smile. "How can we mind the arrival of esteemed guests? Please do come inside." He gestured invitingly toward a grand wooden house situated near the forest's edge. Ming gently set down Xiao Wu and her mother, saying, "Senior we shall remain here." Their size rendered them unable to enter the wooden house. At that moment, they felt an impulse to transform. Xiao Wu's mother took Xiao Wu by the hand and moved closer to Tian. Having been warned by Tian that these beings were formidable soul beasts, she felt compelled to stay near him. The beast god's gaze lingered on Ming and Ming for a moment, ensuring that these 10,000-year soul beasts posed no threat of destruction before leading Tian toward the wooden house. "Brother, these beings are truly fearsome. Do you think they are really soul beasts?" Taming whispered to Taming. Taming replied, "Senior would not deceive us, and their aura resembles that of soul beasts. But why do they appear in human form?" Ming questioned. To them, it seemed that to possess a human form, one had to transform into a human and cultivate in a human manner. However, Tian had previously stated that these were soul beasts of several 100,000 years, not transformed into human forms. After pondering, Taming concluded, "Senior also mentioned that he is not human, yet he possesses a human form. I suspect that upon reaching a certain level of power, soul beasts can freely change forms." Ming nodded in acceptance of Taming's hypothesis. Suddenly, she turned her gaze toward a lake emanating a vibrant life force, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "Brother, look, this lake is far more beautiful than yours, and it radiates a rich vitality." Taming felt a surge of excitement, yearning to dive in and explore, yet he restrained himself, recalling that this was someone else's territory. "Let us remain here quietly and not venture anywhere," he advised. The beast god led Haotian and his companions into a wooden cabin, where they took their seats at a long wooden table. Judging by the arrangement within, it appeared to be a meeting place. There were only 7 chairs beside the table, likely indicating that they had not anticipated anyone would intrude uninvited, hence the lack of extra seating. Haotian pulled Xiao Wu down beside him and gestured for her mother to sit as well. The 3 companions of the beast god had no choice but to stand by. "We do not adhere to human customs, thus we do not offer tea," the beast god explained. "I hope you can understand." "That is perfectly fine. I did not come here for tea," Haotian replied. The beast god smiled. "I am called Emperor Tian. They all refer to me as the beast god. May I inquire your name, esteemed guest?" "I am Haotian," he responded. Emperor Tian remarked, "It seems we share a commonality in our names, both containing the character for heaven. May I ask where you hail from?" "I have not heard of you before. I was in Slumber until recently," Haotian answered. "Are you not human?" Emperor Tian asked in surprise. He had not sensed the aura of a kindred spirit from Haotian and had assumed he was human. Haotian shook his head. I am neither. Upon hearing Haotian's reply, Emperor Tian and his companions felt a slight relief. Their primary concern had been that Haotian was a powerful human. Soul beasts and humans were natural enemies, and if Haotian were indeed a human powerhouse, it would likely spell trouble. However, their concerns were now alleviated. Emperor Tian chuckled. So, Haotian, you are akin to us, a soul beast. Haotian shook his head once more, saying, You are mistaken. I am not human, nor am I a soul beast. He pointed toward Xiao Wu and her mother, stating, They are the true soul beasts. Emperor Tian and his companions exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback as their gazes fell upon the two women. Haotian, you jest. Aside from humans and soul beasts, are there other races of power? Moreover, these girls do not exhibit the aura of soul beasts. How can you claim they are? Emperor Tian queried. The two women, feeling the weight of their surroundings, remained silent and anxious. They had arrived with excitement to witness the might of the soul beast clan, but now that anticipation had dissipated. In response to Emperor Tian's inquiry, Haotian remained silent for a moment before waving his hand gently. The seals on Xiao Wu and her mother were lifted, and their soul beast auras became unmistakable. Emperor Tian and his companions displayed expressions of astonishment, pondering how Haotian had managed to conceal the soul beast aura of the two women. Even they could not fully mask a soul beast's presence. Haotian continued, As for my identity, I was invincible long before you were born. The imposing figure of Xiangjun, standing behind Emperor Tian, scoffed. Such grandiosity. May I ask, Haotian, how old are you? Emperor Tian frowned, contemplating reprimanding Xiangjun, yet he opted for restraint. Recognizing that this individual was notoriously defiant and brash, making conflict unwise at this moment, Haotian glanced at the burly Xiangjun and remarked, A little bear, quite proud indeed. I was invincible 500 million years ago. Did I err in saying you were not yet born? 500 million years? Huh. Even the gods above would not dare claim such a lifespan. You certainly have a talent for boasting, Xiangjun retorted, unwilling to relent on Haotian's age. It was unclear whether his previous reprimanding by Emperor Tian had fueled his disdain for Haotian. Haotian shook his head, a dismissive smile playing on his lips. He had no intention of engaging in an argument with a mere bear. What are you laughing at? Xiangjun thundered in anger. Yun. Emperor Tian's voice rose in ire. The conversation had previously flowed well. Haotian's bravado had not disrupted their camaraderie. Emperor Tian had hoped to glean more about Haotian's purpose for visiting, but Xiangjun's provocations had ignited tensions. If Haotian was indeed formidable, a conflict here could have dire repercussions, potentially exposing them to their enemies and jeopardizing their leader's recovery. Thus, Emperor Tian maintained a cautious approach towards Haotian. Faced with Emperor Tian's admonition, Xiangjun fell silent. Haotian chuckled lightly, saying, It matters not. I am not inclined to be angered by a little rascal. Yun places. Feeling targeted by Haotian's words. Just as he was about to speak, Emperor Tian's presence loomed over him, compelling him to keep quiet. To the left of Emperor Tian, a woman clad in a green gown diverted the topic, warmly addressing Haotian. I am Biji. The two behind you must be the 10,000-year soul beasts, the soft-bone rabbits of the Stardow Forest. Her voice was melodious and gentle, her beauty radiant, exuding warmth that was quite comforting. Indeed, esteemed elder. Xiao Wu's mother replied politely. This is my daughter, Xiao Wu. Aha, Xiao Wu. I remember you. You often played in the stone forest as a child, and once you ventured into the woods, quite mischievous. Biji laughed. Xiao Wu felt shy, lowering her head as her cheeks flushed. With Biji easing the earlier tension, Emperor Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. He cleared his throat and finally posed a question he had longed to ask. Might I inquire what brings you here today, Haotian? Haotian smiled. There is nothing of great significance. I am merely curious about the identities of a few among you. He looked at Emperor Tian, then at the elegantly dressed woman on his right, and finally at an ordinary-looking man standing behind Emperor Tian. I sense the aura of the Dragon Clan from the three of you. Emperor Tian's heart skipped a beat, yet he remained composed, asking, Are you interested in our lineage? Haotian? Indeed, Haotian replied. I wish to discern what capabilities the current Dragon Clan possesses. His gaze drifted outside, landing upon the verdant lake teeming with life. You have remained here for countless years to protect the one resting beneath the lake, have you not? This statement sent ripples of shock through Emperor Tian and his companions. Shattering their composure, Emperor Tian rose abruptly, his eyes piercing as he fixed them upon Haotian. Haotian, who are you? What is your purpose for being here? Haotian also stood, responding, did I not just clarify? I am here out of interest in your dragon clan. Emperor Tian was not swayed by Haotian's words. Discerning his lineage and knowledge of the slumbering master beneath the lake indicated that Haotian's intentions were far more complex than mere curiosity. It was highly likely that Haotian was an adversary from the past. With his gaze still sharp, a burgeoning combat spirit ignited within Emperor Tian as he inquired, are you a being from the divine realm? Haotian shook his head, no. Then how did you come to know these secrets? Emperor Tian's group readied themselves for battle. Yet he struggled to suppress the urge to eliminate Haotian immediately. He needed answers. If Haotian truly hailed from the divine realm, a confrontation would be unavoidable. However, if Tian is not a being from the divine realm, he must ascertain how he has come to know these secrets, for he must eradicate the potential threat entirely. Tian pays no heed to the hostility emanating from the 7 members of Tian, and with a carefree smile, he remarks, while you may hide here from others, you cannot conceal yourselves from my sight. Tian is utterly incredulous, asserting that the formidable protective formation surrounding them can only be breached by equally powerful adversaries. If you refuse to speak the truth, then we shall be compelled to engage in battle, Tian declares, his imposing aura causing the wooden cabin to tremble perilously. The 6 companions behind Tian also gather their strength, poised to strike at any moment. Tian, however, does not exhibit any imposing presence. Instead, he gracefully steps out onto the open ground, stating with a smile, after all, I am but a guest. It would be unseemly to damage the host's abode. Tian turns to issue a command. ZG, keep an eye on these 4 little ones and ensure they do not escape. Although ZG's strength is relatively lesser, controlling 4 soul beasts, 2 of which have transformed, poses little challenge for her. The beautiful woman clad in purple assures, rest assured, leave it to me. As Tian and his companions burst forth from the cabin, they position themselves before Tian. Meanwhile, ZG swiftly appears before Xiao Wu and her daughter, effortlessly subduing them and bringing them alongside Taming and Ming. You 4 must stay together. Escape is not an option, ZG states. Transforming as a layer of purple-black scales envelopes her form. Her tall stature, voluptuous figure, and cascading purple-black hair, coupled with her strikingly beautiful face and deep purple eyes, exude an enchanting yet ominous aura, accentuated by a black scale upon her forehead. Taming and Ming tremble at the malevolent energy radiating from ZG. Xiao Wu quickly reassures them. Taming, Ming, remain calm and trust in Senior Ao. They suppress their urges to act and turn their attention to Tian, who is now encircled by Tian and his 5 companions, leaving the remaining Bai Ji, a healing-type soul beast, to observe from the sidelines. Tian glances at Xiao Wu and remarks, they came here with you. Do you not care about their lives? Tian replies with a smile. They're not in danger. Why should I be concerned? Tian retorts, I shall grant you one last opportunity. If you disclose how you learned the secrets of this place, perhaps we can avoid this conflict. Otherwise, we shall spare no effort in eliminating you here. Ao Qian Shugs, feigning helplessness. I have already spoken the truth. Why is it that you refuse to believe me? Since you do not wish to attack, I shall take the initiative. As his words fall, Tian and his companions instantly become alert. With a delicate motion, Tian lightly claps his white, slender arm, causing a strikingly handsome man beside him, exuding a sinister aura, to be sent flying backward, blood spurting from his mouth as he crashes into the dark forest nearby. Today, I'm only interested in the Dragon Clan, Tian states nonchalantly. His effortless incapacitation of one of their own sends shivers down the spines of Tian and his companions, their expressions shifting dramatically. Attack! Tian bellows. Xiong-jun roars, his body transforming into a colossal bear towering over 30 meters, exuding a dark golden sheen. Another individual morphs into a massive black tree, its branches writhing with a potent corrosive venom. A third one transforms into a fearsome beast with 3 heads resembling lions, each head over a meter in diameter, sharp teeth glinting with a crimson golden hue. Lastly, Tian transforms into an enormous black dragon, rivaling Xiong in size. His body is covered in massive black scales, with powerful, robust limbs and claws sharp enough to rend anything. His golden eyes emanate a terrifying aura. He bears a striking resemblance to a lizard, magnified countless times, with an intense dragonic presence that affects the fierce beasts surrounding them. Chapter 47. Dragon God Claw. Xiong is the first to launch an assault, howling, tearing sky claw. He swings his incredibly thick arm, a massive bare paw descending from above, compressing and distorting the air, resonating with a thunderous sound. The dark golden claws extend ominously, creating minute fissures in the space they traverse, instilling awe. Meanwhile, the three-headed beast, the Hellfire Cerberus, unleashes black flames from its mouths, capable of incinerating both flesh and soul. The transformed king of 10,000 spirits controls its venomous branches, snaking around to block Tian's escape routes, as the potent venom rapidly erodes the earth beneath. Emitting acrid smoke, Tian, now a golden-eyed black dragon, refrains from attacking, choosing instead to remain vigilant against Tian's counterstrike. Given their size, he knows that Xiong and the others cannot attack simultaneously, and he realizes that their flawless coordination leaves Tian with no avenue for retreat. Having commenced battle, they resolve to exert their utmost strength. Tian aims to swiftly eliminate this adversary, minimizing damage to their surroundings. He contemplates Tian's power. The one Tian had struck down was the weakest among them, and he himself could achieve the same if he were in that position. He believes the combined efforts of Xiong and the others are sufficient. He is also eager to uncover Tian's true nature. Since he is neither human nor soul beast, what could he possibly be? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, her daughter, and Ming and Ming stand at a distance, utterly awestruck by the overwhelming aura of the soul beasts, causing them to tremble in fear. It is a manifestation of high-level beings asserting dominance over lower-level ones. They cannot help but wonder if Tian can withstand such terrifying attacks. However, as they remember Tian's size, vastly greater than that of these soul beasts, they feel a slight sense of reassurance. Logically, larger soul beasts possess greater strength. Even if Tian is not a soul beast, the principle should hold true. Why isn't he attacking or defending? Tian and his companions ponder. As they witness Xiong's formidable attack poised to strike Tian, he remains calmly standing. Xiong exudes a frenzied bloodlust, intent on reducing Tian to a mere puddle of flesh. Tian looks up at the massive bare paw descending upon him, a smile gracing his lips. With a resounding boom, Xiong's paw, akin to a mountain crashing down, meets an invisible barrier, halting its descent despite the overwhelming force. The infernal flames of the Hellfire Cerberus are similarly thwarted by an unseen wall, unable to breach the 2 meters surrounding Tian. The king of 10,000 spirits attempts to ensnare him with its venomous branches, yet even those cannot draw near, the highly corrosive venom rendered ineffective. No matter how vigorously Xiong exerts himself, he cannot lower his paw by even a fraction. Spatial power, Tian exclaims in shock, unable to contain himself. To establish a spatial barrier for defense requires an extraordinary comprehension of the laws of space. Upon reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation at the back of his neck, an involuntary surge of fear welling up within him. Time reigns supreme, and space commands respect. The deeper one comprehends these 2 principles, the more formidable their power becomes. Such formidable beings are not to be trifled with. Just as he was consumed by worry, Haotian spoke. I say, you little ones, is there any fault in that? You are still far from sufficient. Your power is too weak. Barely enough to scratch an itch for me. Schultz rolled incessantly, feeling utterly humiliated. Haotian regarded this irascible creature with a disdainful snort. With a single punch, a colossal dragon claw, adorned in golden scales, formed before him and struck Xiong's chest, which was thickly coated in dark golden fur. The impact was akin to a meteor colliding with the earth. Xiong's chest caved in, bones shattered, blood gushed forth, and his massive form, towering over 30 meters, crashed into the forest, toppling numerous ancient trees. How could he be so powerful? The 3-headed crimson demon hound, and the king of all beasts felt a pang of fear. Eager to flee, Haotian waved his hand, conjuring a golden dragon claw before each of the ferocious beasts, sending them hurtling away, equally wounded. Tian paid no further heed to the injured creatures. His divine power surged into them, sealing their cultivation, making escape nearly impossible. He turned his gaze to the final contender, Tian, and said, "It is your turn now. Let me witness your prowess." Tian stood frozen, waves of shock crashing through his mind as he stammered. "You are the Dragon Clan?" Tian's earlier display of dragon fists and claws radiated an intensely pure dragon might, even overwhelming Tian, the leader of the Black Dragon Clan, leaving him astounded. "If you win, I shall tell you," Tian replied. "Very well, I shall give it my all," Tian declared. Having sensed with his spiritual power that those injured by Tian were not in mortal danger, he felt a slight relief. Moreover, if Tian were indeed of the Dragon Clan, it was plausible that his previous words held truth. His purpose here was solely to explore their dragon lineage. The dragon god had once been invincible, leaving behind many descendants. So the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar dragon powerhouse was entirely reasonable in his estimation. Thus, his hostility towards Tian had unwittingly diminished. Bai Ji had already dashed into the forest to commence healing for the injured. Not far away, ZG stood in a daze, murmuring, "How could this be?" As the Hell Demon Dragon King, while she may not rival Tian in strength, in terms of pure bloodline and innate potential, she was certainly his equal. Yet, even with her unblemished dragon blood, she felt an overwhelming suppression from Tian's attack. Xiao Wu's worries evaporated entirely. Her small chest puffed up as she declared, "There is nothing impossible. Tian's strength surpasses your imagination." To her, Tian had yet to unleash his true form, and if his current might was so formidable, one could only wonder how powerful he would be upon returning to his true self. Tian's gaze fixated on Tian as he proclaimed, "I shall employ my most potent technique, the Dragon God's supreme skill, the Dragon God Claw." Tian smiled, anticipation gleaming in his eyes, eager to uncover the mysteries of this exalted technique possessed by a dragon of a different lineage. Tian's aura surged rapidly, a powerful wave of energy emanating from him, particularly for his right claw, which pulsed with a terrifying energy that caused the surrounding void to tremble. This strike will possess demigod-level power. Be cautious, Tian warned. Given his belief that Tian might be a Dragon Clan powerhouse, Tian's demeanor had softened considerably. If he could ally with Tian to protect their master here, it would be even better. Tian nodded. "Come, let me witness the might of the techniques passed down by the Dragon God." Tian's energy escalated with astonishing speed, reaching its zenith in the blink of an eye. "Tian, will you not employ your true form in this battle?" he inquired. Tian shook his head, replying, "No need." Tian felt a twinge of displeasure, interpreting Tian's response as disdain. He said nothing more, unleashing his terrifying claw towards Tian, his over 800,000 years of cultivation, combined with the Dragon God's imparted Dragon God Claw, wielding an unfathomable might. The spatial fabric of Douluos continent proved somewhat fragile around the Dragon God Claw. The overwhelming power caused the very space to collapse, pressing towards Tian. The resounding dragon might fill the air, making everyone but Tian tremble involuntarily, succumbing to an instinctual urge to submit. Tian sensed Tian's energy fluctuations and calibrated his own strength to match Tian's level. "Pour dragon combat technique," he exclaimed, his fair fist soaring skyward. This Dragon Clan's martial art had long been perfected by him. Even when manifested in human form, this punch brimmed with boundless profundity. Tian, in human guise, faced off against the 30-meter-tall black dragon. The stark contrast between his diminutive fist and the massive black claw delivered a powerful visual impact. Witnessing this scene, the scales of victory began to tilt towards Tian in the hearts of all. Xiao Wu clutched her mother's leg tightly, her body trembling slightly. Her large eyes filled with concern. Tian's claw, imbued with dragon might, crushed the void, while Tian's punch appeared unremarkable, akin to a frail human youth delivering a feeble blow. To all observers, it seemed inevitable that Tian would face defeat. Yet, only Tian understood that the true power of his punch was entirely contained, revealing not even a hint of its might. Under the watchful gaze of all, the claw and the fist finally collided. Tian's dragon claw and Tian's fist came to a standstill, devoid of any violent sound or explosive energy release. At that moment, it felt as if time itself had ceased. All eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on this bizarre tableau. Had that delicate fist truly blocked the immense black dragon claw? Who would emerge victorious? Tian's expression remained tranquil, devoid of any ripples. Tian's mind momentarily faltered, but soon waves of incredulity surged within him. How could this be? He roared internally. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds echoed in every ear. All present stared in a daze at the massive black dragon claw, the cracking noises emanating from it. The black scales on the claw became riddled with countless fissures. With a resounding boom, the scales shattered, blood and flesh erupting forth. That claw, as large as a small house, disintegrated completely. Pale golden blood gushed forth from the severed arm like a volcanic eruption, the searing liquid sizzling upon contact with the ground. Tian stood below, the pale golden blood cascading down like a waterfall, parting as it neared his body. His demeanor remained unruffled, serene as a cloud, gradually retracting his fist. "You have lost," he stated calmly. Tian felt a tinge of disappointment. Was this the pinnacle technique passed down by the dragon god? It paled in comparison to his true dragon combat technique. While it could be attributed to Tian's lack of comprehension, Tian found the dragon god claw rather crude. Tian's massive form began to shrink, ultimately transforming into a human guise. He appeared handsome and resolute, yet the pain radiating from his arm caused his brow to furrow slightly. His hand was severed at the wrist, disappearing from sight, presenting a chilling spectacle. Flesh quivered, yearning for restoration. Yet blood continued to spurt uncontrollably, the wound harboring a formidable force of arcane law that thwarted any efforts of healing. With a significant loss of blood, Emperor Tian's complexion gradually turned pale. From the depths of the forest, the emerald swan, Bai Ji, rushed forth, her healing soul technique enveloping Emperor Tian's arm. However, the effect was hardly perceptible. This was not a mere ordinary wound, but one tainted by the ruthless power of the true dragon combat technique. Tian had shown restraint at the last moment. Otherwise, Emperor Tian would have likely lost his entire arm. "Let me take care of it," Tian approached. ZG sprinted from afar, landing beside Emperor Tian. Her large purple eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at Tian. Emperor Tian gently patted her shoulder with his left hand, signaling her to let him handle it. When Tian's fist had unleashed its terrifying power moments ago, Emperor Tian had felt an overwhelming dread, realizing it was beyond his capacity to withstand. The dreadful force had merely destroyed his hand before ceasing. He understood that Tian had held back. Tian stood before Emperor Tian, placing a hand on his shoulder, divine energy surging into his arm, dispelling the residual power from the wound. Although Tian's divine energy flowed solely within Emperor Tian's arm, it was enough to leave him in awe. He sensed that this small portion of energy, if unleashed, could easily shatter his body into fragments. Furthermore, the terrifying dragon might contained within this energy was beyond comprehension. The last time he felt such overwhelming dragon might was in the presence of the dragon god. He could not help but exclaim. Beside him, ZG assumed Tian was plotting against Emperor Tian, her murderous aura intensifying as she struck towards Tian. "No!" Emperor Tian shouted, but it was too late to intervene. Tian remained unfazed, the power of spatial laws forming an invisible barrier that intercepted ZG's attack. ZG pulled Emperor Tian back a few steps, looking at him with confusion and inquiring, "Are you all right?" Emperor Tian shook his head, saying, "You misunderstand the elder. He is healing my wounds." "Elder?" Xiao Wu and the others, including the Bear Lord who had emerged from the forest, were astonished at how swiftly Emperor Tian's demeanor had changed, now respectfully referring to Tian as elder. Tian smiled and nodded, instructing, "Open your mouth." Though puzzled, Emperor Tian complied, slightly parting his lips. Tian's palm split open, a drop of golden blood seeping forth and hovering in the air. He did not suppress the oppressive force emanating from this drop of blood. The terrifying dragon might made everyone feel as though the entire firmament bore down upon them, instilling an instinctive desire to kneel. Simultaneously, the aura radiating from this golden blood was irresistibly alluring, evoking an impulse to consume it. "Your bloodlines are still too weak." Tian remarked, waving his hand as the blood fell into Emperor Tian's mouth. He held a favorable impression of Emperor Tian, although they differed in form. They were indeed both of the dragon lineage, making Tian regard him as a true kin, thus bestowing a fragment of fortune upon him. In an instant, Emperor Tian's body erupted with golden light, an unprecedented and terrifying oppressive force radiating from him, causing even ZG, who was supporting him, to involuntarily retreat. His severed arm rapidly regenerated, restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. Trembling with exhilaration, Emperor Tian exclaimed, "Elder, my bloodline is evolving, and my cultivation is surging. This drop of blood could enhance my cultivation by several millennia." Through this drop of blood, he finally confirmed Tian's identity as a dragon. Everyone turned in disbelief, gazing at Tian in shock. Suddenly, Tian turned his attention towards the verdant lake. At that moment, the entire forest began to tremble violently, the earth cracking as the waters of the lake swiftly receded, revealing the lakebed in an instant. Chapter 49. The Astonishment of the Silver Dragon King. By now, evening had fallen, the afterglow of the setting sun illuminating the world. The lake had dried up, the mud quickly hardening and cracking, releasing a brilliant silver light that shone brighter than the sun. With a resounding explosion, the earth erupted, and a massive silver claw burst forth from the lakebed, striking heavily upon the shore. This claw shimmered with silver, covered in hexagonal scales that emitted an extraordinary radiance. A terrifying, oppressive force emanated from it, instilling an unparalleled sense of pressure. Emperor Tian's face lit with joy as he stepped forward, kneeling on one knee and exclaiming, "We welcome our master." Bai Ji and the other 6 followed suit, rushing forward, kneeling, and shouting, "We welcome our master." Xiao Wu and the others looked curiously at the silver claw. Although they felt intimidated by the oppressive force, they were intrigued by the creature it belonged to. Tian was somewhat taken aback. He had intended to meet this slumbering being, knowing her identity as the supreme leader of the dragon race in the Douluo world. Yet, she had emerged ahead of him. After a brief contemplation, Tian deduced the reason for her sudden awakening. With a loud crash, the entire lakebed exploded, and a colossal silhouette exceeding 100 meters surged into the sky, crashing down heavily upon the ground. This was a silver dragon, equipped with wings. Its size several times larger than Emperor Tian, yet its musculature appeared sleek and graceful. Emperor Tian and the others gazed with fervor, their bodies trembling with excitement as they looked up at the silver dragon. "Master, you have finally awakened," Emperor Tian exclaimed eagerly. The silver dragon lowered its colossal head, its large eyes observing Emperor Tian and the others below, its voice melodious yet authoritative as it declared, "I sensed a powerful bloodline aura and anticipated that this bloodline strength would greatly benefit my recovery." Her commanding gaze fell upon Emperor Tian. Sensing the surging energy emanating from him, she inquired, "Emperor Tian, has her bloodline evolved?" "Yes, Master," Emperor Tian answered respectfully. The silver dragon nodded, saying, "Excellent. Truly worthy of my clan's genius. It seems our time to rise has come." After speaking, her enormous form began to shrink, and in a few breaths, a flash of silver light revealed an exquisite young woman before them. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, reaching down to her ankles, while her fair skin and bright purple eyes radiated purity and clarity. Long, curled eyelashes framed her stunning eyes, giving her an exceptionally beautiful appearance. Her slender legs ended in feet as pristine as white jade, standing upon the dark earth without a trace of dust. As the gentle breeze tousled her silver hair, it danced in the sunlight, creating an utterly picturesque scene. However, her complexion appeared slightly pale, evoking a sense of pity. "What a beautiful sister, as lovely as Tian," Xiao murmured unconsciously. The Silver Dragon King, commanded rise. Emperor Tian and the others quickly stood up, casting a glance at Tian. Emperor Tian hesitated before stating, "Master, I did not achieve this breakthrough solely by my own abilities." "Oh, how did you break through?" Guyuna's voice was cool as a celestial being, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her purple eyes. Emperor Tian turned to Tian and explained, "It was Elder Ao. He easily defeated me and used a drop of blood to enhance my bloodline and cultivation." Gu Yuna's gaze fell upon Ao Tian, and she was momentarily taken aback by his appearance. "Are you also of the dragon clan?" she inquired, for it was only the blood of powerful dragons that could enhance the bloodline of Emperor Tian. Ao Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, a hint of warmth appeared in Gu Yuna's calm eyes as she continued, "I did not anticipate that there exists such a formidable being among my kin. To elevate the bloodline of Emperor Tian, your strength must surely surpass his, which is an invaluable asset for our dragon clan." Gu Yuna then asked, "Would you be willing to follow me, to seek justice for the Spirit Beast clan and carve out a realm of freedom?" Her voice, though soft, resonated with immense confidence, and her call for liberation stirred the blood of Emperor Tian and the others, igniting a fervor within them to rush headlong into battle against their foes. Ao Tian shook his head, replying calmly, "I am not inclined to do so." Gu Yuna was taken aback, her surprise evident as she questioned, "Why?" "Because your strength is insufficient," Ao Tian replied bluntly. Gu Yuna frowned, stating, "It seems you are unaware of my identity. I am Gu Yuna, the Silver Dragon King, the co-master of the Spirit Beasts, capable of reaching the God King level at my peak, albeit currently injured and yet to recover." Ao Tian shuklet. "Even if you were to regain your God King status, what of it? Do you not comprehend the magnitude of power a God King possesses?" Gu Yuna appeared puzzled. "Master," Emperor Tian whispered. Gu Yuna's gaze shifted to him, asking, "What is it?" Emperor Tian, casting a wary glance at Ao Tian, noted, "I can sense a formidable pressure emanating from Senior Ao that is characteristic of a dragon god." Gu Yuna's delicate brows furrowed as she remained silent, standing there like an ethereal fairy lost in thought. After a considerable pause, she slowly shook her head and spoke impossible. "Unless I were to merge with the Golden Dragon King, no descendant created by the dragon god could easily cultivate to that level." Ao Tian interjected, "I apologize, but I am not a descendant crafted by your so-called dragon god. My lineage diverges from yours." "Impossible. The dragon god is the progenitor of all dragon clans. Without the dragon god, we would not exist," the Silver Dragon King retorted. Ao Tian replied, "I was invincible long before the dragon god ever emerged." At that moment, not only did Gu Yuna find it hard to believe, but even Emperor Tian, who had held some respect for Ao Tian, was skeptical. What dragon could possibly predate the dragon god? Without further elaboration, Ao Tian transformed, reverting to his true form. His colossal body coiled around the shores of a lake nearly 1,000 meters in circumference, enveloping it several times. This was still him consciously controlling his length. Otherwise, there would have been insufficient space. In the darkness, his figure radiated a resplendent golden light, exuding an aura of infinite majesty. His massive dragon head bore 2 majestic horns, and his whiskers danced in the wind. Gu Yuna, Emperor Tian, ZG, and the 3-headed Chimo hound, all possessing dragon bloodlines, felt the weight of Ao Tian's overwhelming presence most acutely. Aside from Gu Yuna, who struggled to withstand it, Emperor Tian and his companions had already knelt. Senior Ao is truly unlike us. He is incredibly powerful. Emperor Tian exclaimed in shock. Gu Yuna trembled as she fought against the pressure emanating from Ao Tian. Suddenly, a bolt of realization flashed through her mind, leading her to boldly speculate, "Were you once slumbering beneath a volcano?" Chapter 50. Progenitor of the Dragon Clan Ao Tian transformed back into human form, shaking his head. "I was asleep in the magma of the Earth's core, though it is connected to some volcanoes." "Why do you ask?" Ao Tian questioned, puzzled by how Gu Yuna had surmised his resting place. Upon hearing his response, a flush of excitement spread across Gu Yuna's previously pale face, a reflection of her overwhelming joy. She hastened forward, bowing respectfully before Ao Tian. Gu Yuna pays her respects to the elder. In that moment, all semblance of her regal demeanor as a dragon king vanished, and she resembled a starry-eyed girl standing before her admired older brother. Emperor Tian and the others could hardly contain their astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. They were shocked to witness the Dragon King display such a docile side, as well as the remarkable stature of Ao Tian that warranted such humility from her. Ao Tian, perplexed, asked, "Did you know me before?" Gu Yuna nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "There is information about you in the memories of the dragon god." Ao Tian's confusion deepened, for he did not recognize the dragon god prior to his slumber. How could she possibly know him? Seemingly sensing his bewilderment, Guyana reached out to grasp Tian's arm, but withdrew as soon as contact was made, apologizing. "I am sorry, Senior Ao. I became overly excited. Let's speak indoors." She gestured for him to enter. "Very well," Tian replied, leading the way into the wooden cabin. Guyana followed closely behind like a nervous maid, while Emperor Tian and the others trailed after, their minds racing with curiosity about the ancient and powerful Tian and his connection to the dragon god. "Mother, let's go take a look as well," Xiao Wu urged, tugging at her mother's hand. Having spent so much time with Tian, she was eager to delve into the secrets surrounding him. Xiao Wu's mother scooped her up and hurried after them. Inside the wooden cabin, though the seating was sparse, the space was ample. It seemed the spirit beasts, being large in stature, preferred not to be confined to cramped quarters. Hence the cabin was built spaciously. Within, only Tian occupied a chair, while Guyana stood beside him. "Please, take a seat," Tian invited. "I dare not," Guyana responded. The hierarchy among the dragon clan was rigid, and now that she understood Tian's ancient status, she was reluctant to act disrespectfully. "Sit when I instruct you to," Tian said, his brow slightly furrowed. Guyana promptly complied, and with a flicker of her will, the cabin was suddenly illuminated, glowing as brightly as day, possessing the ability to command elements. It was no challenge for her to conjure light in the darkness. Xiao Wu gazed around, trying to discern the source of the illumination, but after a thorough search, she found no visible light source. Guyana finally returned to the matter at hand, saying, "Senior Ao, you may not be aware, but the dragon god shares a significant connection with you." "Pray tell," Tian urged, intrigued. Guyana elaborated. In the past, when the dragon god was still weak, he fortuitously fell into a volcano. There, he sensed an overwhelming pressure. He attempted to delve into the depths of the magma, but the rising temperatures forced him to abandon his quest. However, he soon discovered that the magma contained a peculiar power that could accelerate his cultivation. The dragon god secluded himself there for a century, emerging invincible at that time, having realized he had obtained the legacy of the dragon clan. Thus, he utilized his strength to nurture and expand the dragon clan. As his power grew, surpassing even the god king level, he never returned to that volcano, for he understood that a terrifying powerhouse lay dormant within, a being he would need to look up to even at the peak of his strength. In his heart, he regarded the slumbering entity within the volcano as the progenitor of the dragon clan. After sharing her tale, Guyana gazed at Tian with reverence, her violet eyes fixed intently upon him. The remaining individuals were astounded to discover that Elder Ao had lived even longer than the dragon god. In fact, the dragon god's remarkable achievements were attributed to the inheritance received from Elder Ao. Previously, had they heard such claims, they would have scoffed, even to the point of executing anyone who dared to speak them, out of respect for the dragon god's authority. However, now that these words were spoken by the Silver Dragon King himself, disbelief was no longer an option. It was no wonder that Elder Ao could defeat them with a mere flick of his finger. His origins were indeed formidable, his power surpassing that of the dragon god they revered. Tian and the others stood in solemn respect, their admiration for Tian now rivaling that for the dragon god. Reflecting on the tragic fate of the Soul Beast clan, unable to ascend to divinity and subjected to the slaughter by human soul masters, they could not help but clench their fists. Without resistance, their extinction was inevitable. Now that their clan had found an ancient powerhouse, a progenitor of the dragon lineage, they suddenly felt a surge of confidence and hope. Elder Ao would surely lead them towards glory once more, they mused. Tan, taken aback, realized that the dragon lineage of the Douluo world had originated from him. While he had slumbered in the magma realm, he had also been engaged in cultivation. Each breakthrough in his techniques brought forth a transformation, and it was not surprising that dragon blood had scattered in the magma. During his slumber, he had awakened a few times, as creatures consumed the dragon blood that had dripped into the magma during his metamorphosis. Yet, those creatures could not withstand the overwhelming power of the dragon blood and perished. Eventually, he ceased to concern himself with such matters, never anticipating that a creature would successfully absorb his dragon blood, undergo a transformation, and ascend to become the dragon god of the Douluo world. No wonder the dragons here bore a different appearance. The original dragon god must have resembled a great lizard or a similar creature. Tian gazed at Guyuna and Tian before him, feeling a sense of familiarity. "So you are our true ancestor," Guyuna said reverently. She stood to perform a gesture of deep respect. Tian raised a hand, and an irresistible force prevented her from bowing. He was not dead. He would not accept such homage lightly. Suddenly, Guyuna's expression turned sorrowful as she spoke. "Ancestor." The dragon god was once the ruler of the divine realm. He graciously accepted humanity, allowing those who reached a certain level of cultivation to enter the divine realm. Later, the dragon god encountered some troubles and was exploited by unscrupulous individuals who sought to eliminate the human powerhouses in the divine realm. Yet, the speed of human cultivation was too swift, leading to the dragon god's downfall. The humans' resistance was not wrong, but their subsequent actions were too extreme. All disobedient divine beasts were slaughtered, while the remaining were domesticated as pets. They even interfered with the laws, ensuring that the soul beasts of the lower realms would never have the chance to ascend to divinity, forcing transformation into humans to attain godhood. The fate of soul beasts is to be hunted by humans and become their soul rings. If we do not resist in a few tens of thousands of years, soul beasts will be completely exterminated. Guyuna looked at Tian, her voice filled with anguish. "Ancestor, please lead us to carve out a realm of freedom." Chapter 51. Please respect yourself. Guyuna looked at Tian with expectation, as did Tian and the others. They hoped that Tian would deliver an impassioned speech to inspire morale and lead them against humanity. With such a powerful predecessor, even stronger than the dragon god, they could surely exact revenge and resolve the crisis facing soul beasts. However, as all eyes turned towards him in anticipation, Tian slowly shook his head. Sorry. This is a conflict between you and humanity. It does not concern me." He had intended to enjoy a carefree existence. Why would he lead soul beasts in a battle against humans? Besides, if he were to annihilate humanity, how would he explain that to BB Dong? Guyuna did not expect Tian to refuse, and her urgency grew. "Ancestor, you are our ancestor. We are being oppressed by humanity. How can you remain uninvolved?" She could not comprehend, nor could Tian, why their kin, nearly exterminated by humans, would leave their ancestor indifferent. "Do not call me ancestor," Tian replied. "The dragon god merely absorbed the dragon blood I dispersed while I slept and inherited the dragon lineage. This has nothing to do with me. He was not intentionally created by me. Why should I be responsible for you? While I find your plight unfortunate, I live in a world of humans now, and my beloved is also human. If you aim to exterminate humanity, I'm afraid I cannot assist you." Guyuna, anxious, implored, "Ancestor, do not call me ancestor. Elder you are not human. Why choose to side with them? Humans cultivate rapidly, and their chances of producing strong individuals far exceed ours. They can absorb soul rings of 10,000 years or even 100,000 years within decades, while the growth cycle of soul beasts is exceedingly lengthy. At this rate, soul beasts will inevitably face extinction." Tian replied, "I believe that two races need not fight to the death. Perhaps a method of peaceful coexistence can be found." Guyuna shook her head. What method could there be? Humans cannot continue cultivating without soul rings, and thus are destined to slaughter us soul beasts. The only way for us to survive is to eradicate humanity, or at the very least, eliminate all human soul masters. Tian stood up. "I'm sorry. I have slept for billions of years, and now that I am awake, I only wish to enjoy life in this world. Do not involve me in your conflicts of racial warfare." To him, the extinction of a race seemed quite normal. He had no idea how many races had perished during his 5 billion years of slumber. With that, he turned to Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, let us return." Guyuna grew anxious and quickly rose. "El dirao, weiqi, ao qian baozid." Guyuna turned to Tian and the others. "You all go outside. I wish to speak with Elder privately." Reluctantly, Tian and the others exited the wooden house. Tian said, "Xiao Wu, you should leave as well." A moment later, only Guyuna and Tian remained inside the wooden house, both seated. Guyuna asked Elder "Since you do not wish to assist us, why did you come here to find us?" Tian replied, "I sensed your existence long ago. I was merely intrigued by your dragon lineage, which is why I came to take a look." Guyuna bit her lip, and a charming flush suddenly appeared on her pale face, as if she had made a decision. "Elder could you please shield us from the outside? I have some words I wish to share with you privately." Tian, puzzled by Guyuna's intentions, nonetheless set up a barrier with ease. All right. Now, they cannot see us, nor can they hear what is said here. You may speak freely. Gu iwi na sotod, gracefully approaching Haotian. Her lustrous silver hair cascaded down to her ankles, and her delicate, fair feet caught Tian's attention. Frowning, he wondered what Guyuna was truly intending. Standing before Tian, Guyuna's face grew increasingly flushed, and even the exposed skin on her body emanated a faint rosy hue. She radiated a captivating fragrance that was irresistibly alluring. Tian could not help but acknowledge that Guyuna was the most ethereal woman he had ever encountered. Guyuna gently bit her crimson lip as the dress formed from her soul power gradually dissipated, unveiling her most exquisite self before Tian. He finally experienced the sensation of wanting to gasp in awe. His heartbeat quickened, and a sudden flutter stirred within his heart. He forced himself to turn away, asking, Guyuna, what are you doing? Guyuna lowered her head, a blush creeping to her ears, too shy to meet Tian's gaze. Senior Tian, I understand the needs of the dragon clan are vast. The dragon god had 9 offspring, and even Emperor Tian has both by G and ZG. If you do not mind, Guyuna is willing to be your woman. She trembled slightly, her hand reaching out to grasp Tian's. Tian pushed her hand away, saying, Guyuna, please maintain your dignity. With a hint of sorrow, Guyuna replied, Why? Is it because I'm not beautiful enough? Tian shook his head, still unable to meet her eyes. No. Then why are you unwilling to accept me? I have a beloved, and feelings must be nurtured, Tian answered. Feelings? What is that? Guyuna inquired, puzzled. Feelings are about liking someone, Tian explained. Oh, then I like you, and I do not mind if you have other women. Guyuna said, her beautiful eyes fixed on Tian. The concept of relationships among soul beasts was simple. Powerful soul beasts often had multiple partners. To her, Tian was the ideal candidate, strong and handsome. Moreover, if she became Tian's woman, perhaps she could persuade him to assist the soul beast clan. Tian understood Guyuna's sudden offer all too well. He did not believe his charm was so great as to compel a noble woman to offer herself upon their first meeting. Her primary motive was undoubtedly for the future of the soul beasts. He could not help but admire Guyuna for her willingness to sacrifice herself for the sake of her kind. With a sigh, he said, Put on your clothes. If you wish to be friends, that is acceptable, but there is no need for this. If you continue this way, I shall take my leave. Guyuna, feeling a rush of urgency, stepped forward to grasp Tian again. However, Tian was filled with tumultuous feelings and dared not let her approach. With a resigned sigh, he vanished from sight, leaving her behind. The barrier is about to disappear. You should quickly dress. Tian's voice echoed in Guyuna's ears. She paused for a moment, and then a long dress reappeared on her, though the blush on her cheeks would take some time to fade. Senior Tian has left, she murmured, her voice laden with profound melancholy. Chapter 52. Guyuna's decision outside the wooden cabin. Emperor Tian and the others noticed the barrier had vanished and called out, My lord. Guyuna hurriedly adjusted her attire, channeling her soul power to restore her previously pale complexion, and said softly, Come in. As they entered, they found a vast room occupied solely by Guyuna. My lord, where is Senior Tian? We just saw the horse he rode has vanished, Emperor Tian asked. Guyuna sighed. Senior Tian has left. Emperor Tian was taken aback and quickly asked, Did Senior Tian agree to help us? Guyuna shook her head, no. A wave of disappointment washed over Emperor Tian. Why? Senior Tian is not human. Why must he protect humans? My lord, do we still have hope as soul beasts? ZG looked at Guyuna. She sighed inwardly, knowing that if she did not encourage her subordinates, their faith might shatter. She smiled and reassured them. Do not worry. I will find a way to persuade Senior Tian. Even if he ultimately refuses to help us, I will ensure he aids me in regaining my strength. Once I am restored, even if we cannot eradicate humans, we will at least possess the means to defend ourselves. Trust me, our future will undoubtedly be bright. ZG gazed at Guyuna earnestly. My lord, I believe in you. I believe in you too, Emperor Tian added. The others voiced their support as well. Guyuna had always been their pillar of strength, and as long as she remained, their faith would not falter. Tian's departure left Xiao Wu feeling unexpectedly dejected, her face clouded with displeasure. Would she ever have the opportunity to see him again? Guyuna's gaze fell upon Xiao Wu, and she beckoned gently, little sister. Come here. Xiao Wu hesitated, glancing at her mother. Go on, her mother urged, giving her a gentle push. Xiaowu nodded, her heart racing as she took tentative steps toward Guyuna. From the earlier conversation, she had learned that this strikingly beautiful woman was the supreme leader of the soul beasts. She felt small and insignificant as merely a 10,000-year-old transformed soul beast. My lord, Xiaowu said as she reached Guyuna, mimicking the way Emperor Tian and the others had addressed her, observing her adorable yet anxious demeanor. Emperor Tian and the others could not help but smile, finding themselves growing fond of the little girl. Guyuna sat down and embraced Xiaowu in her lap, asking, Xiaowu, you need not call me my lord, just call me sister. Can you tell me what your relationship with Senior Haotian is? Sister, we are classmates. Xiaowu replied. Classmates? What does that mean? Guyuna asked, puzzled. She looked to Emperor Tian and the others, who all shook their heads in unison. Xiaowu explained, when soul beasts transform into humans, they need to experience human presence to cultivate. So, I entered a primary soul master academy to learn human knowledge. Senior Haotian is also studying there, in the same class as me. Guyuna nodded. Senior Haotian must have awakened not long ago and is still unfamiliar with the human world, which is why he went there. Emperor Tian and the others subtly acknowledged Guyuna's insight. Can you take your sister to find him? Guyuna inquired. Xiaowu replied. He said he lives in Wuhuan City. Emperor Tian's expression shifted. My lord, you cannot go there. Why? Guyuna asked. Wuhuan City is currently the most powerful force on Douluos continent, boasting numerous Title Douluos. The strongest among them has reached level 99, only slightly weaker than I am. You are currently injured and cannot go there, Emperor Tian cautioned. Although they had long resided within their confines, they occasionally kept abreast of the external situation, understanding that the Wuhuan Temple was the most formidable soul master faction at present. Guyuna reassured them, do not worry. The day for a final confrontation with humans has not yet arrived. She turned to Xiaowu, continuing to inquire, Xiaowu, where's your academy located? In Notting City. Then will you take your sister to Notting City? Guyuna asked. School has not started yet. There is still over 2 months of vacation, Xiaowu replied. Then when school begins, will you bring your sister to find Senior Haotian? After a moment of thought, Xiaowu agreed, okay. Between humans and soul beasts. She chose the latter. Having heard Guyuna recount the tragic fate of soul beasts, she felt deeply moved. In her heart, she hoped that Senior Haotian would assist Guyuna. My lord, do you truly intend to venture into the human world? Emperor Tian asked with concern. Guyuna replied, Senior Haotian is our hope for resurgence. We cannot miss this opportunity. Then let us accompany you, Tian requested. Guyuna, whose strength was currently inferior to his, shook her head and replied, no need. If you all enter the human world together, the target would be even larger. If our identities are accidentally revealed, we might attract attention from the divine realm. But rest assured regarding your safety. It is not so easy for a human Title Douluos to capture me. You should stay here and cultivate. Try not to expose yourselves. I will contact you when necessary. Tian and the others could only comply. Guyuna smiled and said, Little Wu, why don't you stay here with your sister for the next couple of months? All right. Little Wu was quite fond of Guyuna, as this sister was very beautiful, which endeared her to Little Wu. Sister, may I ask you a question? Little Wu inquired. What do you wish to know? Guyuna asked. Little Wu glanced outside at Taming and Ming and said, My companions, Taming and Ming, wish to possess human forms like yours, but they are unwilling to transform into humans. Can you help them, sister? That is simple, Guyuna chuckled. Their strength is still somewhat lacking. Once they become stronger and break through the 100,000-year cultivation barrier, they will gain the ability to transform into human forms. Guyuna looked at Tian and said, Tian, these 2 little ones have considerable potential. I leave them in your care. Rest assured, I will train them well, Tian grinned. After Tian departed from the core area of the Stardow Forest, his figure appeared outside the forest, accompanied by Longma. Really? Attempting to seduce me with beauty to assist the soul beasts? Tian scoffed, surprised that Guyuna was such a person. Resolving the issues between soul beasts and humans was not impossible, but it would not be easy. Perhaps I will consider it once I tire of my current pursuits. Since Little Wu has been returned, and the dragon clan within has been observed, with over 2 months remaining in holiday, it will be best to return to Wuhuan City. Thinking of Bibi Dong, a smile crept onto Tian's face. She might be waiting for his return. Chapter 53. Refining medicinal pills. Recalling that last night, Juko mentioned Bibi Dong had been in seclusion recently. Tian mounted Long Ma and set off towards Wuhuan City at a leisurely pace. He typically returned to Wuhuan City every month to accompany Bibi Dong, so he was not particularly anxious. The Stardow Forest was not far from Wuhuan City, and after a day's journey, he had already returned. After waiting for 3 days, Bibi Dong, who had been in seclusion, finally emerged. The higher-ups of the Wuhuan Hall were well aware that Tian was the strongest in the Wuhuan Hall, even assisting Bibi Dong in seizing the position of Pope. When Bibi Dong left Wuhuan City with Tian, Qian Sunji had declared her a traitor, stripping her of her saintess title. Later, Tian defeated Tian Douluos with a mere finger, and out of respect for Bibi Dong's previous status as a saintess, he agreed to her assuming the role of Pope. The upper echelons of the Wuhuan Hall were pleased to see that Bibi Dong was a very dedicated Pope, managing the hall efficiently over the years, leading to its growing strength. The plan to seize the two great empires had already been put on the agenda, and it was believed that it would not be long before the Wuhuan Hall could unify the continent, achieving a legacy that would endure through the ages. As the door to Bibi Dong's exclusive training room opened, a mature and captivating figure stepped out. She stretched her arms under the morning sun, and the fullness of her bosom made the attending maidservants, who stood by to welcome her, swallow hard, their faces filled with envy and longing. The golden sunlight cast a radiant glow upon her flawless visage, revealing no blemishes on her unadorned face. Bibi Dong was in excellent spirits. After 6 days of seclusion, she had finally made a minor breakthrough, drawing closer to the coveted 99th level. She extended her arms, and only then did the maidservants snap out of their daze, hurriedly helping Bibi Dong don her Pope's robes. The moment she wore the papal garments, her previously simple training attire transformed her aura into one of regal authority and elegance. At that moment, one could only describe her as resplendently magnificent. "Attend to my bathing and changing," Bibi Dong commanded, stepping gracefully toward her private chamber. After 6 days of cultivation, aside from basic necessities, she had not bathed, and her body naturally felt somewhat uncomfortable. "Your Majesty, Mr. Ao has returned," the maidservant whispered, following closely behind. Bibi Dong abruptly halted, turning to the maidservant, her authoritative demeanor dissipating instantly as she urgently inquired, "When did he return?" 3 days ago. "Why didn't you notify me?" Before the maidservant could respond, Bibi Dong had already dashed off toward her chamber. She understood that the maidservant's failure to inform her was likely Tian's decision, so there was no hint of reproach in her tone. The maidservant watched Bibi Dong's hurried figure, unable to stifle a chuckle. Only Mr. Ao could make this illustrious pope disregard her decorum. Inside Bibi Dong's chamber, a childlike Tian sat cross-legged on a mat, a golden flame the size of a fist hovering before him. The flame flickered, revealing granules within. After a moment, Tian extinguished the flame, revealing a dozen pale blue pills, exuding a refreshing fragrance. He took a jade vial, stored the pills, and smiled slightly. "It has been many years since I refined pills. I have become somewhat rusty. Otherwise, I could have produced a few more." A few days ago, during his visit to the Stardow Forest, he had discovered numerous spirit herbs, thus igniting the idea of pill refining. He rose and placed the jade vial on a nearby table. Just then, his expression shifted, and he turned to the door. With a loud bang, the door was forcefully pushed open, and a graceful figure rushed in, leaping toward Tian. Tian gently waved his hand, closing the door behind him. He typically reverted to his true form in private. Only when others were present, aside from Bibi Dong, would he appear as a young man. The people in the Wuhuan Hall believed Mr. Ao to be a 20-something young man, unaware that his true form was merely 7 years old. Bibi Dong, enveloped in a fragrant breeze, lunged at Tian, embracing him tightly. Tian found himself engulfed in softness, inhaling the rich scent emanating from Bibi Dong, and he struggled to detach his head from her shoulder. "Do you wish to suffocate me?" he remarked, glancing at Bibi Dong, who seemed slightly fuller, causing him to feel a near asphyxiation. Tian transformed into his youthful appearance, feigning disgust. "How many days has it been since you last bathed? Your scent is rather strong. Are you not afraid I might be put off?" He couldn't help but recall a saying from his previous life. Goddesses do not need to use the restroom. Even their farts smell delightful. Bibi Dong remained unfazed, smiling brightly. "If you find me distasteful, then you're not the man I love. She entwined her arm with Tian's and declared, "Come, attend to my bathing." Tian hesitated. "Is that proper?" Bibi Dong rolled her eyes. "It's not the first time. Do not be so pretentious." "Very well then." About an hour later, they finally emerged. Bibi Dong inadvertently caught sight of the jade vial on the table, picked it up, and asked, "What is this?" She curiously peered inside at the round, peanut-sized objects, realizing she had never seen anything like it. "Are they candies?" She uncorked the bottle, and an alluring fragrance wafted through the air. "Ah, how delightful!" She turned her head, casting a questioning glance at Tian. "This is the beauty elixir. Even an ordinary person who consumes it, without any cultivation, will retain their youth and remain in their most attractive state." He observed a faint wrinkle at the corner of Bai Dong's eye and chuckled. "If you take it, you will revert to the appearance of an 18-year-old maiden." "Really?" Bai Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly poured out a pill. However, just as she was about to swallow it, she hesitated. Glancing at her curvaceous figure, she voiced her concern. "My body won't revert to that of a young girl." "Will it?" "Rest assured it won't. Even if you were willing, I would allow it," Tian reassured her. Bai Dong, no longer hesitating, swallowed the pill whole. The elixir dissolved instantly, its potency spreading within her body and acting upon her skin. In mere moments, her skin became smoother and more supple, as if a gentle squeeze could extract water from it. The already beautiful contours of her face underwent subtle changes. The fine crow's feet vanished, and her skin became even more tender and firm, akin to a freshly shelled egg. Bai Dong hurried to the mirror and, indeed, discovered her visage had rejuvenated significantly, even surpassing her appearance at 17 or 18, while her figure remained as striking as ever. Elated, she planted a kiss on Tian's cheek. "Where did such a miraculous substance come from?" "I concocted it casually," Tian replied, then proceeded to impart some knowledge about elixirs to Bai Dong. Who would have thought there existed such wondrous knowledge in this world? "Bibi non marvel. I possess many more skills, my dear," Tian chuckled. He then inquired, "Shall we invite Xiao Shuer to spend a few days with us?" Bai Dong shook her head. "No need. She has important matters to attend to in the Heaven Do Empire." "What matters?" Tian asked, curious. "She aims to replace the prince of the Heaven Do Empire," Bai Dong revealed. "Is it that Xueqing, "Indeed," Bai Dong affirmed, adding, "Let us not distract her. We can discuss it once she succeeds." "Have no fear. She will undoubtedly succeed," Tian assured her. Bai Dong looked at Tian, chiding, "You possess extraordinary strength, if you wished. Both the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire would already be ours." Tian embraced her, saying, "The journey of effort holds significance. The memories we forge are the most beautiful. If everything were handed to you, what aspirations would remain? Just like your cultivation, while I could elevate it directly, that would merely be counterproductive." Bai Dong rolled her eyes at Tian. "You always have a plethora of reasoning." She rose, glancing at the sunlight streaming outside. "It's nearly noon. Let us have lunch. By the way, I recently took on a disciple. Did you know?" Tian shook his head. He was aware of Bai Dong's disciple's name, but not that she had taken her on recently. "Her name is Hulaina. I'll have someone invite her to join us for a meal," Bai Dong said. Tian wrapped his arms around Bai Dong, guiding her towards the dining area, admiring her petite yet curvaceous waist. "Just the two of us dining. What purpose does it serve to call her?" he queried. "Is that permissible?" Bai Dong coaxed. Hearing her sweet tone, Tian shivered slightly, nearly breaking into goosebumps. "Ah, you must have something to ask me. Related to that Hulaina, right?" Bibi Dong revealed a triumphant smile. "You're quite astute. Let us discuss it after we eat." As they stepped outside, Bai Dong promptly released Tian, maintaining a respectful distance. As an empress, while she did not conceal her relationship with Tian, it was imperative to uphold her regal dignity. Should others witness her in such a vulnerable and affectionate manner, the esteemed image she had cultivated would surely crumble. She gestured to a maid standing nearby, instructing her to summon Hulaina for the meal. Once the maid had departed, she and Tian proceeded to the dining area. Shortly after they seated themselves at the table, a young girl entered briskly. With a neat bobbed haircut, she appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old. Yet her physique was quite developed. A hint of nervousness graced her exquisite face, exuding an innate allure. "Teacher, Hulaina called timidly. Having been Bai Dong's disciple for a while, she had shared a few meals with her, yet she still felt an overwhelming sense of apprehension. Bai Dong pointed to the chair opposite her, smiling, "Please take a seat." Obediently, Hulaina sat down, her large eyes furtively glancing at Tian, who was smiling at her. Startled, she quickly averted her gaze. Her heart raced as she thought, how could such a handsome man exist? Upon entering, she had taken note of Tian. He was by far the most attractive man she had ever encountered, prompting her to steal a glance, which Tian had caught. Curiosity filled her. What could this striking man's identity be, that he sat so intimately with her teacher? Bai Dong introduced Tian. "This is my newly accepted disciple, Hulaina. Laina, you may call him Mr. Ao. He is my beloved." Upon uttering those words, a slight blush crept onto Vidong's cheeks. Although the higher-ups of the spirit hall were aware of her relationship with Tian, introducing him in such a manner for the first time inevitably stirred a sense of shyness within her. Hulaina gasped, quickly standing up. "Greetings, Mr. Ao." She stole another glance at Tian, realizing that he and Bai Dong were indeed a perfect match, both possessing flawless features. Her astonishment stemmed from the revelation that her teacher had a beloved, a secret she had never been privy to before. Bai Dong raised her hand to signal for Hulaina to sit. "Please, relax. Treat Mr. Ao as you would me." "Yes, teacher," Hulaina replied dutifully. "Let us eat," Bai Dong suggested, concerned that Hulaina might feel too reserved, so she personally served her some dishes. The meal lasted nearly an hour, and before long, noon had arrived. "Hulaina, accompany your teacher to the study," Bai Dong instructed. Hulaina nodded, respectfully trailing behind Bai Dong and Tian. Though Bai Dong did not specify the purpose of their visit to the study, Tian could surmise it, feeling somewhat resigned. Once inside the study, Bai Dong dismissed the maid and turned to Tian, saying, "Please check her body." Hulaina gasped internally, looking at Bai Dong in confusion. "Haotian Sect. Is that really appropriate?" Bai Dong shot him a glare. "What is wrong with that? She is just a little girl. You wouldn't harbor any inappropriate thoughts, would you? Hurry up." After checking, create a customized cultivation method for her. "Conjuring a method from thin air requires considerable thought," he remarked. "I am well aware of your capabilities," Bai Dong threatened. "Do you wish to sleep on the sofa tonight?" "Very well." Tian relented, feeling quite helpless. Years prior, he had meticulously examined Bai Dong's body and created a cultivation method tailored to her physical condition and soul power attributes, significantly enhancing her training speed. Little did he expect to be roped into crafting a method for Hulaina today. In his inherited memories, he possessed only the techniques of the Dragon Clan, leaving him somewhat lacking in insights regarding other methods. Crafting the most suitable technique for a specific human was no small feat for him. However, with his exceptionally high realm, he could certainly devise something with a bit of effort. He pointed to the bed nearby, where Bibi Dong usually took breaks, and said to Hulaina, "Lie down." Hulaina's heart raced, her youthful face flushed, and she looked at Bibi Dong in confusion. It was unusual for her to undergo such a physical examination. After all, apart from the childhood contact with her brother, she hadn't been touched by the opposite sex in recent years. Now, she was to be touched by a strange man, albeit the beloved of her teacher, which made it difficult for her to maintain her composure. "Just go ahead, don't worry, it won't hurt. In fact, it might feel quite pleasant," Bibi Dong reassured her. She recalled the time Tian had examined her, nearly touching every part of her body, and that sensation had indeed been somewhat enjoyable. With her cheeks still red, Hulaina nodded shyly and climbed onto the small bed, anxiously awaiting the man's arrival. "The little girl is still shy," Bibi Dong chuckled, nudging Tian. "Go ahead." Tian approached Hulaina, observing the 11 or 12-year-old girl, and offered a gentle smile, saying, "Don't be nervous, it won't hurt." Upon seeing Tian's warm smile, akin to the sun, Hulaina nodded gently, her tension gradually dissipating. Tian placed his hand on her shoulder, his spirit entering her body to analyze her physical and soul power traits. To create a technique for Hulaina, it would have been best to draw from the Fox Clan's methods, but Tian lacked such knowledge and had to conjure something from thin air. This was not an instantaneous process. It required extensive mental exertion and repeated experimentation on Hulaina. It seemed his 2-month vacation would mostly be dedicated to her. As Hulaina was Bibi Dong's disciple, she was also considered half his disciple, compelling him to offer assistance. His divine energy flowed from his palm into Hulaina's body, unblocking her obstructed meridians. While in the womb, a person's meridians are unobstructed, but upon birth, they become tainted by the impurities of the world, leading to gradual blockages. Those with poorer cultivation talents experience more severe obstructions. Through diligent practice, these blockages can be cleared, expelling the impurities within. Despite Hulaina's considerable talent on Douluos continent, the obstruction in her meridians was still significant. Tian carefully controlled his divine power, easily shattering the impurities without harming her meridians, redirecting them towards her intestines. If it were anyone else like Tang San, the process of unblocking a meridian would entail excruciating pain, akin to being torn apart. However, the impurities within Hulaina's meridians crumbled effortlessly under Tian's power, causing her no discomfort whatsoever. Bibi Dong approached, observing Hulaina's flushed face, and asked, "How does it feel? Not painful, right?" Hulaina nodded gently, replying, "It doesn't hurt. It feels warm." Tian worked swiftly, and within just a few minutes, he had unblocked all of Hulaina's extraordinary meridians. Even without providing a technique, her meditation and cultivation speed would significantly improve. Tian withdrew his hand, saying, "It's done. You may return now. I will call for you when needed." Hulaina got off the bed, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Although she didn't fully comprehend what the technique was that her teacher mentioned, she sensed it was for her benefit. After Tian had cleared her meridians, she felt warm all over, light as a feather, and indescribably comfortable. Suddenly, her flushed face changed, and she clutched her stomach, saying, "Teacher, I think I should head back now." Bibi Dong nodded gently. "Go ahead." Unable to contain herself any longer, Hulaina hurriedly stepped away. After her departure, Bibi Dong regarded Tian with an amused expression, inquiring, "Why was this examination of Laina so simple? I recall you nearly examined every part of me." With a steady demeanor, Tian replied with a smile, "Every individual's physical condition is unique. Yours required meticulous examination, while Hulaina's was simpler. Is that so?" Bibi Dong teased, "Really? Do you think I believe you were merely taking advantage of the situation?" In the following days, Tian would periodically meet with Hulaina to experiment with the technique and assess the effects of her cultivation, striving for perfection. After a month of dedicated effort, he finally completed the task assigned by Bibi Dong. In Bibi Dong's office, after bidding farewell to Hulaina, Tian rubbed his temples. He couldn't help but recall Hulaina's fate in the original storyline, where she was defeated by Tang San in the Soul Master competition and subsequently sought to enhance her strength in the City of Slaughter, where she encountered the now more attractive Tang San, ultimately falling for him. However, differing stances led her to endure great suffering, culminating in a sorrowful departure with Qianrenqiu, living out her days in solitude. Hulaina is like a half-disciple to me. How could I allow her to be harmed? Tian mused. In his view, if he could help Hulaina triumph over Tang San, she would not be drawn to him, thus averting tragedy. Noticing Tian's pensive gesture, Bibi Dong approached, concerned. "Are you tired? Let me give you a massage." Time flew by, and 2 months passed swiftly. Tian rode his dragon horse towards Nodding City. His body had yet to mature, and spending all day beside Bibi Dong became rather dull. Witnessing the unfolding of the storyline in Nodding City seemed a delightful diversion to him. As the small city appeared at the end of the road, a smile graced Tian's face. "I wonder if that little girl, Xiao Wu, will still go to Nodding Academy?" He pondered, though his spirit could encompass the entire planet. Discovering Xiao Wu's whereabouts was merely a thought away. However, knowing too much in advance would diminish the excitement, so he refrained from constantly using his spirit, believing that surprises were essential for enjoyment. He was not concerned for Xiao Wu's safety. She had already ventured into the heart of the Star Doe Forest, befriending the Silver Dragon King and other formidable soul beasts. If she needed to return, the Silver Dragon King and his kin would surely assist her. With this thought, a premonition arose in Tian's heart. Guyuna might take the opportunity of Xiao Wu's visit to Nodding Academy to seek him out. The mere thought of the ethereal beauty that was Guyuna filled him with a sense of resignation. That woman held the mission of the Spirit Beast clan in higher regard than her own, making her not easily swayed. Perhaps she was already waiting for him in Nodding City. As Tian rode his dragon horse into Nodding City, he did not head for Nodding Academy, but rather sought the finest inn in the city. Classes would not commence until the following day, and he needed a comfortable place to stay for the night. A striking young boy, riding a snow-white steed, attracted countless gazes along the way. Suddenly, Tian frowned, pulling on the reins to halt his dragon horse. Ahead, two figures, one large and one small, were sprinting at great speed, nearly colliding with his horse. In the distance, someone shouted angrily, "Stop! Someone has stolen my purse. Catch the thief." Tian regarded the fleeing figures with a peculiar expression, one large and one small, who did not pause as they passed by him. To his astonishment, they were Gu and Xiao Wu, pilfering a money pouch while being pursued. One was a 10,000-year-old soul beast in human form, and the other a dignified dragon king, the leader of soul beasts, engaging in such petty theft. Xiao was being dragged along by Gu, her speed almost ethereal. "Wait, sister, I see Lama," Xiao Wu exclaimed. "Where?" Gu halted abruptly, her voice filled with excitement as she scanned the surroundings, soon spotting Tian, who sat upon a horse, wearing a strange expression as he observed them. "Senior Tian," Gu called out, her tone laced with joy and a hint of grievance. Despite Tian's transformed appearance, his essence was unmistakable to her. Gu had heard from Xiao Wu that Tian was posing as a 7-year-old in the academy, allowing her to recognize him swiftly. Upon noticing Tian's arrival, Gu ceased her flight. With Senior Tian present, what was there to fear? Surely, he would not stand idly by in their moment of need. Initially, Tian had no intention of intervening, but the pitiful expressions of Gu and Xiao Wu softened his heart. Regardless of his acknowledgement, they shared the same bloodline. In the fleeting moment that Gu and Xiao Wu paused, a portly man, breathless and around 40, with a round belly and a pair of small mustaches, approached, exuding an air of lewdness despite his gaudy attire, adorned with luxurious fabrics and several jade rings, complemented by a lavish gold chain, an unmistakable sign of nouveau riche. It was no wonder Gu had chosen to target him. The middle-aged man gasped heavily, his gaze fixated on Gu, filled with an insatiable desire to undress her with his eyes. "Return the money pouch," Tian commanded. Gu clutched a heavy pouch filled with gold soul coins, hesitating as she considered the effort it had taken to acquire it. "Sister, Tian is quite wealthy. Let us return it," Xiao Wu urged softly. "Very well. I shall return it to you." Gu tossed the pouch to the middle-aged man, though her brows furrowed at his unsettling gaze. Among the onlookers, many shared similar lecherous looks, and she understood that these men were drawn to her beauty, wishing to possess her. Were it not for the concern of attracting the attention of human soul masters, she would have devoured these despicable individuals without hesitation. After all, she had resolved to remain here, preparing for a prolonged battle of attrition with Tian, and sought to avoid unnecessary troubles. The middle-aged man seized the pouch, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he gulped audibly. "So you think returning my pouch will absolve you of wrongdoing? What do you intend to do instead?" "Hey, stealing is a crime, and it warrants imprisonment. However, if you could serve me for a time, I might overlook this incident." As he spoke, his gaze lingered on the enchanting woman before him, tempted by the allure she exuded. Just as the man indulged in his fantasies, a youthful yet authoritative voice interjected, "Leave." Tian uttered a single word, but the formidable aura accompanying it caused the crowd to recoil in fear. Soul masters were a noble class, particularly rare in a place like Nodding City, not to be trifled with. The force of Tian's command struck the middle-aged man like an invisible fist, propelling him several meters before he tumbled to the ground, groaning in pain. A palpable aura of menace enveloped him, instilling terror that nearly made him lose control of his bladder. The man, now thoroughly intimidated, scurried away into the crowd, fleeing in haste. "Senior Tian, how imposing!" Gu exclaimed, flattering him. Seizing the moment while Tian was distracted, she swiftly mounted the horse, positioning herself behind him. Feeling her soft presence behind him, Tian frowned. "What are you doing on my horse?" Gu ignored his question and called out to Xiao Wu, "Hurry, mount." "Oh." Xiao Wu complied, leaping onto the horse and settling in front of Tian. Caught between the two, Tian found himself in a precarious situation. A glint of cunning shone in Gu eyes as she feigned distress. "Senior Tian, you've taken away the money I worked hard to acquire. If you choose to ignore us," Xiao Wu and I may very well perish in the streets. Can you truly turn your back on two helpless maidens? Tian felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. How could a Dragon King find herself reduced to such circumstances? Nevertheless, recalling his years spent with Xiao Wu, he could not bring himself to dismiss Gu Yuna. He squeezed his legs against the horse's sides, prompting the steed to move forward. Gu Yuna, seated behind him, allowed a victorious smile to grace her lips. Over the past 2 months, she had carefully gathered information about Tian from Xiao Wu and concluded that he was susceptible to gentleness rather than force. For instance, he was exceptionally tolerant of Xiao Wu. Whenever she displayed a hint of vulnerability, he would readily acquiesce to her requests. Thus, Gu Yuna resolved to adopt a softer strategy in her future encounters with Tian. Regardless of whether she could win his affection, it was paramount that Tian restored his powers and fulfilled his promise to the soul beasts. Sandwiched between their softness, Tian felt a sense of discomfort, exacerbated by the horse's bumpy gait. Fortunately, the dragon steed was swift, and within 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the nodding Grand Hotel. Dismounting, Tian sighed in relief, handing the dragon steed over to the hotel staff before entering the establishment. Gu Yuna and Xiao Wu followed closely behind, their curiosity piqued by the opulence of the hotel. Having departed from the Star Do forest 10 days prior, they had never experienced such luxury or service in the human realm. Tian, with his wealth, effortlessly reserved the 2 finest rooms and ordered an array of signature dishes. Before long, in Tian's room, Gu Yuna's eyes sparkled as she devoured the dishes that had just been served, showering praises with each bite. The 2 beauties, one larger and one smaller, transformed into voracious eaters, consuming most of the delectable offerings. Once satiated, Tian finally inquired about the reason behind the theft. Gu Yuna, appearing somewhat aggrieved, explained, "The human world is far too complex. Eating requires money, lodging demands payment, and even clothing comes at a cost. We possess none of their currency." She cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu, who blushed and lowered her gaze. Gu Yuna continued, "Eventually, Xiao Wu suggested that I resort to theft, targeting those who are wealthy, which led us to the arduous journey to Nodding City. Senior Tian, I have endured much hardship to find you." Gu Yuna endeavored to present herself as more delicate, adopting a pitiful demeanor. In the presence of a senior like Tian, she indeed felt like a mere girl, and such behavior did not seem shameful. Tian, at a loss for words, reflected on how the esteemed Dragon King had fallen to the depths of petty theft for survival. He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Wu, pondering whether the young girl had stealthily made her way to Nodding City on her first visit. Tian was well aware of Gu Yuna's earnest intentions in seeking him out. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "It is not impossible for me to assist the soul beasts. However, I require some time to devise a solution for your plight." Gu Yuna's face brightened. "Are you truly willing to help us against humanity, Senior?" Tian shook his head. "I will employ my own methods." Chapter 57. Healing Gu Yuna's wounds. What methods? Gu Yuna inquired, her role as the leader of the soul beasts necessitating her concern for such matters. Tian dismissed her question with a wave. "It is of no use to discuss it now. I will reveal my plan in due time." His decision to aid the soul beasts stemmed not only from sympathy for their plight, but also from his realization that he needed to cultivate some obedient and formidable allies. He could not remain on Douluos continent indefinitely. One day, he might tire of this life and seek adventure in the divine realm or explore the vastness of the cosmos. Having a cadre of competent followers would certainly ease his journey. He believed the minds of the soul beasts were far less intricate than those of humans, making them more amenable to cultivation. Naturally, he would not overlook talented humans either, such as Hulaina. A century passed, and Gu Yuna fell into deep contemplation, eventually nodding. A century was not a lengthy period for her. She could afford to wait. "Senior Ao, I have one more humble request," she said shyly, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the number of favors she was asking. "What is it?" Haotian inquired. "Could you assist me in healing my internal injuries?" Gu Yuna asked hopefully. Her injuries were severe, remnants of the battle between the Dragon God and 5 God-ranked human powerhouses. If she were to rely solely on her own means, it would take her at least 20,000 years to recover. 20,000 years was a luxury she could not afford. If Tian were unable to resolve the soul beast's issues, they might face extinction in that time. Haotian replied, "Let me examine your condition." He realized the ambiguity of his words, but dismissed it. Releasing his spiritual sense, he entered Gu Yuna's body. The sensation of being probed by another's spiritual presence stirred an unusual feeling within her. After a moment, Tian withdrew his spiritual essence. "How is it, senior? Is my condition treatable?" she asked anxiously. Tian shook his head. "It is not easily remedied. You have injured your essence. Unless I use my blood to enhance the purity of your lineage and provide further nurturing, recovery will be arduous." "Your blood?" Gu Yuna's eyes gleamed. It seemed that even the dragon god had not received such a privilege. The dragon god had merely absorbed the dragon blood emitted during Tian's cultivation, gradually becoming a powerful being and ultimately a seven-colored dragon. "If I were to absorb your blood, would I surpass the dragon god in my future achievements?" Gu Yuna felt a thrill of excitement at the thought. With this in mind, she gazed earnestly at Tian and implored, "Senior, would you grant me some of your blood?" Before Tian could respond, she continued, "I shall never forget your immense kindness." Without further ado, Tian pressed his palm against his chest, extracting a drop of blood imbued with overwhelming pressure. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a barrier to prevent any disturbance from being noticed. He then placed a protective shield around Xiao Wu to ensure the young girl would not faint under the weight of the blood's power. "Is this truly your blood, senior?" Gu Yuna's eyes sparkled as she felt the oppressive force emanating from the drop. To Tian, it was merely a drop of blood. For Gu Yuna, it represented an extraordinary opportunity. This drop contained fragments of the dragon lineage's inheritance, which she would naturally acquire by absorbing it. Given her injuries, Tian sealed some of the blood's power and instructed, "Open your mouth." Gu Yuna complied, and Tian flicked the drop in her mouth. "You have internal injuries, and it will take time to refine the blood. Once you have absorbed it, your condition should improve significantly. If it is not, feel free to request another drop from me." Additionally, the blood contains aspects of the dragon lineage's inheritance. Contemplate it and share it with Tian and the others. Gu Yuna felt deeply moved. Was Tian truly aiming to enhance the strength of the soul beasts? Realizing this, she earnestly declared, "Senior I have no way to repay your kindness. If you require anything, I am willing to offer myself in service." Tian, interrupting her, said, "Enough. You should return to your forest tomorrow. Remaining in the human world at your age is bound to lead to trouble." Gu Yuna's cheeks flushed, interpreting his words as a veiled compliment of her beauty. Tian waved his hand. "You two should return to your rooms. I wish to rest." Gu Yuna stood, gracefully bowed, and led Xiao Wu to the adjacent room. If Xiao Dong were to learn that a beauty, equal to or surpassing her, frequently wished to offer herself to him, she might come charging from a spear hall. Once back in their room, Gu Yuna eagerly sat on the bed and began absorbing Tian's blood. As she commenced, she felt her lineage awakening, glimpsing profound heritage, while her original injuries healed at an accelerated pace. Seeing Gu Yuna so focused on her recovery, Xiao Wu refrained from disturbing her and went to take a bath. Upon finishing, she noticed Gu Yuna still meditating and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Na, have you not bathed in days? Do go wash up." Xiao Wu realized that Gu Yuna's previously delightful fragrance had become quite overpowering. Sharing a bed with her would be difficult otherwise. Gu Yuna finally opened her eyes and descended from the bed, still feeling slightly unsatisfied. However, she understood that with Tian's blood, her recovery time would be significantly shortened, so there was no need for haste. After bathing, Gu Yuna emerged with her silvery hair cascading down. Now much shorter than before, just reaching her slender waist, her complexion enviably radiant. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled. "Sister Na, I wish to sleep holding you tonight." Gu Yuna playfully tapped Xiao Wu on the forehead. "You little minx, already so infatuated at such a young age. Weren't you the one who slept in Senior Ao's embrace every night?" "I did not," Xiao Wu retorted, her face flushing crimson as she dove beneath the covers. "You said it yourself," Gu Yuna giggled, playfully smacking Xiao Wu's backside. From inside the blankets, Xiao Wu's voice emerged. "Sister Na, you are so annoying. If you wish to hold me too, I shall allow it." He said that. In the morning before heading out, Xiao Wu retrieved a folded paper from her soul guide wristband and handed it to Gu Yuna, who solemnly tucked it into her bosom. They then joined Tian and stepped out of the hotel together. Tian and Xiao Wu mounted their horses, and he looked at Gu Yuna, saying, "You wish to follow me, do you not? Here is your chance. Return and cultivate diligently. Let me see how far you can go." With that, he rode off on his dragon steed, his hands resting on Xiao Wu's small waist, heading towards Nodding Academy. Guyuna, watching them leave, pouted and muttered, "Only a fool would return." Chapter 58. The heart-fluttering Tang, San Xiao Wu and Ao Tian entered the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy and returned directly to their dormitory. The opening ceremony would take place the following day, leaving them with a leisurely day ahead. The work-study dormitory was missing two individuals. One was Wang Sheng and the other, a sixth grader who graduated alongside him. According to the work-study students who had arrived, Wang Sheng had improved his soul power slightly over the break and was already preparing to take the entrance exam for the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Ao Tian smiled silently. He had infused Wang Sheng with spiritual energy, and his previously poor talent had, in an imperceptible manner, improved somewhat, an opportunity not to be overlooked. Xiao Chunyu had also graduated from Nodding Academy and was rumored to be attending the same intermediate academy as Wang Sheng. Ao Tian and Xiao Wu arrived relatively early, and returning work-study students would approach Xiao Wu to pay their respects, respectfully calling her sister Xiao Wu. Her large eyes curved into crescent shapes as she beamed, relishing the feeling of being the big sister. Observing this, Ao Tian took out the mattress and blanket, saying, "Prepare the bed." Xiao Wu immediately pouted, protesting, "Why must I do it?" Ao Tian glanced at her sideways and replied, "Then you can sleep alone from now on." "Oh, right, you don't have a blanket. You could go buy one now." "Don't be like that." Xiao Wu hurriedly jumped onto the bed, diligently arranging the mattress and bedding. Ao Tian was quite satisfied and remarked, "You owe me quite a sum. It seems you won't be able to repay it in years. So for now, you can work as my maid, and we will deduct your wages from your debt. Over 500 gold soul coins. You might as well kill me," Xiao Wu mumbled under her breath. "So, will you do it?" Ao Tian asked with his arms crossed, a smile in his eyes. "I suppose I must," Xiao Wu replied with a face full of feigned resentment. She quickly finished making the bed, patted the edge, and said, "You may take a seat. Seems you adapt quite swiftly to your role as a maid," Ao Tian remarked, pleased as he sat down. Xiao Wu gestured toward the opposite side and said, "Do you remember the bet you made with the master? Today, you are to compete against Tang San. However, this seems rather unfair. I truly feel sorry for him." "How could I forget?" Ao Tian replied. The master had initiated the bet, and Ao Tian had taken it up out of annoyance at the master's condescending attitude of being the most knowledgeable and authoritative. He was curious about whether Tang San's cultivation speed would soar under his pressure. "Why hasn't Tihi arrived yet? I'm getting rather impatient," Xiao Wu remarked. Ao Tian shot her a glance, saying, "Are you so bored that you want to watch the excitement?" Xiao Wu stuck out her little pink tongue just as Tang San's voice rang from outside. "Classmate Guyuna, this is the 7th dormitory." Both Ao Tian and Xiao Wu turned to gaze at the entrance, and the first sight that greeted them was Tang San's smiling face. Throughout the previous semester, Tang San had consistently appeared composed and spoke little. Ao Tian's roommates had never witnessed such a radiant smile from him before. As Tang San entered, he turned and warmly said, "Come in." Outside, a small girl emanating an ethereal aura walked in, with large purple eyes and flowing silver hair cascading down her back. Her skin appeared delicate, and her demeanor was as cool as a celestial being, exuding an aura that made one hesitant to approach. She held a set of work-study clothing in her arms. Ao Tian could hardly believe his eyes. He initially thought he had misheard when Tang San called her Guyuna. It truly was Guyuna. The surrounding work-study students, much like Ao Tian, widened their eyes in astonishment, many unable to suppress their swallowing reflex. They had been mesmerized upon first seeing Xiao Wu, and now, encountering this even more beautiful girl. Their hearts raced, faces flushed, and hands fidgeted awkwardly. It was love at first sight, an exhilarating feeling. "Thank you," Gina said, her voice cool, her expression devoid of smiles. Tang San scratched his head and chuckled. "No need for thanks. We shall be classmates from now on, so it is only right that we assist one another." He gazed at Guyuna, his eyes reflecting awe, even with his mature disposition. He found himself irresistibly drawn to this little fairy. He reminded himself several times that she was merely a child, yet he could not help but desire to converse with her, to express concern for her well-being. Having lived 2 lives without ever experiencing romantic feelings, he suddenly found himself stirred. It was an extraordinarily peculiar sensation. Just as Tang San finished speaking, he noticed that Guyuna had ignored him. her gaze instead sweeping over the dormitory. Suddenly, he beheld the icy demeanor of this enchanting girl transform into a captivating smile. Tang San was momentarily entranced. It was as if the spring breeze had arrived overnight, causing countless pear trees to blossom. Such was the feeling that enveloped Tang San, utterly awestruck. He then observed Gu Yuna, clutching the school uniform, briskly moving further inside. Upon seeing her stop by Ao Tian's bed, Tang San's heart tightened painfully, an unfamiliar sorrow washing over him. Ao Tian, Gu Yuna intended to address him as Senior Ao, but reconsidered, opting to call him by his name instead. The realization that they were acquainted stirred an unpleasant feeling within Tang San. He returned to his bed, pretending to rearrange his bedding while straining to overhear Gu Yuna and Ao Tian's conversation. Weren't you supposed to go home? Why are you here? Ao Tian eskich. A hint of reproach in his tone. Facing Ao Tian's mildly accusatory words, Gu Yuna bit her lip and replied, Training here is just as effective as at home, and I can often seek your guidance on cultivation matters. Were they perhaps family? No, their surnames differed. It was possible they had known each other since childhood, but Gu Yuna evidently seemed somewhat intimidated by Ao Tian. Tang San's mind raced as he analyzed the relationship between Ao Tian and Gu Yuna. Ao Tian shook his head and said, Suit yourself. Since you're here, find a bed to rest. Tang San felt a stirring in his heartbeat gradually quickening. The dormitory's beds were arranged on either side. On Ao Tian's side, his and Xiao Wu's beds were adjacent, situated at the far end. On Tang San's side, his bed was the second to last, with an empty bed conveniently to his right. Tang San paused his actions, standing straight and smiling as he said, Classmate Gu Yuna, there is still space over here. Gu Yuna glanced back, surveyed the area, and ultimately directed her gaze toward Xiao Wu's bed. She placed the school uniform at the head of Xiao Wu's bed and smiled, saying, Xiao Wu, we will be sharing a bed from now on. Tang San's smile froze, and the attention of his classmates fell upon him intermittently, leaving him feeling utterly embarrassed. Gu Yuna had not acknowledged him, nor did she even glance in his direction. For the first time, Tang San felt the sting of being treated as if he were air. He could not comprehend why Gu Yuna exuded such an air of superiority. Was it due to her beauty? As he watched Gu Yuna remove her shoes and climb onto Xiao Wu's bed, settling between Xiao Wu and Ao Tian, Tang San felt as if his heart had shattered into pieces. The other male students in the dormitory also felt the pang of heartbreak. Chapter 59, These Two Women. Beyond redemption, observing Gu Yuna seated beside him, Ao Tian frowned and remarked, Aren't there still 3 empty beds over there? Why squeeze in here? Before Gu Yuna could respond, Xiao Wu interjected, Sister Na wants to sleep with me. Is that a problem? Are you afraid we might overpower you? Xiao Wu's bold words left the boys in the dormitory utterly speechless. Ao Tian pointed to the spot where Gu Yuna was seated and remarked, Since you two share a bed, she has clearly crossed the line. Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue at Ao Tian, retorting, I have never encountered such a petty boy. Gu Yuna shifted closer to Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, do not speak ill of Ao Tian. Tang San, unable to bear it any longer, had always reassured himself that Ao Tian was merely a child, and that his appearance, wealth, and other superficial attributes were inconsequential. Yet now, he felt a flicker of jealousy towards Ao Tian. Why should one born with a golden key, blessed with divine looks and extraordinary talent, display such indifference toward the girl as ethereal as an angel? This fleeting envy quickly retreated to the depths of his heart. He understood that harboring jealousy toward the child was inappropriate and would only disturb his own peace of mind and cultivation. Tang San rose and approached the foot of Ao Tian's bed, gazing at him as he reclined against the headboard. Ao Tian, a year ago you wagered with my teacher. The bet was that if my teacher won, you would have to become his disciple. If you won, my teacher would have to acknowledge a flaw in his theory. I have spoken with my teacher, and our duel will take place this afternoon. Ao Tian replied, You may decide as you wish. The dormitory buzzed with whispers, excitement palpable in the air. It was said that Tang San had reached level 16, having risen 6 levels in just a year. A true prodigy. Wow, is Tang San really that impressive? I should have forged a better relationship with him last semester. With such talent, he must be one of the few exceptional individuals on the Douluos continent. Hearing the murmurs of his classmates, Tang San couldn't help but smile subtly. In truth, after absorbing the soul ring, He had leaped directly from level 10 to level 13, a fact known only to Master Ma Xion Nuo of the Spirit Hall himself and his teacher. Thus, to others, it appeared as though he had ascended from level 10 to 16 within a year, a feat that would astound many. Tang San's gaze shifted to Ao Tian's face, eager to gauge his reaction. However, to his disappointment, Ao Tian displayed no change in expression, not even glancing in his direction. Tang San then turned to Guyu Na, who was seated not far from Ao Tian, curious to see if this seemingly indifferent girl would express surprise upon hearing of his talent. Yet, to his astonishment, she was glaring at him with an aura of hostility. Guyu Na coldly inquired, "Who is your teacher?" Tang San felt an icy chill envelop him, as if winter had suddenly descended. He shivered involuntarily, somewhat bewildered, but still replied, "Everyone refers to my teacher as Master." Guyu Na's voice was frigid as she retorted, "What kind of so-called master is worthy of being Ao Tian's teacher? I shall go and eliminate him this instant." With that, she stood up, ready to leave the bed. To her, the mere thought of taking Ao Tian as a disciple was an affront to his dignity, unforgivable. Tang San was left utterly perplexed. If you claim he is unworthy, why would you wish to kill my teacher? Moreover, as a girl, do you truly believe you can defeat a level 29 soul master? In that moment, he felt a pang of disappointment towards Guyu Na. She was indeed beautiful, with an unparalleled grace, yet her arrogance and disregard for others were disheartening. Her temperament is quite similar to Ao Tian's, he mused. Observing Guyu Na's fierce demeanor, Ao Tian calmly interjected, "Sit down." Guyu Na halted mid-movement and turned to say, "That individual is unworthy to be your teacher." "I know," Ao Tian replied, "but you need not concern yourself with this matter." "Oh," Guyu Na acquiesced, returning to her seat. Since Ao Tian had expressed his opinions, she speculated that the one named master must possess some extraordinary qualities, allowing him to wager with Ao Tian. Tang San stood there, once again feeling the sting of being overlooked. Frustrated, he turned and exited the dormitory. Rather than engage in futile arguments with a group of children, he preferred to seek knowledge from his teacher's books and enhance his theoretical understanding. By the afternoon, he would see what progress Ao Tian had made. Upon witnessing Tang San's departure, Ao Tian smiled and shook his head, then turned to Guyu Na, asking, "How did you come to meet Tang San?" "Tang San? Who is that?" Guyu Na replied, her face etched with confusion. Xiao Wu eagerly interjected, "It's the one who just spoke. Didn't he introduce himself when he brought you here?" Guyu Na pondered for a moment before saying, "I think he did, but I don't remember. He is merely a minor character, unworthy of my recollection." Ao Tian found himself both amused and exasperated. Guyu Na's candor was strikingly blunt, and he was grateful that Tang San was not present, lest he be driven to frustration. Ao Tian remarked, "He is indeed just a minor figure at present, but without my intervention, he may one day evolve into someone you would need to regard with caution." Guyu Na blinked in surprise. "Is his talent truly that remarkable?" Ao Tian nodded, affirming, "Sufficient to become a being akin to the Shura God." Shura God. Guyu Na's face darkened with a hint of murderous intent. Recalling how the dragon god had once been cleaved in two by the Shura God, leading to the downfall of the soul beasts. Suddenly, Guyu Na sprang to her feet. "Where are you going?" "Ao Qiong Inkirid." "To slay the one named Tang San." "Xiao Wu, do not allow her to go." "Ao Qiong Komunde." "Why not?" Guyu Na questioned, bewildered. "Shouldn't such a considerable threat be eradicated promptly?" "Because I am here." "I understand." Guyu Na sat back down, realizing that her concern was unfounded. With Ao Tian present, there was no need for worry. The other boys in the dormitory observed Guyu Na's dramatic outburst and her wild words, feeling somewhat disappointed, questioning if this beautiful girl might be slightly unhinged. "By the way," Ao Tian suddenly recalled, "how did you gain admission to Nodding Academy? Entry requires proof of one's martial soul and a work-study quota, does it not?" Guyu Na glanced at the other dormitory occupants, her expression somewhat guilty, and replied softly, "It was Xiao Wu's idea to help me sneak into the Spirit Hall and forge a certificate." Ao Tian turned to Xiao Wu, saying, "Well done, Xiao Wu. You took the Dragon King to commit theft, and even went to the Spirit Hall to do such things. What else are you afraid to attempt?" Xiao Wu was about to defend herself when she caught Ao Tian's gaze and relented. "I understand my mistake. Please punish me." Guyu Na interjected, "Xiao Wu, you're not at fault. Without your guidance, we would have perished on the road, and I would not have made it here to follow Ao Tian. Sister Nauer, is that true? Xiao Wu asked, her eyes wide with innocence. Indeed, Guyuna affirmed with solemnity. Ao Tian, these two women are beyond saving. Chapter 60. The Confident Master at noon. Ao Tian treated Xiao Wu and Guyuna to a meal in the cafeteria. After a brief nap in the dormitory, he was awakened by Tang San. Ao Tian, my teacher is waiting for us on the back mountain, Tang San informed him. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance over at Xiao Wu, who was cuddled up with Guyuna, both of them nestled under the same blanket. Guyuna's silver hair sprawled beautifully across the bed's edge, her serene slumber enchanting. As Tang San gazed at Guyuna, Ao Tian sat up and remarked, "She is your teacher, not mine." Tang San withdrew his gaze, thinking to himself that this would not remain the case for long, and replied, "I will be waiting for you on the back mountain." After speaking, he cast a glance at Guyuna, noticing she had also awakened, before exiting the dormitory. Ao Tian descended from his bed and put on his shoes, while Guyuna and Xiao Wu were swift in their movements. Guyuna declared, "I shall join as well, to see what sort of master this individual truly is." Xiao Wu interjected, "Sister Nauer, I've heard that the master only possesses the rank of a great soul master." Guyuna raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Is that so? He dares to take on the role of Ao Tian's mentor?" Ao Tian remained silent, donning his shoes before leaving the dormitory, with Xiao Wu and Guyuna hastily following suit. The other boys still within the dormitory trailed behind, eager to witness the commotion. They were immensely envious of Tang San, who had elevated to the 16th rank within a year. They too, being work-study students dressed in similarly tattered clothing, could not fathom why he excelled so remarkably. They longed to see whether it would be the genius Tang San or the affluent young master Ao Tian who would prevail. The only encounter they had witnessed between Tang San and Ao Tian was during the previous year, when both had just arrived at the 7th dormitory, where Ao Tian had effortlessly triumphed over Tang San. Now, a year later, with Tang San having ascended 6 ranks, could he easily defeat Ao Tian? At the rear mountain of the academy, the master had been waiting for quite some time. Beside him stood another middle-aged man, who was somewhat more handsome than the master, dressed in a gray robe with a slightly protruding chin and a perpetual, gentle smile on his face. He was the dean of the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy and also a friend of the master. The dean gazed at the small hillside and chuckled. This place has become a battleground for those young rascals. Noting the master's lack of response, he continued, "Is that Ao Tian truly so gifted? What makes you so intent on accepting him as a disciple?" The master finally nodded, stating that lad's talent, while not on par with Xiao San's, is indeed rare. With innate full soul power and a dragon-type beast martial soul, if he does not stray from the right path, he will undoubtedly become a Title Douluos in the future. The dean exclaimed in disbelief, "I cannot believe our academy has attracted such a talented disciple." "Wait, did you just say that his talent does not surpass your disciple Tang San's?" The dean's eyes widened as he pressed on. "Isn't your disciple's martial soul merely blue silver grass? Even with innate full soul power, he cannot possibly compare to this Ao Tian. Can he? Who said Xiao San possesses only one martial soul?" The master's lips curled into a smile. A twin martial soul. The dean could not contain his astonishment. Inhaling deeply before saying, "Xiao Gang, to have such a disciple is a blessing from the heavens. If you nurture him well, he will surely bring you honor in the future." The master slightly nodded, not denying the dean's words. After all, this was a personal ambition he harbored while mentoring Tang San. "Can you tell me what his second martial soul is?" the dean inquired curiously. The master shook his head. "Xiao San's second martial soul is extraordinary and cannot be disclosed." He had already deduced who Tang San's father was, and given the tumultuous relationship between Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall, he dared not reveal it. Even though the dean was a close friend, he could not divulge such information. The dean shook his head, conceding, "This Ao Tian seems promising. You must take him under your wing. Once you have a pair of dual Title Douluos disciples, I can bask in your glory as they hail from our nodding academy. Ha." The master nodded. "Rest assured, I have assessed Xiao San's progress. He has not slacked off during the 2-month break and has reached the 16th rank. For what he told me, Ao Tian has not trained even once last semester, so he should still be at the 11th rank. There is no doubt about the outcome of today's battle." The dean frowned. Isn't he trained at all? Is Ao Tian really that lazy?" The master replied, "From what Xiao San mentioned, Tian comes from a wealthy family, and such affluent youths often exhibit laziness. Do not worry, once he becomes my disciple, I will ensure he is properly guided. At that moment, Tang San was swiftly ascending the hillside. Not far behind him, Tian strolled leisurely with Xiao Wu and Guyuna flanking him. Slightly behind, as if they were his attendants, Tang San reached the top of the hill and called out, "Master." The master nodded, casting his gaze downward, momentarily pausing on Tian before settling on Guyuna. "That girl must be Guyuna?" the master asked. The dean affirmed, "Indeed. Her martial soul is recorded as a silver dragon, and she also possesses innate full soul power. I happened to be at the academic office when she registered, but regrettably, she refused to show us her martial soul." The master's brow furrowed, inquiring, Tian has a golden dragon martial soul. Does this Guyuna share some connection? The dean laughed heartily. Why concern yourself with their relationship? Just accept them both, and you will then have 3 disciples with innate full soul power. Even the Spirit Hall cannot boast such an advantage. It is indeed a cause for celebration. Yet the master remained troubled. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. One with a golden dragon and another with a silver dragon, both acquainted and both possessing innate full soul power. Doesn't that seem to be an abundance of coincidences? There is no need to overthink it. Once you accept them as disciples, everything will become clear, the dean suggested. The master nodded in agreement. That is true. Tang San interjected, "Rest assured, master, by the end of today, you will have 2 more disciples. Furthermore, I will gain a younger brother and sister." He mentally added. He raised his hand to touch his belt, feeling the powerful soul power within him. A strong confidence began to radiate from him. His previous defeat to Tian was merely due to certain tactics being unexecutable. Under well-prepared conditions, even the mightiest opponent could only taste defeat. The Tang sect thrived on the principle of overcoming the strong with the weak and the few against the many. Moreover, he did not believe that his current cultivation was inferior to that of Tian. With an indifferent expression, Tian ascended to the top of the small hill, flanked by Xiao Wu and Guyuna, who stood slightly behind him as if they were his 2 little attendants. Trailing behind them were the other students from the work-study dormitory. Tian, you have arrived, the master said with a warm smile. Tian nodded. Let us begin. Chapter 61. Tang San's defeat very well, the master replied with a slight nod. According to our previous agreement, within 1 year, as long as your cultivation level surpasses Tang San's or your combat ability exceeds his, you shall be deemed the victor. If you fail to surpass him in either aspect, then I shall be the winner. I trust one need not reiterate the stakes. That will not be necessary. You simply need to play fair if you lose. Tian stated. And one more thing, he added, please do not bother me again. The master was somewhat taken aback by Tian's overwhelming confidence, but replied, no problem. I am a man of my word, and I hope you will hold true to yours as well. I have no interest in playing tricks with you, Tian remarked. You must be Tian. You certainly have a bold tone, the dean, intrigued, commented. Tian shot him a glance, but chose not to respond. Let's begin, he insisted. Guyuna's gaze rested on the master's face, studying him deeply before she and Xiao Wu retreated to the side. The master and the dean also stepped back slightly. The top of the hillside was spacious enough to accommodate the battle between Tian and Tang San. She appears to regard me with disdain. I wonder if her perception of me will change after this battle. Tang San subtly glanced at Guyuna. Unleash your martial soul, Tian instructed. Tang San nodded, raising his left hand, as soul power surged forth. A blue-silver grass adorned with purple patterns emerged from his palm, rapidly growing and spreading outward. A yellow soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, pulsating rhythmically around his body. Tang San, with a martial soul blue-silver grass, a level 16 control system battle spirit master, at your service. His voice resonated with unwavering confidence. He gazed at Tian and declared, Tian, if your level is not superior to mine, your only chance lies in defeating me. But what if my level surpasses yours? Would that mean an inevitable victory? Tian asked with a smile. Tang San paused momentarily, shaking his head. Impossible. I have never witnessed you training. Even though you became a spirit master before me, your cultivation cannot possibly exceed mine. Tang San had come to realize that his Xiantian skill was far more efficient than the meditative cultivation methods of this world. After a year of diligent practice, while Tian squandered his time, how could he hope to compete? Is it conceivable that anyone could experience growth in cultivation without any training? Nothing is impossible, Tian replied. However, I still wish to engage in combat with you. Do you not desire this opportunity as well? If you defeat me, you can redeem yourself and win the favor of a beautiful maiden. As he spoke, Tian cast a sidelong glance at Guyu Na. Tang San's infatuation with Guyu Na did not escape Tian's notice. Although Guyu Na appeared to be a mere child, her aura was enough to make one overlook her youth. It was no surprise that Tang San was captivated. Being publicly exposed by Tian in front of so many people caused Tang San's face to flush, even with his normally steady disposition. Even the master regarded his disciple with astonishment and then glanced at the astonishingly beautiful girl, nodding to himself with a smile. Indeed, the girl was exceptional, with stunning looks and formidable talent. Irritated, Tang San's voice turned icy. Then unleash your martial soul, so I may gauge whether your strength matches your boast. Tian shook his head. I have defeated you twice without utilizing my martial soul, and I shall do so again. Arrogant, Tang San scoffed, ceasing further banter. A dozen thick strands of blue-silver grass surged toward Tian, resembling a horde of venomous mandrake serpents. Each vine was as thick as an arm, swiftly enveloping Tian, leaving only his head exposed. That's the end, the master remarked with a faint smile. Something feels amiss. Why does Tian not resist? The dean furrowed his brow. The master replied, quite normal. Typically, how many 7-year-olds can remain calm when confronted by such fierce blue-silver grass, akin to venomous snakes? The dean nodded slightly, acknowledging the master's insight. In a duel between control systems spirit masters of similar cultivation, the one with superior control prevails. Bound by Tang San's blue-silver grass, which is further laced with paralyzing toxins, Tian would struggle to resist. I have calculated precisely. Given the potency and resilience of Tang San's blue-silver grass, even a newly promoted Great Spirit Master would find it challenging to break free. Then, congratulations, the dean said with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, Tian's voice rang out. Tang San, after a year, is this the extent of your progress? The thorns on your blue-silver grass cannot even pierce my skin. The master and the dean finally noticed that Tang San's expression had shifted. Little San, what is the matter? The master inquired. Tang San remained silent, his expression grave as he tightened the grip of the blue-silver grass. His blue-silver grass was extraordinarily resilient. Under its terrifying constriction, few could withstand it. Even without the paralyzing toxin's effect, if Tian could not break free, victory would still belong to Tang San. I shall no longer entertain you, Tian announced, and with a gentle tremor of his body, the thick strands of blue-silver grass that entwined him shattered instantaneously, scattering fragments and leaves in all directions. How is this possible? The master exclaimed, his ordinary features contorted with disbelief. That was blue-silver grass from which even newly promoted Great Spirit Masters could not escape. How had Tian managed to do this? Was his strength already beyond that of typical Great Spirit Masters? Impossible. The master shook his head vehemently, his heart racing as he struggled to comprehend how Tian had broken free from Tang San's blue-silver grass. The dean observed the master's frenzied demeanor, glancing at the battlefield with confusion, unsure of how to console him. He too was at a loss regarding the unfolding events. Your blue-silver grass is still too weak for me, Tian smiled. Feel free to unleash any techniques you possess. Otherwise, I shall conclude this battle. Tang San's expression grew serious as he brushed his waist with his right hand, fingers deftly clutching for pebbles. Are you resorting to that trick again? It had no effect on me last time, Tian remarked. Without a word, Tang San swung his arm, sending the 4 pebbles arcing in various directions toward Tian. The technique employed was a method from the Tang Sect's concealed weapon arsenal, known as the separation of swallows and sparrows, a personal favorite of Tang San. The 4 pebbles flew simultaneously, yet followed distinct trajectories, requiring profound mastery of concealed weapons to execute. It was a method that was nearly impossible to defend against, akin to 4 individuals attacking at once. Who could withstand such a concerted assault? The targeted points were Tian's vital acupoints, where a typical person would momentarily lose their ability to resist upon being struck. Just because I couldn't break through your defenses last time doesn't imply I cannot this time. Tang San's eyes sparkled with determination. His soul power and physical strength had significantly increased since their last encounter. enhancing the potency of his concealed weapons. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of 4 impacts echoed as the pebbles collided with an object even harder than anticipated, shattering upon the recoil from Tian's body. Tang San's expression shifted slightly as he flipped his palm, revealing 4 steel needles, each 5 inches long. These needles were slender at the front and thicker at the back, with exceptionally sharp tips, designed specifically for penetrating defenses within the Tang Sect's arsenal. Bone-piercing needles. Chapter 62. Deciding the outcome. These bone-piercing needles were painstakingly crafted by Tang San during his holiday, meant for this very day. Should he fail to breach Tian's defenses, he would resort to using these needles. The bone-piercing needles can penetrate external martial arts and internal energies alike, making them among the most commonly utilized piercing weapons. They require no complex mechanisms to deploy, relying solely on Tang Sect's concealed weapon techniques. As Tang San produced the 4 steel needles, the master was jolted back from the shock Tian had inflicted upon him. His expression changed, but before he could voice a warning, Tang San's wrist flicked, and the needles were launched forth. Although this battle was tied to his reputation and his hopes of accepting Tian as a disciple, it was merely a contest between 2 7-year-olds. What if Tang San's weapons caused harm? He could only pray that Tang San's weapons failed to reach Tian. The 4 steel needles were also released using the separation of swallows and sparrows, but this time, the targets shifted from Tian's vital acupoints to his limbs. Tang San's strategy was simple. If Tian's hands and feet were injured, his combat effectiveness would inevitably diminish, even if they engaged in close combat afterward. Tang San was confident he could defeat Tian. At the battle's inception, Tang San felt assured, until he witnessed Tian effortlessly shatter his blue-silver grass, leading him to realize something was amiss. The scene resembled their previous battle, and despite the pebbles failing to momentarily impair Tian's combat prowess, he reluctantly resorted to his ultimate weapon, the bone-piercing needle. At this juncture, he had expended all his strength, channeling his entire physical and spiritual power into the needle, which he believed could breach Tian's defenses. Under favorable circumstances, it might even penetrate Tian's limbs, emerging from behind him. Such an outcome would undoubtedly diminish Tian's fighting capacity significantly. Although being pierced by the needle would be excruciating, the injury was manageable for a healing soul master, which is why Tang San felt comfortable employing the bone-piercing needle. At this moment, Tang San was as astounded as his master. Despite Tian's lack of training, his defenses remained formidable. Just as Tang San hoped for a breakthrough, the 4 bone-piercing needles finally struck Tian. Remarkably, Tian did not evade. 2 needles targeted his thighs, and 2 aimed at his arms. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal colliding resonated as the needles fell to the ground. Their fine tips bent. How could this be? Tang San silently cried out, unable to fathom that even the bone-piercing needles could not penetrate Tian's defenses. Just how resilient was Tian? Tang San felt bewildered. This was his strongest technique. After all, he excelled in hidden weapons rather than close-quarters combat. Generally, those with robust physical defenses possessed tremendous strength as well, and Tang San could hardly imagine the extent of Tian's might. If Tian closed the distance, the outcome would inevitably mirror their last encounter, a grim thought that weighed heavily on Tang San. However, he quickly regained his focus as he noticed Tian charging towards him with remarkable speed. Tang San, if you lack further means, this battle shall conclude today. Haotian declared. Tang San's expression shifted as he summoned the blue-silver grass once more, entwining it around Tian's legs, attempting to impede his advance. Meanwhile, he deftly employed ghost shadow misty steps to create distance. These little grasses are of no consequence to me. Tian laughed heartily, easily tearing apart the blue-silver grass that clung to his feet, while the subsequent strands failed to ensnare him. How could this be possible? The master murmured in disbelief, stunned by Tian's astonishing display. His defenses, power, and speed were all overwhelming. He quickly calculated that to so effortlessly shatter and sever Tang San's blue-silver grass, one would need the strength of a high-ranking soul master. Yet, Tian was merely 7 years old. How could he possibly approach the prowess of a 30-level soul master? Furthermore, Tian had never undergone any training, leaving the master perplexed and increasingly disoriented. Tang San executed Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, activating his purple extreme magic eye. Under its scrutiny, Tian's speed appeared somewhat diminished, and Tang San was able to discern each of his movements clearly. He evaded as best as he could, terrified of Tian's formidable close combat capabilities. Recalling their last confrontation, where he had been thoroughly beaten after Tian closed in, he struggled to accept that Tian had surpassed him in skill, hoping to wear him down with his own 16th level soul power. Once Tian's stamina began to wane, Tang San believed it would signal the perfect moment for a counterattack. Yet, he misjudged Tian's swiftness. Despite reaching 16th level and bolstered by soul power, his speed could not rival Tian's. Tian exerted just a fraction of his strength, yet the force was tremendous, and his speed was blinding. No matter how intricate Tang San's footwork, it appeared clumsy in Tian's eyes, and within mere moments, he had closed the distance. The close quarters combat commenced, and Tang San unleashed various fighting techniques he had learned, including his specialty, the crane control and dragon capture. However, this technique proved utterly ineffective against Tian. How could a skill designed for distant manipulation truly control a genuine dragon? Grunts of pain escaped Tang San as he was struck repeatedly, his face flushed with humiliation. To be so thoroughly defeated by a 7-year-old in front of his teacher, numerous classmates, and that girl was unbearable. Even with his adult soul, Tang San felt on the brink of madness. Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, the most suitable technique for close combat, had utterly failed him, no matter how refined his movements. He could not evade Tian's seemingly omniscient fists. Minutes later, Tian finally halted. Tang San, battling me comes at a cost. If you wish to challenge me again, you must tread carefully, Tian proclaimed. Tang San sat on the ground, panting, his body marked with bruises, his soul power completely depleted. His face burned crimson, overwhelmed with frustration. Being repeatedly bested by a child was an ordeal any individual would find intolerable. Alas, Xiao Gang, we have misjudged, the dean lamented. The master, regaining his composure, hurried to Tang San's side, helping him up and asking with concern, Xiao San, are you all right? Tang San shook his head, replying, it's merely superficial wounds. Tian has shown restraint. Though he spoke thus, he felt deeply troubled. The saying goes, do not strike the face. Yet Tian had directed most of his blows there. The master, fearing Tang San might succumb to despondency after this defeat, quickly offered words of comfort. One loss is inconsequential. You have ample room for growth and other hidden cards. With continued effort, surpassing Tian is not beyond the realm of possibility. Tang San nodded, swiftly suppressing his negative emotions. He would not be easily defeated by this setback. He possessed even more formidable hidden weapons from the Tang Sect: the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, the Hell King's Letter, the Peacock Feather, and the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. He was confident that should he forge these weapons, defeating Tian would not pose a challenge. Additionally, he had another powerful martial spirit, one that even his teacher acknowledged as formidable. Tian gazed at the master with a smile, stating, Master, the outcome is clear. Let us abide by the terms of our wager. Chapter 63. The dejected master, the master's expression shifted rapidly, a myriad of complex emotions culminating in a long sigh. This young genius before him was not destined to be his disciple. Such a loss was regrettable, and he could only hope that this young talent would not be hindered by others in the future. Yet, he soon realized that aiding Tian did not necessitate formally taking him as a disciple. He could offer guidance at opportune moments, steering Tian away from potential pitfalls. Though lacking the title of master and disciple, their relationship could still bear fruit, serving as a long-term investment that seemed worthwhile. Contemplating this, he felt a sense of clarity, alleviating his earlier regret. As for acknowledging flaws in his theories, it posed no difficulty for him. He spoke, you Xiao Jiang. Concede and admit that my theory has its shortcomings. I shall no longer propose the idea of taking Tian as a disciple. Tian smiled at the master, saying, You seem unconvinced. Deep down, you likely do not believe your theory is flawed. Indeed, you lost, and all that is required is a simple statement. Who would know your true thoughts? The master's smile faltered, caught off guard by Tian's insight, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He indeed held such thoughts. After all, His theories had been painstakingly developed from extensive research, data, and calculations. How could they possibly be flawed? Ultimately, the cost of his defeat was merely a spoken phrase, and he stood to lose nothing. The master remained silent, yet Tang San spoke up, enduring the pain etched on his face. Since you insist that my teacher's theory is flawed, how do you intend to prove it? Tian suddenly expressed interest, replying, "Allow me to convince you." He glanced at the master and inquired, "Is it conceivable, according to your theory, for someone to reach the rank of Grand Soul Master by the age of 7? The master opened his mouth, ready to assert that it was impossible, but found himself unable to utter a word. In the past, he would have firmly declared it impossible. Yet after witnessing Tian's prowess, doubts crept in. Could he truly possess the strength of a high-ranking Grand Soul Master, easily defeating Tang San? "Are you truly a Grand Soul Master?" the master asked. "Indeed, Haotian affirme." This is inconceivable. Awakening a martial soul at 6 and becoming a Grand Soul Master by 7. How could anyone leap across so many levels in just 1 year? Tang San vigorously shook his head. Ignoring Tang San, Tian continued, "Then tell me, in your theory, what is the maximum age for the first soul ring that a soul master can absorb?" This time, the master answered without hesitation, "For 123 years. How did you arrive at this figure?" Haotian questioned. The master explained, "Each year, countless soul masters register with the Spirit Hall after acquiring their soul rings. I worked at the Spirit Hall for several years and reviewed thousands of cases. Even the most gifted soul masters have only absorbed soul rings of 423 years. While this data may not be the most precise, it is undoubtedly very close to the limit. You simply haven't encountered anyone more talented than those in your study cases. In the presence of true geniuses, your theories will be shattered in an instant," Tian retorted. He recalled the Spirit Hall's greatest talent, Tian Renshua, whose soul power reached level 20 at the time of martial soul awakening, with her first soul ring far exceeding 423 years. Moreover, Tang San, in the original storyline, repeatedly broke limits to absorb soul rings. If it weren't for Tang San's fortuitous circumstances, his achievements would likely have been far less remarkable. According to the master's theory, one would only become a talent among the majority of soul masters, not a prodigy. The master shook his head, insisting, "The theories derived from big data cannot be wrong." Tian smiled and shook his head, saying, "Let me show you my soul rings." With that, 2 purple soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, leaving the master, who had been so adamant about the correctness of his theories, utterly dumbfounded. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, staggering slightly, nearly losing his balance, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Tang San quickly supported his teacher, exclaiming, "This is impossible. I saw your first soul ring before. It was clearly yellow. How can it now be purple? There is nothing impossible about it." Tian replied, turning to the master. "Do you know the secret of soul ring upgrades?" The master shook his head in confusion. "I do not." Yet soon, he became animated, asking Tian, "Would you be willing to share this secret with me?" "I would do anything you ask." Having devoted his life to the study of martial souls, the master, despite a desire to prove himself, genuinely enjoyed his research. The sudden encounter with a realm he had yet to comprehend stirred great excitement within him. Haotian declined, saying, "I'm afraid I cannot share the secret with you." In truth, it was not entirely a secret. Any soul master with sufficient talent who encountered the divine legacies of this world would naturally have the opportunity to enhance the age of their soul rings. By revealing his 2 purple soul rings, he wished to prevent the master from later using his theories to scrutinize him. Turning to Guyuna and Xiao Wu, Tian said, "Let's go. We must think about what to have for dinner tonight." With that, he led the way down the hillside. Guyuna and Xiao Wu hurriedly followed. "Wonderful. I want steamed carrots, boiled carrots, and stir-fried carrot for dinner," Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. "Are carrots truly that delicious?" Guyuna questioned, puzzled. "Well, I simply enjoy them." At the summit, Yu Xiaojing bore a look of despair, his face etched with bitterness. "How foolish of me. He possesses knowledge that even I do not grasp, and I dared to wish to take him as my disciple. To him, I must seem nothing more than a joke." The master mocked himself, feeling like a mere laughingstock. The dean approached, offering consolation. "Xiao Gang, do not lose heart. Even if the whole world looks down upon you, you must not belittle yourself." Tang San chimed in, "Indeed, teacher, I believe your theory is sound." Tian must have employed some unorthodox method to enhance the age of his soul rings. I only trust the results I have painstakingly achieved step by step. In truth, the blow to the master was greater than that to Tang San, who merely felt embarrassment, while the master was intellectually challenged by Tian, a 7-year-old Grand Soul Master with 2 purple soul rings. Such occurrences were deemed impossible within the master's theoretical framework. Yet today he had witnessed it firsthand. Doubts about the validity of his theories began to surface. Suddenly, he looked up and said, "For Tian to possess such astonishing secrets of cultivation, his background must be extraordinary. Xiao San, please help me investigate which family Tian hails from." Chapter 64. Coming into my embrace, Tang San nodded. "Teacher, I will find a way to inquire." He too was curious about Tian, whose formidable talent and astounding wealth must stem from a powerful lineage. The dean remarked, "Isn't the family address listed on the martial soul certificate? We simply need to check the records to find out." Unfortunately, he had initially hoped to take Guyu Na as a disciple, but it now seemed hopeless. The master self-deprecatingly remarked, "A genius like him would hardly regard me, a theoretical scholar, with any respect." Along the way, Guyu Na questioned, "Qianbei, why did you bother speaking so much to that master, who is nothing but a fool? And as for that fellow named San, you could have easily defeated him without effort. Why waste time suppressing your power to engage him in battle?" Tian sighed. "Guyu Na, at my level, everything I desire is easily within reach. I place greater emphasis on the process rather than the outcome, for whatever result I wish to achieve is within my grasp. Thus, if I find something interesting, I pursue it without concern for whether it may waste my time, as time holds little value for me. Indeed, Qianbei's realm is beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk." Guyu Na marveled in admiration. Tian gently stroked her silken, silver hair, relishing its smooth texture, and smiled, saying, "Guyu Na, when you reach my level of strength, perhaps you too will seek out simple yet delightful pursuits." As Tian affectionately ruffled her hair, Guyu Na's stunning countenance flushed crimson. This was the first time she, as the Silver Dragon King, had experienced such an intimate gesture. Despite her earlier declarations of devotion to Tian, merely being touched on the head left her feeling overwhelmingly shy. "Qianbei, you may simply call me Na or Yuna," she suggested. After a moment's thought, Tian replied, "Then I shall call you Na, and please, refrain from addressing me as Qianbei. Just call me Tian." "I cannot," Guyu Na quickly countered. "You are an ancestor of our dragon clan. How could I dare to address you by your name?" "But you have already done so multiple times," Tian said with a teasing smile. "That is because I fear you may attract the attention of others," Guyu Na explained. "Even Xiao Wu dares to call me by my name directly. Why do you not? It is settled then. You shall no longer refer to me as Qianbei." Qian declined. Guyu Na finally nodded and said, "Very well, Qianbei." Dinner was once again at the cafeteria. In truth, whether Tian and Guyu Na ate was of little consequence. Guyu Na had previously lamented about nearly starving, but it was merely an attempt to evoke pity from Tian. The main concern was Xiao Wu. Her cultivation level was still too low, currently possessing only the strength of a soul master, and she required sustenance to replenish her energy. Since the competition, Tang San had not returned until nightfall when everyone began to rest. The bruise on his face inflicted by Tian had disappeared, yet he wore no smile. Upon his return, he spoke to no one and immediately commenced his cultivation. Having suffered another defeat at the hands of Tian today, he felt not only humiliation but also provocation. Everyone possessed innate full soul power. Why was Tian able to cultivate to a great soul master, while he could not? After all, he was a disciple of Tang Sect and possessed the superior internal cultivation method, Xian Tiangong. There was no reason for him to lose to a mere 7-year-old child who had never cultivated before. Despite having a superior technique and working diligently, he found himself outmatched by someone who had never even trained. Even with Tang San's mature mindset, it was difficult to accept this reality, and he felt an overwhelming sense of imbalance within him. By this time, night had fallen, and the dormitory lights were extinguished. In the darkness, Tang San opened his eyes, gazing at the beds of Tian and Xiao Wu across from him. On Xiao Wu's side, both she and Guyu Na were seated in meditation. Xiao Wu was cultivating her soul power, while Guyu Na was refining and absorbing the essence blood Tian had given her. She discovered that the closer she was to Ao, Tian, the faster the refining process, which filled her with delight, affirming that her journey to Nodding Academy was indeed worthwhile. Ao Tian had already lain down, closing his eyes to rest. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang San's inner turmoil erupted once more, making it difficult for him to enter a state of cultivation. After several unsuccessful attempts to focus, he decided to lie down and forego his training. For the past year, he had spent nearly every night in cultivation, sacrificing sleep in his quest to defeat Ao Tian. Yet tonight, having resolved not to train, he quickly fell asleep. In a daze, Ao Tian felt a soft and warm body nestled against him, causing a faint smile to curve his lips as he thought that the restless little girl, Xiao Wu, had once again sleepwalked to his side. He gave her a gentle embrace, knowing from observation that she would not awaken. His intent was innocent. After all, she was merely a little girl, and he simply found comfort in having something to hold while he slept. However, something felt amiss. Although his eyes remained closed, his nose twitched at a fragrance that was distinctly not Xiao Wu's, and the texture was smoother than hers. Suddenly, Ao Tian opened his eyes, startled awake. He looked down to find Guyu Na curled in his embrace, her large violet eyes shimmering as she stared at him unblinkingly. Ao Tian, Guyu na softly koji. How could it be you? Ao Tian quickly released her. If it were Xiao Wu, he could dismiss it as a child's innocent antics. But this was Guyu Na. He had once witnessed her breathtaking beauty, even though she had shrunk in size. He could not possibly regard her as just a little girl. Pouting, Guyu Na said, "You just held me tightly, and, upon realizing it was me, you immediately rejected me. Am I not as good as Xiao Wu?" Ao Tian explained, "It is not that. Xiao Wu has truly transformed into a human and is only 7 years old, while you, the illustrious Silver Dragon King. How could I regard you as merely a little girl?" Guyu Na's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "So, you dare not confront my allure, and cannot maintain your composure?" Ao Tian was momentarily speechless, wondering if Guyu Na truly wished for him to entertain such thoughts. Realizing this, his expression turned stern. "Return to your side. If you do not, I will force you back." "Please don't." Ao Qianbei, Guyu Na pleaded pitifully. "I've noticed that my injuries heal faster when I am near you, which is why I came over." "Is that true?" Ao Tian scrutinized her eyes. "Indeed." Guyu Na gently nodded. Guyu Na never lies. Entering Guyu Na's body with his spiritual sense to observe her condition, Ao Tian softened his tone. "If you truly seek healing, then do not snuggle into my embrace." "Understood," Guyu Na replied sweetly, lying beside Ao Tian. With a resigned sigh, Ao Tian pondered whether awakening Guyu Na inadvertently was a blessing or a curse. What man does not wish to awaken with the world at his feet, intoxicated by the embrace of a beauty? Moreover, Guyu Na was indeed a stunning woman, and he admitted to feeling a stir of emotions. Yet, he had already committed to Bai Bai Dong, and without her approval, he dared not pursue another. I should find an opportunity to consult Xiaodong Air, he thought. Chapter 65. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ao Tian chose to ignore Guyu Na, allowing her to sleep beside him. After all, her fragrance was quite pleasant. Just as he intended to close his eyes, he noticed Xiao Wu rolling towards him as she used to, only to be blocked by Guyu Na. Seeing Ao Tian gaze at Xiao Wu, Guyu Na remarked, "Ao Tian, Xiao Wu mentioned that she unconsciously rolled over to you while sleeping. I believe your aura drew her in, compelling her to seek your proximity even in her slumber." Ao Tian responded, "I had suspected as much. His presence may possess a unique allure to soul beasts, yet he usually kept his aura restrained, which perhaps inadvertently emanated a hint of it while he slept, thus attracting Xiao Wu." Suddenly, Guyu Na exclaimed, "Ao Tian, you are truly captivating while asleep. I could devour you whole. If you do not sleep, I shall send you back," Ao Tian declared, closing his eyes. Guyu Na quickly shut her eyes, but after a moment, she stealthily opened them again, gazing at Ao Tian for a while before peacefully closing them once more. "It feels so secure lying beside Ao Qianbei," she thought. In the morning, when everyone discovered that Guyu Na and Xiao Wu had migrated to Ao Tian's side, with Guyu Na even lying shoulder to shoulder with him, their hearts shattered. Tang San, having enjoyed the finest sleep of the past year, awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated. However, upon seeing Ao Tian and Guyu Na across from him, his expression darkened. From today onwards, I shall train with even greater fervor. I refuse to believe that you can remain superior without effort. Tang San vowed internally. When Tian awoke, he found Gu Yuna and Xiao Wu still deep in slumber. Gu Yuna's breathing was steady, her fair face adorned with a gentle smile, while Xiao Wu nestled closely against her, one delicate pink leg extending from her pants and resting atop Gu Yuna, perhaps due to her rabbit lineage. Xiao Wu's legs were longer than any ordinary 7-year-old's, even surpassing Gu Yuna's. Tian gently pulled down the loose cuffs of her pants to prevent any accidental exposure before rousing the two sleepy girls. Gu Yuna remained with her eyes closed, murmuring, "Yin, why are you shaking me? Sister Nar, it's time to get up. The opening ceremony is about to begin." Xiao Wu chimed in, shaking Gu Yuna. Only then did she open her eyes, softly complaining, "Humans have such short sleep times. I haven't even had my fill of sleep." Yin grinned. "Then you can continue to sleep here. Xiao Wu, let us go." "I can't get up yet," Gu Yuna protested, reluctantly rising. The opening ceremony was scheduled for the morning, followed by classes in the afternoon. To Yin's surprise, Gu Yuna exhibited considerable interest in the lessons, attentively listening and studying. In her words, to defeat humans, one must first understand them. Yin also noticed Tang San inquiring about him among other students, but unfortunately, he could not extract any useful information. After dinner, in the dean's office, the dean, master, and Tang San gathered together. The master turned to Tang San and asked, "So, Xiao San, were you able to find out which family Yin belongs to?" Tang San shook his head, responding, "No, aside from Xiao Wu and Gu Yuna, Yin has poor relationships with everyone else, and I couldn't gather any information." "That's all right. You have done well," the master reassured him. He then looked at the dean and inquired, "What about you? Have you discovered anything?" The dean smiled and replied, "I have indeed uncovered some information." "Oh, do share," the master said, suddenly intrigued. The dean continued, "The address on Yin's Soul Master Certificate is a village called Shangshui. I personally visited that village and found that there are no families with the surname Yin, and the villagers are unaware of anyone by that name. How could this be?" The master murmured, "Could his certificate be a forgery?" The dean nodded. "I believe so too, but I have carefully examined the seal on the certificate, and it is indeed stamped by the Spirit Hall, which complicates matters." Tang San suggested, "Perhaps Yin colluded with the Spirit Hall to create a false identity to enter Notting Academy." Both the master and the dean cast approving glances at Tang San, clearly impressed by his quick thinking. The dean continued, "If that is the case, I cannot fathom Yin's true intentions for coming to my academy. With his exceptional talent, wouldn't it be easy for him to gain admission? Why fabricate a false identity unless he has something to hide?" The master speculated. Moreover, Tang San added, "Yin is exceedingly wealthy. I heard from other students that he once displayed an enormous sum of gold soul coins, no less than several hundred. Additionally, he possesses a storage soul guide." The dean nodded. Yet another point of suspicion. If Yin is so affluent, why does he reside in the working student dormitory? The master shook his head, expressing his confusion. For a wealthy individual to reside among the impoverished students seemed entirely illogical, and he could not deduce a reasonable explanation. The dean stated, "To uncover Yin's true identity, there are two methods. Firstly, we could directly investigate at the Spirit Hall, since it is their seal. Someone there must know Yin's identity. Secondly, we might investigate Yin himself, or subtly inquire from the two girls around him." Tang San proposed, "Since we have evidence proving Yin's current identity is false, should we take this opportunity to expel him from the academy?" "Why will we expel him?" The dean retorted. "This small academy has little to gain. Regardless of his motives, having a genius student at Notting Academy is still beneficial." The master sighed, Xiao San. "The teacher is merely curious about his identity and not intent on taking any action against him. Can you not face the fact that you lost to him? Are you attempting to undermine him?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his head in shame. His earlier statement about expelling Yin had been a hasty, thoughtless reaction, revealing a sense of defeat. The master patted Tang San's shoulder, saying, "Xiao San, losing is not dreadful. What is truly frightening is losing your courage. Yin's existence should serve as motivation for you to cultivate even harder." Tang San nodded earnestly. "Teacher, I understand. I will strive even more diligently to surpass Yin." The master nodded in satisfaction. "However, I remain curious about his identity. See if you can glean any information from Xiao Wu or Gu Yuna." "I will do my best, teacher," Tang San replied. In the ensuing days, Tang San approached Xiao Wu and Gu Na, hoping to uncover Haotian's identity. However, Gu Na remained aloof, indifferent to him, which vexed Tang San. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, was more amiable, yet whenever Haotian was mentioned, she would fall silent, leaving Tang San at a loss. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon his quest. As time swiftly passed, 5 years elapsed, and Haotian and Xiao Wu grew into their youth, while Gu Na was preparing to graduate from Notting Academy. Chapter 66. The Master's Good Intentions. After completing the final class of the afternoon, the 6th grade students graduated. Notting Junior Soul Master Academy was a small institution, devoid of stringent graduation requirements based on Soul Master levels. Students could graduate after 6 years of study, regardless of their status as Soul Masters. For impoverished working students, becoming a Soul Master before graduation would pave the way for a bright future, while those who failed would return home to farm and marry. Among this year's 6th grade students, only Haotian, Xiao Wu, and Tang San remained, while Gu Na was still in the 5th grade. For Gu Na, the grade was inconsequential. Wherever Haotian went, she would follow. Over the 5 years, her injuries healed remarkably well. What would have taken her approximately 20,000 years to recover was accomplished in just 5. This rapid recovery was entirely due to the precious blood Haotian had bestowed upon her. Throughout these 5 years, she had frequently experienced the dragon lineage inheritances when absorbing the blood, significantly enhancing her cultivation level compared to her initial state. She firmly believed that once her injuries were fully healed, her abilities would surpass her former self. Haotian had also visited the Stardow Forest several times, personally guiding several fierce beasts in their training, earning their deep gratitude. In their eyes, Haotian's status was now on par with Gu Na's. In the dormitory, many began packing their belongings in preparation for their return home the following morning. These working students hailed from villages outside Notting City, making the journey lengthy, and they typically returned home the next morning after the holiday began. Haotian was not in a hurry either, intending to return to Spirit City the next day, likely never to revisit this small place again. As Tang San packed his clothes into his belt, he occasionally glanced towards Haotian, his expression conflicted. Especially when his gaze fell upon Gu Na, his heart would flutter each time. 5 years had passed, and Gu Na had grown a few inches. She now stood around 175 meters tall, her striking silver hair captivating attention. Her ethereal beauty had an undeniable impact, evoking awe in those who beheld her. Haotian also stood at approximately 175 meters. Although he had not yet fully regained his true height, it would not be long before he did. Standing together, they resembled a pair of celestial beings, inciting envy in many bystanders. Even Tang San could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Over the past 5 years, as he learned more about Gu Na, he found himself increasingly enamored, realizing that her beauty was matched by her formidable strength. Once, Tang San proposed to spar with Gu Na, and she consented. The outcome was that Tang San was thoroughly defeated, suffering worse than in his encounters with Tian. He wallowed in despair for several days. After all, while being bested by Tian was one thing, being easily overpowered by a girl a grade lower than him was another matter entirely. With his adult mindset, how could he come to terms with such a humiliating experience? Ultimately, it was only through the wise counsel of his master that he managed to gain clarity. Initially, he believed Gu Na was nothing more than a pretty face, but after that encounter, he found himself utterly captivated by her. Each time he returned home, he meticulously crafted exquisite hidden weapons as gifts for Gu Na. Yet tragically, she remained indifferent to his gestures. Over the years, he had observed Tian and Gu Na together during the nights, noting that although they lay side by side, nothing ever transpired between them. This observation fueled his hope, and as he contemplated the impending farewell to both the Notting Academy and Gu Na, a wave of sadness washed over him. Throughout these years, he had never learned where Gu Na lived, aside from her name. He was completely oblivious to any other details about her. Tang San hesitated, weighing the task entrusted to him by his teacher, and finally mustered the courage to approach Tian. Tian, Gu Na, Tang San called out. What is it? Tian turned to face him. At this moment, Tang San stood at about 7 meters, shorter than both Tian and Gu Na, even a little shorter than Xiao Wu. Tang San gathered his thoughts and spoke. Tian, after you and Xiao Wu graduate, You plan to apply to a mid-level Soul Master Academy, correct? What else on your mind? Tian inquired, already suspecting Tang San's intention. Tang San continued, there are numerous mid-level Soul Master Academies on the Douluos continent, and selecting one that suits you is crucial for your future development. My teacher recommended an excellent academy that boasts a faculty no less impressive than that of some advanced academies. They follow an elite approach with a small student body, providing tailored guidance to ensure each student receives the best instruction. So, you want Xiao Wu and me to attend this academy? Tian asked. Tang San nodded. Indeed. This is my teacher's wish. He believes both you and Xiao Wu possess commendable talent and can meet the entrance requirements for that academy, which is why I'm informing you. Tian, my teacher has always held you in high regard and does not wish to see your talent squandered. What is the name of this academy? Haotian Sect, Shrek Academy, also known as the Monster Academy. My teacher mentioned that, in terms of strength, is not inferior to some advanced academies. I plan to apply to Shrek Academy in 2 months. If you and Xiao Wu are interested, you should consider it. The address is in the southern part of Soto City, within the Barak Kingdom. Tang San felt conflicted. Over the years, he had challenged Tian several times, each defeat more humiliating than the last. Under the tremendous pressure from Tian, his cultivation had rapidly advanced, reaching level 30. Although he had yet to acquire a spirit ring, his master felt that it would be challenging to find a suitable third spirit ring for Tang San. Hence the suggestion to seek assistance from the instructors at Shrek. According to his master's theory, Tang San understood that once he broke through, his strength would experience a significant surge, making it feasible to surpass Tian. This opportunity to attend Shrek Academy represented a chance for Tang San to surpass Tian. If he enrolled while Tian did not, it would enhance his prospects of defeating him in the future. However, the fact that his master urged him to share this information with Tian left Tang San in a quandary. Yet, once he spoke, his internal conflict dissipated, realizing he should not engage in underhanded behavior by withholding information. Tian smiled. I understand. He had indeed guessed correctly. Tang San had come to encourage him to attend Shrek Academy. Will you go? Tang San asked. I'll consider it, Tian replied. With determination, Tang San stated. Tian, I will continue to challenge you in the future. I hope you do attend Shrek Academy. Your presence will push me to cultivate faster. Haotian Sect. Even if you train rapidly, you will not be able to defeat me. Tang San smiled faintly, accustomed to Tian's unwavering confidence. He then turned to Guyuna, saying, Guyuna, I will be at Shrek Academy. Trust me, it is absolutely worth attending. And I hope you will also consider studying there after your graduation next year. Chapter 67. Bringing Guyuna back to Spirit City, Guyuna glanced at Tang San, her expression frosty. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in this Shrek Academy. Wherever Tian goes, I will follow. Tang San felt a pang of disappointment in his heart. The goddess he adored favored another, and that very individual seemed indifferent to her affections. He recalled his master's encouragement and silently bolstered his resolve. His master had once shared that he too had pursued a goddess despite lacking exceptional talent, a powerful spirit, or striking looks. Yet through sheer perseverance, he won her heart. Thus, his master urged Tang San never to give up easily. Relinquishing hope would lead to a complete lack of opportunity. Upon hearing Guyuna's words, Tang San found himself fervently wishing that Tian would choose to attend Shrek Academy. When Tian and Guyuna disregarded him, Tang San returned to his bed, leaning against the headboard, yearning for his father. During his first year at Nodding Academy, upon returning home for the holidays, he discovered his father gravely ill, unable to lift even a forging hammer, barely surviving with the aid of Grandpa Jack. Over the years, his father's health had improved, nearing his former vigor. This time home, he must find a way to forge the Zhuge divine crossbow. With it, he might finally triumph in his battles against Tian. However, he was reluctant to utilize the Zhuge divine crossbow in friendly sparring, as its lethality was far too formidable. Tian, are we really going to that Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu asked curiously. At 12, Xiao Wu maintained her youthful appearance, her long, sleek black hair styled into a lengthy braid that cascaded down to her thighs. Her once flat figure had begun to develop, filling out her uniform with a pleasing curve. Beneath her petite waist were 2 strikingly long legs that drew attention. Her limbs appeared longer than average, yet harmonized perfectly with her proportions, adding an alluring charm to her presence. Her large, sparkling eyes, round face, and delicate features rendered her exceedingly cute and endearing, evoking a protective instinct in those who beheld her. Do you want to go? Haotian Sect. Xiao Wu stuck out her little pink tongue. Whatever, I'll follow you wherever you go. Being by your side is the safest place to be. She vowed that the human world was fraught with danger, and she must not stray far from Ao Tian. Well then, it's settled. You need not concern yourself with my decision. Ao Tian chuckled. He continued, I have invited you both several times to visit my home. Will you decline again this time? Xiao Wu looked at Gu Yuna, feeling indecisive with both Ao Tian and Gu Yuna beside her, regarding the decision to visit the Spirit Hall City. She has consistently aligned her choice with that of Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna harbors a disdain for humanity, particularly for cities like Spirit Hall City, which is rife with Title Douluos that she finds particularly unappealing. Consequently, despite Ao Tian's numerous invitations, she has always declined. The hands of those Title Douluos are stained with the blood of soul beasts, including those that are over 100,000 years old. Although Ao Tian has promised to address the conflict between soul beasts and humans, Gu Yuna's animosity towards humanity remains unyielding as long as the issue persists. However, recalling Ao Tian's repeated invitations, she felt it would be impolite to refuse again and thus nodded slightly, saying, Then I shall go and have a look. Were she to venture there alone, she would never consider such a perilous place, especially since her injuries have not yet fully healed. Yet, with Ao Tian accompanying her, she felt reassured. I shall go as well, Xiao Wu declared. Ao Tian smiled and replied, Very well, let us set off early tomorrow morning. After 5 years of companionship, how could he not harbor feelings for Gu Yuna? However, out of respect for Bibi Dong, he has maintained a stern demeanor towards Gu Yuna, refraining from any flirtation. After all, should he inadvertently capture her heart and Bibi Dong disapprove, it would lead to a tragic outcome. His repeated invitations for Gu Yuna to visit Spirit Hall City were intended to allow Bibi Dong to assess her, and only if Bibi Dong found her suitable would he express his feelings formally. Gu Yuna responded, her heart tinged with anticipation. She had often heard Ao Tian speak of Bibi Dong, and now she would finally have the opportunity to meet her. She was eager to see what sort of remarkable woman could inspire such unwavering devotion in Ao Tian, and whether she was truly superior to herself. Upon hearing Ao Tian invite Gu Yuna and Xiao Wu to his home, Tang San perked up, though regrettably, Ao Tian divulged no further information. Tang San remained preoccupied with the origins of Ao Tian. The more peculiar Ao Tian appeared, the more curious Tang San became about the family from which he hailed. When he heard Gu Yuna agree to visit Ao Tian's home, his mood soured instantly. Leaning against his bed, his expression darkened as he frequently glanced at Gu Yuna, hoping she would notice his melancholy. To secretly harbor feelings for someone only to be inadvertently hurt by them, and to wallow in solitude, longing for that girl to recognize his sorrow and be moved. Who could truly understand such emotions? Alas, Tang San was destined to suffer in silence, for Gu Yuna did not cast a single glance his way. That night, he spent in despondence, and as dawn broke, he departed from Nodding Academy, returning to Holy Soul Village. The other working students were equally eager to leave. Having spent an additional night at the academy, they yearned to return home. Ao Tian, however, was unhurried. After the two girls completed their morning routines, they indulged in a lavish breakfast at a nearby and before Ao Tian summoned the dragon horse, loading it into an opulent carriage, and leisurely set off towards Spirit Hall City. The three of them sat comfortably within the carriage. Gu Yuna, observing the dragon horse pulling their carriage, inquired curiously, Ao Tian, I heard that the dragon horse evolved into a soul beast only when you first accompanied Xiao Wu to the Star Doe Forest 5 years ago. I am curious. What level of strength has it attained now? Ao Tian smiled, but chose not to respond. Instead, the dragon horse chimed in, Sister. Master says I now possess the strength of 100,000-year soul beast. The voice was youthful and melodious, evoking a sense of innocence. So soon? Gu Yuna exclaimed in astonishment. In just 5 years, transforming an ordinary horse into a 100,000-year soul beast was an extraordinary feat as Ao Tian's steed. The dragon horse frequently benefited from Ao Tian's generous endowments of opportunities. Had Ao Tian not deliberately restrained its growth, its power would exceed even this. After the initial shock, Guyuna contemplated the implications of Tian's influence, finding it somewhat easier to accept. I am curious. Where did you acquire it? Guyuna asked, her intrigue piqued. This was not her first encounter with Tian's abilities, and she had long desired to know more. Chapter 68. The world created by Tian, would you like to see? Haotian inquired. Yes, Guyuna nodded, her beautiful eyes fixed on Tian. She now possessed a storage soul guide, which she had purchased with borrowed funds from Tian, following Xiao Wu's suggestion. However, her soul guide, like Xiao Wu's, could not store living beings. I want to see as well, Xiao Wu chimed in eagerly, having always been curious about Tian's storage space. Initially, she had thought it to be a soul guide, but later realized she had not spotted any such item on Tian. Thus, she assumed his storage must be something quite fascinating. Then I shall take you to see it, Tian replied. Where to? Isn't it with you? Guyuna questioned, puzzled. As soon as she spoke, she felt a disorienting shift, and suddenly found herself suspended in midair at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Floating beside her were Tian and Xiao Wu. As the Silver Dragon King, floating at such heights was not novel to Guyuna. She sensed an external force supporting her, presuming it was Tian's assistance. Xiao Wu, however, was less composed. Having been a 100,000-year soul beast, she could barely manage to hover before. She had never experienced such exhilarating circumstances, though a force supported her. The sensation of the vast emptiness beneath her made her legs weak, prompting a shriek as she clutched Tian tightly. Her delicate face drained of color. She clung desperately to him, causing Tian some discomfort. Nana, I leave Xiao Wu in your care, Tian said with resignation. Guyuna did not respond. She had already sensed something amiss. Nana? Tian called again, prompting Guyuna to finally react and take Xiao Wu into her arms. With someone holding her, Xiao Wu felt less fearful and curiously looked around. Yet, in a mere moment, her eyes widened in astonishment as she asked, Tian, where is this? Why is there no sun? Above them was a chaotic expanse, the sky shrouded in dense white mist, devoid of any sun. This unfamiliar sky intrigued Guyuna, who turned to Tian, seeking an explanation. Tian clarified, this is no longer Douluos continent. It is within my world. Your world? Both women exclaimed in astonishment, unable to comprehend what Tian meant by my world. Tian continued, it means this is a world I have created. Upon hearing his explanation, Xiao Wu was still somewhat bewildered, but Guyuna's eyes widened in disbelief. She gazed at the vast sky and then down at the continent thousands of meters below, her mind overwhelmed by the enormity of it all. Observing Guyuna's astonishment, Tian found it amusing and suggested, let us descend and take a closer look. He guided the two women down from the heights, allowing them to observe his continent from afar before drawing near. Guyuna exclaimed in awe. Initially, the dragon god encountered a fragment of the primordial core power of creation in the universe by chance, yet could only create some living beings, and at a great cost. Yet you have created an entire world. Tian chuckled and said, in truth, it is not as terrifying as you imagine. This is an imperfect world. Take a moment to truly feel it. Guyuna closed her eyes, releasing her spiritual energy to sense the void around her. The spiritual essence here was not as rich as that of the Douluos continent, and it seemed as though certain laws were somewhat lacking. Upon opening her eyes, she raised her right hand, conjuring a flame in her palm, only to have it extinguish almost immediately. I can manipulate various elements, yet the incomplete laws here hinder my abilities, she remarked. The trio descended to the ground, and Xiao Wu, feeling the solid earth beneath her feet, patted her slightly swollen chest and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before them lay a lush forest, with a winding river flowing out from within, passing by their side. Tian stated, this is as far as I can go for now. The creative force I expended to shape this world was considerable, and I cannot conjure sentient life forms in the short term. He approached the riverbank, scooping up some clear water, and as the essence of life surged in his hands, a small fish appeared, swimming energetically within his palm. After releasing the fish into the river, Tian continued, I had intended to transform this land into a planet, but that requires time. For now, I can only create a flat continent. To truly evolve this into a world, I must continuously refine the laws here. You could bring in some soul beasts to reproduce, Xiao Wu suddenly suggested. Gu Yuna's eyes brightened with excitement. Out Yin, you mentioned you would resolve the soul beast dilemma. Are you thinking of migrating them here? Out Yin shook his head, responding, No, this world is too small to accommodate many soul beasts, and with the laws being incomplete, it would be challenging for external soul beasts to cultivate here. Therefore, capturing some would serve little purpose. Gu Yuna felt a tinge of disappointment. Let us venture out for now, Out Yin said. The three figures vanished, reappearing within the carriage. By noon the following day, the carriage entered the city of Wuhuan, arriving at the foot of the holy mountain. As Out Yin and the others alighted, they immediately attracted countless gazes. Strikingly handsome and beautiful, they became the focal point wherever they went. Out Yin, unperturbed, summoned the dragon horse in full view of the crowd. Having lived here for many years, the knights guarding the holy mountain were well acquainted with him and were aware of his close relationship with the Pope. Mr. Ao, are these two your companions? Inquired the knight commander, his gaze falling upon Gu Yuna, unable to suppress his astonishment. They are friends of the Pope, Out Yin replied, producing the Pope's insignia. The knight commander did not impede their passage and allowed them to proceed. As Out Yin ascended the steps with the two beautiful women, even the well-trained temple knights struggled to avert their gazes, captivated by the two girls. Gu Yuna had grown accustomed to such attention, calmly following behind Out Yin. Xiao Wu, however, felt a bit anxious, clutching Gu Yuna's hand tightly. After all, this was the residence of the Pope, the most powerful force on the Douluos continent, and a perilous place for soul beasts. Were it not for Out Yin, she would never have ventured here. Out Yin walked and smiled. That sparkling structure halfway up the mountain is the Pope's palace, where the Pope and the Title Douluos elders reside. This is the place with the highest concentration of Title Douluos on the entire continent. The White Palace at the summit is the Douluos Hall, where the names of deceased Title Douluos among human soul masters are inscribed. Gu Yuna's expression shifted slightly, a surge of anger rising within her. Yet she ultimately subdued it. Before long, Out Yin led the two women through a series of palaces, arriving at Bibi Dong's study. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong had numerous responsibilities each day. The influence of the Spirit Hall spanned the continent, with a significant volume of information flowing back to Wuhuan City daily. Within the Pope's palace, dedicated cardinals processed this information, filtering out the crucial details for Bibi Dong's decision-making. Even after such meticulous sifting, Bibi Dong still faced an ample workload. In fact, Out Yin had already sent her a message the day prior, indicating he would be bringing guests, likely arriving around noon today. Given her busy schedule, Bibi Dong had not gone out to greet them. She had speculated about the identity of Out Yin's guests. Over the years, she had harbored some concern about Out Yin's time in Nodding City, given his exceptional qualities. What if he were to be ensnared by another temptress? She had once inquired if he had sought the company of other women, to which he had replied in the negative. Though he mentioned he had taken on two beautiful companions, she had encouraged him to bring those lovely companions to Wuhuan City when possible. Yet Gu Yuna had always declined, resulting in their prolonged separation. After receiving Out Yin's message yesterday, Bibi Dong felt a surge of anticipation regarding the beauty of the companions he had mentioned. They should be arriving soon, she mused, lifting her gaze from the stack of documents and brushing her hair back, contemplating whether to step outside the Pope's palace to greet them. At that moment, she heard footsteps along with Out Yin's voice. Bibi Dong immediately rose, adjusting her attire in preparation to welcome the guests. We have arrived at the Pope's study, Out Yin announced. Xiao Wu clutched Gu Yuna's hand tightly, feeling slightly anxious. A maid stood at the entrance of the study, bowing respectfully upon seeing Out Yin. He nodded slightly, ushering Gu Yuna and Xiao Wu inside. Welcome back, Bibi Dong spoke gently. As she spoke, her gaze flicked briefly to Out Yin's face before shifting to the two behind him, observing Gu Yuna and Xiao Wu. Both girls were tall and striking. The younger one was particularly cute and endearing. However, when Bibi Dong's eyes fell upon Gu Yuna, she was momentarily taken aback. The silver-haired girl possessed a beauty that surpassed even the younger one, and if Bibi Dong were to describe her, she would assert that this girl's beauty rivaled her own, especially with a regal aura akin to that of a queen, reminiscent of herself. This grace was imbued with an ethereal quality. Bibi Dong's inner assessment was, her appearance and poise were equally commendable. As Bibi Dong appraised Gu Yuna, the latter reciprocated the scrutiny. Having heard Out Yin mention his beloved multiple times, her curiosity about Bibi Dong having simmered for quite a while. This visit to Wuhuan City had also ignited a desire within her to measure herself against this woman. Since Bibi Dong had consumed the beauty-enhancing pills crafted by Haotian, her allure had reached new heights. Gu Yuna's evaluation of Bibi Dong was, her beauty was on par with her own, though her poise was somewhat commonplace. And as for her figure, well, it was rather ample. Unable to resist, Gu Yuna glanced down at her own chest and then at Bibi Dong, acutely aware of the disparity between them. Straightening her posture, Gu Yuna allowed her figure to blossom, narrowing the gap between her and Bibi Dong. Although she still fell short, the difference was no longer as pronounced. Bibi Dong's expression momentarily froze, but she quickly broke into a radiant smile. "Haotian, won't you introduce your friends to me?" she inquired, stepping closer and playfully pressing Haotian's arm into her embrace. Her smile was a blend of boastfulness, satisfaction, and a hint of challenge. Tian felt a sense of foreboding as soon as they met, for he was taken aback by the intense scent of fire that assailed his senses. He finally understood that he had underestimated the rivalry and jealousy that often festers among women. The atmosphere bore an uncanny resemblance to a confrontation between a legitimate wife and a mistress. Gritting his teeth, Tian introduced, "This is Gu Yuna, and this is Xiao Wu. This lady is Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spear Hall." Bibi Dong released Tian and smiled. "I have long heard of you from Tian, and after many years of anticipation, I am delighted to finally meet you both. Please have a seat." She gestured towards the reception area. Once seated, Bibi Dong called for tea, and a maid promptly entered to serve Xiao Wu and Gu Yuna. "I am curious. Gu Yuna, what ability did you use to change your form just now?" Bibi Dong inquired, intrigued. She had never encountered a soul master capable of such transformations. Tian's companion was evidently extraordinary. Gu Yuna, who had not smiled since entering, replied bluntly, "I am not human. I am a soul beast. 100,000-year-old soul beast." Bibi Dong was taken aback, quickly rising to her feet, her soul power surging as she warily regarded Gu Yuna. Humans and soul beasts were inherently adversarial, and Bibi Dong was acutely aware of the animosity soul beasts harbored towards humans. The realization that Tian's companion was indeed a soul beast led her to wonder if Gu Yuna had been lurking beside Tian, intending to infiltrate the Pope's palace for nefarious purposes. Did Tian truly remain oblivious to this? Bibi Dong glanced at Tian, who appeared utterly helpless. He had not anticipated Gu Yuna's forthrightness in revealing her true identity. Prior to their return, he had masked their soul beast aura, ensuring that Bibi Dong would not discern it. He had intended to gradually unveil the truth once they had established a pleasant rapport. Yet now, just as the tension had begun to ease, it seemed poised to erupt once more. Tian was certain that if he were not present, a conflict would indeed ensue. While Bibi Dong's soul power radiated defensively towards Gu Yuna, the latter wore a sardonic expression, and Xiao Wu was visibly anxious, fidgeting in her seat. Placing his hands on Bibi Dong's shoulders, pressing her back down as he said, "There's no need for alarm. It is my fault for not clarifying earlier. Both of them are soul beasts. Gu Yuna is the Silver Dragon King, once possessing divine strength, albeit now injured. Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, transformed from a soft bone rabbit. You knew all along?" Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Tian. He nodded. "I am not human myself. It is not unusual for me to have soul beast companions." Bibi Dong sighed in relief. Turning to Gu Yuna with an apologetic expression, "I apologize for my misunderstanding." Gu Yuna was momentarily taken aback. It was unexpected for the Pope of the Spirit Hall to extend an apology to her. Suddenly, she realized that she was a guest in the Pope's palace, and that showing such disdain could put Tian in a difficult position. Remembering that Bibi Dong was Tian's beloved, Gu Yuna felt a pang of regret for her earlier emotional outburst. Thus, she too offered an apology. "I too have erred. I should not have harbored hostility towards you. You are Tian's cherished one, which makes you my friend." Bibi Dong was now the one astonished. Tian had mentioned that Gu Yuna was the Silver Dragon King, possessing divine prowess in the past, which left her secretly astounded. Now, to hear the Silver Dragon King apologize was beyond her expectations. "It is quite all right. As Tian's friend, you shall also be my friend," Bibi Dong replied warmly. The two stunning ladies exchanged glances, and unexpectedly, radiant smiles adorned their faces. United by Tian, they cast aside their previous discomfort, feeling a newfound kinship. Tian felt a sense of relief, and beneath the table, discreetly squeezed Bibidong's smooth, delicate hand, communicating through thought, "Your understanding nature is indeed a comfort. My affection for you is well placed." He recognized that had Bibidong not initiated the reconciliation with her apology, Guyuna would not have followed suit. Bibidong shot Tian a playful glare, squeezing his hand in return as she mentally noted, "You shall pay for this later." She then stood, announcing, "I arranged for a grand feast this morning. It should be ready by now. Let us proceed to dine." Xiao Wu's spirits lifted. She had a fondness for delectable cuisine, and her earlier tension began to dissipate. Bibidong approached Xiao Wu, taking her hand. "Xiao Wu, if you do not mind, would you call me sister from now on?" "Of course, sister," Xiao Wu replied softly, a strange emotion welling up within her. She had once feared the Title Douluos, yet now the Pope of the Spirit Hall had become her sister, a twist of fate indeed. Such a good girl. Bibidong affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. As they made their way to the dining area, Bibidong instructed a maid to summon Hulaina as well. She refrained from disclosing Guyuna and Xiao Wu's true identities as soul beasts, fearing that Hulaina might lose control of her emotions, leading to further complications. After lunch, Tian accompanied Guyuna and Xiao Wu on a stroll through Spirit City. Guyuna kept her head down, silent like a child who had misbehaved. "What troubles you?" "Haotian Sect, surprised." "Haotian, ien sorry, Guyuna confessed." "Why do you apologize?" "Haotian paused." Smiling at her, I had promised myself to be amicable with Bibidong, yet I could not control my emotions. Guyuna expressed her remorse. She looked up at Tian. "If you are upset, please punish me." Tian chuckled. "Very well, I shall impose a punishment." He then walked ahead. "What sort of punishment do you have in mind?" Guyuna pursued, with Xiao Wu quickly following. Tian arrived at a small pavilion by a lake, seated himself, and gestured to his shoulder. "Please give me a shoulder massage." Of course, Guyuna complied obediently, positioning herself behind Tian and applying pressure to his shoulders. "Is this force sufficient?" she inquired. "Use your full strength," Tian replied. "All right." Noticing Guyuna being punished, Xiao Wu could not help but plead, Tian, "Please forgive Sister Nar. She did not mean it." Tian pointed to his thigh, and Xiao Wu immediately understood, squatting down in need and pound his leg. Tian luxuriated in the attention from both beautiful women, nearly drifting into slumber. Guyuna exerted all her strength, capable of easily crushing a Title Douluos, but after several minutes, her fingers began to cramp. "Enough." Tian finally opened his eyes. "Your ability to adjust your attitude at the last moment is commendable." He rose and declared, "Let us continue to explore the beautiful sights of Spirit City." With that, he stepped outside. Xiao Wu tugged at Guyuna, whispering, "Sister Nar." Tian seems to be very fond of Bibidong. If you wish to win his heart, I believe you must foster a good relationship with her. Guyuna smiled, playfully pinching Xiao Wu's nose. "Oh, little girl, do you not share the same sentiment?" "Sister Nar, what are you saying?" Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson. "Look at you. Your face is already red, yet you refuse to admit it." Guyuna gently pinched Xiao Wu's delicate face, teasingly saying, "You are so annoying. I shall ignore you." Xiao Wu stamped her foot and then strode off with her long legs, chasing after Tian. "You've even turned shy." Guyuna chuckled lightly and followed suit. Dinner continued to be enjoyed within the Pope's palace alongside Bai Dong. After their meal, Bai Dong said, Tian, "It has been a while since you last returned. Why not check on Hulaina's training progress?" Hulaina immediately stood up, her charming face slightly flushed, and addressed Mr. Ao. "Very well," Tian replied. Bai Dong added, "Guyuna, Xiao Wu, let me show you around the Pope's palace." Guyuna's expression shifted subtly as she cast a nearly imperceptible glance at Tian before responding, "All right." The Pope's palace was spacious, adorned with various pavilions and bridges, complemented by flowing streams and picturesque scenery. Tian felt a sense of relief seeing that Bai Dong intended to take Guyuna and Xiao Wu for a stroll, hoping they would bond and cultivate a friendship. Once Bai Dong and the two ladies departed, only Tian and Hulaina remained in the room. "Release your martial spirit and unleash your strongest allure. I wish to see the extent of your charm," he instructed. At 17, Hulaina had blossomed into a captivating beauty, Her every move exuded an enchanting aura, capable of stirring desire with just a glance or a smile. Upon hearing Ao Tian's words, Hulaina appeared somewhat hesitant and asked, "Mr. Ao, are you certain?" After training under the techniques he had tailored for her, her progress had been remarkable, significantly enhancing her fox spirit's captivating charm. Now, when she employed her alluring abilities, few men could resist her allure. Ao Qian nodded, smiling. "Do not hold back. Showcase your full capabilities." He was confident in his composure and believed he would not falter before little fox. "All right," Hulaina complied. Releasing her fox spirit, a fluffy tail emerged from her rear, swaying back and forth. Her ears elongated and sharpened, sprouting white fur, intensifying her captivating air. Unmoved, Ao Tian stood there, smiling faintly as he observed Hulaina. Noticing his indifference, Hulaina let out a sigh of relief, though a hint of disappointment lingered regarding her own charm. "Mr. Ao, please take note. I am coming now," she cautioned. "Proceed," he replied. At this moment, Hulaina had reached the realm of Soul King, with 5 soul rings illuminating around her. A layer of red light surged from her body, filling the room in the blink of an eye. The entire space transformed into a pink hue, enveloped in an alluring atmosphere that stirred desire. Hulaina approached Ao Tian, her attire partially revealing, her charming face flushed. "Mr. Ao, do I look beautiful?" Her voice, akin to a celestial melody, carried an enticing quality that resonated deeply. As she drew nearer, her garments gradually slipped away, revealing her delicate neck and exquisite collarbone. Chapter 71. Guyuna's directness. Hulaina's eyes became glazed, her cheeks rosy as if intoxicated. Her alluring form was presented before Ao Tian as she stepped closer. Ao Tian smiled at the scene. Indeed, the sight was enchanting, further enhanced by Hulaina's captivating aura and seductive movements, capable of igniting passion in the hearts of most men. However, Ao Tian understood that this was merely an illusion crafted by Hulaina. The figure approaching him was not truly her. "Break," Ao Tian uttered softly, and as he stood before her, Hulaina's alluring form shattered just as she was about to entwine herself around him. The red light in the room dissipated, leaving Hulaina's flushed face pale, her aura slightly disordered. The abrupt disruption of her illusionary soul technique caused her to suffer a minor backlash. She inadvertently glanced at Ao Tian's lower body, feeling a tinge of disappointment that her strongest tactic had failed to expose any flaw in him. "Ao Qian approchid, Agaulaina, gently patching her shoulder," transferring a hint of pure energy to restore her rosy complexion. "You have made significant progress," he praised. Hulaina, slightly bashful, replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Ao. I will continue to work hard." Ao Tian nodded, adding, "However, refrain from using your body to entice others within illusions in the future. Though it may not be real, you ultimately bear the consequence." He understood that Hulaina's soul technique could project the images of other women. There is no need for her to rely on her own appearance to allure others. Hulaina's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, unable to meet Ao Tian's gaze, her voice barely audible. "Actually, I seldom use my own image when dealing with others. Even when I do, I ensure they do not see the critical parts. Today, facing you, Mr. Ao, I feared you might be dissatisfied with my progress, which is why I employed my strongest charm to show you." "Enough of that," Ao Tian interjected, reflecting on how the Hulaina from the books seemed less shy. He affectionately stroked her soft hair, gently saying, "You are considered half my disciple. Using your own illusion to entice me will always be a bit awkward for me. Please refrain from doing so in the future, understood?" Hearing Ao Tian's words, Hulaina felt her entire being heat up, yet a strange sense of disappointment crept in. "I understand, sir. Very well, you may return now." After Hulaina departed, Ao Tian reclined on a chair, pondering, surely they will not come to blows. He contemplated using his divine sense to eavesdrop on the two women, but ultimately decided against it, believing he should trust them, which in turn reflected his own confidence. Even if a conflict did arise, he could swiftly reach the battlefield. Guyuna's current strength should surpass Bai Dong's, though the gap was not vast. With this thought, Ao Tian lay back comfortably near the lotus pond, where Guyuna halted. "Xiaowu, why don't you take a walk elsewhere? Bai Dong and I have some matters to discuss privately," Guyuna suggested. "Oh," Xiaowu replied, her large eyes brimming with curiosity, her ears twitching as she wished to eavesdrop on Guyuna and Bai Dong's conversation. As Guyuna and Bai Dong continued toward the small pavilion at the center of the lotus pond, they remained silent. Guyuna cast a glance at Xiao Wu and discreetly set up a barrier, muffling their voices. How annoying! Xiao Wu stamped her foot, resigned to squatting by the lotus pond, playing with the vibrant flowers. Bai Dong's formidable mental prowess detected the barrier established by Guyuna, and she felt a sense of awe. Even with her current strength, she could not casually create a soundproof barrier like Guyuna. Guyuna, you call me out for a reason? Bai Dong inquired, intrigued by what Guyuna could not disclose in front of Ao Tian. Simultaneously, she felt a tinge of wariness, concerned that Guyuna might harbor ulterior motives against her. After all, one could know a person's face, but not their heart, and they had only known each other for a brief period. Guyuna gazed at Bai Dong before her, admiration gleaming in her eyes as she remarked, Bai Dong, you are indeed remarkable, possessing great courage. You dare to confront me, fully aware of the potential for my lethal strike. Bai Dong smiled in response, saying, I trust you. Like me, you are proud, and when faced with a worthy adversary, you would not resort to despicable tactics. Furthermore, I believe in Ao Tian and his discerning judgment. Suddenly, Guyuna sighed, exclaiming, you are truly fortunate. A flicker of intrigue crossed Bai Dong's mind as she studied Guyuna, inquiring, why do you say that? Guyuna's face illuminated with a radiant smile, rendering the vibrant lotus blossoms in the pond pale in comparison. Because I too harbor feelings for Ao Tian, a profound affection. Indeed, Bai Dong mused silently, a gentle laugh escaping her lips. Ao Tian is exceptional. It is entirely natural for you to like him. Does he know? Guyuna replied, he is aware, yet he has consistently refused to accept me. I believe it is because of you that he has turned me away. Bai Dong's expression grew frosty as she fixed her gaze on Guyuna, questioning, are you attempting to persuade me to relinquish Ao Tian? If that is your intent, then there is no need for further discussion. Guyuna shook her head, asserting no. I do not wish for you to leave Ao Tian. Bai Dong frowned, asking, then what is the purpose of your words? Guyuna explained, I cherish Ao Tian and do not mind him having other women. My honesty today is an appeal for your acceptance, to allow me to be another woman in Ao Tian's life. Bai Dong was taken aback, her surprise lingering before she asked incredulously, with your status and pride, how could you be willing to share a husband with another woman? Guyuna responded, in our realm of spirit beasts, life is not as convoluted as yours. It is quite normal for a powerful man to have multiple wives. Moreover, he is exceptionally outstanding. It would be difficult for any woman to overlook his charm. Bai Dong cast a glance at Xiao Wu, who was playfully toying with the lotus flowers by the shore, remarking, so, you're not the only one who fancies him? There's also her. Guyuna nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed, Xiao Wu also harbors feelings for him. So, will you accept me? And her? Bai Dong scoffed, asserting, I have known Ao Tian for over 20 years. He belongs to me, and I shall never share him with another woman. With that, she turned away from Guyuna and strode out of the pavilion. What if he likes me too? If you love him so dearly, do you not consider his feelings? Guyuna called after her. Bai Dong paused momentarily, but remained silent as she continued to walk away, leaving the place. Xiao Wu stood up, looking dazed as she approached Guyuna and asked Sister Narer, have you had a quarrel? Guyuna nodded, letting out a sigh. Xiao Wu urged, did I not tell you to get along with her? You have only just met. Why quarrel so soon? I couldn't help it, Guyuna replied. Xiao was at a loss for words. She tugged Guyuna back, saying, let us return quickly. It would be troublesome if she complains to Ao Tian. Chapter 72. Completely belonging to him, you know. I truly do not know how to advise you, Xiao Wu remarked as they hurried back. You still carry your queenly burdens. Understand that, Bai Dong. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall shares a similar status with you, she is equally proud. Consider, if a woman suddenly wished to share your man, would you be willing? Guyuna pondered for a moment and replied, if that woman is exceptional enough, and if Ao Tian also likes her, then I would be willing. Xiao Wu interjected, she is not like you. From what I know, humans are inherently selfish, desiring their men to be devoted solely to them. Especially a queen, she would certainly wish for Ao Tian's exclusive affection. What should we do now? Guyuna inquired. Xiao Wu responded, I am uncertain. Initially, I intended for you and Bai Dong to cultivate a better relationship, ideally becoming close friends, which would increase the likelihood of success when discussing such matters. But you were so direct, expressing your desire to share her man on the very first day of your acquaintance. It is unsurprising that she would refuse. In that moment, Xiao Wu transformed into a relationship expert, articulately analyzing Gu Yuna's misstep. As they hurriedly followed, Bai Dong had just entered the living room, and they followed closely behind. Tian, reclining in a chair, opened his eyes and noticed Bai Dong's unusual demeanor. Xiao Wu appeared somewhat anxious, while Gu Yuna looked bewildered. What is the matter? Surely you did not truly come to blows? Tian inquired, rising to his feet. Bibi Nong smiled brightly, shaking her head. No, how can we fight? Tian regarded her with suspicion, questioning, really? Indeed, Bibi Dong affirmed. Tian then turned to Xiao Wu, asking, Xiao Wu, you are usually the most obedient. Please confirm. Xiao Wu promptly replied, absolutely. We did not fight at all. Our interaction was quite pleasant. Tian scanned the faces of the three women, his suspicions aroused, certain that something had transpired that he was unaware of. I shall inquire about this later, perhaps when we retire for the night. If she remains silent, I may need to resort to more persuasive measures. Tian contemplated. He summoned a maid, inquiring, have the guest rooms been prepared? Mr. They are ready, she replied. Good. Please escort the guests to their quarters, he instructed. Of course. The maid politely responded. Ladies, please follow me. Gu Yuna glanced at Tian and Bai Dong before following the maid with Xiao Wu. I should check in on them. After all, I am a host, Tian stated. Very well, go ahead. I shall return to my room and await your return, Bai Dong replied. Zhao Qion stipid ochisai. He caught up with Gu Yuna and Xiao Wu. The guest rooms were not far from where Bai Dong was staying, and the maid had already tidied the rooms, adorning them with fresh linens. Tian dismissed the maid, asking, did anything truly happen just now? Xiao Wu shook her head, and Gu Yuna followed suit, affirming, nothing at all. Indeed, Xiao Wu reiterated. She feared that if Tian learned that Gu Yuna had requested to share a man on her very first day, he might be deeply disappointed in her. Nothing happened. Gu Yuna fully deferred to Xiao Wu's lead. Very well, Tian said. Rest early. Tomorrow I will take you both to explore other attractions. There are many delightful and delicious places in Spirit City. I'm looking forward to it, Xiao Wu replied. With that, Tian exited their room and made his way back. He resolved to uncover the truth of what had transpired. If Xiao Wu and Gu Yuna were concealing something, surely Bai Dong would not do the same. Upon returning to Bai Dong's chamber, he heard the sound of water splashing from the bathroom. She was bathing. The sound stirred a longing within Tian, igniting a fire in him. For many years, Bai Dong had remained untouched, and Tian sensed that tonight she intended to give herself to him. As anticipation swelled within him, Tian's heart began to race, and he felt an unusual nervousness. Despite having lived for many years and having endured countless battles in his youth, he had never experienced such a moment, making it impossible not to feel anxious. He had grown quite familiar with Bai Dong, and this night he would delve deeper into their relationship, solidifying their bond beyond measure. Bibi Dong took longer to wash than ever before. Over an hour passed before she finally emerged, her hair still damp. She wore a loose, soft robe that hinted at her exquisite form, her cheeks flushed and her eyes shimmering with a hint of allure. Though she had crossed the threshold of 40, her figure was voluptuous, akin to a perfectly ripe peach, succulent and inviting. The effects of the elixir provided by Tian had rendered her skin more delicate and firm than that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Devoid of any sign of aging, Bibi Dong now possessed the physique of a mature woman combined with the youthful visage and skin of a girl. A true embodiment of beauty that no man could resist. Tian's gaze was intense as he asked, Are you ready? Bibi Dong blushed and sat at the edge of the bed. She playfully swatted Tian's hand away, saying, You should wash first. Qiang shukled. You know my body is not dirty at all. Bibi Dong pouted her shimmering red lips, replying, I don't care. If you don't wash, don't even think about it. All right. With a flash, Tian transformed into a streak of light and dashed into the bathroom. The misty bathroom still lingered with Bibi Dong's intoxicating scent, acting as an aphrodisiac that ignited Tian's desires, burning fiercely within him. The dragon lineage possessed desires and cravings unmatched by any other creature. Otherwise, how could there be so many beings with dragon blood? Instances like that of the dragon god, who absorbed dragon blood by chance, were exceedingly rare. Most creatures with dragon lineage were hybrids of dragons and other species. At Tian's level of power, he could easily suppress his desires, not allowing them to dictate his actions. However, when those desires no longer required restraint, they could erupt uncontrollably like a flood. On the soft bed, Bibi Dong's heart raced with both anticipation and anxiety. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. During her travels with Tian, she had visited the city of slaughter, where she first encountered the complexities of intimate relations. That place was a realm of the fallen, where, apart from a few exceptionally powerful female spirit masters, most women were vulnerable to violation. Having loved Tian for so many years, she had eagerly awaited the day when his body would mature, longing to give herself entirely to him. The reason she chose to consummate their relationship today was also due to a sense of urgency brought on by Guyuna. This equally flawless woman instilled in Bibi Dong a profound sense of crisis. She feared that if she delayed any longer, Tian's first experience would be taken by another. Chapter 73. Bibi Dong's transformation. The memory of Guyuna's previous words filled Bibi Dong with conflicting emotions. If Tian truly liked that woman, should she acquiesce? Bibi Dong had no answers, but she was certain of one thing. She must be the first to claim Tian. The thought quickened her heartbeat, and her body gradually grew warm, her delicate skin beginning to emit a faint fragrance. Scenes began to materialize in her mind, her eyes becoming hazy as she prepared herself even before Tian emerged. In the bathroom, Tian stood, his physique not of the explosive type, but rather streamlined, providing a visually pleasing sight. The muscles, though not overly pronounced, contained the power to obliterate worlds. With a thought, the water in the tub lifted, swirling around him and slowly forming a water vortex. The vortex spun faster, cleansing his body without the need for his hands. Moments later, his body radiated a scorching aura, causing the surrounding water vortex to evaporate instantly. Eagerly, Tian stepped out, and a robe belonging to Bibi Dong flew toward him, enveloping him. He strode forward and immediately spotted the enchanting woman lying there. Tian lunged toward Bibi Dong, playfully pretending to devour her, but she held her hand against his chest. What is wrong? Aochion asked Puzzled. What further tricks could Bibi Dong have in mind at this point? Sitting up, she said, Aren't you curious about what transpired between Guyuna and me? What happened? Tian inquired, sitting up as well. She told me she likes you and asked me to share you with her, Bibi Dong replied, her gaze steady upon Tian. Tian was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Guyuna to be so forthright, openly expressing her thoughts to Bibi Dong. How long have we known each other? He pondered. Bibi Dong, observing his silence, asked, Don't you have anything to say to me? Well, I actually hope you two could become good friends, Tian admitted. So you want me to become friends with her first, and then you want me to accept her? Tian could only nod, unwilling to deceive Bibi Dong. I see. Bibi Dong concluded. You have indeed developed feelings for another woman. The fire within Tian gradually subsided as he responded. Her feelings for me are something I cannot control. However, I have made no promises to her, as I wish to respect your choice. Bibi Dong felt a stir of emotion and asked, What if I don't agree? Will you drive her away? Tian shook his head. No, for I have already promised to allow her to follow me. If you disagree, her presence by my side would lead to no fruitful outcome, and over time, her affections may fade. You fool, you underestimate a woman's resolve, Bibi Dong retorted. Aochion, resigned, replied, What else can I do? I have committed to assisting the Spirit Beast clan. I cannot simply avoid Guyuna forever. Bibi Dong's question drained Tian of enthusiasm, prompting him to stand. I'll go outside for some fresh air. Bibi Dong grasped his wrist, pulling him back, her fingers curling around him like claws, her voice laced with temptation. You think you can leave after coming to my bed? Tian gasped. In a room shared by Guyuna and Xiao Wu hugged a soft pillow, sound asleep. Guyuna quietly rose, sitting at the table for a long while, her face reflecting a struggle before it gradually firmed into determination. She took out paper and pen, beginning to write. Aochion, by the time you read this letter, I will have departed. You may have already learned from Bibi Dong about our conversation tonight. and I regret if it made her uncomfortable. Since she cannot accept me, my presence here has lost its meaning and would only result in discontent. Therefore, I choose to leave. I will return to the Star Dove Forest to cultivate diligently, so I will not let you down. Please take good care of Xiao Wu and show her a wonderful time in Wuhuan City. After finishing, Gu Yuna sighed deeply, glancing at the sleeping Xiao Wu before stealthily departing. Once outside, she looked toward Bibi Dong's residence, her ears perked as if catching a sound. After a brief pause, she made her way to the entrance of the Pope's Hall, her solitary figure gradually fading into the night. Uncertain how long had passed, Bibi Dong weakly said, "Let me rest for a moment." Tian tenderly embraced her, channeling life energy into her to alleviate her fatigue. Tian, I have come to a realization," Bibi Dong declared, her face flushed as if intoxicated. "What have you realized?" Yin, with a dazed expression, seemed lost in a certain reverie, casually inquiring, "What do you mean?" "I am willing to accept Gu Yuna and even that little dance," Bibi Dong replied. Yin instantly snapped back to reality, astonished as he turned to the fairy in his arms. "Could you repeat that?" Bibi Dong smiled, a hint of annoyance in her tone. "I said I am willing to accept Gu Yuna and Xiao Wu." Yin was taken aback. He anticipated that after a brief slumber, Bibi Dong would acquiesce to such a notion. Not only did she agree, but she also included Xiao Wu in the equation. His affection for Xiao Wu had always been indulgent. He could never quite discern whether his feelings for her were those of a protective brother or something deeper. He tightened his embrace around Bibi Dong, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead, glistening with fragrant sweat, and asked tenderly, "What prompted this sudden declaration?" "Because you cherish her, and you consider my feelings, I cannot bear to let you down. Moreover, they are both exceptional and deserving of you. And one more thing, you are extraordinarily powerful." Bibi Dong suddenly became shy. "What does strength have to do with me?" Yin asked, bewildered. Bibi Dong shot him a sharp glance and playfully shoved him. "I am quite fatigued. You should go find her." It dawned on Yin what Bibi Dong meant by strength, and a proud smile spread across his face. "Do you not like her?" Bibi Dong replied. "I do like her, but you, my dragon, are overwhelmingly strong. It is quite late. I shall convey this delightful news to her tomorrow. Rest for now, and if you wish, do you think I'm also a dragon?" Bibi Dong shot him an exasperated look. Yin chuckled. "Do you feel your strength has returned significantly?" Bibi Dong took a moment to assess her condition. Her previously feeble body had indeed regained considerable vitality. "Then let me rest for a while longer," she murmured. Just then, the sleeping Xiao Wu rolled over, clutching her pillow, and with a thud, landed on the floor. Chapter 74. Gu Yuna's Fulfillment Ouch. Xiao Wu cried out, holding her forehead as she stood up. The impact had jolted her awake, erasing her sleepiness as she realized she had tumbled to the ground. "Where's Sister Na?" she wondered. "If she had been here to block me, I wouldn't have fallen." Scanning the room for Gu Yuna's presence, she found none. "What's this?" She suddenly noticed a piece of paper on the table, hurriedly approached, and began to read. After finishing, her face was filled with astonishment. "I must inform Yin immediately," she exclaimed, clutching the note as she rushed toward Bibidong's quarters. During an evening stroll post-dinner, she recalled the way to Bibidong's residence. The guest room and Bibidong's quarters were within the same palace, guarded only outside, leaving the interior unmonitored. Xiao Wu encountered no obstructions and arrived at Bibidong's door. The maid in the side room had not slept well that night, having been tormented by the Pope's alluring voice for hours. Now, even though the sounds from the Pope's chamber had ceased for over 10 minutes, she remained flushed, weak, and slightly disheveled. Suddenly, she caught sight of Xiao Wu's hurried silhouette outside the window. Alarmed, she attempted to rush out to stop her but stumbled as she stood, her legs giving way beneath her. Xiao Wu's anxious voice rang out, Yin, it's bad news. Sister Na has left in the night, and I fear for her safety." She knocked twice on Bibidong's door, then pushed it open with force, finding it unlocked. Yin, swift as the wind, grabbed the blanket to cover himself and Bibi Dong's bodies. But in that fleeting moment, Xiao Wu had already witnessed the scene. Xiao Wu stood frozen, her cheeks flushing crimson, before turning and bolting away. Having seen such encounters among spirit beasts, witnessing a human male's body was a first for her. Her heart raced, her face burned, and her mind filled with images of Yin's muscular form, causing her legs to weaken as she leaned against a corridor pillar for support. Yin, with a swift motion, closed the door. Bibi Dong glared at him, her hands spinning around his waist multiple times in frustration. Tian chuckled, bemused. He had indeed heard Xiao Wu's hurried footsteps, but hadn't anticipated her urgency to open the door, nor that it was left unlocked, resulting in the earlier commotion. Bibidong nudged Tian. Xiao Wu just said Guyuna's left. You should go find out what happened. Tian slid out of bed, a thought summoning a garment to drape over him. Outside the door, the maid stood anxiously beside Xiao Wu, awaiting what would unfold. As Tian emerged, he casually shut the door behind him. Mr. Tian, I am so sorry. The maid knelt suddenly. Tian waved dismissively. It is not your fault. You may leave. The maid gratefully retreated. What transpired? Tian inquired, turning to Xiao Wu. Her cheeks were flushed, adorably so, as she dared not meet his gaze and handed him the note left by Guyuna. You should read it. Tian accepted the note, scanning it quickly, a pang of discomfort settling in his heart. Guyuna's injuries had not fully healed, and her beauty was striking. He worried about her encountering unsavory characters. Do not fret. An ordinary Title Douluos cannot harm her, Tian reassured. Extending his spiritual sense, he swiftly located Guyuna racing through the night. The distance from Wuhuan City to the Stardo Forest was not far. A horse could cover it in a day, and in just a few hours. Guyuna had traversed half the distance, likely reaching the forest by dawn. Guyuna galloped across the dark earth, the feeling of freedom gradually alleviating her sorrow. Had it not been for her reservations, she would have transformed into her silver dragon form and soared through the skies. Suddenly, she halted, as Tian's voice echoed in her mind. Why did you leave without informing me? A wave of grievances flooded Guyuna's heart as she replied. Staying there would only upset Bibidong. But she is not unhappy, and did you not express your desire to be my woman? She just consented. Really? Guyuna's eyes sparkled, shimmering with purple light in the darkness. In the next moment, Tian's figure appeared beside her, whispering in her ear, Why would I deceive you? Wonderful. Guyuna beamed, throwing herself onto Tian, clinging to him. Suddenly, she sniffed the air, her delicate nose twitching, and questioned, Why do you carry such a strong scent of Bibidong? Did you? Tian chuckled ruefully. His body bore the unmistakable aroma of Bibidong's sweat. How could it not be potent? Let me take you back, he offered. Back to Wuhuan City? Guyuna queried. Yes. Guyuna shook her head. Perhaps it's best to refrain. Having fled in the night, I would feel too embarrassed to return. Are you worried Bibidong will mock you? Even if she does not, I am still too embarrassed to return with you. It is better I return to the Stardo Forest. If I miss you, I shall come out again. With newfound courage. She leaned in and kissed Tian on the cheek. This time, Tian did not shy away. Guyuna's cheeks flushed, a shy smile gracing her face as she savored the exhilarating sensation of her first kiss. At first, she merely idolized Tian. But after he assisted her in healing and promised to aid the soul beasts, she contemplated dedicating herself to him in gratitude. After 5 years of companionship, she truly found herself enamored with this man. Very well. I shall escort you back to the Stardo Forest, Tian declared, wrapping his arm around Guyuna's slender waist. With a grand shift, they materialized beside the Lake of Life at the core of the Stardo Forest. All right, you should return now. Remember to take good care of Xiao Wu, Guyuna gently urged, giving Tian a slight push. Tian then produced a palm-sized golden scale and placed it in her hand. This is the reverse scale I shed during my transformation. If you wish to contact me in the future, simply infuse it with your spiritual energy, and I shall sense your thoughts, no matter where you are. Understood. Guyuna replied sweetly, cherishing this reverse scale as a token of Tian's affection. He had undergone 9 transformations in total, resulting in 9 such scales, one of which Dong also possessed. This reverse scale has been refined by me and possesses numerous capabilities. It can slice through all that exists when attacking, and is impervious to all forms of defense. Its shape can be altered at will. Simply drop a drop of your blood to refine it for use. Guyuna extracted a drop of her essence blood, which absorbed into the golden scale. Almost immediately, the energy within her surged forth, initiating the refining process. Before long, the golden scale transformed into a radiant stream, melding seamlessly into her body. Moments later, an imposing golden battle armor emerged upon her form, transforming her into a goddess of war. A flash of golden light coalesced into a magnificent golden spear in her hand, its tip trembling slightly. causing the surrounding void to fracture into countless minuscule cracks. Splendid. This seems even more formidable than a super divine weapon. With it, my power will increase significantly. Guyuna exclaimed with delight. After reclaiming the reverse scale, she leaped into Haotian's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. Her lips poised to kiss his cheek. Haotian turned to face her, their eyes locking in an electrifying moment. Guyuna's eyes widened in surprise, her long eyelashes fluttering. A wave of unprecedented feelings surged within Guyuna, igniting a warmth that coursed through her veins as if something within her had awakened. Her heart raced, a rhythm so intense that Haotian could clearly hear it. Suddenly flustered, Guyuna detached herself from Haotian, standing awkwardly as she fidgeted with her clothing, resembling a lost little girl. Haotian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the formidable Silver Dragon King would exhibit such bashfulness. I must take my leave now. If you miss me, just contact me, and I shall return to fetch you, Haotian stated. He cast a glance into the distance, causing several hidden heads to retract in alarm. Guyuna responded with a soft and after a moment, when she raised her head, Haotian had vanished. A cacophony of hurried footsteps approached as a group emerged from the shadowy corners. Guyuna, her cheeks still flushed, gazed in astonishment at the approaching Emperor Tian and his companions. During her recent reverie with Haotian, she had failed to notice them lurking nearby. Emperor Tian stood before Guyuna, solemnly proclaiming, "Congratulations, Master, on winning the affection of Senior Haotian." Bai Ji and the others echoed in unison, "Congratulations, Master, on winning the affection of Senior Haotian," their faces alight with joy. The memory of her intimate moment with Haotian being witnessed by this youthful entourage left Guyuna feeling utterly embarrassed. "Have you all become excessively mischievous?" Guyuna scolded playfully, summoning a golden whip that cracked through the air, splitting the void and shaking the earth as a chasm spread beneath her feet. Emperor Tian and his companions froze, terror-stricken. "Master, we shall return to cultivate immediately." With that, they fled as if escaping a calamity. Guyuna stared blankly at the fissure below, feeling the chaotic energy of the frightened soul beasts within the Star Doe forest. A sense of regret washed over her. This chasm would require her considerable time to mend. Within the Pope's palace, outside Bai Dong's chamber, Xiao Wu anxiously awaited. Her emotions had settled somewhat, yet Haotian's robust figure occasionally flickered her mind. Each time she recalled him, her cheeks flushed, and she stomped her foot in frustration, muttering, "What a rascal! A truly wicked man. Sister Nar has departed, yet he remains here, indulging in his carefree ways." "Is it you, Xiao Wu, outside?" Bibi Dong's voice suddenly emerged. Xiao Wu hesitated before responding, "Yes, Sister Dong. Come in. I have something to discuss with you." Bai Dong beckoned gently, although Bibi Dong's tone was soft. Xiao Wu harbored some resentment towards her, believing that Nar had left unhappily because of Bai Dong. After all, Nar was her closest companion, while her acquaintance with Bai Dong was less than a day old. If forced to choose, she would undoubtedly side with Guyuna. As she pondered what Bai Dong might say, Xiao Wu pushed the door open and entered. By the large bed, Bai Dong had propped herself up, her loose nightgown accentuating her striking form. Below, her long, porcelain-like legs gleamed alluringly in the light. As a fellow woman, Xiao Wu found herself captivated by the scene. She swallowed hard, taking cautious steps closer to Bai Dong. "Come here," Bai Dong called, gesturing for Xiao Wu to approach. The closer Xiao Wu drew, the more apprehensive she became, uncertain of Bai Dong's intentions. A peculiar scent lingered in the air, evoking thoughts of mortifying scenarios. "Come over here, dear sister." Bai Dong patted the space beside her. Xiao Wu sat at the edge of the bed but maintained a distance from Bai Dong. "Why sit so far away?" "Come closer," Bai Dong urged softly. Xiao Wu's expression shifted to one of confusion as she touched the bedspread beneath her, bringing her hand to her nose to sniff. Bai Dong's keen eyes caught sight of the noticeably discolored bedspread beneath Xiao Wu, causing her cheeks to flush. She drew Xiao Wu closer, seating her beside herself. As Xiao Wu settled next to Bai Dong, she noticed a white handkerchief adorned with a blood-red plum blossom resting on the bedside. Her gaze sharpened, and she was taken aback to discover that the blossom was stained with blood. "Sister Dong, are you hurt?" Xiao Wu inquired, reasoning that Haotian, being so powerful, could not have sustained injuries, thus concluding it had to be Bai Dong who was wounded. "Thina," Bibi Dong replied. her demeanor slightly awkward as she grasped Xiao Wu's hand. Sister wishes to ask you, do you have feelings for Haotian? Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the intent behind Bai Dong's question. Did she wish to drive her away from Haotian? Conflicted, Xiao Wu struggled to respond. To deny her feelings would be a lie, yet admitting them might provoke Bai Dong to push her away. Do not fret, Bai Dong reassured. If you truly care for Haotian, I would be willing to allow you to become his woman. Would you like to become his woman? Xiao Wu's heart surged with immense surprise, yet she found herself too shy to voice her feelings. Bai Dong tenderly stroked Xiao Wu's soft hair, saying, Sister understands. Xiao Wu lowered her head, her chin nearly resting on her chest. The reason why Dong accepted Xiao Wu was that she had discovered today how doting Tian was toward Xiao Wu. Additionally, Guyuna had mentioned that both she and Xiao Wu had affections for Tian. Since she had already accepted Guyuna, adding another, Xiao Wu, seemed inconsequential. Xiao Wu's innocent and unblemished demeanor reminded Dong of her own youthful days. Thus she developed a fondness for her. Dear Sister Dong, you're truly kind. Not harboring any prejudice against me because of my spirit beast identity, Xiao Wu expressed gratefully. Silly girl, how could I ever hold prejudice against you? From now on, you shall be my little sister, Dong replied, embracing Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu responded softly, then couldn't he resist asking curiously, Sister Donger, were you just with Tian in that manner? You, at such a tender age, surprisingly seem to know quite a lot, Dong chuckled, playfully tapping Xiao Wu's nose. I'm not that young. Although my human age is only 12, I have lived many years, Xiao Wu asserted. Dong remarked, your human age is still young. Wait a few more years before engaging in such matters. Xiao Wu replied, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, she recalled something and asked, what about Sister Naur? Naturally. She will also be with us, Dong replied with a smile. How wonderful. Xiao Wu felt as though she were about to be overwhelmed by happiness. What are you two discussing? Tian entered with a smile. Nothing. Xiao Wu immediately stood up, her heart racing uncontrollably. Just moments ago, Dong had mentioned letting Tian accept her, and now that he had returned, how could she not feel nervous? Stealing a glance at Tian, she said, then I shall return to my room and not disturb you. With that, she rushed towards the door. Nader has safely returned to the Stardow Forest. Tian called after her. I know, Xiao Wu replied without looking back. Tian approached the door, shut it, locked it, and returned to Dong's side, asking, what were you discussing with her just now? I told her that she can be your woman in the future. My heavens! Tian touched Dong's forehead, exclaiming, she is only 12, and you are telling her such things. She is still somewhat naive about feelings. What if she encounters someone she likes more in the future? Dong rolled her eyes at Tian and said, do you think she would look at other men while being by your side? Besides, would you want her to fall for another man? Tian suddenly felt a bit awkward, pondering within himself, and realized he indeed did not want Xiao Wu to develop feelings for another man. When he had first met Xiao Wu, he would not have had such thoughts. However, now his feelings had undeniably changed. Look at you. Men are indeed all the same, feasting on what is in front of them while eyeing what is in the pot. Dong chided. Isn't that because you have given your consent? Tian said, unabashed, as his hands began to wander. Dong let out a delicate huff, swatting Tian's hands away, stating, we haven't finished the important matters yet. You're well rested. What more could there be? Tian inquired. Dong shot him a sidelong glance and asked, what about Guyuna? Aren't you going to share her situation with me? Tian handed Dong the letter left by Guyuna, saying, you can read it for yourself. I caught up with her earlier, but she is too shy to return here for now. I took her back to the Stardow Forest. After reading the letter, Dong smiled and asked, did nothing happen between you two? Given the short time, what could happen? Tian took back the letter and urged, it's getting late. We ought to get back to serious matters. Wait, I have something important to tell you, Dong interjected. What is it? Guyuna and Xiao Wu represent the Silver Dragon King and 100,000-year Spirit Beast, respectively. Given the conflicting nature of humans and spirit beasts, they surely won't remain indifferent when we hunt spirit beasts in the future, right? Dong expressed her concern. There's no need to worry. As long as we avoid killing 100,000-year spirit beasts, it's fine. We can hunt lower-level spirit beasts without any consequence. Within a century, I will resolve the conflict between humans and spirit beasts, Tian reassured her. How do you plan to resolve it? BB Dong asked, intrigued. It's hard to say at the moment. We shall see in the future, Tian replied. Then we can't kill 100,000-year spirit beasts. I still have several spirit rings left to absorb for my second martial spirit. What should I do? Tian said, this is not an issue. Did you not absorb the divine spirit ring granted by the Rakshasa god? How does that relate to the divine spirit ring? BB Dong inquired. Tian smiled and explained. What they call divine spirit rings are merely those condensed from divine power. If you wish, I can also condense one for you. Really? BB Dong's eyes brightened. Why would I lie to you? Enough talk. Let's get back to serious matters. But I want to absorb the spirit ring now, BB Dong protested. Don't absorb spirit rings at this hour. I will help you absorb something even better. What could be better? Go away. BB Dong playfully punched Tian's chest. After a moment, she gasped, perhaps it's best to wait. Dawn is just 2 hours away, and I have a meeting with the elders and bishops in the morning. From now on, let meetings be scheduled at different times. The monarch shall not hold morning court. It was only when dawn broke that BB Dong finally fell into a deep slumber. Although Tian could alleviate her physical fatigue, it was not so easy to dispel mental strain. Even a Title Douluos would find it difficult to endure prolonged mental tension. However, in the end, Tian helped her absorb a highly nourishing substance, ensuring that when she awoke, she would feel revitalized, with a significant boost in her spiritual power. Stepping outside, Tian welcomed the morning sun, stretching his limbs vigorously, the sound of cracking bones echoing like thunder, yet it was contained within his body. Despite having been active all night, he felt invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that his cultivation had further advanced, likely due to his transformation into a true man, which had influenced his state of mind and, consequently, his realm. At his level of cultivation, absorbing the spirit energy from the world was no longer the primary method of training. Rather, it had become about comprehending the laws of the universe. As long as his realm continued to elevate, absorbing spirit energy would pose no difficulty for him. The realm is akin to the capacity of a reservoir, with the water within representing the energy of the cultivator. What Tian now needed to do was to expand the reservoir's capacity, as the increase of water within it was not an immediate concern. One day, when the reservoir's capacity was sufficient, he could venture to the divine realm and absorb abundantly. This was also the reason he was not in a hurry to leave Douluos continent. Mr. A maid who had been napping nearby suddenly noticed Tian at the door and hurried over. Mr. The kitchen has already prepared breakfast. The maid, sporting dark circles under her eyes, wore a weary expression on her delicate face. Tian was taken aback, quickly realizing that the commotion from last night had disturbed this young maid's sleep. He had been so focused that he had forgotten she was right next door. Gently patting her shoulder, he infused a touch of energy into her, instantly banishing her fatigue and filling her with vitality. The Pope is still resting. You should wait at the door and attend to her when she awakens for a bath and changing, he instructed. The maid's face immediately flushed crimson as she stammered, all right. Tian offered her a gentle smile before departing. Until his figure faded from view, the young maid stood there, her cheeks still flushed, replaying Tian's warm smile in her mind, as if she could still feel the warmth of his hand on her shoulder. Tian entered Xiao Wu's room, where the young girl was still soundly asleep. To prevent herself from rolling out of bed again, she had switched to the other side upon returning. She lay on her side, facing away, her arms wrapped around a soft blanket, her long legs tucked beneath it. With her legs bent, her slender waist accentuated the roundness of her yet modestly developed hips. Tian smiled, sat at the edge of the bed, and playfully delivered a firm pat. With a loud smack, Xiao Wu sprang up, letting out a squeal as she nearly hit the ceiling, showcasing the impressive agility of a rabbit. She quickly regained her composure. Her face flushed and shrieked as she lunged at Tian, exclaiming, Tian, you hit me again. Frustrated, she lamented that he always chose to spank her when she was asleep, making it impossible for her to enjoy a leisurely morning, and this was not the first occurrence. As Xiao Wu charged at him with flailing arms, Tian suddenly produced a carrot from thin air. Xiao Wu abruptly halted, swallowing hard, her expression conflicted. Moments later, she declared resolutely, I will not be tempted by you again. I would rather die than submit. With that, She lunged at Tian once more, aiming to bite him. Aware that she could not overpower him, she resorted to this method to vent her frustration. Tian remarked, "I have instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite carrot breakfast. If you do not hurry to wash up, it will get cold." Xiao Wu bit her lip in frustration, covering her mouth and glaring at Tian. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Before he could respond, she dashed into the adjoining washroom. Chapter 77. Qianrichua's subtle thoughts. Tian spent a few days exploring the spirit city with Xiao Wu. During this time, Bibi Dong had shifted the meeting times to the afternoon, causing her to rise late each day. Her already stunning beauty was further enhanced by a rosy glow, exuding an irresistible charm with every smile and gesture. For the past few nights, Tian found himself ensnared in a gentle embrace, reluctant to escape. Fortunate that as a dragon, his robust constitution allowed him to rejuvenate endlessly. One morning, in the royal palace of Tiando, Crown Prince Xue Qinghe had just returned from the imperial study of the Snow Knight Emperor. After the morning court session, he had attended a lesson on state governance from the emperor. Upon returning to his quarters, he immediately instructed all guards and maidservants that he wished to meditate in solitude for the day, wishing to see no one. The prince appeared to be in his 20s, tall and handsome, standing at nearly 6 feet, with a perpetual gentle smile and a refined demeanor that easily endeared him to others. Once in his chamber, the prince's smile faded as he hurriedly sat before the vanity. He lifted a thin, soft mask from his face, revealing a completely different person in the mirror. This was a woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, with porcelain skin, a notably high nose, and delicate phoenix-like eyes that bore a hint of regal authority within her breathtaking beauty. Such an exquisite woman could easily rival any man in stature and presence. This woman was Qianrichua, executing a secret mission for the Spirit Hall, masquerading as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, and soon to ascend to the throne as the rightful empress of the Tiando Empire after orchestrating the natural demise of the Snow Knight Emperor, thus fulfilling her plan of usurpation. After removing the mask, she swiftly stood, loosening her belt, letting the luxurious attire of the prince fall to the floor. A radiant golden glow enveloped her, and as it subsided, her formerly slender figure transformed into a voluptuous form, her hair turning golden. She stood taller than Bibi Dong and Gu Yuna, reaching an impressive height of nearly 6 feet. While some areas of her physique lacked the fullness of Bibi Dong's maturity due to her age, she still commanded attention among her peers. Her tall frame accentuated her alluring legs, and every proportion of her body seemed to embody perfection, as if crafted by the hands of an artist. She gazed at her reflection, a mix of satisfaction, pride, and shyness in her eyes. He should be arriving soon, she thought with a flutter of anticipation. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she felt an almost palpable gaze upon her, causing her to tense up, her heartbeat quickening, her porcelain skin gradually flushing pink. However, after standing there for several minutes, the one she awaited did not appear. Disappointment washed over her, and she sighed, berating herself. Qianrichu, how can you entertain such shameless thoughts? He is your sister's man, your brother-in-law. Yes, he is my brother-in-law. With a self-deprecating smile, she retrieved her female attire and began dressing. Moments later, she donned a golden palace gown that perfectly accentuated her elongated figure, exuding an air of elegance and antiquity. Her golden hair cascaded down her back, radiating an inherent nobility. In this guise, her demeanor rivaled even that of Bibi Dong in poise. Once transformed, she seated herself upon a stool, patiently awaiting the arrival of the man. In the spirit city, Tian had just finished breakfast with Bibi Dong, Xiao Wu, and Hulaina. Bibi Dong remarked, Tian, Xue heir should be done now. Go fetch her. Of course, Tian replied, rising and vanishing into thin air, heading toward Tiando City. Who's Xue heir? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. Your braid is a bit messy. Come here, and I will fix it for you. Bibi Dong said affectionately. Xiao Wu fetched a stool and obediently sat before Bibi Dong. You should call her sister Xue heir. She is the daughter of the former pope of the Spirit Hall, currently on a mission. Every year on her birthday, Tian goes to bring her back. Understand. Today is Sister Xue heir's birthday, Xiao Wu replied. Sister Dong heir, you are so kind. You are the second person to braid my hair. And who was the first? Bibi Dong asked. My mother, Xiao Wu answered. Within the Tiando Palace, Tian's figure materialized behind Qian Rinxue. Little Shui Air, I have come to take you back. Qian Rinxue's body trembled slightly, her face lighting up with surprise, though she quickly suppressed her excitement. Turning to him, she managed a gentle smile. Why are you a bit late today? Tian chuckled. I was having breakfast with Dong Er. Did I keep you waiting? The realization that he had been with her for breakfast caused a flicker of disappointment in Qian Rinxue's heart. I didn't wait long, she replied hastily. Oh, Qian nodded, his gaze appraising her, and he couldn't help but exclaim, our little Shui Air grows more beautiful by the day. I wonder which fortunate man will get to marry such a charming bride. Qian Rinxue pouted, I won't marry anyone, though she silently added in her heart, how can you not marry? If you have someone you like, you can tell me, and no matter how difficult, I will help you win him over. Tian said with a smile. Really? Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Indeed, when has my dear brother Haotian ever deceived you? Well, let me first find someone I truly cherish before we discuss further. Qian Rinxue beamed with a smile, affectionately linking her arm with Haotian's, and said, Brother Haotian, let us be on our way. Memories of the time she first met Haotian flooded her mind, a period when she was merely 9 years old, marked by the tragic demise of her father at the hands of her mother, who subsequently took her own life. That was the darkest chapter of her existence. It was then that Haotian and Bibi Dong emerged, caring for and comforting her, guiding her out of the shadows. After spending several years with Haotian, her initial admiration blossomed into the innocent affection of a young girl. Later, as she embarked on a mission in the Tian Empire, her time with Haotian diminished. Yet her feelings deepened like fine wine, becoming richer with time. Her longing transformed into a bittersweet ailment, with the few moments spent with Haotian throughout the year being her most joyous times. However, this man was destined for her sister Donger, and thus, she resolved to bury her love deep within her heart. Perhaps solitude was her destined path. When Haotian appeared before Bibi Dong and her companions alongside Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong joyfully rose to her feet. Swear, you have returned. Qian Rinxue smiled and replied, Sister Donger, I have come back. She warmly embraced Bibi Dong, and her gaze fell upon the lively girl beside her. Sister Dong, who is this? Standing a short distance away, she recognized Hu Laina, a disciple of Bibi Dong from years past. Yet the girl before her, appearing to be around 11 or 12, was unfamiliar. This is Xiao Wu, Haotian's little sister whom he met outside, Bibi Dong explained. Given that Xiao Wu was still quite young, Bibi Dong refrained from mentioning her as Haotian's partner, fearing how Qian Rinxue and Hu Laina might react. Hello, Zista Xue, Xiao Wu greeted sweetly. What a delightful little sister, Qian Rinxue thought, instantly taking a liking to Xiao Wu and pulling her closer. Haotian watched this scene with a smile and said, Now that everyone is gathered, let us set off. Wait a moment, I must change into casual attire, Bibi Dong replied, still clad in her regal papal robes, unsuitable for an outing. Soon, she emerged in a tasteful and elegant outfit, her slender waist accentuated, revealing a captivating allure. Sister Donger, your figure is becoming increasingly admirable, Qian Rinxue exclaimed in envy. Bibi Dong playfully patted her back and teased, You are not small anymore. You have the potential to surpass me. Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed as she pondered. Is this perhaps why Haotian is fond of Sister Dong? Among the girls present, Hu Laina ranked after Qian Rinxue, and Xiao Wu, merely 12 years old, seemed rather unremarkable in comparison. Xiao Wu gazed longingly at the three girls, filled with admiration, then glanced down at her own modest form, sighing inwardly, wishing for the day she could match Donger's stature, as it seemed Haotian preferred a more ample figure. Let us begin our day by visiting West Lake in the morning, baking a cake in the afternoon, and then I will take you all skyward, Haotian declared with a smile, leading the way. A woman and 3 girls followed him, creating an extraordinary spectacle. Even the valiant knights of the Spirit Hall could not resist the charm emanating from the group. Mature and voluptuous, tall and dignified, alluring and youthful, each of the 4 women possessed unique qualities that could fulfill every man's fantasy. The youthful knights blushed deeply, lowering their gazes in shame, while the older ones were equally overwhelmed by the beauty before them, too intimidated to look up, fearing they might display any disrespect towards the Pope. The knight captain, his expression grim, bellowed, Clear the path ahead. Haotian and the others climbed into the carriage, heading towards the western part of Spirit City, where a picturesque lake awaited. Perfect for boating. Qian Rinxue wrapped her arm around Xiao Wu's slender waist, pulling her onto her lap, and asked, "Xiao Wu, where do you come from?" Xiao Wu glanced at Bibi Dong, who gave a slight nod before she replied, "Sister Shuer, I live within the Stardow Forest." Within the Stardow Forest? Qian Ringsha paused, quickly realizing the implications, her astonishment evident. "You are a soul beast?" Xiao Wu blinked her large, expressive eyes and nodded twice. Hulaina, who had spent several days with Xiao Wu, was equally stunned, having not realized her companion was a soul beast. Bibi Dong interjected, "There is no need for surprise. 100,000-year soul beast that has transformed into human form is considered human. To me, she is simply a lovely little sister." Recalling Aotian's identity as a divine dragon, Qian Ringshu's shock gradually subsided. If she could accept Aotian, why should she harbor any prejudice against Xiao Wu? Moreover, Aotian seemed quite fond of Xiao Wu, and the thought made Qian Ringshu tighten her embrace around the girl. Since Xiao Wu was something Aotian cherished, she found herself unable to resent her. "It is my first time meeting such a beautiful soul beast," Qian Ringshu remarked with a smile. Xiao Wu shyly replied, "No, you are the beautiful one. All three of you sisters are more stunning than I." Bibi Dong and Qian Ringshu couldn't help but chuckle, while Hulaina's smile appeared somewhat forced. Her disposition was not as mature as Bibidong's or Qian Ringshu's, and she found it challenging to accept Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast. Naturally, Bibi Dong, Qian Ringshu, and Aotian noticed Hulaina's discomfort, but none chose to address it. Bringing it up would only cause Hulaina embarrassment. It was better for her to gradually accept Xiao Wu's identity through their interactions. The four spent several hours boating on Westlake before returning to the Pope's Palace at noon. Baking a cake was an essential part of Qian Ringshu's birthday celebration. Ever since Aotian had made her a cake on her first birthday, she had grown fond of this tradition. In the afternoon, within the kitchen of the Pope's Palace, Bibi Dong dismissed all servants, and the four began their culinary endeavor. After several hours of effort, a gigantic fruit cream cake was completed. Xiao Wu gazed at the unfamiliar creation, her mouth watering in anticipation, especially at the sight of her favorite carrots adorning the top, making it almost impossible for her to look away. In Qian Ringshu's room, led by Aotian, they sang a birthday song for her, filling her heart with emotion. "Make a wish," Aotian prompted. Qian Ringshu nodded, closing her eyes to make a wish. After a moment of hesitation, she wished, "I hope Brother Aotian and Sister Donger will always be together in love and harmony. I hope to remain by Brother Aotian's side forever. Even if I can only be a sister, I would be content." Having made her wish, she blew out the candles in one breath. What did Shuer wish for? Bibi Dong asked with a smile. Qian Ringshu shook her head playfully, saying, "If I tell you, it won't come true. Then let us not speak of it. Let us eat the cake." Bibi Dong laughed, taking the knife to slice the cake. She first cut 3 pieces, handing them to Qian Ringshu, Hulaina, and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's eyes widened at the cake placed before her, saliva pooling in her mouth, especially at the sight of the carrots she adored, making it nearly impossible for her to look away. Stealing a glance at Tian, she felt a brief struggle within her heart before lifting her cake and presenting it to him. Simultaneously, Qian Ringshu and Hulaina extended their own cakes towards Tian. "Mr. Tian should eat first," the 3 girls chimed in unison, their actions surprisingly synchronized. Bibi Dong pursed her lips, a hint of a smile gracing her features. The behavior of the 3 girls did not surprise her. The simultaneous offering of cakes was an unexpected situation for Qian Ringshu, Hulaina, and Xiao Wu, leading to a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Hulaina quickly explained, "Mr. Ao has put in the most effort in making the cakes, so he should eat first." Xiao Wu, feeling a bit shy, struggled to find justification. Qian Ringshu remained silent, seemingly unperturbed by the actions of Hulaina and Xiao Wu, quietly observing Tian. Tian found himself in a dilemma, unsure which cake to accept, as choosing one would inevitably embarrass the others. Just as he contemplated taking all 3, Bibi Dong playfully scolded, "There's still a large piece left. Let him have this one." With that, she placed the largest slice of cake before Tian. The 3 girls finally withdrew their cakes and began to eat in silence. Tian chuckled as he savored the cake Bibi Dong had given him. Watching them indulge, Bibi Dong wore a broad smile, though her hand stealthily reached beneath the table towards Tian's waist. Chapter 79. Ascending to the heavens, Tian had little excess flesh around his waist, making it difficult for Bibi Dong to grasp even a thin layer of skin, which she pinched and twisted with force. Bibi Dong had discerned Qian Rinchue's secret affection for Ao Tian years prior. However, Qian Rinchue had matured greatly, consciously concealing her feelings and rarely expressing them anymore. In contrast, Xiao Wu's intentions were more transparent, her gaze often filled with affection whenever she looked at Ao Tian. What surprised Bibi Dong was who Laina, her disciple, had previously regarded Ao Tian with mere respect, yet now she too appeared captivated by him. This was an unforeseen development for Bibi Dong, but upon reflection, it seemed inevitable, as Ao Tian's charm was undeniable. What girl does not harbor youthful infatuations? Being in the presence of an exceptional man inevitably stirs such thoughts. Bibi Dong felt a twinge of helplessness. She was unsure how to navigate this situation. Accepting a few more would seem too indulgent, particularly as they were her own disciples. While she cherished them dearly, this scenario was difficult for her to accept. However, today marked Qian Rinchue's birthday, making it inappropriate for her to voice any discontent. Xiao Wu, enjoying her sweet cake with a look of satisfaction, suddenly recalled something and asked, Ao Tian, you mentioned this morning that you would take us to the skies. Does that mean we will be flying? Remembering her last experience in Ao Tian's world, standing at an altitude of 10,000 meters, she felt a flutter of fear, the sensation of weak knees still vivid in her memory. If they were to fly that high again today, she was conflicted about whether to join. Ao Tian nodded, responding, yes, it is indeed flying. I assure you will witness sights unlike any you have encountered before. Xiao Wu shook her head vigorously. I think I'd rather not. I might get scared. Very well. Then you can stay here while I take these three, Ao Tian said teasingly. Xiao Wu grew more conflicted and, after a prolonged hesitation, finally declared, all right, I'll go too. Bibi Dong laughed. Xiao Wu, if you feel frightened, you can hold on to me tightly. Okay, zista dongya, xio vous replied. Hulaina was filled with anticipation. She had never flown before. Typically, only soul masters possessing flying martial souls could soar through the skies, and one had to reach the rank of Title Douluos to fly. To think she would have the chance to experience flight at the Soul King level. How would Mr. Ao take us flying? As she continued to eat her cake, she secretly observed Ao Tian, still unaware of his true strength and identity, assuming he was a Title Douluos. Her teacher and Mr. Ao were both Title Douluos, and since Sister Shue's angelic martial soul could also fly, she wondered if Mr. Ao would take her along as well. Hulaina contemplated, aware that Ao Tian was Bibi Dong's partner, and though her thoughts were inappropriate, she could not help but indulge them. She suspected she might have developed feelings for Mr. Ao, fully aware that such thoughts were forbidden, yet some matters were beyond her control. After finishing the cake, Ao Tian stood up and declared, let us go. I will show you the true visage of Douluos Star. Douluos Star? Isn't it Douluos Continent? Qian Rinchue inquired curiously, having never encountered the term Douluos Star before. Ao Tian shook his head and smiled. In truth, this world is spherical. Douluos Continent resides on a massive globe, which contains more than just this land. How can that be? Qian Rinchue, Hulaina, and Xiao Wu expressed disbelief towards Ao Tian's words. Yet Bibi Dong believed in him unconditionally. No matter how outlandish his statements were, she would accept them without question. Then please show us, she urged. With a thought, Ao Tian enveloped the four girls in a surge of powerful energy, and in an instant, they found themselves soaring at an altitude of 10,000 meters above Douluos Continent. Rapidly ascending higher, an invisible barrier surrounded them, providing protection from external scrutiny, regulating pressure, and ensuring a steady supply of oxygen. Bibi Dong quickly approached Xiao Wu, embracing her to alleviate her fears. Despite having experienced this before, Xiao Wu still felt trepidation. Suddenly, Hulaina let out a scream. Dashing to Ao Tian's side and clinging tightly to him, her face pale with fright. Xiao Wu, having been somewhat prepared from her prior experience, was better off. But Hulaina was encountering this exhilarating sensation for the first time. How could she not be afraid? Ao Tian felt a soft body wrap around his back, followed by the sound of Hulaina's scream. Qian Rinchue was not faring much better. Her complexion had paled as well, as this was her first time flying at such an altitude. Laina, come here to your teacher, Bibi Dong said as she approached, pulling Hulaina away from Ao Tian. With one arm around Xiao Wu and the other around Hulaina, She shot a glare at Ao Tian. Look what you've done. You frightened her. In truth, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of fear herself. Although Ao Tian had flown with her before, it had never been at such great heights. As Hulaina's teacher and the eldest sister, she could not afford to display any fear. Ao Chion felt helpless. He had merely intended to show the girls something wondrous, not anticipating their collective timidity. However, the discomfort was fleeting. Before long, the girls' fears began to dissipate. And although the height beneath them appeared daunting, the sensation of being grounded gradually reassured them. The continent shrank below their gaze. And soon they beheld the vast blue ocean encircling it. It's round. It truly is round. Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment, as the true form of Douluos star slowly emerged before their eyes. They flew further away from Douluos star, and in the glow of the setting sun, the circular shape of Douluos star materialized before them. By this time, they had ascended beyond the atmosphere of Douluos star, and thanks to the barrier Ao Tian had established, they felt no discomfort whatsoever. Ao Tian altered their course, circling Douluos star as Qian Rinshua and the others glimpsed other continents upon it. Ao Qian, are there soul beasts and humans on that continent? Qian Rinshua inquired, pointing at a newly revealed landmass. Indeed, that continent is quite similar to Douluos continent, Ao Tian remarked. So this is how the world truly is, Qian Rinshua murmured, feeling an unprecedented shock within her. The other three women, including Bibi Dong, shared in her astonishment. Suddenly, Qian Rinshua lifted her gaze towards the stars, which had grown significantly larger, exclaiming, Ao Tian, could it be that those stars are like Douluos star? With so many stars in the sky, how many soul masters and soul beasts must there be? Ao Tian shook his head, responding, not all stars are suitable for habitation. Planets like Douluos star are exceedingly rare. This revelation somewhat alleviated Qian Rinshua's shock. If every star were akin to Douluos star, it would indeed be madness. Ao Tian continued, the universe is boundless, nurturing countless star systems, each filled with an abundance of celestial bodies. In the future, I shall take you on a journey through the cosmos, exploring the universe. Qian Rinshua felt a surge of longing and anticipation. At that moment, she suddenly realized that conquering the Tian Empire might not be as significant as she once thought. Having witnessed the vastness of the ocean, would one still concern themselves with a small pond? After some contemplation, she resolved to complete her mission regarding the Tian Empire. For the efforts of many years should not go to waste. In the depths of the night, within Bibi Dong's chamber, she languidly lay upon Ao Tian's chest, inquiring, what do you intend to do regarding Schwerer and Hulaina? What do you mean by that? Ao Qion asked Ichi. Bibi Dong's fair and delicate face rested against his chest, her soft hair cascading over him, causing a tickling sensation. Upon hearing Ao Tian's words, she looked up at him, questioning, are you feigning ignorance? Ao Tian offered an awkward smile. Bibi Dong continued, years ago, I noticed that Schwerer had feelings for you. She was merely 15 or 16 then, and I thought her feelings would fade with time. However, upon careful observation today, her affection for you has not only persisted, but seems to have deepened, albeit she is intentionally concealing it, perhaps to avoid disrupting us. Ao Tian nodded in resignation. I have sensed it too, but what can I do? His formidable spiritual perception allowed him to discern even the subtlest expressions of Qian Rinshua. Bibi Dong pinched him playfully, saying, do you truly have no thoughts on this matter? Ao Tian awkwardly asked, are you suggesting I should consider marrying her? Bibi Dong sighed. Initially, I had no intentions of this sort, believing that Schwerer would eventually find someone she truly loves. However, having accepted your relationships with Gu Yuna and Xiao Wu, I cannot bear to see her in sorrow after caring for her for so long. Therefore, do you intend for me to serve as a consolation for her? What do you mean by consolation? That sounds rather harsh. Bibi Dong playfully kicked Ao Tian, insisting, I refuse to believe you harbor no feelings at all. It's unfair that you reap the benefits while feigning indifference. You simply do not realize that with every piece of you I share, my heart aches. Ao Tian embraced Bibi Dong tightly, saying, you silly girl, always selflessly thinking of me. Rest assured, regardless of how many pieces of me are shared, my love for you will only grow, never diminish. This is why I can entrust Schwerer to you. Bibi Dong replied, earlier, you mentioned Hulaina. Do you wish for me to take on your disciple as well? Ao Qion Kidiad. Not a chance. Bibi Dong shot him a look, stating, "It was only today that I realized Laina harbors feelings for you. How could it be appropriate for both of us to serve you? What then? We cannot simply confront her. She is quite shy and might act foolishly," Tian pondered. Bibi Dong sighed. "I've thought it through. Let her attend the Wuhuan Academy. That way, she will not encounter you. There are many excellent young individuals there, and she is bound to find someone who appeals to her." Tian was skeptical of Bibi Dong's plan, knowing the storyline. Laina would not be interested in those pursuing her. However, he refrained from discouraging her and agreed to the arrangement. The two fell into a comfortable silence before Tian suddenly asked, "Have you rested well?" Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, responding playfully, "Not you again. Have you not noticed the significant improvement in your physical condition these past few days?" Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "Then let us hurry. Dawn is approaching. And you still need to return Schwer to her home." Tian teased, "When you say hurry, do you mean in terms of time or something else? Go away." As dawn approached, Tian arrived at Qian Rinxue's room. The hall of the Pope was Qian Rinxue's abode. Whenever she returned, she would spend the night there, and Tian would escort her back to the Tiando city at daybreak. Upon entering, Tian found Qian Rinxue seated at her vanity, appearing somewhat fatigued, with faint dark circles under her eyes. "Have you not rested all night?" he inquired. Qian Rinxue stood, saying, "I've been experiencing some trouble sleeping lately, but it's nothing serious. It won't affect me much." Tian sighed, reaching out to gently stroke her golden hair, softly saying, "Silly girl, some matters do not require excessive contemplation." Recently, Tian's cultivation had progressed, and his height had returned to 180 centimeters. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to reach the top of Qian Rinxue's head. Sensing his touch, Qian Rinxue instinctively recoiled. Could he have discerned my feelings? Is this a rejection? She thought sadly. Tian smiled helplessly, realizing that she had indeed matured, burying her feelings deep within herself. "Let me escort you back to the Tiando royal family," he suggested. "All right," she replied. Tian grasped Qian Rinxue's soft hand and teleported to the prince's chamber within the Tiando palace. Qian Rinxue forcefully withdrew her hand, gazing at the man she secretly admired. Hesitating to speak, "Is there something you wish to say?" Tian asked. Gathering her courage, Qian Rinxue softened her gaze and said, Tian, thank you for celebrating my birthday." Ultimately, she managed to restrain herself. After all, this man was her brother-in-law. How could she express such sentiments openly? "Silly girl, why thank me? I even prepared a birthday gift for you," Tian said, producing a palm-sized golden scale. Gold was Qian Rinxue's favorite color. She admired the scale, which was intricately carved with exquisite patterns, the character for snow elegantly etched in its center, bringing her immense joy. She accepted the scale, unable to put it down. Tian explained its purpose, further delighting Qian Rinxue, particularly its defensive capabilities, which, when activated by her current soul power, could withstand any attack below the divine level. The stronger she became, the more formidable the scale's defense would be. Tian exhaled deeply. This would serve as a token of affection for Qian Rinxue. Touched, she stepped forward and quickly pressed her lips against Tian's cheek. Her face flushed crimson as she hastily explained, "Do not misunderstand. Since you said I should not say thank you, this is the only way I can express my gratitude." Tian chuckled, touching the spot where she had kissed him. "If you wish to thank me, then feel free to kiss me a few more times." "You wish?" Qian Rinxue rolled her eyes at him. Tian sighed, "Alas. If you do not kiss me now, there may not be another opportunity. Your sister Dong mentioned wanting to add more concubines for me." Qian Rinxue was taken aback. How could her sister Donger allow Tian to take another concubine? She was such a perfect and proud woman. How could she be willing to share her man with another? "Is this true?" The shock was evident on Qian Rinxue's face. Tian nodded and said, "Indeed, why would I deceive you? She has already designated 2 girls, one named Guyuna and the other Xiaowu. If you do not believe me, I can take you back to ask her." Qian Rinxue fell silent, stunned, her heart struggling to accept this news. Tian sighed internally. He spoke this way to allow Qian Rinxue to make her own choice. After all, Qian Rinxue had to accept not just him and Bibi Dong, but also Guyuna and Xiaowu. Given Qian Rinxue's proud nature, this choice could be quite difficult for her. Therefore, Tian would respect her and give her time. Your sister Donger said, if you wish, you can also become my woman. Tian's words fell like a bombshell, exploding in Qianren Shui's heart. He pointed to the dragon scale in her palm and said, I must take my leave. If you wish to contact me, you can do so at any time through the dragon scale. Chapter 81. Xiao Wu with a terminal illness. Time passed, and when Qianren Shui finally raised her head, Tian's figure had already vanished from the room. It turned out that Sister Donger had long since discovered her secret. Qianren Shui's heart was a tumultuous mix of emotions. She felt moved by Bibidong's acceptance of her, yet saddened by Tian's sudden addition of so many women to his life. The Tian she admired now had several women. Should she accept this? Gazing at the dragon scale in her palm, Qianren Shui understood she had only two choices, to accept or to reject. After standing in silence for half an hour, she still found no answer within herself. With a long sigh, she carefully stored away the reverse scale Tian had given her. She had decided that, since clarity eluded her, she would allow time to make the choice for her. If her love could withstand the test of time, what was there to worry about? In Tiando City, Tian, who had been secretly observing this scene, sighed. Qianren Shui's stubbornness was within his expectations. He believed that she would eventually come to a decision. When Tian returned to Wuhuan City, the sun had already risen, and Bibidong remained in deep slumber. When the spirit was in a state of extreme excitement for an extended period, the resulting mental fatigue was something even a Title Douluos found hard to bear. However, there was an upside. It could temper one's mental strength, and with the nourishing items Tian provided, Bibidong's mental power grew with each recovery. Her mental strength had begun to gradually surpass her own cultivation level. Tian chose not to disturb Bibidong's rest. From what he had observed in the past few days, she would not awaken until noon. Remembering Xiao Wu brought a smile to Tian's face as he looked at the newly risen sun, guessing that she was likely still in her slumber. The early morning was for planning. How could one afford to oversleep? With a gentle smile, Tian pushed open Xiao Wu's door, but it did not budge. Is this how you intend to guard against me? Tian chuckled, shaking his head as he easily appeared inside Xiao Wu's room. To his surprise, Xiao Wu was not on the bed. Instead, there was a patch of semi-dried blood on the sheets. Tian's expression changed. Had something happened to Xiao Wu? But he soon froze, for he noticed Xiao Wu's pants and underwear draped over a chair nearby, similarly stained crimson. This little girl has grown up, Tian thought, both amused and exasperated, nearly believing that something terrible had occurred. Suddenly, the sound of running water emerged from the bathroom, and Tian, no longer anxious, settled down beside Xiao Wu's bed. About half an hour later, the water ceased, and Xiao Wu emerged unrestrained. Her face was pale, marked with fear and discomfort. Qian started, and upon meeting Xiao Wu's gaze, it felt as if time stood still. His heart raced. He had not previously noticed Xiao Wu's figure, but now she was quite developed. Those perfectly shaped, long legs reminded him of a certain type of clothing favored by girls in his previous life, known to be a nerd's bane. If paired with a schoolgirl's short skirt, the impact would surely be staggering. Unfortunately, the culture of Douluos continent leaned towards the ancient. Ordinary women would not wear such revealing attire. Looking at Xiao Wu before him, Tian felt no inappropriate thoughts. After all, she still seemed a bit young to him. He admitted to having a touch of lechery, but he was not perverse. Just as he contemplated whether he should design a set of stockings and a short skirt for Xiao Wu to wear exclusively for him, her piercing scream erupted. An unprecedentedly sharp cry escaped her throat, and she darted back into the bathroom like lightning. Tian, you pervert! Xiao Wu's voice rang out in indignation. You big pervert! I'm going to tell Sister Dong. I locked the door tight, yet you sneaked in. This was intentional. Tian was speechless. After all, she would belong to him in the future. Was there really a need for such fervor? Xiao Wu continued to rant from within, and after several minutes, she finally emerged. Her previously pale face now flushed with embarrassment, yet her expression was filled with fury as she glared at Tian. Tian found her anger amusing, and with open arms, he unleashed an irresistible force that drew her towards him. With a startled cry, Xiao Wu suddenly found herself enveloped in Tian's embrace. Being held so intimately by him for the first time, her anger dissipated, replaced entirely by overwhelming shyness. Tian chuckled, You are my little wife. What is there that I cannot see? Even if you inform Donger, she will not take your side. Xiao Wu stood frozen, realizing that she would belong to Ao Tian in the future. What did it matter if he saw her? Yet it was still too embarrassing. Moreover, she had maintained her purity for over a decade, and now it had been exposed so suddenly. Although she acknowledged Ao Tian's reasoning, the immense shame rendered her momentarily unable to face him. Suddenly, she caught sight of the bloodstain on the sheets behind Ao Tian, and the color drained from her face. Turning pale as death, Ao Tian frowned and quickly released her, asking, "What is wrong? Did I hurt you?" Xiao Wu managed a faint smile, sorrowfully saying, "Ao Tian, I can no longer accompany you. I have a terminal illness." Ao Tian was taken aback, quickly inquiring, "What terminal illness?" I find it hard to speak of that place," Xiao Wu stammered. Seeing the conflicted expression on her face, Ao Tian suddenly understood, pointing at the sheets and asking, "Are you referring to this?" Xiao Wu nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I checked my body and found no internal injuries, yet I inexplicably lost so much blood. Ao Tian, I am certain I have a terminal illness." As she finished speaking, tears glistened in her large eyes, and she buried her head in Ao Tian's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "My stomach hurts so much. Ao Tian, I'm going to die." Ao Tian was speechless, amused by this girl. He held her up, placing his palm on her flat abdomen, channeling a gentle energy into her. "So warm, it doesn't hurt anymore," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "Ao Qian, can you cure this illness?" Ao Tian shook his head, replying, "I cannot cure it, but I can help alleviate your pain. Your sister Donger had this illness too. I helped her with it in the past. Am I going to die from excessive blood loss?" Xiao Wu tentatively asked. Ao Tian withdrew his hand, affectionately ruffling her hair as he chuckled. "Not at all. Look at Donger. She is living just fine, isn't she? After she awakened, I shall take you to meet her, allowing her to instruct you on how to treat this ailment." Little Dance patted her chest, exhaling a long sigh of relief, and remarked, "That's wonderful. I thought I was on the brink of death." Just as she spoke, an overwhelming wave of heat surged forth, causing Little Dance's expression to change as she hurriedly dashed towards the bathroom. A few minutes later, she poked her head out, fearfully asking, "Ao Tian, am I truly all right?" Ao Tian reassured her, "Trust me, you're fine." He contemplated whether to enlighten Little Dance further and teach her how to manage the situation, but ultimately decided against it. After all, girls can be sensitive. It would be better to leave it to Bibi Dong to handle. Chapter 82. A reunion with Guyu Na around midday. Ao Tian returned with Little Dance to Bibi Dong's chamber. Just then, Bibi Dong awoke and, upon seeing Ao Tian accompanied by Little Dance, greeted them with a refreshing smile, exclaiming, "What brings you both here together?" She was clad in a light silk nightgown, exuding an alluring charm. Ao Tian presented Little Dance to Bibi Dong, stating, "Little Dance has her monthly visitor, and she claims to be gravely ill and nearing death, so I entrust her to you." Bibi Dong paused for a moment, her smile deepening as she affectionately ruffled Little Dance's hair, saying, "Our Little Dance has grown up." Little Dance, puzzled, replied, "But I don't have a monthly visitor." Bibi Dong chuckled, casting a playful glare at Ao Tian, recalling the first time she heard the term monthly visitor along with the amusing story behind it, which had made her laugh for quite some time. She playfully pushed Ao Tian away, saying, "Go do what you need to do. I shall take care of Little Dance." Ao Tian shook his head with a smile, feeling satisfied that this matter was resolved. Suddenly, he remembered Guyu Na and mused. Now that Little Dance has transformed into a human, her monthly visitor is not surprising. As for Guyu Na, like me, she belongs to the beast category. I wonder if she also experiences such peculiarities? With that thought, he realized he missed Guyu Na. She had returned to the Stardow Forest several days ago. He wondered if she missed him as well. I told her she could contact me using the reverse scale. Why isn't she reached out? With a smile, Ao Tian's figure vanished, heading towards the Stardow Forest. Since Guyu Na had not contacted him, he decided to pay her a personal visit to see what she was up to. Upon arriving at the Life Lake in the heart of the Stardow Forest, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Next to the Life Lake, a massive fissure spread across the ground towards the south of the Stardow Forest. This fissure was several dozen meters wide and plunged hundreds of meters deep, resembling a grand ravine. At the bottom of the ravine, a graceful figure was moving about, constantly manipulating the earth element to mend the fissure and restore it to its original state. Tian observed that this fissure narrowly avoided the formation's core. Otherwise, the grand array would have surely been destroyed. This array was set up by Guyuna in the past. While not exceptionally sophisticated, it was sufficient to conceal the presence of ferocious beasts and thwart enemy reconnaissance. Over the years, whenever Tian visited, he would also enhance the array, strengthening its defenses to make it exceedingly difficult to breach from the outside. However, the fissure beneath him appeared to have originated from within the array itself. At that moment, several of his companions were diligently cultivating in their own abodes, leaving Guyuna alone to toil away at repairing the earth. Tian suddenly appeared beside Guyuna, startling her as she focused intently on controlling the earth element. Guyuna shot him a glare and retorted, "Are you trying to scare me into illness?" Tian pointed at the surroundings and inquired, "What happened here?" "It was caused by the reverse scale you gave me," Guyuna admitted, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. "What transpired? Did you engage in a battle with someone?" Guyuna shook her head, explaining, "I merely intended to frighten Tian and the others, but I didn't expect to create such a massive fissure. Surely you haven't been repairing this alone for the past few days?" Guyuna paused and replied helplessly, "I am the only one capable of manipulating the earth element. Tian and the others are of no help. Since I caused this, I must resolve it myself." Tian wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her into the air, stating, "You could have just summoned me using the reverse scale." As he spoke, the ground beneath them began to tremble, and the fissure gradually closed, moving much faster than Guyuna's painstaking efforts. Guyuna insisted, "I can handle what I've created myself." "Another little fool," he teased. "I'm not a little fool. I am Guyuna, the Silver Dragon King," she proclaimed, lifting her chin proudly. The commotion drew the attention of Tian and the others, who rushed over and discovered Tian's presence. "Mr. Tian addressed him respectfully, leading the others in a courteous bow. Over the years, Tian had become their mentor. Each beast had benefited from his guidance, resulting in significant growth in their abilities. Especially Tian, who had experienced rapid growth under Tian's tutelage, having already surpassed the 90,000-year tribulation, now possessing over 90,000 years of cultivation. Not only did his cultivation flourish, but his bloodline had also seen tremendous enhancement, his potential far exceeding what it once was. Tian was also pleasantly surprised by the hellish demon dragon king, ZG, who, despite initially being the weakest among the beasts, showed remarkable potential. Under Tian's cultivation, her strength had surged more rapidly than that of the other beasts. Both were considered prodigies of the dragon clan and were prioritized for Tian's training, as enhancing the strength of his kin came more easily to him. In addition to these two, the dark golden grizzly bear displayed extraordinary combat talent. Although its cultivation was only average among the beasts, its battle strength was second only to Tian. After studying the bear, Tian discovered it possessed a trace of the bloodline of the Beeman giant beast, a legendary creature known for its ability to rip apart dragons. Unfortunately, such a powerful race had become extinct. Before Tian's slumber, the most primitive star had been home to Beeman giant beasts, and many powerful ones had perished at his hands, their remains preserved as trophies within his realm. He had extracted the essence from those Beeman corpses to enhance the bear's talent, ensuring its loyalty. Originally, the bear had been quite unruly, even challenging Tian, but now it held Tian in utmost reverence. Tian had also provided tailored benefits to the other ferocious beasts, even creating unique cultivation techniques for each to accelerate their training. Crafting these techniques for soul beasts was not overly challenging for Tian. He simplified his dragon clan's methods, focusing on physical training while granting corresponding attributes. While these techniques were rather coarse compared to those he developed for humans, they were exceptionally suitable for the robust, ferocious beasts. Now, there was no doubt among them that Tian could resolve their soul beast issues. They were convinced that their esteemed elder possessed the capability to do so. As he gazed upon the several beasts kneeling before him, Tian nodded in satisfaction. The ability to cultivate for hundreds of thousands of years speaks volumes about the remarkable talents of these individuals, rendering them worthy to become his subordinates, destined to accompany him in battles across the cosmos or other realms. Xiao Wu's companions, Taming and Ming, are also on the brink of a breakthrough. Once they surpass their first tribulation, they will be able to assume human forms at will. Tian waved his hand and said, "Return to your cultivation. Given your current strength, it is still premature to seek vengeance in the divine realm." Tian intends to find a solution to the conflict between humans and spirit beasts on Douluos continent. Yet he remains indifferent to the affairs of those in the divine realm. The so-called deities have ruthlessly slain numerous powerful spirit beasts, forbidding them from ascending to divinity. Tian and his companions had previously sworn before Tian that one day they would ascend to the divine realm. Thus, Tian granted them this opportunity, serving as their first trial. After Tian and his companions departed, Tian inquired, "Will you not feel bored staying here? Why not accompany me to Spirit Hall City?" Guyana shook her head and replied, "No, I would prefer to remain here." Tian did not press further, stating, "In a little over a month, Xiao Wu and I plan to visit Shrek Academy. Would you be interested? If so, I shall come to fetch you." Guyana beamed with a smile, "Of course. I'm interested. Just make sure to remember to come for me."